according to a mechanism as yet to be agreed, but with the aim of sort of levelling up or bringing up parts of the world that are currently less developed. And I can only ask you if you've ever been to an EU budget summit where they argue long into the days and nights over the tiniest amount of money compared to the sort of cash you're talking about, whether you think that this is anything apart from a pipe dream.
Okay, so maybe you are not aware of the fact that after the 2008 financial crisis and the 2020 COVID crisis, there was, enormous money creation, but not only with the European Central Bank and the Federal Reserve, in proportion which everybody before the crisis said was impossible. Mm-hmm. And then suddenly, people change their mind confronted to the crisis. Now, you're telling me this is impossible, this will never happen, nothing will ever happen. I take your point, but I don't think you are right. Yep. I think that when we have more crises comparable or even bigger crises than what we had in 2008 and 2020, and we will have such crises in the future. In fact, I think there will be a lot of international money creation. This is what people were saying about progressive income tax and progressive wealth tax 1 century ago. Everywhere people were saying this will never happen, this will be the collapse of the economy. And, this happened. The idea that we are today heading for a sustainable development path for the planet and for the global south, I think it is not true. And more fundamentally, in terms of governance system, I think it's wrong to believe, and I think very few people in our societies believe that giving all the power to a billionaire and centimillionaire to decide about our economic future and what kind of investment choices we need to make is going to solve our social and environmental problem. I think it's clear that, many of our dear techno billionaires, they don't care too much about...
No, there's not a huge amount of enthusiasm for handing out power to third-party institutions either. That may well be suggested to be an idea of the past as well.
Well, I'm not sure. I think when it comes to delegate your education system, your health system, or your energy system to someone, whether you want to delegate it to a democratic institution or to a billionaire.
Okay. Well, we can argue about the accountability line there is between huge international financial institutions and individual citizens another time. But I want to talk to you about the ideas and the clash of ideas. Do you feel that your ideas can partly penetrate the current economic thinking, or is it, as the report seems to suggest, more sort of all or nothing? You have to change fundamentally the way that the globe's economy is working.
No, I have a much more relaxed way to look at this than you do. I think the change is already happening. For instance, let's take an issue like the global wealth tax. At the G20 summit of 2024, this idea of a global wealth tax was officially pushed by a coalition of countries starting with Brazil and South Africa. When I wrote Capital in the 21st Century in 2013, 10 years before, and I was proposing for a global wealth tax, I could not imagine that, 10 years later, it will be officially discussed in a G20 summit. The concrete reality is that if countries in the global north don't respond to this demand, what's going to happen is that there will be an alternative set of international institutions led by China and Russia, and which will do the job with a kind of governance system which, you should be concerned about. I think the discussion about global wealth taxation, for instance, over the past 10 years, has been changing tremendously. Look, you're going to have a referendum in California. Maybe you don't like it, but it's part of what's happening in the world. And we don't have so many solutions. If people have other solutions to pay for the climate investment and to pay for the education and health investment we need, both in the south and in the north, they should put this proposal on the table.
Thomas Piketty speaking to me earlier. The most curious row has broken out between the Migration Minister Mike Tapp and what certainly appears to be his boss, Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood. Mr Tapp has a brief article in today's Times newspaper outlining his thoughts on an aspect of new immigration rules. He has, it is understood, riled the Home Secretary, who would now like to see the back of him. This morning, Mr Tapp responded to that on social media with a chirpy post suggesting he had what he called receipts to show the work he had done. I won't be intimidated to drop my views, he said. Stay classy. Joe Pike is the BBC's political correspondent. Joe, we read now that the Prime Minister is taking advice on whether to sack Mr Tapp. Some will be wondering what the delay is.
I think the delay is number 10 say because no decision has been made, but there are others who point out that they believe the Ministerial Code is clear and this does not reach the sort of level for a breach. But it's certainly a bizarre row, a very tiny article on page 6 of the Times, which has led to this high-pitched briefing war which seems, I suppose, a little unedifying, possibly unsustainable. It's not about really the policy in that article, more about power and control. Shabana Mahmood certainly feels, Johnny, that this is sort of insubordination, that this breaches collective responsibility and the Ministerial Code, and that the tweets that you mentioned from Mr Tapp, which he posted on social media from a wedding in San Francisco, he says, have really escalated things as well, which is why the government say, or Home Office sources at least say, that his access to government documents and government meetings has now been restricted. I mean, notwithstanding the coming of Andy Burnham at some point, presumed, how do you rate Mr Tapp's chances? I think this is certainly a row Keir Starmer could have done without. I think in terms of Mr Tapp's chances, it's worth noting that he was one of the final supporters to save Keir Starmer, even when it looked pretty pointless. In contrast, Shabana Mahmood, of course, told the Prime Minister to his face a month plus ago that it was time he went. I'm not sure this is necessarily helping Mike Tapp's chances in getting a job in the Burnham administration, but there are also sources I've spoken to within government who don't think this looks very good for Shabana Mahmood either. Remember, some thought she could be the next Chancellor. One person told me the fact that she's, or rather her team have been briefing around this, is, quotes, mental, but her allies argue this is about standards, about teamwork, and about the Ministerial Code. They argue Mike Tapp has breached that and he must go. Joe, thank you very much. Joe Pike, our political correspondent, bringing us up to date. In amongst the news that the King paid just under £13 million in the tax year just gone was what, to many, might have been a statement of the obvious, that the 77-year-old King and 78-year-old Queen will not be moving from their current London residence to Buckingham Palace when the nearly £400 million renovation is completed in March next year. Given that Prince William and family have announced that their current residence, Forest Lodge in Windsor Great Park, will be their forever home, this leaves Buckingham Palace somewhat stranded, a rather large piece of masonry with a rich history and some pretty fabulous gardens, with no one to live there. So what should be done with the palace? It's one of the places where national moments take place. Churchill with the royal family on the balcony at War's End, the long parades past during Jubilees, the flyovers on national days. To many beyond our shores, it is the national building, and the area is the focus of celebration and commemoration for the nation. We sent our producer Hattie Nash to ask people wilting in the heat around the palace this morning what they thought.
I would say if the king is not going to use it as an official resident anymore, then maybe they should turn it to like a museum.
I would love it to be a museum.
Would be
yeah, because then you get to see what's inside.
Yeah.
Airbnb would be great.
Drag bingo.
Good one, yeah.
And karaoke rooms also. It should be Love Island instead. They should throw like a giant party. That'd be so cool, like a giant ball.
I think it should be a museum because there's a lot of things inside and I want to meet the guys with the fuzzy hats.
And we asked some notables how they thought the palace might end up. Maria Balshaw is the outgoing director of the Tate.
The King's collection of art is extraordinary. So you won't be surprised as the former director of Tate that I think, in addition to the collection gallery which already exists at Buckingham Palace, the King could give over the rooms to the public display of his art collection, along with some of the textiles and furniture that he also has in the collection, so that people can really enjoy the great cultural riches that he holds.
Chris Packham is an English naturalist, nature photographer and television presenter.
Okay, it's got a brilliant central location, it's got adequate parking, it's got plenty of rooms, must have some fantastic kitchens. It would make a great hostel for the homeless. Absolutely fantastic. And then, of course, there are gardens. Let's rewild those straight away. Proper rewilding, I mean. You know, let's make this the best urban nature reserve anywhere in the world, but make sure it's open to all London schools. And one other thing, no dogs. They don't fit on nature reserves, so I'm afraid Corgi's got to go. It's just for the kids and for the wildlife.
Laura Jane Clark is an architect and has presented on BBC and Channel 4.
I love the idea that the main square inside Buckingham Palace can be another temporary gallery, so like the Fourth Plinth and Serpentine Gallery, but actually based on students, so based on architecture, design and art students rather than professional artists. I think that would be a really incredible use of the space. If it was me, there would be a roller coaster involved.
Gemma Manns is a Chelsea fan with a novel idea for where Chelsea's new stadium could go.
Chelsea have outgrown Stamford Bridge, so I think the obvious answer is Buckingham Palace. It's got the space, the transport links are second to none, and it's already one of the country's biggest tourist attractions. Keep the front of the palace exactly as it is, build a world-class stadium behind it, and everybody wins. The Royal Gardens become a fan zone, the King's Guard can keep an eye out on away supporters, and that iconic balcony finally gets used for what it was really made for: Chelsea Trophy celebrations.
The ideas of some about what should happen to Buckingham Palace in the absence of residents. Just to add to the fun is Julia Barfield, the architect who designed the London Eye. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell me what you want to do with that palace.
Well, as an architect deeply concerned about climate change, I would suggest that it should become a beacon of regenerative architecture and design. I mean, the premise of which is, what if every time we build something, it makes the world a better place? And currently, I'm afraid, it's actually the reverse. I mean, the built environment is responsible for 62% of the UK's waste, astonishingly, 50% of material use, and 60% of CO2. So, I mean, I think it would be an amazing place for people to go and learn about climate, and the national emergency briefing would be on a loop, but also, most importantly, learn about solutions. You know, at the moment, you know, we're in a heat wave, and I pass, and a lot of people have their windows open, which is absolutely the wrong thing to do in a heat wave. So they would learn about mitigation and adaptation for climate, and learn about biomaterials, circular use of materials. It could be a demonstrator for all that's best and would make us all good ancestors.
Julia, I don't want to be facetious, but you haven't mentioned a roller coaster, you haven't mentioned a stadium or a fan zone. It's quite serious stuff what you want to do at Buckingham Palace, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Is there any space for any fun there?
Sorry?
Is there any space for fun?
Well, yes, any space for fun? Yeah. Really, of course there'd be fun.
Right.
You know,
well, with the thing on the loop, the sort of disaster video on the loop, the emergency climate briefing. I'm not sure that's what most people's idea of fun is.
Well, I think that sometimes, you know, there's a place for fun and sometimes a place for being serious. But I think, you know, you can. I think this would chime with the King and Prince William's concern about climate and the environment, and it would mean that we'd be doing the right thing for future generations.
It would certainly change Buckingham Palace. Julia Barfield, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, and our thanks to everyone who spoke to us over the course of the morning with their ideas too. Time for our main headlines. International rescue workers have arrived in Venezuela to assist relief efforts in the aftermath of Wednesday's powerful earthquakes. At least 235 people are confirmed dead so far. PM is at 5. This is Johnny Diamond, and that is The World at 1:45.
Studio direction was by Callum McLean and the editor was Alicia Quero. Okay, so whenever you are ready, just press that button. I'm Polly Weston, and I'm on a mission to find a story you probably haven't heard before.
The random postcode is M98.
With the help of a random postcode generator and the people I meet when I arrive.
Never in my life have I seen anything like that for a homeless person. He was just loved by everybody.
The Patch, Monday mornings at 11. To listen on your smart speaker, just say, play Radio 4.
Now on Radio 4, Tony takes a very chilly dip in the River Thames and joins the innovative communities who are reclaiming public spaces. And Tony Hawks just wants to play.
Different demographics, different genders, different ages, and everyone is accepting and learning from each other.
You feel a bit tense and uptight, you possibly even feel a little bit panicky.
Like if someone's at someone's house and they come out here, they can join it. It's for everybody. How should we make farting noises?
Busy tennis courts in the park, swimmers in the River Thames, kids turning quiet streets into their own playgrounds. Across the country, some communities aren't waiting for permission. They're reclaiming spaces where they can go out and play. I'm Tony Hawks, and in this series I've been exploring the many issues that shape whether we get to play or not, in the countryside, the local park, or on our city streets. So far we've spent a lot of time looking at the barriers that stand in the way. But this final episode is a little different. It's not about what's broken, it's about what people are building. Because across the UK, swimmers, walkers and players are quietly showing that the future of play is something that all of us can shape together. Today, game on.
Every week we have a free tennis session for the community that's community-led, community-run.
I'm in Exeter at a set of 6 park tennis courts at Heavy Tree Pleasure Ground. It's a Saturday morning when the courts are taken over by a free weekly session where anyone can join. Exeter City Council turned down a funding offer from the Lawn Tennis Association. I went on and on about this in episode 2. The funding would have paid to refurbish these courts, but also required them to be locked behind gates and accessed through a booking system. Instead, something different has happened here. The community has stepped in, taking on the responsibility for looking after the courts themselves. This is JJ Pickin, the lead coach.
I think the current model we have is far better for getting players in. So this is kind of the stepping stone to getting people playing tennis, active in the community, and essentially keeping our courts active. And we also do our community cleanups. We look after the courts.
And speaking with the players here, it's clear that this is about more than just tennis.
My name is Christoula. I'm from Greece. Coming here for me, it's the socialization. It's nice to chat with people, having a good laugh. It's not only play tennis, it's like bonding with others.
I'm Steffi. So at the university, it's quite a competitive environment. People aren't very willing to chat or be friends, which is why I love this community tennis, because it's just all fun.
My name is Jack. I'm from China. Yeah, just to meet new people and to make new friends.
Hi, yeah, I'm Sarah Hartley. I've been playing tennis for about 2 years. So there's an intergenerational aspect to these sessions, right? So there's a huge mix of people from seniors in their 70s. I think we have somebody who's actually in their 80s who comes, and we've got kids from 13. Different demographics, different genders, different ages. You feel that you are part of a community when you come to Heavy Tree sessions on Saturday.
But it's not just about keeping play free and inviting. It's also about the spaces themselves, holding on to them, reclaiming them, making them ours. Sometimes in the most unlikely places.
Just down to our right we have the Teddington Lock, which separates the tidal Thames from the non-tidal.
So this still counts as London?
We're inside the M25, half an hour by train back into Waterloo, so we're in central London.
I've come to the capital, where a swimming community on the River Thames is challenging the perception that urban waterways are polluted spaces and not for public access.
Hey, Tony.
It's a frosty December morning, and I'm meeting swimming activists Chris Roma-Lee and Simon Griffiths. as they float the idea of going for a dip.
You ready for this?
And do you know what? I'm tempted.
As ready as you're ever going to be, yeah?
Simon, what's the water temperature?
The water I've just measured it is 8.7 degrees. That's definitely well into cold water shock territory.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it's dangerous if you're prepared for it, but once you get in, you'll find your breathing, you'll feel a bit tense and uptight. You possibly even feel a little bit panicky.
Yeah.
That's normal.
Yeah.
That tends to subside after about 90 seconds.
Should we get in? Because it's quite cold standing still, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't put it off anymore.
Just lower yourself in.
Down I'm going. Oh, I'm now up to my shoulders.
And then if you just whisper it gently against the current.
Yeah. Okay. Off we go.
Oh, that's glorious. So how's it going, Tony? We've been in about
through the minute and a half.
90 seconds or so now, so hopefully you should be through the cold water shock and starting to really enjoy it.
I think the worst part of it is I'm finding it hard to swim against the current. Well, I'm much more out of breath for having swum, 15 yards than I thought. So we're back in, we've got our coffee, we're warming up. Chris, I thought that the river was far too contaminated for people to swim in.
There's a long-standing perception that rivers are polluted waterways. I was brought up in southwest London, so I was told that if I touched any of the flotsam and jetsam which was on the riverbank and then put my hands in my mouth, I'd have to go for a stomach pump. It ingrained into me that these were effectively, they were open sewers. It wasn't great back in the 70s and 80s, and it is much, much better now. So we need to change the messaging, but with that comes the need for better communication about the quality of the waterway, so that local community groups can have access to this data and go, okay, it's safe to go in today, we'll do it, or it's been heavy rainfall, best not, we'll do it tomorrow.
So we did everything right this morning, didn't we? We used public access, we checked the temperature, we looked out for sewage alerts. But can I just jump into the Thames, anywhere?
The Thames is a really complex body of water, and it isn't safe to get into the central London section of the Thames. I don't know if you've ever seen the tide coming in and out there. It moves at a hell of a pace, which is exactly why we should be creating safe zones which are floating on the river, which allow people to swim safely. I'm a co-founder of Swimble Cities, which is an organisation which is promoting the cleaning up and healthy waterways, the ecosystem restoration of these urban waterways, so that, as a byproduct of that, we can get into them and be safe. A lot of the pushback we're getting from that is like, we don't go into the river. Why are you going into the river? No one does this. And I always refer them back to our friends in Europe. Look at the amount of city swims you've got in the Netherlands, where they swim in the canals or the river, and it is just something that people participate in. Cities are only getting warmer, and it's so important that people can get access to water to cool down, to exercise, and have a sense of community.
I mean, people don't probably have the feeling where they go, well, this is our river.
Yeah, I mean, the central London section of the Thames is 7 times the size of Hyde Park. So it is our largest public space, but the least accessible. And when you look at it like that, you think, that's absolutely bonkers. And we need to get back into that mindset that this is our public space.
And things are starting to shift in a good way. Since my Chile swim, the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, DEFRA, has shortlisted 13 new bathing water designation sites across the country, meaning officially monitored water safer for swimmers. One spot is just 300 yards from where I swam extremely hard to not go very far. If approved, it will be the very first one on the River Thames in London. So if people can reclaim a stretch of the Thames in London, why can't the same happen on our streets?
Who's the tagger? You're the tagger.
So I'm looking at a lovely homemade sign that's been made here and attached to the street lamp here in Bristol, and it says slow children playing. And they are. Parents sitting nearby, there's food just arrived, and it's all on the street. And what's this on your head?
A helmet. I like going over the jumps.
What we try and do in our area is gather the community together outside, because that's our shared communal space.
Katie Storer and her partner love Bristol. When they started a family, They wanted to stay in the city, but they also wanted a place where their children could play outside freely and safely. So before you moved to this part of the city, what was your street like?
We lived on a road that was a cut-through between two major roads, and cars would whiz along that road at sometimes 40 miles an hour, and I was so scared. I couldn't relax, and they had to cross major roads to get to any green space.
How did you actually choose to live here then?
Me and my partner wrote down loads of things that were our core values of where we wanted to live. One of them was kids being able to play out freely in the street.
How should we make farting noises?
What?
Yeah.
Yes, some parents who remember streets full of children playing a few decades ago are willing to uproot themselves in search of places where their own kids can do the same. But not every family has the option to move just to get better access to outdoor space.
Without play, children, it's very difficult to thrive and be healthy and learn and develop in a healthy way.
Joining us is Ingrid Skeels, the founder of Playing Out, an organisation that advocates for children to be able to play on the streets where they live. Ingrid, why is this scene so rare?
In the 70s and 80s, it was just a normal, natural part of everyday life that you would play out with friends, you know, close to where you live. Now, it's actually not that usual that children can play out at all, and children's lives are way more, on the whole, indoors, inactive, quite isolated, and online.
Why do you think it's really happening? Is it because of devices?
Well, screens get the blame mainly. Parents also get blamed quite a lot. But actually it is more complex than that. And in fact, the changes predate screens by quite a bit, because our movement began 16, 17 years ago, which was pre-smartphones. And the main shift that's happened since the 70s and 80s is that the outside environment has become gradually less safe, less welcoming to children.
So you started a thing called Play Street, right?
Yeah.
So you close off the street on a regular basis, like once a month, so kids can play safely where they live. It's kind of like a street party, but it happens more than just once in a blue moon.
Yes.
How does it work?
It's very simple. You need to consult with your neighbours, apply to the council, choose your dates, have responsible adults who are going to set the road closed signs up and monitor traffic. And if you live on the road, you still can drive in. And that's it. Just have fun on the day. And all of this information and a lot more is on our website, playingout.net.
I also like finding strange stuff in the neighbourhood.
You've got this huge public space on your doorstep, which we don't really think about because it's so often covered in cars. Just to kind of reclaim it for a couple of hours on a quiet time, to use it for people. Once it's safer, life just pours back, and it's actually quite amazing. That's what we're all missing.
Well, this all started as a story about tennis. But really, it's about something bigger. The future of play, and who gets to move, belong, and have fun. And what I've learnt is this: it's not enough to wait for councils, charities, or politicians to make it happen. The future of play is in our hands. It's about us, working together as communities, taking ownership of our public spaces. If we show up and take action...
You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz Longwave. This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on the 27th of June this year. However, you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB, digital radio, and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at 2 o'clock. The number of people who are known to have died in Venezuela after 2 back-to-back earthquakes earlier this week has risen to 589. The UN says more than 1,000 search and rescue workers have been deployed. A group of men set to go on trial in Manchester as co-defendants of a man accused of conspiring to drug and rape his unconscious wife have been named for the first time after reporting restrictions on identifying them were lifted. The husband, who can't be named to maintain his wife's anonymity, initially denied any wrongdoing, but has since pleaded guilty to some charges, including rape. Our reporter Rowan Bridge is outside the court in Manchester.
As well as the woman's husband, it also involves 13 other men. They range in age from 28 to 73 years old and include a paramedic. We can also now report that one man, Keith Fotheringham, who's from Dundee and is 59, had previously pled guilty to 4 offences relating to this case. They included admitting conspiring to rape and conspiring to drug the woman at the centre of the case.
It's been revealed that the King and Queen won't live in Buckingham Palace once its multi-million-pound refurbishment is complete, but will remain at Clarence House. Officials say the palace will remain the ceremonial and operational centre of royal life. The royal accounts reveal the King paid £12.9 million for the financial year ending April 2025. The Met Office says the UK temperature record for June has been broken for the 3rd day in a row, with 36.9 Celsius measured at Watersham in Suffolk. A red warning of extreme heat remains in place across London and South East England. In tennis, the 7-time Wimbledon winner Serena Williams will open her comeback in the tournament against a 20-year-old Australian. She'll face Maya Joint, the world number 60, who's never won a main draw match at SW19. Britain's Emma Raducanu has drawn Croatia's Antonia Ruzic. BBC News.
You're listening to BBC Radio 4. The concluding part of our new thriller series, The Courier, continues this afternoon, where Mo is in hospital after a hit and run. Will the killer catch up with him again? That's in 15 minutes. Now, though, on Radio 4, it's The Archers, and Ed is about to get a surprise.
You get the taters peeled. Edward, can you top and tail the runner beans?
Yeah, will do.
Pass me a potato peeler, Dad.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Only one more day till the weekend.
And I'm not in school for the whole of next week.
Oh, yeah, it's work experience. That's nice to hear you sounding a bit more positive about it.
That's because she's not going to Amside no more.
What? Since when?
Well, since yesterday.
But we talked about this, Kira. There's some things you just have to do. That's part of being a grown-up.
Well, I think we should be impressed. You've actually shown great maturity, haven't you, love?
Thanks, Grandma.
What, by quitting before she even started?
No, by arranging a new work experience placement and sorting it with school.
What new placement? Does your mum know?
Yeah, she signed the forms this morning. And my careers teacher said he would do his best to get it all agreed.
Right, OK. What is it?
I'm going to be at Rewilding with Kirsty.
Such a good idea. Right up your street. You've always liked being outside, haven't you, love? Do you remember making back boxes with Grandpa when you were little?
Yeah, I forced the whole family out to see them in the dark.
You even made tickets for everyone. Kira's back box trail. There's still one in the oak tree in Bartleby's old field.
I don't remember that.
Well, that's probably because George tripped over his shoelace or something.
What do you mean?
No, she just means George has a way of getting all the attention.
He's always doing something that you lot can't stop going on about.
What, so you get ignored?
Yeah.
Come on, Kira, that's not fair. I'm always asking if you want to play cards or need help with your own work, but you make it pretty clear that you'd rather be in your room glued to your phone.
I'm on my phone way less than other people.
Look at her now, peeling taters for their old dad and grandma.
And I helped you with the textiles on Saturday for hours.
I'm not saying you never do anything else, but it's just a fact. You lot are addicted to screens.
OK, Dad, whatever.
Look, I don't want to fall out about phones again. I was just saying that I'd be happy for us to spend more time together, that's all.
Yeah, but that's not what you said, Edward.
Hi, Grandma.
Oh, we're in the kitchen, love.
What's he doing here?
Amber's working late, so I invited him for dinner.
Well, I don't want to stay if he is.
Well, I thought it'd be nice to have the four of you together. Like old times.
I'll just get myself some toast at home.
No, you won't. You'll stay where you are and you'll finish peeling those spuds.
In trouble again, Kira? What's she done now?
Shut up, George. Nobody likes you.
Well, that's enough. Really, I'm sick of this. You both need to grow up and stop behaving like spoilt kids.
Well, I'm not a spoilt kid.
That's right, Kira. You run away.
George! Kira, wait! Where are you going? It's wild out there.
Seriously, what's wrong with her? Must be the time of the month.
George Grundy, I'm not too soft to sling you out if you start spouting that kind of nonsense.
Hi, Tom.
Helen?
Everything all right?
Yeah, why?
You didn't come round with the boxes last night.
I was too busy. Feel free to fetch them yourself.
Fine. But you also haven't replied to any of my messages. Are you avoiding me for some reason?
Nope. Like I say, I've just been busy.
Dad and Natasha seem to think you're furious with me.
Not furious, just confused.
Okay. Confused about what exactly?
About why you're behaving as if you're getting a new milking parlour. As if it's the obvious next step for the farm.
I'm not behaving as if I'm getting a new parlour, but I am planning for the possibility, the probability, of course I am.
See, there you go again. Why is it a probability? You're so infuriatingly confident.
I'm not going to apologise for having belief in my business, Tom, which actually happens to be in your interest too. Look, wanting a new milking parlour is about supporting an eventual expansion to grow our dairy produce, which is eminently sensible considering how well we've been doing since the sewage spill.
No, nice speech.
Tom.
What? Eminently sensible. I mean, you're so self-satisfied. And when you say we, what you really mean is you.
I mean the farm, and someday, whether now or in 5 years' time, Bridge Farm will need a new milking parlour.
And at some point, Bridge Farm will need new polytunnel.
Yes, I agree. So why are you so annoyed with me?
Because without a word to any of us, a van rolled into the yard yesterday and some salesman starts giving you quotes.
So? I really don't understand why you're having a meltdown about that.
Because I had no idea it was happening. You didn't tell me you were getting that serious.
So let's take a few minutes now, go to my office and talk about this calmly, because I don't actually think there's anything for us to fall out about.
Kira! Kira! This is ridiculous! Come back to the farmhouse so we can talk.
Up there, in the oak tree.
What?
The bat box.
Yeah, I see it. No, I remember now.
You don't. Well, it's okay. Why would you?
All right, I don't remember you making bat boxes. I've got millions of memories of you.
I'm sorry.
What?
I said I'm sorry for shouting, especially in front of Grandma.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. I'd rather you shout than bottle things up. Nothing gets sorted that way.
And I'm sorry for running away at New Year.
I know you are.
Yeah?
Look, you know you can always talk to us. To me and your mum.
But it's hard.
Is it?
I never know what to say, like how to start talking or if it's even worth bothering.
But I thought you and your mum had a good talk about what happened on New Year's Eve.
We did. Once George was out of hospital. But I can't run away every time I need you to listen to me.
But why is it so hard to talk to us?
I don't know.
Come on, Kira.
You know, it doesn't matter. Oh, let's go back.
No, it does matter.
It doesn't. I was just being stupid.
What could we do differently? What do you need us to do?
It's not just one thing. Like, sometimes I don't want to say whatever it is because, well, it might be embarrassing.
Well, you could always write it down. Or text us.
Yeah, but sometimes I don't even know what I'm worried about.
Yeah, I get that sometimes too.
But most of the time, I just don't want to bother you.
Look, it's never a bother. It doesn't matter what else is going on, you can always come to us if you're worried.
But that's not true. Like, what was I supposed to do that night? My ex-con brother was rampaging about the village, drunk. I'm hardly going to come and tell you all my friends hate me.
Okay.
Kira.
I sent that stupid message to the wrong chat. And I wanted to tell you both because I thought no one at school would ever speak to me again, but all of you, everyone was obsessed with George, and what had you done? You were all falling out, Mum was crying. I could hear her through the bathroom door.
Kira, I'm sorry, love.
Who would have cared about what I'd done? It's hardly like I'd been sent to prison or got attacked or ended up pregnant.
Yeah, your mum told me about the message and why it mattered so much. And neither of us think it was silly of you to be upset. I just wished that I'd realised how much you were struggling.
They all hated me that night. I don't even really understand it because, well, they say mean stuff all the time and then I say one thing and suddenly the rules have changed. It's always like that.
Do you mean with your friends in your form class or the girls from the football team?
Both. Everyone.
Look, you are funny and brilliant, and the kids at school are lucky to know you.
You have to say that. You're my dad.
You know, what you're saying isn't that strange. I bet half the kids in your class have had this chat with their mum and dad.
Maybe, but well, I don't think so.
Oh, come here. Can I give you a hug?
Yeah, okay. Dad.
Yeah?
What do you remember?
About what?
The million things about me.
Okay. Let's head back before we get blown away. And I'll get started on my favourite memories of you. But I warn you, it's a very long list.
Well, first you go and buy more Monties than agreed.
Which made perfect sense.
Then you claim the existing milking parlour can't cope.
Which is true.
We've been over this. Yes, it can cope. It can cope fine. It might not be as shiny as the one Mr. Dairy Parlour Man wants to sell you, but it's fit for purpose.
I don't know why you're getting so annoyed. No one's stopping you from doing your own research into polytunnels and greenhouses.
But you've gone so much further with this. You've leapt ahead and got a quote.
A quote, Tom. I didn't book the job or order the parlour. I mean, how do you expect me to make my case unless I have the costings? Getting a quote is the bare minimum I need to start pulling a decent proposal together.
Fine. Then I'll start getting quotes too.
Great. Because that's the only way this will work. We analyse what part of our business needs to grow and then we cost it and present our case to the family.
Right. Well, the rest of the family are going to finish making dinner while you two give me a hand in here clearing the barn for hay storage.
Ed, your cunning plan is paper thin. He's going to heal our feud with a pointless team-building exercise.
What feud? There is no feud. I just think you were born selfish, and now you're a criminal waste of space.
Wait, Kira, what did I say? We're going to be civil to each other. That's rule number 1.
I didn't agree to any rules.
Well, let's call them instructions then, eh? You have 5 minutes to clear this corner of the barn into the bags by the door.
What about the big stuff?
But anything too big for bags can be stacked over there. You can use the wheelbarrow, but every time you stop working together, call each other names or swear at each other, I'm going to add on another 10 seconds.
And what's the prize?
Well, the prize is not having to spend the whole of the rest of the evening doing odd jobs for me.
Fairs.
You better not mess this up. I've got homework that's due tomorrow.
Ready? Time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go!
This first, get the wheelbarrow.
Kira makes a dash for the wheelbarrow, and they're going to lift the crate together. It's full steam ahead. Mum's jam jars in the barrow. George is taking the dust sheet. Oh, he's got tangled up in it. Will Kira help him?
Such an idiot.
Oh, that is 10 seconds added.
Get that here.
George snatches a bag out of Kira's hands, and that is another 10 seconds.
Is it nearly ready? And it's just in the table.
Great, they've not got long left.
Oh, come on, you two. I know you can do it.
Ed, she has to move the turkey plucker.
Chuck it in the hand for all I care. You've been laughing a bit.
Yeah, what's funny, you two?
It's just
Grandma.
Oh, no. Those of the giggles won't get the silly plucker shifted. What's gone into them? Half pair. Look, if you don't come for dinner now, the taters will be burnt and the cabbage soggy.
Oh, so, did we fail then? Do we have to do more jobs later?
No, I'm going to let you off, because it turns out that you passed my secret challenge.
What was his secret challenge?
I don't know. Tricking us into not killing each other.
We're not killing each other yet.
Tonight, Adam is being presented with a shocking option as we return to the Archers at 7 o'clock. And this weekend, we're transporting you away from the hot climates of Europe to the mysterious, magical land of Moomin Valley. We'll be enjoying Tuva Janssen's classic story, Finn Family Moomin Troll, this Sunday at 3 o'clock.
Once upon a time on BBC Radio 4. The air was sweet, all pine and caramel like a Mediterranean dawn. Why do fairy tales cast such a spell over us? It was like unlatching a rainbow. 5 leading writers reimagine the classic stories we all grew up with, including Joe Lloyd, Ben Oakrey, and beginning with David Almond.
The mermaid lay there with her long, gorgeous hair and a glittering tail among the haddock and cod.
Once upon a time. Next Monday to Friday night at 10:45. To listen on your smart speaker, just say, play Radio 4.
Why can we no longer easily change the batteries on our phone? It's one for the hackers. That's today in half an hour. But drama now on Radio 4 as our Limelight series continues. And Mo lies unconscious on the roadside after a hit and run.
The Courier by Eno Mfon and Dara Motel. Episode 4.
Hey! Look how much road you have! Go around me! Ah!
Mo! Mo!
What the? He rammed me!
What?
He's trying to kill me!
What?
Ah!
Kill you? Mo! What's going on? Mo!
I knew it. Mo, I knew it, see?
And you weren't there when it happened.
Unidentified black male, likely between the ages
2 pizzas.
I just want to know who punched you.
I've been here 10 years, don't remember you.
His hand.
Who are you?
The plaster. Slow.
Mo! What was that? You there? Ya Allah, Mo! Come on, bro, say something! Mo! Mo! See, I told you it was one of them e-bikes. Just hurry up, man. It's battered. Well, just leave it then, innit? Yo, these skid marks are mad. You mean tyre marks? What? Skid marks is what you still leave behind in your wife, right? Shut up, man. Hello! Bruv, what are you doing? You blind? There was obviously a crash in it. Someone could be out there. And? What are we supposed to do about it?
Yo! Is anyone out there?
Throw the rain getting out here, some of the trees and perverts. Come on, it's late. See? Now come, are you walking back? Well, you said it was Baxter. Help. Help. Help me.
Hello? Sir? Are you okay? I'm sorry, but my Baba said we could not stop. We could not stop for you. That you were already dead. Is that true? You are already dead? Sir, are you still alive?
sorry, sir. I don't know what your name is. Well, but I hope you are no longer in pain. At least the rainy season is over and you can look up at the sky and the stars without the clouds. Maybe you were already up there, looking down on us. Do we look as bright as the stars?
Save me. Save me. What do you want me to do? Why didn't you save me?
It's okay. You're okay. You're safe.
Who are you?
I'm Detective Inspector Johnson. I was the arriving officer on the scene of your accident.
Where am I?
St. David's Hospital. How are you feeling now? You're out for a while. If you're feeling up to it, I'd like to ask you a few questions about what happened.
Am I under arrest?
No. Why would you think you're,
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit,
This won't take long. We believe you were involved in a hit-and-run incident. Now, the good news is, you're alive. And aside from some bruising and mild concussion, the doctor informed me that you're going to be fine. With a bit of rest.
The bad news?
The bad news is, down that stretch of the old Newport Road where the accident took place, there's no cameras. So anything you might recall, anything at all...
I'm sorry, it's just all a blur right now.
It's okay. Where were you going the night of the crash?
I was on... I was on my way home. To my family.
I see. Well, it's unfortunate that curry didn't make it to them. I've been through your records, Mohammed. I know your status. You know you're not supposed to be working.
I wasn't. I told you I was going home.
Mm-hmm. So you didn't get a look at the car, the make, color, license plate?
It was silver, I think. But that's it. That's all I can remember.
Can you think of any reason someone would have done this intentionally?
No.
All right. Well, if someone does come back to you, give me a call.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yo, brother, what you doing? You can't be playing a game of operation on yourself, cuz. Them troops was doing stuff, you know.
I'm having an operation?
No, bro, operation. It was a game. Forget it, anyway.
How did you know I was here?
Bro, how do you think you got here? You said you was heading up to St. Mellon's doing a delivery, innit? Bro, I never had to call police before ever in my life, bro. It felt proper weird.
What about Mama and Hamna?
He seemed alright, though.
Omar.
Bro, your fam's good, bro. They was here all day yesterday, bro. You were still asleep. What's it like being unconscious, anyway? I've never had no anesthetic in my life, bro, and you know I've never been knocked out, innit?
I prefer being awake.
Alright, wait there. Bro, that's the last delivery I'm ever declining for you, bro. What's going on?
Listen. You need to get me out of here.
Out of here? Why?
If they find out I survived, they'll come back and kill me.
You gotta hold on tighter than that. Bruv, I don't even know if you should be out of the hospital, you know?
No, I'm fine.
So what's happening then, bruv? Who's trying to kill you?
I don't know. It could be a few people.
What do you mean a few people, bruv? What are you, like Batman or something, are you?
This is not a joke, Omar.
Do you hear me laughing?
But
I think I remember something.
What?
The license plate.
You got the license plate, have you?
Some of it. Slow.
Bruv, I'm doing the limit.
No, the license plate, it said slow or 5L0W.
And what did the police say about that?
I didn't tell him.
What? Why not?
Rosa Brennan, the woman from the news. I delivered to her house the day she was killed.
What?
I found her body.
Wait, what? You found her body?
Someone killed her, Omar. She was on the floor, not hanging like they said on the news. But I panicked.
Whoa, slow down.
You're the one driving.
No, just slow down with what you're telling me, bro. They'll know who was there from the app.
No. I deleted the app from her phone. And then I ran.
This guy.
I can't talk to the police. They will think I did it.
You're the black man on the CCTV?
Yeah.
After the emergence of video footage showing an unidentified black male at the crime scene around the time of the death, as well as the dismissal of the pathologist which led to the reopening of the case, tensions have been growing in the Cardiff area, and there have been calls from the public to exhume the body of Mrs. Brennan for a second autopsy to be performed. The police have made a statement saying, "Exhuming a body is always the very last resort, as this comes at great expense and is potentially very traumatic for the family of the deceased. As of now, we are working with the evidence we have and are continuing to conduct our investigation."
They can't dig her up. Surely not. Why can't they just let the poor woman rest in peace? I imagine them pulling her out of the ground, sliding her coffin into the back of a van, leaving the grave wide open, maybe for a different body. Open for me. The spot is busy again, but people are not hanging around much. They're just picking up orders and leaving.
62!
Emma, are you going to say anything?
63!
You being quiet is weird.
Bro, what's your girl saying about all this anyway? I'm assuming you told her, since that's who you've been spending all your time with.
She's not my girl.
Huh?
She's Rosa's daughter.
Ya Allah, of course she is.
64!
So, if withholding eye testimony or whatever weren't enough in a murder case, you thought you'd make friends with the murdered woman's daughter?
Stepdaughter.
For what? Just for a laugh or something, is it?
No, I've been helping her.
Are you moonlighting as a grievance counsellor or something, you?
Aye, 64!
Whoa, all right, love, chill out.
We've been trying to find the killer. Together.
What are you doing that for?
Because whoever killed her knows that I was there. So they just tried to kill me. Omar, I think it was Henry.
Parnell?
Yeah. Or it could be this other guy, this teacher, you know, the woman who had some sort of relationship with. He was in the house when I was. He knew I was onto him.
Bro,
so,
do you want my advice? Go and hand yourself in.
What? Are you crazy or something?
Bro, you was using my account, and now they're out there looking for an unidentified blackmail. You think that don't have repercussions on the rest of us?
Yeah, but
on me?
I didn't do anything.
Exactly, bro. You didn't do anything. You was just thinking about yourself. Bro, it's not too late, bro. Go and tell them the truth.
They will lock me up.
You don't know that.
What, you want me to sit around and find out? Huh? Now, are you going to help me find who tried to kill me or not?
I gave you my advice. Now I gotta go and feed my family, yeah? Maybe you should go and see yours.
The spot is about 20-minute walk from the flat. Luckily. Because my bike, it wasn't as lucky as me. Don't even know what to tell the guy I got it from. That bike you're renting me so I can work illegally? Yeah. I lost it while being chased by a murderer, then woke up and gave police an interview. Sorry, can I have another one, please? Every car that passes could be Willis. Or Henry. Without my bike, I am a sleeping duck. All I can do is scan every number plate that drives that little bit too close to me. JU51. No. D13M. No. I-884. No. After a while, I stop scanning. I go somewhere else and think, where is Rosa right now? Still in her coffin, eyes wide open. Or maybe she's that woman in the red coat who just crossed the road when she saw me.
Come on, boys.
Or that guy sat in the white van, choking on his bacon sandwich just because his mate just told a racist joke.
Mate, not while I'm eating.
Something about me crossing 2 seas to get here, and all of that water still not being enough to wash me clean.
Got a problem, mate?
Or maybe she's one of these school kids running straight at me. She's none of those people. She's still lying on the cold kitchen floor staring at me. Just slow your breathing more. You're okay. You're home. See? There's the door. Just breathe. You're home. Okay? Okay? And then I see it. A big silver car parked right outside our flat. Black windows. You cannot see inside. And the license plate. 5LOW. Slow. They're here.
Oh, my son, how did you get... I called the hospital, but I said... It's fine, you are home now. Mohammed, you look like you have seen a ghost. What's wrong, my son? Come, you have been through so much. There's someone inside who wants to see you.
Mama, no.
Come.
I don't let Mama see me clench my fist. What if they threaten Mama? Amna. If they're here, I'm ready for them.
Ow. I miss you so much, brother.
I miss you too. You okay?
We came to see you, but you're sleeping and snoring, just like you do at home. And the other people were staring at you, but I said I'm used to it. He does that at home.
Why do you have to embarrass me like that, Amna? What? Ellie?
Hi.
Welcome home.
What are you doing here?
Mohammed, is that any way to talk to a lady?
That's okay. I wouldn't go as far as calling me lady anyway.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It seems my only son left his manor back in that hospital.
Is that,
What?
Is that your car? Outside? The big silver one?
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's my dad's. Mine's in the garage.
Oh, okay.
Why you're wasting this girl's time asking her about cars? Is something wrong with your head?
I mean, I do still have a concussion.
So concussion make you rude.
I'm sorry. I should have called first. I did call when you were in the hospital and your mum told me what happened. My God. What?
You said a bad word.
Now you have to say a prayer and ask for forgiveness.
Oh, I'm sorry, Amna.
Come, Amna, there's the daqwa. Leave Mohammed with his friend.
Hey, by the way, I love your name. Amna.
It means fire.
It doesn't mean that. It means protect.
Well, fire can protect if you're using it against light.
So how do you feel? I can't believe you're home already. Sounded scary.
Who told you I was in hospital?
Your mum. I called you a bunch of times because I felt bad about how we left it at school. And eventually, your mum picked up. Told me what happened.
Yeah. I felt bad also. You seemed very upset.
Yeah, it's because I was.
Was it okay driving your dad's car home? Quite a beast to drive, I can imagine.
Oh, no, my Fiat went into the garage yesterday. So I've only had my dad's car since this morning.
I stared at her, waiting for a twitch, a blink. Anything to tell me she's lying. But instead, she does one of those half smiles. The one that makes her freckles move closer together and her eyes shine brighter. It's obvious. She doesn't know. Doesn't know it was her dad who tried to kill me.
Mo, what's wrong?
I've just been getting these headaches since I woke up.
What did the police say?
That it was a hit and run.
Bastards. Who does something like that?
I guess you just never know what's going on in someone's head.
Yeah, I suppose so. Anyway, so it was a hit and run. Now what?
There was no cameras. So they said they won't be able to find who did it unless I remember any details.
And do you?
No. Nothing.
Well, thank God you're okay. Apart from the headaches. So, Mo, I've been thinking maybe we shouldn't go any further with what we were doing.
What were we doing?
Searching for Rosa's murderer.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
What did you think I meant?
I don't know. Anyway, yeah, go on.
As I was driving home after the memorial, I couldn't breathe. I could not breathe. I guess I was having a panic attack. No, I know I was. It wasn't my first. Wasn't even my 51st. My eyes filled up. I couldn't see the road, so I pulled into a KFC car park for, I don't know, like 20 minutes, just crying and screaming, feeling nothing but hate. Like if I had a gun, I would have turned around, gone straight back to that school and shot the Parnells on sight. Henry, Ryan, that teacher, anyone. Anyone who came near me, looked at me, or even smiled at me, I would have shot him, killed him easy. I hate them. I hated them. All of them, everyone. Then I remembered something my first therapist told me. It was like one of the only things she said that made any sense to me. She said, depression is hate turned inwards. I'm depressed, Mo. I'm so depressed. It comes from anger and sadness, and it came after my mum died. My real mum. When I was like 12. Cancer didn't care that I was 12, it just took her anyway. Left me and Dad alone. Why does the universe keep taking my mum?
She's rubbing her necklace between her fingers, like a baby sucking on a dummy for comfort or strength. I'm sorry.
I wanted to destroy the Parnells, not for justice, but for revenge. It was only going to destroy me. I need to let the police do their jobs. And I need to get back on with my life. I mean, who the hell did I think I was, eh? I'm a bloody lifeguard at a council-run leisure centre. Who's going to clean all that 11-year-old urine out the pool if I'm running around like a vigilante? I meant urine from an 11-year-old, not urine that's been there for 11 years.
Yeah, I understood.
Okay, good. Also...
What?
I don't know, when they released that image on the news of that guy with the afro outside the house, I just thought... Okay, sure, it could be a black guy who did it. Yeah. One of the Parnells' little runners or whatever. But now I'm out here hunting a random black guy, which feels a bit, you know... Like that could easily have been someone just like you. A courier delivering to the wrong address, right? And now I'm hunting you.
Mm-hmm. She grabs my hand. I don't know if it's to make me feel safe or make sure I can't run.
Am I making any sense, like, at all?
Yeah.
I was so scared when I heard what happened to you. And even though I think we should stop what we were doing, I don't want to stop what we were doing.
She has my other hand. As soon as I look up, she's already leaning in. tilting her head as her eyelids slowly shut.
Amna, why do you come in flying like a crazy person?
Why are you kissing?
What? No.
Ooh.
Amna, keep your voice down. I mean it.
Can I show you something?
What?
My project.
What project?
My art project for school. I told you about it.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, I remember. Is it finished?
Hey, can I see it too?
Okay, but you have to close your eyes. Both of you.
Okay, done.
Ready and open.
Wow.
Amna, this is incredible.
Did you make it all on your own?
Yes, Mum helped me a little.
I just folded the cardboard and glued it.
What's it supposed to be?
It's our community. I won first prize for it. A new pencil case.
You did?
Amna, this is so good. You're really talented.
Is that supposed to be me?
No, that one's you, the small one.
Everyone in the community was asking after you, Mohammed, praying for you, bringing us food.
Really?
So much food.
So much food.
Ah, that's amazing.
Sounds like you've got really amazing neighbours.
Yep.
Why don't you give us a tour?
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay, I'll show you. But don't touch anything. It's fragile. Okay, so these are the speed bumps.
The egg carton.
Yep, and these are the street lights. I use tinfoil and battery candle lights.
So good.
Here's the zebra crossing outside of school, but I call it the tiger crossing.
You know, I think orange and white is so much better than black and white.
I do too.
And here is where Mohammed and his friends wait for deliveries.
Oh, what's this bit?
A receipt.
Authentic.
That was still on one of the pizza boxes Mohammed brought home.
Hey, that's my address.
Ellie looks at me as if for the very first time.
Are you okay, dear? You're turning
I've got to go.
Ellie, wait. It's not what you think, Ellie.
Get away from me.
No. Oh, no.
Mohammed, is she okay?
Mama, we have to leave.
Leave? What are you talking about?
Now.
Do not shout at me. I'm your mother.
Are we going on holiday?
Yes. You just pack your bag. I'm not for a holiday, okay? We're going to fly. No, don't pack. Just bring food or something. Okay, maybe a book. You know, you like books,
Mohammed,
right?
what is going on?
Mama, I think I've made a big mistake.
In The Courier by Dara Mortel, Mo was played by Mohammed El Sandel, Ellie by Maeve Courtier-Lilly, Omar by Ali Gouliad, Mama by Ala Taha, Amna by Fatima Seed Ahmed, D.I. Johnson by Kyle Lima, The Driver by Ben Crow, and Rosa by Laura Dos Santos, with original music by Tom Tripp and Oud music by Nabra. Sound design was by Catherine Robinson. The director was John Norton. It was a BBC Audio Wales production for Radio 4.
And you can hear the final episode at the same time next week.
Is UK society really as polarised as we're led to believe?
We're all here on Earth. We've all got our hearts beating and all look after each other.
I'm Evan Davis, and as Radio 4 explores how well we live together, I'm hearing from people across the UK to understand whether we've more in common than it seems.
Do we have issues? We absolutely do. Do we need to solve them? We do. But that solving has got to come from giving us the tools to do it. I don't want to abandon where I'm from.
Common Ground on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
You're English, we Welsh, we're making you welcome, are we?
Starts on Monday morning at 9.
Now on Radio 4, the anthropologist Gabriella Coleman discovers the limits of our right to repair our own technology in The Hackers.
I can tear anything apart. I'm good at tearing things apart, but now we can't put them back together.
Traditionally, hacking has been the purview of computer experts. It's long been a niche pursuit. However, these days, you may have become a hacker and not even realize it.
Okay, so here in my hand I have an iPhone 11 Pro. So then I pop open the phone. Then I have a few screws to take off around the motherboard so I can access the battery.
Everyday people have become accidental hackers just by repairing the devices they own.
Then plug back in the battery, turn my phone on, and now it says impossible to verify if this iPhone has an original Apple screen.
I'm Gabriella Coleman, a professor of anthropology at Harvard, and this is The Hackers, a series that delves into the hidden histories of hacking and uncovers how it shaped the world as we know it. In this episode, we're exploring one of the newest frontiers of the hacker movement, the right to repair.
My name is Willie Cade. I'm a board member of the Repair Association here in the United States. And as a group, we're trying to address all the issues of right to repair. But for me, I'm focused on agriculture.
Willie comes from a family that has long been enmeshed in agricultural technology. His grandfather was on the board of directors of John Deere for 3 decades and ended up with 158 patents. Now Willie is at the forefront of the right to repair movement in the United States.
The right to repair is really about ownership of products. And in my particular world, I'm working on the issue of right to repair with the Nebraska legislature in trying to get laws that counterbalance the excessive power of companies like John Deere or Case IH. So right now, legislation is pending in Nebraska legislature, and they're going to address it probably the first quarter of next year. The introduction of software to equipment like farm equipment has added enormous capabilities that have never been there before. It's also brought along with it some real problems.
It was the case years ago when you'd buy a tractor, that was the end of it at the buy-sell event. Well, today, the umbilical cord never gets cut. My name is Kevin Kenny, and I grew up on a dairy farm in northeast Nebraska. Basically, I've been involved helping farmers raise corn and soybeans the last 35 years. And I also farmed on the side, so I've pretty much seen all aspects of agriculture in the Midwest.
When he was in college, Kevin learned how to take apart and reassemble farm equipment. At the time, it was a repair class. He didn't realize it would one day make him a hacker.
Before the electronics entered the picture, a farmer would make an agreement to buy a tractor, and he would take 100% ownership of the tractor. Today, that's just the first step of the buy-sell event. The second step is the farmer being told to just check the X, and there's a contract or multiple contracts. What that is, that's an extended use license agreement. That's a EULA. It takes away a lot of things that the farmer could do to his tractor as far as modification and improvement, because on-farm innovation is how we got to where we are today.
In a way, agriculture has always been a seedbed of open-source development. Farmers have long tinkered with their machinery to optimize performance. They had to get the biggest possible crop while fighting against whatever nature throws at them. But these days, a lot of agricultural equipment relies on software, and that software is owned lock, stock, and barrel by the corporations. Farmers cannot touch it, and that leads to a real power imbalance.
Why don't we have an open source tractor in agriculture? That's the only pathway out as far as I'm concerned, because you're not going to be able to regulate these people to be fair. The farmer has lost the ownership of his data, and he's lost the ability to repair his tractors because of the proprietary software that's involved. He's lost the right to go down the street to an independent tractor mechanic. So basically, he's lost consumer rights.
The actual machine you can touch is a property that you own, whereas the software, I don't own it. I only get to use it. But the software controls that device. So that product is really ultimately controlled by the manufacturer, and you only get to use it as they see fit. And they can do any changes they want, and you can't do anything about it.
The farmers have seen the impact of this kind of software lock for a while. But for the rest of us, it's been a more subtle, creeping change. As so many of our devices become so-called smart, phones, washing machines, toasters, we face similar restrictions.
My name's Alexandre. I live in France, in Toulouse, and I started repairing phones when I think I was 14, in the college in France.
Professional repairers saw the changes early. One very common type of software lock is called part pairing.
This example was an iPhone screen. Inside the screen, actually, if you look at the back of the screen, you'll see some chips. Inside these chips, you'll have what's called a serial number that identifies this screen. When the iPhone is built, well, they say like motherboard number 15 will have battery number 16 and screen number 1605. That's hard-coded into all the software stuff that's inside the iPhone. And if I change one of these parts, there's something in the system that will tell the user, prompt him a little message saying, hey, that's not the original screen, so you have a problem. You should go see an Apple store. That's basically part pairing.
Part pairing seems relatively benign, but when one component can't find the piece it's been matched up with, it sometimes results in a degradation of performance, or even the complete loss of certain functions, sometimes without reason.
So Shutdown is a functionality that Apple invented that will recalibrate the colors of your screen. If I replace the original screen by any other screen, this option will simply go away. So that was the first thing we saw, that was screens paired to motherboards. Then we saw batteries paired to the motherboard also. Then iPhone 12 came out, and you had this time the cameras that were paired to the motherboard. Nowadays, on the iPhone 13, if I replace the screen, I will lose Face ID. Face ID, ever since iPhone X, was linked to the motherboard, but if I changed my screen, my Face ID would still work, right? Now the iPhone 13, and it will deactivate Face ID. So it's the first time we see that changing a part that apparently doesn't have a directly linked function with another part. For example, if I change my screen and I didn't have any more vibration, that would be also very weird. Well, now the first thing is you change the screen and you lose Face ID.
But this is not just an issue of not being able to use third-party hardware. Some companies don't want people to repair their own stuff or have third-party repairers touch it. They only want authorized dealers to conduct repairs. What impacts the farmers is that companies bundle all the update software into what is called a payload file, and you might need multiple payloads to repair one machine. The key part here is they encrypt repair information. Basically, they lock it all up with kryptonite, and this lock means only authorized dealers have the ability to access the software, without which a tractor will not run. Willie again.
One of the pieces of information that's in a payload file is the unique serial number of that machine. It's also made up of a unique serial number of the new part that's being installed. It has the software needed for that part to talk to the computer of the product, and it's unique to that particular device that you own. All of that is submitted to the dealer technician, who then has to hook up their laptop computer to the device, let's say a tractor, and then install that payload file onto the device. So not only do you have to have a dealer technician working on your system, that technician has to get, if you will, permission to do the repair and provide the necessary software to make that happen. This gives them real control for years and years and years on repairs of that equipment.
Loss of functionality can be annoying or downright devastating. If you have to type your password each time to unlock a phone, it's one thing. But if a harvester breaks down at a critical moment, take soybeans, for example. You can lose a large percentage of the crop if they get covered in snow. Time is always of the essence. And in a state as large as Nebraska, if your only option is to go to a licensed repair shop, you could be out of time. So farmers have had to find alternatives. Kevin again.
A lot of farmers just don't buy new equipment. That's the first fix. You know, they're running around with old equipment. There's farmers out there that have independent mechanics and they have basic and not 100% capable black market repair software. And I'm going to call it gray market because this software is offered in other continents in the world. It's almost amazing. It seems like you're a victim of whatever your national laws are that allow these corporations to get away with what they get away with.
Restrictions are harmful across all kinds of technology. What's sad is there are many more benefits to be had with more software access. Big data taken from agricultural equipment could optimize farming practice and can be used to minimize its impact on global warming. But when we have no control, when we can't hack our technology, we all stand to lose. Alexander again.
I always loved engineering, so I'd mostly be an engineer that likes to repair, but actually I would consider myself as like an ethical hacker for the good of everyone and the planet. Today, producing a phone releases about 80 kilograms of CO2 into the atmosphere, and it's something between 80 and 90% of these 80 kilos that are produced when the phone is manufactured. It's a really polluting problem. So every time you repair a phone, well, you give him a second life, or a third, or a fourth, or a fifth life.
Not only that, but repairing means instead of giving more money to monoliths, you're supporting local business. Plus it means that your income isn't a barrier to technology. You don't have to drop $1,000 on a new phone, just repair it for $200.
Locally, you're helping your economy, and globally, you're helping out the planet.
The good news is Apple has recently announced it will allow third-party repair, to an extent. But the Nebraska case is coming to a head in the new year.
We must win this. It's for all of our sakes, because we all eat. And what we want is control back, fundamental control of these devices. People are starting to understand this and how pernicious this problem is and can be. So we will win this fight. And frankly, I think it's probably in their best interest to let us win, because in the end, we are their customers. In the end, they need a healthy, vibrant market of farmers to sell their equipment to. So it'll be interesting to see if in this fight we get back to what my grandfather and my father firmly believed, was that the farmer, that they are the people who really need to be served by this, not the corporate interests or the investors.
10 years ago, it was easier to hack your stuff. You could pop open your laptop and slip in a new battery. Today, users face more hurdles, legal and technical. But those who seek total control, preventing us from fixing our stuff, are now facing pushback. People are coming together. The right to repair movement is growing all over the world. Unless they cede some control, they will make hackers of us all.
The Hackers was presented by Gabriella Coleman. It was produced by Elizabeth Ann Duffy, and it...
You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz Longwave. This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on the 27th of June this year. However, you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB, digital radio, and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at 3 o'clock. The UK temperature record for June has been broken for a third day in a row after the Met Office recorded a provisional figure of 36.9 Celsius in Suffolk. A red warning of extreme heat remains in place across London and South East England. More than 600 schools have either been shut or partially closed. Some NHS trusts have been affected by the heat, with several declaring critical incidents. Sam Patel, the medical director of Southmead Hospital in Bristol, says there's increased demand.
Pressure has been really high. Our admissions yesterday were amongst the highest that we've seen in a very long time. The priority is very much about the patients and then also about the staff as well, to make sure they can cope and manage.
Officials in Paris have banned the public consumption and sale of alcohol because of the heat, and the city's Pride March tomorrow has been cancelled. Venezuela's government says nearly 600 people have died after the huge earthquakes that struck the country on Wednesday. The United Nations says that more than 1,000 search and rescue workers from across the world have been deployed. Reporting restrictions have been lifted to allow the media to name a group of men due to go on trial in Manchester as co-defendants of a man accused of conspiring to drug and rape his unconscious wife. The husband, who can't be named to maintain his wife's anonymity, initially denied any wrongdoing, but has since pleaded guilty to a number of the charges he faces, including rape. Buckingham Palace will not be used as the King's official residence once its £369 million renovation is completed. The King and Queen have decided to remain at nearby Clarence House. The palace will continue to be the operational headquarters of the monarchy. The England cricket captain Ben Stokes has taken 3 wickets to reach 250 in his Test career on day 2 of the third Test against New Zealand. The visitors were dismissed for 438 at Trent Bridge a few moments ago. England were 8 without loss in reply. BBC News.
We hop across the Irish Sea for our short work later this hour on Radio 4. An artist is attempting to install her latest piece in an abandoned military fort despite the scepticism of the local caretaker. The day of the papering is at 3:45. Now though.
Hello and welcome to a special edition of Gardener's Question Time. I'm Kathy Clugston.
And I'm Peter Gibbs.
Today's programme is a little different as we pause to pay tribute to our friend and GQT panellist, the plantsman, author and teacher Matthew Biggs, who died last month. Matt sat at the heart of this programme for more than 30 years, bringing kindness, warmth, humour and an awe-inspiring depth of gardening knowledge. Over the next 45 minutes or so, we'll be reflecting on how much he meant to us and to so many of you. Matt devoted himself to what he loved most, sharing his extraordinary knowledge of the natural world. He trained at Kew, a place that shaped both his craft and his curiosity, and was recently awarded the Victoria Medal of Honour, the highest accolade the Royal Horticultural Society can bestow.
In this programme, you'll hear Matt from his very first appearance on Gardener's Question Time, right through to the remarkable final broadcast he made just weeks before he died. You'll hear from friends, colleagues and fellow horticulturists who knew him well and loved him dearly. And you'll also hear from some of our listeners whose lives he touched in ways that go deeper than gardening. Their stories remind us just how much Matthew's enthusiasm, generosity and good humour reached into the world beyond the potting shed.
Let's start at the very beginning. Matt's first appearance on GQT. It was on a building site in Manchester, of all places. It was 1994, and even then you had the sense you were listening to someone rather special.
Hume has been in many ways a monument to the stupidities of the 60s. Bleak high-rise blocks, grey depressing crescents and peeling maisonettes. But now half of that decrepit housing stock is being demolished to make way for new housing association developments, many of them with gardens. And we're joined here at Hume today by some of the tenants who will be moving in, getting to grips with those gardens for the first time. On hand to advise about gardening from scratch, Anne Swithinbank, who can bring a touch of sparkle to the most unprepossessing site, Matthew Biggs of Garden Club and Jeff Hamilton of Gardener's World, both having a day trip to what I'm sure you can hear is still a building site in Manchester. Keep warm. Welcome, please, your Gardeners' Question Time panel. Now, as I said, we've got some of the people who are going to be moving into these developments. Mary Maloney, you're going to be a tenant in one of these units here. What are the problems you're going to face?
What to do with the garden when there's only soil there to get a decent lawn? I mean,
well, you haven't actually got soil at the moment, have you? I mean, looking around...
I will do. I will do.
We've got bricks, we've got broken paving stones, the usual builder's rubble. Matthew?
Well, it's very easy to see here how the compaction's taken place. Piles of paving slabs, you can see the ruts where the machinery has been. And I think the first thing that you really should have is optimism before you start, because it's very easy in a situation like this to look at it and think, never going to get anything from this, it's almost not worth trying. The key thing, though, is to make sure that you see the topsoil that comes in, because topsoil can be extremely variable. If you see it with your own eyes, you can OK it if you like it. If not, for goodness sake, send it back, because that's going to make the difference to how much work there is for you later on.
A building site in Manchester, a gardener's nightmare, but Matt's telling a new homeowner to start with optimism. That was the beginning, and in so many ways it never changed. Always optimism first, and then the topsoil. In the years that followed, Matt's reputation grew as a plantsman, a communicator, and as someone with such a genuine warmth. One person who saw that from the very start was Alan Titchmarsh.
I first met Matt Biggs when I was supervisor of staff training at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew, and Matt was a student. And right then, it was obvious to me that he was incredibly intelligent, had a great sense of humour, but also what shone out through Matt was goodness, and not in a sort of cloying way. He was just a good person. He made you feel better about yourself. His plant knowledge became, over the years, quite phenomenal. He could leave a lot of other people in the shade, knowing a plant family, genus, species, where it came from. He was avid about his interest in gardening, and his love of sharing it just simply shone through. He was one of those people who, when you were with him, the temperature rose because you just felt that much better about life. He was a profound Christian with great beliefs, a Christadelphian, and that shone through in his everyday life. He lived by his own principles, didn't thrust them down your throat. He just lived by them and set everybody a brilliant example. I shall miss him hugely. I shall miss phone calls, which in his latter years came at about 6 in the morning when he couldn't sleep. He'd text me, and I'd had a chest infection, and I was in a bedroom on my own, and my phone beeped at about 6 o'clock in the morning, and I went to it, and he was texting, and I thought, oh, goodness, what's he doing? So we then ended up speaking on the phone at that time in the morning. It then became a joke that he'd ring me up at 5 o'clock if he could. I shall miss him enormously. I shall miss his presence. But like all good people and people who affect you in your daily life, they stay with you in your heart and in your soul. And Matt Biggs will always be a part of me and always be cherished in my soul.
Alan Titchmarsh. And that is so true. Matt really did make you feel better about life. What a great gift. And those 6 o'clock phone calls, well, I suspect Alan wasn't the only one on the receiving end. Matt was a great storyteller and always took us on a journey, whether it was deep into the taxonomy of a plant family, or the history of a great botanist, or on one occasion, the heart of London. In December 2023, as we mark the 75th anniversary of Gardener's Question Time, Matt took long-time producer and friend Dan Cocker to Trafalgar Square.
I'm standing here in Trafalgar Square, surrounded by crowds and crowds of people. To my right, there's a group of carol singers looking as though they're about to burst into song. There's grannies, there's granddads, there's pushchairs, there's little tiny dogs wearing sparkly harnesses. Christmas is really, really here. And amongst all this Christmas spirit is one particular person, our producer, Dan Cocker, who looks even more wide-eyed than usual. Isn't this an amazing scene?
Hello, Bigsy, mate. Merry Christmas.
Coco, Merry Christmas to you.
Tell you what, can you smell those chestnuts roasting? Gorgeous, aren't they?
I can, yeah, intermingled with the good old traditional English donuts.
But the reason why I brought you here is because it's the 75th anniversary of GQT. It's also the 75th anniversary of the Norwegian spruce that the people of Norway gift to us lucky Brits. And you can see this tree right in front of us now. Look at the size of it. How big would you say it is?
At least 100 foot tall, and it's so elegant. It's absolutely beautiful.
Anyway, the reason why you're here is because they're going to turn on the lights.
Oh, that's so exciting.
But before they do, I want to know why the people of Norway give us this tree every year. Why are we so lucky? What have we done to deserve it? So I've lined up a chat with the ambassador to Norway, Richard Wood, and I think I can see him over there. Should we go and find him and say hello?
Yes, please. That would be brilliant. I'm here with Richard Wood, the British ambassador. It's really lovely to see you, Richard. Thank you for your time. And just to add to the magic, they've turned on the fountains. Tell us about this tradition of the tree.
It's turned into pretty much UK's national tree, and it started 75 years ago, and kind of even before that, during the Second World War, when the Norwegian king escaped to the UK with the government and all of Norway's gold. The UK and Norway were bound together through the whole of the war, and this tradition started as a gift from the people of Oslo to commemorate that and to thank the UK.
So the tree comes to us from Norway. Whereabouts in Norway has the tree been growing?
Actually from the city of Oslo. So Oslo is surrounded by forest, and so the city of Oslo nurtures specific trees which they think are going to be really fine trees and grow really tall, and they give them extra light and food. They look after them and choose one every year that is going to be right for Trafalgar Square.
Richard, I know you're really, really busy, and you've got to be there for the switching on of the lights, which is so important.
Well, thanks for having me.
Well, I'm here in Trafalgar Square. The excitement is building. But before she goes to switch on the lights, I'm here with Mayor Borgen, the Mayor of Oslo. Mayor, it's so kind of you to give us your time. Why is the tree so important to the people of Norway?
Today, I think the symbolism, according to this tree, is much deeper. It's a symbol of solidarity, it's a symbol of friendship, and it's a symbol of unity. And I think in the troubled times that we are living in now, traditions are so important. And every year, one of the foresters, the professional workers in the Oslo forests, are picking out trees that can be possible be sent to London. This is a real tree from a real forest. This is about 60-65 years old, and it's 21 meters tall.
Do you know what I imagine? I can imagine all the trees in the forest as the foresters come round. They're all standing there as straight and as fine as they could be. Pick me, pick me,
pick me. Yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question, please? Yes. Having given the people of Britain a Christmas tree for 75 years, aren't you scared that you're going to run out of them?
You know, new trees are growing all the time. And since we are in this unique position that we have forests all around the city, we have enough trees for the next 100 years.
So you've got to go now, Mayor Borgen. You've got to get on that stage and turn on the lights for us all.
Yes, I really look forward to that, because it will be even greater when you turn the lights on. And lights is for hope.
A very happy Christmas from Gardener's Question Time.
Wow, thank you so much, and a happy Christmas to you as well.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Full of the joys of Christmas, absolutely in his element, doorstepping anyone who would stand still long enough to talk about spruce trees, and taking listeners right into the middle of it with his vivid descriptions. Well, next we hear from former GQT panellist Roy Lancaster. A friend and fellow plantsman for decades, he and Matt shared the Victoria Medal of Honour, and it's fair to say, a very similar outlook on life.
I first met Matthew, or Matt to his friends, in 1989. From day one, he impressed us all with his love for plants and gardening, and his natural ability to share his joy and his knowledge with others. We got on immediately. We developed this really close relationship through our plants, and that lasted throughout Matt's life. He could talk about turnips and tomatoes and Brussels sprouts, as well and as poetically as he could, about lilies and orchids and beautiful ferns. He saw beauty in everything, and he was able to share that with others. He was always seeking new things. Being with plants and plant people made Matt so happy. It was his greatest joy, other than, of course, his home comforts and his wonderful family. I think my greatest pleasure was in April this year when we went to see Matt and his family at Wisley to receive the RHS, the Royal Horticultural Society's highest award, the Victoria Medal of Honour. There are not many people who have that, and Matt was fully deserving of it. To be able to present it to him with a whole crowd of his friends and people that he admired, and we all admired him, of course. And to see that, it was one of the happiest times of my life. And I was as shocked as anyone else when I heard the inevitable that he passed away. And I just thought, well, he would be thinking, as I was, there's just one more garden he needs to visit. And I know he will be there now, the garden.
Lifelong friend and colleague Roy Lancaster paying tribute to Matt Biggs. Matt, as we know, was knowledgeable, passionate and generous, but he was also very funny. Here's a good example when a question about an audience member's disappearing broad beans took an unexpected turn.
Christine Cale, Cox Lodge Allotments. I planted 32 broad bean seeds in a mixture of compost and soil and placed them in a cold greenhouse. Only 8 of them germinated, and when I sifted through the pots where the non-germinators were, I couldn't find any evidence of a seed. It just vanished. Any ideas?
Christine, if you think you're hard done by, I once left half a Stilton in my garage and forgot to cover it, and the mice ate the blooming lot.
It's half a Stilton in the garage. Can you tell us why?
Well, I can't really give you the backstory to the Stilton.
Oh,
but,
come on. Can we put it in the podcast, you know?
Yeah, I bought it from a man in a pub. I can't really tell you the whole story, but it was this fascinating thing where, I can get you Stilton.
Did you not want your wife to know? Why were you hiding in the shed?
I don't want anything to know. But basically what happened, he said, I can get you some Stilton. So I thought, that's great. So he said to me, come back on Christmas Eve, be here at 4:15. So I got back in the pub, 4:15, Christmas Eve, with my money. I told him what I wanted. And it was really funny, because there were groups of men sitting at tables around this pub, all looking furtively at one another, like, cheese dealing. And it was, and they were all looking at each other. It's like, do you reckon him over there is here for the cheese? And so I was sitting there thinking, this is absolutely fantastic. And then the bloke arrived about 10 minutes late with this bag full of cheese, and he said, I'm really sorry, but I missed my bus. And he'd been going round the county delivering cheese to the pubs. Anyway, so I bought me cheese and put it in the garage. I think it'd be great because it stunk, absolutely stunk. And then I went to get it on Christmas Day, and all that was left was a pile of crumbs.
I think your family had a lucky escape, frankly. You're hanging around with dodgy cheese dealers. Honestly, Matt.
Can you imagine what happened to that poor mouse?
It's really rough.
It's quite extraordinary.
If I just buy some Stilton, put it next to my Absolutely.
Matt was just full of stories on air and off and made every recording a little brighter. And I will be forever grateful to Matt, because when former chair Eric Robson retired in 2019 after 25 years, I, along with quite a few others, auditioned to be his replacement. Well, Matt was on that mini panel for the audition, and he was so great, so lovely, and I know he put in a few good words for me. And when I arrived for my first real recording, quaking in my boots, I was thrilled to find that Matt was once again on the panel. He was so kind and encouraging and immediately made me feel part of the family. As well as making you laugh, Matt could also make you stop and look, really look at what's right in front of you, even somewhere as grand and familiar as Horse Guards Parade.
Here in the centre of London, not a stone's throw from Downing Street and by Horse Guards Parade, amongst the elegant buildings of government, there stands one building, and it looks like a giant green grumpy monster. We've come here to find out about the Boston ivy that covers the building. Do you know, it's probably the most subliminally famous Boston ivy in the country.
Hello. Hi there, it's Matt Biggs from Gardener's Question Time.
Okay. Hello Dave. Hello Mike.
Welcome.
Oh, good to see you. Lovely to see you. Gosh, you've even got a chair ready for me. That's hospitality.
Come on in, sit yourself down. Welcome to ISS St Vincent, better known as the Citadel. It's a windowless building, as you know, walls several feet thick, foundations thicker than that. The building itself was built in 1941 as a safe haven for the Admiralty to be able to use to do their communications. Right up until 1992 it was known as the Citadel, but changed name in 1992 to HMS St Vincent.
Dave, I'm dying to look at the ivy. Can we go out and see it now?
Certainly we can. Shall we just go up to the roof, since how we've come inside first, and have a look at what was the grassed roof, and then we'll go straight out and look at the ivy.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay.
I can't believe I'm up on the roof. I mean, the view here, looking over the walls across to Horse Guards Parade, Big Ben beyond, and a Union Jack flying proudly. And then I spin round and look at the roof here that was once lawn, and it is covered with cedar. It's a proper green roof. Tell me the story of the installation of the lawn, David.
Okay, so I don't know much actually about the installation of the original lawn, although I do have some pictures of men with scythes actually up harvesting and making hay in the 1950s. So we know categorically...
It was more than a lawn, a meadow.
Yeah, it was more than a lawn. It was left to grow pretty long and pretty ragged from what we could see.
But now, obviously, quite different. When was the decision made to change from lawn to sedum roof?
In about early 2000, we actually had a leak in the building, rainwater coming into the building, so we had to unfortunately strip back all the soil and the grass that was on the roof, many tons of soil, and a decision was made at the time by the Defence Infrastructure Organisation not to replace the soil and grass, but to go with this sedum style covering.
It's a wonderful opportunity for me to actually see the roof. It does actually show you the value and benefit of having green roofs and green walls, and we can actually see at the top of the creeper coming up over the walls, and I would imagine that if it wasn't managed and wasn't cut back from the tops, it would probably cover the entire roof as well.
It's like a huge fringe, isn't it? As though somebody needs to take this building to the hairdressers.
And we're not the only admirers of this roof. Once a year we get a duck. We're not sure if it's the same one, but every year she comes and she lays her eggs on the roof here, and we religiously call the RSPCA and get her to come and bring them, put her back out into the park once she's had her young.
Well, I've just heard the strike of Big Ben, so now it's done its job for us. It's telling us, go down and see the ivy.
Let's go.
So we now come down from the roof to the hundreds of square metres of this vast Boston ivy cloaking the walls. David, it's an extraordinary organism.
As I said inside, showing you some of the documents, we don't know the exact date it was planted. We know it was planted as a beautification exercise and not actually as a camouflage exercise for the war. But other than that, the actual planting we know precious little about.
Mike, a huge area of Boston ivy growing here. What would the maintenance be if somebody thought, do you know what, I'd like to grow something like this on a wall at home?
Well, I think the first thing you really need to grasp is what a real bully this plant can be. But if you have got a mortared house, it will attach quite a lot of weight. There's a lot of weight suspended from the tendrils. And we do have some experience of that happening here. It was growing up this wall, as I say, it was being planted in the mid-50s. In 2005, overnight, this whole western flank of the Parthenon Sisters came down overnight and was laying down across these lawns and across the footpaths. But it shows you what a bold and robust plant that it is, in that the entire lot was coppiced. And what we see now, the green wall again, has grown up again since that time.
David, who does this ivy actually belong to? really good question. I think if it came up in a court of law, I'm not sure how I would argue it. Historic England, who did a lot of this research for us, certainly suggested that part of the listing of the building would encompass the ivy. It wouldn't actually form part of the listing, but it does form part of the surrounds and the surroundings. Who actually owns it? Well, I guess the roots leave the exact edge of the building, and therefore probably it belongs to Royal Parks if you're going by the roots. But the tentacles and tendrils that go into the wall then probably become ours. So I guess it's probably 50-50 would be fair, eh?
So what part of the maintenance does that leave you with then, Mike?
We've got 1,700 trees in St James's and the Green Parks. We have avenues of London plane trees. I think in the grand scheme of things, it's probably not that significant. But the main thing is that we remove it as it falls and don't leave it too long so it doesn't burn the grass. And we try and reduce the extent of returfing that we have to do. We have approximately 18 million visitors a year, and the vast majority will be coming to Buckingham Palace. And that's why we're so proud, really, of having this creeper here. It is an amazing contribution to the park landscape. It doesn't require much maintenance. It has provided some biodiversity, a green wall. It is improving the environment for Londoners, and it's so easy to look after, apart from a few occasional mishaps.
Well, if it's going to be called an inspired choice, the MOT will happily take credit for it.
Well, that's been fascinating. So next time you come down to London and you walk by the Citadel, just stop. Look at this wonderful Boston ivy, and remember that every plant has a story.
We get lots of questions about how to screen ugly objects on this programme, but that was a whole different ballgame. As usual, Matt took it in his stride and took us right with him. Fellow GQT panellist Christine Wharton was a close friend and, as it turns out, a regular recipient of those lovely phone calls that we heard about earlier.
Hello, I'm Christine Wharton, a horticulturalist all my life. I first met Matt when I started Gardeners Question Time as a panellist. He came across as a friendly, enthusiastic and knowledgeable chap. He was special to work with because he cared about what he was saying and the heritage that Gardening Question Time has. He had integrity and total honesty. Listeners will have no idea of the dedication and hard work with which Matt put into everything he did, be it of a horticultural nature or when broadcasting. Matt made people feel secure, ensured that they understood his advice and was friendly and helpful. His biggest contribution to gardening, broadcasting and life in general was his honesty. The one thing I will miss most about Matt is his regular phone calls to chat about plants. He would always ask what I'd seen recently, where I'd travelled to, and which plants I'd never seen before and were new to me. He loved coming over to see the images of the plants from all over the world. He told me that in my travelling and sharing my images with him, it made him feel that he'd been on holiday and travelling with me. He passed on rare seeds and plants, often which contained my name. These will remind me of a kind, loving and meaningful friendship that now will be sadly missed.
Integrity, honesty, regular phone calls about plants, and rare seeds passed on with a very personal connection. For those of you just joining us, we're paying tribute to GQT panellist and plantsman Matthew Biggs, who sadly passed away last month. Matt had a passion for wildlife and biodiversity which ran through everything that he did in gardening. Here he talks about hedges and, as ever, finding a way to turn a straightforward question into something much richer.
Elizabeth Colson from Gillingham in Dorset. I wonder if the team could recommend a variety of shrubs which would grow to 6 feet and then stop, that I can put as a hedge.
A well-behaved hedge, was it? What sort of shrubs can... well, they're not going to stop, I suppose, but which ones can be kept to 6 feet?
I would say something like the hawthorns. Now, I know they grow really big. They don't your husband still will be able to cut them from ground level, just keep them low. Mainly because they are just such great burglar deterrents and really good for wildlife. It's a really good wildlife hedge. The other thing that grows quite nicely is evergreen, is Viburnum tinus, which is a very, very pretty plant, has lovely flat clusters of white flowers followed by dark fruits. So I would look at these plants very, very carefully, get a good mix, but think about burglar deterrents and wildlife, because there is a great opportunity to provide for the birds and the animals and the insects.
Thank you very much.
Matt always saw the garden as a living system, not just something to look at, but a place where birds, insects and small creatures had as much right to be as anyone else. And if a shrub could attract bees and deter burglars, so much the better. That holistic thread ran all the way through his career, from his very earliest appearances to his last. Fellow GQT panellist Anne Swithenbank met Matt back in the late 1980s. Here are some of her memories.
The first time I met Matt must have been at a Kew Guild dinner back in the late 1980s when we were both just starting out. He just seems to have always been around in the backdrop of my working life, arms outstretched, ready to wrap his friends in that familiar bear hug. Matt was a generous gardener and on his way to recordings often called into specialist nurseries. Many of the time he'd delve into a bag backstage and produce an unusual plant he'd decided I would like. I kept the slightly tender Lavandula pinnata for many years before it succumbed to a cold winter, and I still enjoy the late winter flowers of Cape Cowslip Lacunalia that started as a tiny potful from Matt. I shall treasure that now. I can't believe he won't turn up at some future recording. I'll miss his warmth and genuine pleasure at meeting his friends and sharing the panel with such a knowledgeable and able plantsman.
Like Anne, I was the lucky recipient of one of Matt's special gifts. Inside my bag was a lovely little chrysanthemum with silver grey leaves and a pink daisy-like flower. "It's called Elspeth," he said. That's our daughter's name. She lives around the other side of the world in New Zealand, so we don't get to see her very often. "I know how much you miss her," said Matt, "so I thought this way you can pop her in the garden and have her close by all the time." I later discovered it's a very rare variety, so he'd had to track it down to a specialist nursery. It's said to have originated in Queen Victoria's garden at Osborne House. Well, Elspeth's now also growing in other GQT panellist gardens because I've passed on cuttings, and you might even see it in one of the royal parks, courtesy of Matthew Pottage. Typical of Matt Biggs, an act of thoughtfulness and kindness that just grows and grows.
Matt was an amazing all-rounder, a plantsman extraordinaire with an encyclopedic knowledge of ornamental plants, but also passionate about down-to-earth edibles too. And he had a gift for inspiring the next generation of gardeners. He always took the time to encourage young people and share his knowledge with them. Whatever the season, he always seemed to have the perfect timely tip and knew exactly what we should be sowing, planting or planning next.
I'm Jonas Osterley and I'm a pupil at Hunston School. I was wondering what you would recommend us to plant in our small school garden vegetable plot now for harvesting in the spring.
OK, how old are you, Jonas?
10.
And do you enjoy gardening?
A bit.
Well, let's see if we can get you even more enthusiastic.
Matt, for culinary interest, broad beans, of course, and garlic. And the broad beans can be eaten when they're very, very small. Most people wait till the broad beans have grown quite large and then harvest from the pods, but they are very tasty when they're very small. And the other thing that I would do is, on the cold winter nights, get some seed catalogues together and start making a wonderful list of things that you would like to grow and get those ordered and get the veg plot organised, ready for next year.
Okay, thanks.
You're going to be busy, Jonas. You're going to have to get a few friends, I think, to help you out with that one. But good luck with it. Because I think it's time now to actually move on to topical tips. Matt, we'll start with you.
Well, microgreens, which are used by all the top chefs, are actually seedlings that are harvested when the first 2 true leaves appear. And it's a great way of using leftover seeds of any crop with edible leaves, like herbs. All you need to do is fill a seed tray with about 5 centimetres of multi-purpose compost, scatter the seeds over the surface, loosely over the surface, then cover them with a fine layer of compost and place the seed tray in a warm, bright place indoors.
And when these seedlings emerge, after you having kept the compost moist until they've grown, just harvest them through with a pair of scissors, keeping as much of the stems as possible because that's where the flavour is, and you'll find that you've got something that's tasty and highly nutritious. And if you want to grow larger seeds like peas, then they will germinate on a kitchen roll.
As ever, sowing seeds of inspiration as well as tasty vegetables. Since Matt passed away, the messages have poured in from listeners from across the globe. Here's one that arrived shortly after his final broadcast from Derek Hannon.
I would like to express my sincere condolences to Matt Biggs' family and to his friends on the GQT panel on his sad passing. I thoroughly enjoyed the last episode with Matt, the characteristic honesty with which he spoke of his terrible illness, and the way Peter Gibbs handled the awkward silence so sensitively. We will all die. Some of us are perhaps fortunate that we get advance warning and have the chance to make our peace with the world. May Matt enjoy honing his great skills in the Garden of Paradise, and may he rest in peace.
Derek heard something in Matt's final programme that many of us felt too. The courage he had, knowing what was coming, but choosing to face it with openness rather than silence. We also received a message from Rachel, who moved from the UK to Canada 20 years ago, and for whom Gardener's Question Time, and particularly Matt's voice, had become something more precious than just a programme about plants.
Dear GQT team, I was so moved by the recent episode of Gardener's Question Time, featuring Matt Biggs for the last time. I wanted to let you all know how much not just gardening, but also Gardener's Question Time has contributed to my mental well-being. I moved to Canada from the UK 20 years ago, and listening to Gardener's Question Time has always been a happy place for me, especially through the long winters here, which last many months and often drop to -30 Celsius. 4 years ago, we lost one of our beautiful children in a car accident, and it felt like we were plunged into the darkest winter possible. I couldn't listen to music for a long time, but Gardener's Question Time has been a sanctuary for me on many days, and Matt's voice has been part of that sanctuary. I do hope that my message, and the many others I'm sure you will receive, can reflect back some of the light that you've sent out to others. Thank you so much to all of the Gardener's Question Time team, and much to Matt's family.
Rachel, thank you so much for your deeply moving and personal message. You know, working on this programme feels very much like being part of a big family, and you and all our listeners are, we realise, a part of that family. So it's humbling to hear that we can bring some comfort to you, while we and Matt's family are, in turn, lifted and comforted by your amazing messages. Thank you. It means a lot. The horticultural world recognised Matt's contribution in the highest possible terms. Earlier this year, at RHS Garden Wisley, he was presented with the Victoria Medal of Honour. Tim Apson, Director of Gardens and Horticulture at the RHS, was there that day.
I first got to know Matt 40 years ago. He had just graduated from the Q Diploma in Horticulture. I was just starting on the course, and I still vividly remember meeting him for the first time, someone full of passion, enthusiasm, and particularly a welcoming, warm smile. Well, since then, we've met quite often, on and off, maybe even working on a few projects. And so it was great sadness to hear of his illness, and then earlier this year, how his health was seriously deteriorating. What made Matt so special, of course, it was his great body of work, broadcasting as an author. But for me, it was very much a communicator about plants and horticulture. Maybe a common career path these days, but back then when he started, to be able to communicate so effectively was maybe much less common. So he was a kind of pioneer in that sense, but it was also the way he did that with expert knowledge, warmth and enthusiasm. We hosted him at RHS Garden Wisley to present the VMH to him, amongst probably a unique gathering of horticulturalists, where we celebrated his many achievements in horticulture, but also Matt's as a person and someone who we all very much loved. So when we departed on that day, it was with a promise of meeting again at the RHS Chelsea Flower Show. Maybe a promise based in hope rather than reality. And although we were hoping to welcome Matt on Chelsea Monday, sadly he was too ill to travel. But he was insistent that his children made that journey, and he was very much there in spirit with his children. Well, of course, when we heard the news on Thursday morning of Chelsea Week that Matt had passed away, I guess we all take a moment to reflect. And I had in my mind's eye Matt looking down for one last time with that warm smile on his face, full of passion and enthusiasm.
Thank you, Tim. I love to think of Matt looking down for one last time with that warm, infectious smile. Now to a recent clip that many of you will have heard last month, recorded at the Surge Hill Project in Hertfordshire. This was Matt's final appearance on the programme, recorded just weeks before he died. Peter and I asked him one final question that day. How do you feel about the garden now?
Well, it's really, really interesting. The most difficult bit was when my mobility disappeared and I've just sort of wasted away. And I've lost so much weight, it's just muscle and bone. But I wouldn't recommend this as a weight loss diet or anything like that. Okay, don't do it. But the garden, I reluctantly let go to my wife Jill, like really reluctantly, and still feel a reluctance because that's, letting go of my life. But I've looked at it now and I'm seeing somebody else doing something with it. And that's what happens. Gardens are they just roll on. I had a great friend called Will Giles who had an exotic garden in Norwich, and it was fantastic. And he died of cancer. And the garden died with it, and I thought that was rather romantic. Everybody was going, how do we keep it? How do we keep it going? And it died with the garden, and the creator had gone, the creativity went. So Jill has it now. I watch from the windows what she's doing. But you must also remember that not everybody's blessed with a garden, and some people are in tower blocks and what have you, and don't have a lot of money to spend. So house plants, make an inside garden around yourself. We've been doing a lot of that as well. There's orchids in the bathroom where there never used to be. Jill's got a collection of cacti and succulents on the windowsill, and they're not very expensive, but you can do it. So, make a garden for yourself indoors and bring that beauty even closer if you're confined to bed. Chloe, my youngest, is getting interest in plants, which is fantastic. So excited about that. Really, really excited. She buys loads of cut flowers, and as soon as she comes through the door with cut flowers, you feel great. So just, the doctors will do this, give you that, but that you've got your own therapy, which you can have every day, and that is by going out in the garden. If anybody will take you to anywhere where there are plants, for goodness sake go, because in many ways we know that with plants your mental health is in your hands.
With plants, your mental health is in your hands. That was Matt, right to the end. Generous, wise, always thinking of other people.
Matthew Biggs spent 40 years making feel that a garden, whatever form it takes, whether it's a window box, a seed tray, or houseplants on a hospital windowsill, was always worth our attention. It all counted, and it all mattered. Matt started his GQT career on a building site in Manchester, telling a new homeowner to begin with optimism. He ended it at a project in Hertfordshire built around the idea that gardens can help restore health and happiness. In between, he brought that same spirit to every recording, every question, every plant he ever pressed into a colleague's hands backstage. Our love and our deepest condolences go to his wife Jill, daughters Jessica and Chloe, and son Henry, and to everyone listening today who is feeling his absence.
Matthew Biggs, supreme plantsman, broadcaster, teacher friend. Always start with optimism, he told us 30 years ago. Well, he showed us how to do that right to the end. Goodbye.
Gardener's Question Time was produced by Matt Smith and Rani Prescott. It's a Something Else production for BBC Radio 4. Artist Kayla's battling negativity in the hills of Donegal next here on Radio 4 in our short work by the award-winning Irish writer Bernie McGill. But first, Last Word is in a quarter of an hour. Here's John Wilson.
On Last Word this week, Alan Greenspan, the economist trusted by presidents on both sides of the American political spectrum, but who some blame for the 2008 economic crisis. The amazing story of Tulsi Vajani, who survived a plane crash that claimed the lives of the rest of her family, but who went on to become a visual difference campaigner. Teddy Beverly, the last surviving member of the original UK girl group, the Beverly Sisters, huge musical stars of 1950s television. And the French sailing champion Charlie Dallan, who smashed the record for racing around the world at last year's infamous Vendée Globe competition whilst privately battling cancer. They're all coming up after the news at 4.
Now, in a specially commissioned short work from Bernie McGill, we take you to Ireland, where an artist attempts to complete her latest piece.
The Day of the Papering by Bernie McGill. Read by Amy Molloy. It's the day of the papering, and Kayla has asked Dermot to help her carry what she needs up to the house. The path is uneven, overgrown with heather, and though the sky is clear now, the grass underfoot is still slippery from the morning's rain. They carry a narrow trestle table between them. The table isn't heavy, but it's an awkward length for carrying. Across Kayla's chest is a canvas satchel that holds scissors and brushes, a scalpel, a measuring tape. In the bag too, a digital camera, an airmail letter of thin blue paper with a postmark from more than 60 years before, a curling family photograph. In his other hand, Dermot balances a lightweight stepladder. She walks in front, because after weeks of trekking through here, she is most sure of the way. She can feel the wood of the table push forward through her hand as he trudges behind. But she chooses her steps, compels him to walk to her pace. Between them, they grapple the table over the wire netting fence. Dermot drops the stepladder down beside it. Then they return to the road for the rolls of paper that she has wrapped in offcuts, a bucket of ready mixed homemade paste. Could you not have picked a building near the road? Dermot says. It had to be this one, she answers him. I don't see the point, he says, and Kayla says nothing. If there had been anyone else to help, she would have asked them. But there isn't, so he'll have to do. The whole thing'll be ruined again in days, he says. And even if it wasn't, nobody'll see it. Not unless you count the starlings and the moon. Waste of time, if you ask me. He adds when there's no response from her. Waste of money, too. No one did ask you, she says. She picks up the bucket, heads back to the fence. Dermot walks behind her. Neither of them speaks. The site is an abandoned military fort. It overlooks Loch Swilly on a headland in Donegal, half an hour from the border. These days, the original military hospital houses the offices of an art organisation. The former mess is an exhibition space and museum. Kayla is artist in residence for the month of June. She has always wanted to come here. Dermot's employed by the council as a groundsman, an on-site caretaker. Kayla had assumed he had worked here for years. He seems like such a fixture about the place, but Ingrid in the office told her he'd only been there a few months. He used to be a builder, she said. In his 40s, Kayla reckons. A few years older than her. Thick-set, weather-beaten. Largely incommunicative, though he's making up for that today. Mostly he's unshaven. There's a bit of a fuss off his clothes. He's generally understood to be a grumpy git, but he seems to have taken exceptional offence to her and her work. Together they reach the house. They wrangle the table in through the doorway, prop it against a wall in what was once a living room. In many of the buildings on the site, the wooden floors have given way, have crashed into sunken foundations. But the floor in this house is sound, and Kayla has swept the broken plaster and blown leaves into the open hearth, where they lie with the twigs and dried grass from a bird's nest that has dropped down through the chimney. Dermot casts an eye around and snorts. "Good luck with the redecorating," he says, and leaves. She's spent days in here prepping walls, has measured and remeasured the distance from the mantelpiece to the flaking picture rail, the breadth of the chimney breast. The panelling below the dado is still intact, and this the best, the most public of the rooms. Kayla steps into the doorway, looks down the hillside in the direction from which they've come. Beyond is the pier and the loch, deep and grey, the caves unfanned opposite. Not for the first time, she imagines what it would have been like to be here when the place was alive, when her mother and grandparents lived here. The day she had arrived at the fort, the first day of the residency, Ingrid had picked her up from the bus stop in town. There had been some disruption, dozens of protesters blocking the main road as Kayla and Ingrid tried to make their way through. "What's going on?" Kayla had asked. "A demonstration. From the homeowners," Ingrid said. "They're picketing the council offices, trying to get the attention of local councillors." They drove slowly past demonstrators with placards that read, "Save our homes. We have a right to a safe place to live." Ingrid filled her in. Everyone in the town knew someone whose new-built home had developed structural cracks, had begun to subside within years of construction. It was some time before the problems were linked to defective building materials, blocks that contained a mineral that absorbed and trapped water in foundations and in walls, causing them to swell, to crack and crumble over time. The government had eventually offered compensation, but not enough to cover the rising costs of the rebuilds. In the evenings, Kayla has taken to walking the narrow country roads that mirror the curve of the bay below the fort. A couple of miles inland, there's a house that she passes, a modern design. At a guess, she'd say it was less than 20 years old, with window frames and drain pipes of white PVC. But the place looks more abandoned than the fort. The site is overgrown with fireweed and meadow thistle, clumps of grass sprouting from the guttering, the rusted frame of a trampoline tangled in the weeds of what must have once been a lawn. In an upstairs window she had glimpsed pink gingham curtains, Disney stickers on the glass. The evening sun picked out the cracked render of the gable. But one evening, as she passed a little later than usual, she had caught a movement in a downstairs window, a head bent over a gas flame. In the overgrown driveway, choked with weeds, she had recognised Dermot's battered van. She asked Ingrid about the place. "It's his house," Ingrid said, "or what's left of it. His wife took their daughter, moved into town. He stays with his sister most of the time, but these clear evenings when the weather's mild, I think he sleeps out there." Kayla sets to work now in the house on the abandoned base, gives the walls one last pass with a wire brush before she starts. She lays a roll out on the trestle table, weights it down with a stray brick, cuts the paper to length, plasters the underside with the flour and water paste she has made, and steps onto the ladder to place the first length. The paper bubbles against the wall. She does her best to smooth it out, running a soft brush over the creases. She has printed the wallpaper herself. In the makeshift studio she has assembled at the keeper's cottage where she's been staying, has done her best to replicate the pattern in the photograph she has brought. In the studio she has stenciled and emulsioned and inked, adjusted the intensity of colour, until she has found the effect that she wants. And now, on the wall of the deserted house, sprays of cornflowers are blooming again, blue petals and green buds, framed like pictures by the battens on the wall. It's as close as she has been able to get to the original wallpaper in the photograph she has. The picture that was taken in this room. Her grandmother as a young woman with curled hair and an open gaze. Her grandfather in uniform, a pale cravat at his throat, and squeezed between them on the sofa, a smiling girl in a Fair Isle sweater. Kayla's mother, Sarah, as a child. A neighbour had taken the photograph, her grandmother told her. She and her mother had papered the room as a surprise for him coming home on leave. "You look just like her," her grandmother used to say. Kayla could never see it. Her mother had died soon after she was born. She had no memory of her. Between the sprays of cornflower, she has printed handwritten lines, extracts from the letter she carried in her bag, a letter her grandfather had sent to her grandmother from his last tour of duty in Congo. He was careful about what he wrote, nothing too personal or too graphic in the content, but there are glimpses of what their mission had been. "Since I last wrote," one line reads, "I've seen a great deal I would rather not have seen." When the paper is dried, she trims the excess, neatens up the ends. Then she takes the photograph and the letter from her satchel and props them up on the mantelpiece, unpacks her camera and begins to photograph the work. Late in the afternoon, she's sitting on the upturned paste bucket on the floor facing the fireplace, reviewing the photos she's taken. The air in the house is cooler now. Outside, the sky is darkened. She is due to leave tomorrow. She is very tired now. She hears a rustle of movement by the door, and when she turns, Dermot is there. He stops on the threshold, says, "I thought you might need a hand back down with the table. The weather's to break before long." Then he raises his eyes, takes in what she's done. He walks to the mantelpiece. "Who's this?" he asks and picks up the photograph. Kayla makes to rise. "My grandparents, my mother between them. They lived here," he says. She nods. "My grandfather was in the army. My mother was born here." He eyes the walls. "You found the same paper?" "I printed it," she says. He looks again at the wallpaper, moves closer, begins to read. "These lines, what are they?" "From a letter. My grandfather wrote them." "We found a child," he reads aloud. Kayla doesn't speak. "There are no heroes here," he reads. "You've told a story," he says, turning to face her. "Your family story. You've papered it on the walls." "The rain started," Kayla says. "Are you right?" They take an end of the table each. Outside, fine drops are falling. Grass is slick with rain. Dermot walks ahead, his pace more measured now. A bird rises out of a rowan tree. It hops up onto the roof of a lean-to, cocks its head at them. "There's your starling," Kayla says to Dermot's back. "Return to inspect the works. Now, if I could just get the nod from the moon, I'd know it would have all been worth it." Dermot doesn't speak. She can't see his face from where she is, but something in the loosening of his shoulders, a twitch in his jaw as he turns a little to look out over the loch, makes her think that he could be smiling.
The Day of the Papering was written by Bernie McGill and read by Amy Malloy. The producer was Michael Shannon. It was a BBC Audio Northern Ireland production for Radio 4. And if you enjoyed the writing as much as I did, you may like to know that there are 2 more works by the award-winning writer Bernie McGill available at Heart Centre, and He Who Conquers Himself is the Mightiest Warrior. You can find both by searching for short works.
You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz Longwave. This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on the 27th of June this year. However, you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB, digital radio, and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at 4 o'clock. A new UK temperature record has been set for June. Provisional data from the Met Office shows it reached 37.1 Celsius in Cavendish in Suffolk, breaking the record for the 3rd day in a row. A red extreme heat warning is in place for millions of people in London and South East England. Tom Rivett-Carnac is a climate expert who was involved in the 2015 Paris Climate Accord. He hopes the heatwave will finally banish any scepticism people have about the need to do more about climate change.
We've had the hottest ever June day, NHS Trust declaring emergencies. The London Ambulance Service responded to the highest ever number of life-threatening emergencies this week. This is all around us, and the world is a complicated place now. We have a crisis of disinformation, we have serious actors trying to prevent change happening, but the reality is there. Everyone in the UK is experiencing this right now.
Venezuela's interim president says nearly 600 people are now known to have died when 2 huge earthquakes struck on Wednesday. Delcy Rodriguez said around 3,000 others had been injured and that the military was taking control of the worst affected areas. The pilot of a light aircraft has died in a crash in Devon. The plane came down just before 10 o'clock this morning near Dunkeswell airfield. The pilot is believed to be a woman in her 40s. Downing Street has said it's very concerning. An American fighter pilot was able to avoid trial under English law for strangling a woman in Cambridge. Captain Jacob Wolfson was court-martialed at a US airbase where he was found guilty of strangulation but cleared of a number of other charges, including sexual assault. The England cricket captain Ben Stokes has taken 3 wickets to reach 250 in his Test career on day 2 of the 3rd Test against New Zealand. The visitors were dismissed for 438 at Trent Bridge. At tea, England were 73 for 1 in reply, with Ben Duckett hitting 50. BBC News.
When someone says ancient Greece, you might think of its gods, mythology or epic battles. But what was it actually like to live as an ancient Greek?
The Athenians were a hugely litigious lot. They were always in and out of court as far as we can see.
I'll be uncovering 5 stories of fascinating real lives from the streets of ancient Greece.
She kind of says, do to me what you want, see if I care.
Helped by historians and guests, including Martin Scorsese.
He is a gangster, and he knows how to move it.
Being Greek, with me, Mary Beard. Continues on Tuesday mornings at 9 on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
Do the numbers in these record temperatures being bandied about add up? And why the wet bulb temperature matters? As usual, More or Less has all the answers here on Radio 4 in half an hour. But now, it's Last Word with John Wilson.
Sisters, sisters, there were never such devoted sisters.
This week on Last Word, we remember Teddy Beverly, the last surviving member of the Beverly Sisters. Also, plane crash survivor Tulsi Vajani, who became an ambassador for people with visible differences. And the record-breaking round-the-world sailor Shali Dalan. But we start with a giant of American economics.
Look, I was brought up in the canyons of Wall Street. I know euphoria and fear and greed firsthand. It's there. There's no doubt about it.
The voice of Alan Greenspan, who served as chairman of the US Federal Reserve for nearly 20 years from 1987 onwards. Tasked with setting interest rates, regulating banks and ensuring the stability of the dollar, he was one of the most powerful people in the financial world. Greenspan presided over the longest sustained period of US economic growth in a generation, and he worked under 4 presidents on both sides of the political divide: Reagan, Bush, Clinton and Bush Jr. He stood down as chairman of the Federal Reserve in 2006 after an unprecedented 5 terms in office. But when the global financial crisis struck 2 years later, many economists pointed accusingly at Greenspan's neoliberalism as one of the causes of the crash. Stephanie Flanders is head of economics and government at Bloomberg. She knew Alan Greenspan, and she said that despite his reputation as a serious man obsessed with fiscal data, she remembers him as a surprisingly cosmopolitan character.
There was a sort of star-studded sort of aspect to him because, of course, he moved in these slightly more, certainly cooler circles and more celebrity-filled circles than the average central banker. I mean, he actually seems to have been someone who was just extraordinarily able at many things from an early age. He was very good at sports and a big baseball fan. He was also good at maths, and that clearly came through a bit later, and was a professional clarinetist and saxophone player for a big jazz band, and actually was touring with a big band in his 20s before he decided to go to university. So, I mean, I am struck quite often when you look at these characters, and it was the same with Larry Summers and some others, they all turn out to have been very big baseball fans, but of course in baseball, more than many other sports, there's sort of algorithms and quite a lot of stats involved. So you quite often find economists who are also very interested in baseball, and he was a big New York Yankees fan.
In 1987, Ronald Reagan promoted him to chairman of the US Federal Reserve, and then, as we say, for the next 20 years or so, he became one of the most powerful men in the world. Can you tell us something about his impact and his influence on global economics during that time?
He played a huge role, I mean, not only in shaping policy at the Federal Reserve, which of course is, still is and was certainly at the time the most important central bank in the world, but I think he shaped the way that a whole generation of policymakers thought about the economy, thought about markets. Some economists would say his biggest contribution was that he identified that the sort of productivity gains associated with computers were not being fully captured in the data, and that actually the economy could grow faster than previously thought and without triggering inflation. And that's what, there's a lot of people who ended up getting jobs who wouldn't have had jobs in an earlier era because the economy wouldn't have been able to grow as fast.
My real job was trying to anticipate what was going to happen. In many cases, we were able to do just that. So it was a large struggle against a huge world of uncertainty.
It's so fascinating that he worked under several administrations, under President Reagan, under Clinton, under George Bush Sr. I mean, what was it about Alan Greenspan that made him such a trustworthy figure, I guess, to presidents of such different political stripes?
He was part of this global shift in the end, but an intellectual shift in the US away from sort of Keynesian state intervention to a more hands-off deregulatory approach. That was part of how he then became someone who Republican presidential hopefuls would go and talk to and seek advice from. I think he was kind of the middleman for this kind of quite high academic views of the economy and people who were sort of in the grubby business of politics. He was someone who was able to kind of move between those circles, as well as, having lots of girlfriends and being a popular guy.
The collapse of one of America's biggest investment banks has sent shockwaves around the world. Share prices have plummeted and thousands of jobs are in jeopardy.
There was that absolute crash in 2008 and then a terrible global economic downturn, the worst since the Great Depression. Did Alan Greenspan fail to read the markets correctly in the run-up to that crash?
I mean, he famously admitted that there had been a flaw in his thinking, that he had really thought that the financial industry would be able to regulate itself to some degree. And he kind of trusted, and I remember this at the time at the Treasury, we had debates about whether one should regulate some of these new derivative products that were coming onto the market. And his view was that these were grown-up investors who were involved in these things, and that it was in their interest to understand them, and therefore they could be trusted. And he admitted in this testimony years afterwards that there had been a flaw in his thinking, that in fact many of the people at these financial institutions didn't understand these very complex products, and we all ultimately paid the price.
What is his legacy as a giant of global economics, Stephanie?
I think when you look back, his legacy will be not only the impact he had on policy making and on just the way that a whole generation thought about the US economy, but also his, by association, we will associate him with a period where the economy was growing, where we didn't have to worry about inflation, where we hadn't had the kind of depth of financial crisis that we then saw and struggled to come out of from 2007 onwards. So he had both the brains to be at a high level of economic policy making in that period, but one would also have to say the good fortune.
Stephanie Flanders on Alan Greenspan, who has died at the age of 100. In February 1990, Indian Airlines Flight 605 crashed whilst attempting to land at Bangalore Airport. 92 people of the 146 on board were killed, including the entire family of the then 10-year-old Tulsi Vajani from London. Miraculously, Tulsi survived the crash, but with appalling physical injuries.
My parents decided now's the time for me and my brother to experience life, coming from a South Asian community, growing up in Britain. We didn't know what it was like to live in India, so the poverty and everything. So my parents wanted us to experience life and really, I suppose, appreciate what we have here. And I'm literally fighting with my brother on the plane. Him being the youngest, he always got his way. And then I just hear my grandmother's voice, who I've now left back here in the UK. But I'm under sedation, so I have no idea what's going on. I don't have no recollection of where I am at this point, because all I hear is her voice. Tulsi, you've been involved in a plane crash. Your mum, dad and Ganesh, which is my brother, are no longer here. But you look different. They were going to remove the bandages from my eyes, and I think they kept saying, I don't think she really realizes the gravity of this. But then when I looked at my left hand, red raw with scars and metal rods sticking out to straighten my fingers, I realized something has happened, but I still didn't realize the severity of what happened. So when the mirror came, I think they were reluctant to give it to me. The person staring back at me, that wasn't me. Between the accident happening, which was 14th of February, it's not a date anyone could forget, to flying back to the UK, I have no idea what's happened in that time.
Tulsi had second and third degree burns that covered nearly half of her body, including her face. She went to live with her grandparents, but life was hard physically and mentally. She became passionate about inclusivity and acceptance for those with a visible difference, and she became a campaigner for several organisations, including Changing Faces, where she met fellow campaigner Phil Goff. Despite their friendship on and off the campaign, they never spoke about the crash that almost claimed her life.
I think the reason we never did was whenever we get together, we don't talk about our own stories to each other, because we just know that there's a joint sort of history, joint years of trauma and hurt, and we were just able to be normal with each other, and it was fantastic.
What were the foremost aims of her campaigning and the charity? Was it about encouraging acceptance in other people, that there are visible differences in some people and it's important not to differentiate or discriminate?
Absolutely, and I think if I take a personal view on that, I was kind of okay with my visible difference. I've got a birthmark that covers 3/4 of my face. I was kind of okay until the day I wasn't okay, and it was in my mid-40s when I fell apart. I needed the support of changing faces. But the work that Tulsi's done, the campaigning and the public speaking, gives anybody else out there who has that visible difference the knowledge of where to go. So when their day comes, when they need some support, she's guiding them in the right direction.
We're made to believe that, made to feel you have to accept this. Having a visible difference means you're going to get the name calling the bullying, like it's part and parcel. The thing is, it's not acceptable in any context at all.
She made it okay for people to show up just as they are.
Broadcaster, model and fellow campaigner Katie Piper.
And it wasn't just about being a burn survivor, it was also about her culture, her heritage. You know, living with a visible difference wasn't her only adversity she faced. She had many other health problems. She also she didn't do it all with her birth family. She was a real hero to so many minorities.
It's really important for me to have positive representation in the film and TV industry, because somebody like me is not represented fairly. It's usually as a villain. And it's time for this big change, because I want to be this character in a film, the main leading role, and it's important to have a fair representation of somebody with a visible difference.
She was a hero to me, you know, she inspired me also. I had this idea to put on a diverse catwalk show, a fashion show, and it was going to be at the Ideal Home Show, which is a huge exhibition in Olympia with a massive live audience. And I said, would you be one of my models? Would you go on the runway in a bikini? And she was like, yeah, great, of course I will. And she did. She did multiple days on the catwalk in her bikini, showing her burns, taking the microphone, talking. She was a leader and she was an innovator, and she was very bold and completely fearless.
She survived a terrible accident and endured trauma and pain, but she seems like such an inspirational character. Is that the way that you saw her?
Yeah, very much so. I very much looked up to Tulsi. She was there when I first started the campaigning, and I'd follow her lead. And I think the fact that we never had to talk about the past just showed her character, and that her character was all about moving forwards.
She was very loyal and she was very generous and kind with her time, and if you ever called upon her, it wouldn't matter how long it had been. If you asked her for a favour, you asked her to do fundraising, to volunteer. She mentored other burn survivors, not even always publicly, sometimes behind the scenes. If you asked Tulsi for her time or her advice, the answer would always be yes.
Katie Piper remembering Tulsi Vajani, who has died aged 46. Round the world solo sailing champion Charlie Dallan set a new record in January 2025 when he circumnavigated the globe in just 64 days, smashing the existing record by 9 days to win the Vendée Globe. It was an astonishing achievement, made all the more remarkable by the fact that Charlie was racing with a secret. He'd been diagnosed with a rare form of gastrointestinal cancer shortly before he set out on the race. I spoke to Charlie Dallan's friend and fellow Vendée Globe competitor Pip Hare to hear about his legacy and to reflect on the physical demands of one of the most grueling of all sports.
On the face of it, the rules of the Vendée Globe are actually quite simple. It's single-handed, non-stop around the world, unassisted, and whoever finishes first wins. But the class of boat that we race is 60 foot long. The mast is 30 metres high, and they can go at speeds up to 40 knots, which is 75 kilometres an hour. They're pretty fast, and they fly above the surface of the water.
What sort of sailor was Charlie? How would you describe his technique and his approach?
Meticulous, intense, measured. He would sail a boat incredibly fast. I mean, he was so hard to beat. He won race after race after race. And sometimes you look at these boats and they look like wild beasts, and you put them in this huge environment of massive waves, big seas, and you just think that the person on board must be a complete thrill-seeking cowboy. But actually, Charlie had a strategic mind. He had an engineer's mind. He didn't take risks. He believed in what he was doing. He knew that he could achieve a speed to outrun a weather front, and so he went and did it. You know, he was always learning. He was always incredibly careful and precise about what he did, and driven. You know, absolutely driven.
You saw him, I think, after he had won the race in 2024. Can you describe his reaction? How did he respond to that victory?
Charlie wasn't somebody who showed a lot of emotion. He was quite a self-contained person. He would demonstrate that he was happy at the end of races, but, you know, he wasn't overly emotional. And kind of watching him finish that race, it's incredible. You turn up to Les Sables d'Olonne and there are hundreds of thousands of people waiting for the winner of the Vendée Globe. And there are fireworks going off, and there are hundreds of boats on the water. There are helicopters, there are film crews, there are lights shining on you. And, you know, Charlie, in the centre of that, he just looked ecstatic.
I'm the happiest man in the world today, for sure. winning the Vendée Globe. When I crossed the finish line, I felt things I never felt before. Like, that's definitely the best finish line crossing of my career by far, and that was just amazing.
He showed such emotion, which was unusual for him, but, you know, he had performed an incredible race.
Yeah, these boats are just fabulous. They're amazing. They can go really fast. They're really reliable now, and you can push hard. You can push. You know, you're the limit. You know, the boat takes it. That's the man. The skipper who's the limit.
It was an astonishing achievement to have broken the record in those circumstances, but also learning what you did sometime afterwards, that Charlie was racing in those incredibly grueling conditions whilst being seriously ill. I mean, how big a shock was that to you and the whole sailing community when you found out what he had endured very privately?
It's still incomprehensible. You know, he did keep it very private. We were aware that he had been unwell at the end of the previous year, but certainly, you know, the majority of us were completely unaware that he was unwell during the race. And when you think about the race itself, it is a 64-day endurance race where a person is subject to immense physical stress. The noise is huge. Kind of when the boat's flying and they stop flying, they will fall out of the sky, and it's like being in a car crash over and over again. You know, you're falling 3 meters onto the water below you. All the while, you're managing on 20 minutes of sleep at a time, a 2-hour sleep cycle if you're lucky. And when you add into that the fact that Charlie was incredibly ill, it puts his achievement into, you know, another realm. The mental toughness and determination that he must have had to perform as an athlete and manage that as a human being is more than immense.
Pip Hare paying tribute to fellow sailor Charlie Dallan, who has died aged 42. Last words this week also go to one of the most significant figures in the history of the music industry, Clive Davis. The music mogul was responsible for the signing and nurturing of the recording careers of artists including Bruce Springsteen, Billy Joel and Aretha Franklin. Clive Davis was born in Brooklyn in 1932 and graduated from Harvard Law School. He had little or no knowledge of the music industry when he joined Columbia Records in 1960, and so he took night classes in copyright law, contracts and litigation. In 1967 he was appointed president of Columbia, and Janis Joplin became one of his first signings. In In 1973, he joined Arista Records and enjoyed huge commercial success at the label until the late 1990s. He once revealed that the secret to his long career was trusting the music, no matter how the industry changed. It's a natural basic ingredient, he said, essential to the full enjoyment of life. Whitney Houston, just one of the many musical artists whose recording careers were overseen by Clive Davis, who has died aged 94. And we end this week's edition with musical stars from an earlier generation, the original UK girl group, the Beverly Sisters. Stars of radio and the stage throughout the 1950s, with a repertoire of over 250 songs, they became regulars on Saturday night television variety shows. Teddy Beverly, who has died aged 99, was the last surviving member of the group. Teddy's daughter Sasha Felix remembers the impact of the Beverly Sisters and her mother's role in their success.
They were unique at the time. They were incredibly pretty, funny, creative. Obviously, vocally, their harmonies were lovely. They did all their own harmonies, they did all their own arrangements, they did their own choreography. There was clearly a beautiful vibe between them, so you could feel their love.
3 little unexpected children simultaneously. The doctor brought us, and you can see that we'll be 3 forever and day.
I think you can always rely on your sister, can't you? If you're brought up to love each other. You've got a bit of a public face, even with a close friend, but with a sister, nothing. And she's allowed to insult you, isn't she?
The next one's uggle and giggle, and they say she is the smallest.
Just tell us something about their early lives. Born and grew up in the East End of London, but then evacuated to, was it Northamptonshire?
Yes, my mother always said that she was devastated to be separated from her mother basically for 6 years because of the war. But they were born in Hackney. Their parents were in the music hall, but they didn't want the children to go into showbiz at all. They trained to be shorthand typists. And they started singing together just as a hobby, really. And then a photographer was taking pictures for the Ovaltine promotion, something about Ovaltines. And he said to them all, "I'll photograph you doing your hobby. What do you do? Do you play tennis? What do you do?" And they said, "Well, we sing a bit." And he said, "All right, well, sit on this little blanket with a ukulele and you sing and I'll take pictures." And he was so impressed with them that he recommended them to Cecil Madden at the BBC, who was huge at the BBC. I'm sure a lot of your listeners will know the name. And then they got an audition for the BBC, and that was how they started.
But we put all our clothes, including Mum and Dad, on one nail behind the kitchen door. And we're always hanging up. And always. And within about 5 years, we had to buy the house next door just to put the clothes in. That was true.
Still I feel the thrill of your charm. I'm telling you,
They had a fabulous live act because they mixed beautiful harmonies with comedy. My mum, Teddy, was the most fantastic comedy parody lyricist, and they worked all the time. I've got my mum's diaries here, and you cannot put a pin between the days when they were working. And this is a long period of time before they had children, and yeah, they were a breath of fresh air.
but I'll see you in my dreams.
Big stars of television, but also stalwarts of the hit parade. When you think of Little Donkey or Little Drummer Boy, I Saw Mummy Kissing Santa Claus.
Hey twins, wake up. I saw Mummy kissing Santa Claus. Santa Claus? Where? Underneath the mistletoe. When? Last night.
Interestingly, there was quite a risque aspect to some of their performances as well, wasn't there?
Oh, they were banned. A couple of some of the songs they wanted to record were banned. But somebody took pictures of records in the BBC archive with a sticker on that said "not for transmission." So, yeah, they did quite cheeky songs.
Our songs were always getting banned. We were banned for this lyric, and we were banned for wearing trousers in here. Yeah, very nice. Banned years ago.
They had some lovely, quite sheer outfits. Couldn't even wear body stockings underneath. If it was sheer, you couldn't wear it. So a lot of their clothes and outfits they had to modify. It was all done in innocence. Nothing was extreme, but they were very stuffy at the BBC in those days.
Mommy kissing Santa Claus last night.
What was the relationship like as sisters? Was there any sibling rivalry?
No rivalry, no. My grandma had a little phrase, which they always said. When they were children, my grandma used to say, a little less I and a little more we. And they sort of took that on board. So if one of them was good at something, they just celebrated it. So Joy was very good on stage. She had a fantastic presence. And the twins were fantastic. Babs was quite coquettish and pretty to look at, but Mum was the workhorse. Mum made everything happen. Mum did all the phone calls, she did all the lighting plots, she arranged everything. So no, I don't remember them having cross words. I mean, sometimes Joy would be keen to be in the garden and the twins wanted to rehearse, and that didn't go down too well. But apart from that, that was all. That was all.
And you teamed up with Joy's daughters, your cousins, to create your own singing group. Was your mum very proud and supportive of your career?
Well, listen, one thing I've got to say about the Bevs, we can talk about them professionally, but they were fantastic mothers.
We did have a long time at the top, and then when our daughters were little girls, we decided to be real mothers and give up our career and bring them up. And then when they grew up and started to sing, they said, no, we want no help at all from you, Mama, no help at all. And we were heartbroken for a short time and felt terribly lost. That's the moment we said, let's put our toe in the water.
So now they've flown the nest?
And
we're putting our little toes in the water.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure whether we only did it because they did it. It's very hard now to see looking back. But we were really good mates, and we played together as children and started singing. And I mean, I've been in music all my life in various different capacities. I still now run a children's music company. So, you know, music is in the family. We would have done it anyway, there's no doubt. And yeah, we had great fun, John. It's been a blast.
Sasha Felix on her mother, Teddy Beverly, who has died at the age of 99. This week, you also heard last words on the economist Alan Greenspan, the campaigner Tulsi Vajani, and round-the-world sailor Charlie Dallan. Please do get in touch with Last Word if you know of somebody who's died recently, who had a fascinating life. Just send an email with some information about them to lastword@bbc.co.uk. And don't forget, there are hundreds of other fascinating life stories in the Last Word archives on BBC Sounds.
Last Word was presented by John Wilson and produced in Cardiff by Ben Mitchell. The assistant producer was Catherine Powell. It's a BBC audio production for Radio 4. The World Cup has been giving us a plethora of sporting moments, but does anyone actually understand the draw? Tim Harford is giving us the numbers behind it all in More or Less. That is next today on Radio 4.
Illuminated, Radio 4's home for one-off documentaries.
They remind me of the beauty of the everyday.
Journey to some strange and fascinating places.
I've trekked in search of this unique species of lemur that sings.
The beach is where stories meet and merge.
Adventures for the mind and heart.
I discover my inner child comes out with a vengeance and she wants to go fast. That's amazing.
Illuminated, Sunday nights at 7:15.
What a weird half an hour.
To listen on your smart speaker, just say, play Radio 4.
Now on Radio 4.
Hello and welcome to More or Less. We're the programme that clears up more statistical goalmouth scrambles than Cape Verde's goalkeeper. And I, aiming for a clean sheet as always, am Tim Harford. It's hot and damp, and that means we can start talking about wet bulbs. But what is a wet bulb temperature? And could we hit critical levels, as a viral social media post has claimed? The World Cup continues its majestic progress, but why are the permutations for the knockout round so extraordinarily complicated? And with the help of Ellis James, we explore why everyone in Wales seems to have a friend in common with everyone else. But first, at the start of June, Conservative MP and former Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir Jeremy Hunt, was a guest on Radio 4's Start the Week, where they were discussing solutions to the UK's economic problems. In the discussion, he made a striking claim.
I think that we've gone very badly wrong when it comes to the welfare state. If you're on the three main out-of-work benefits, you'll be earning between £31,000 and £46,000. If you're working full-time on the national living wage after tax, you get £22,000. It's just not possible to run a modern economy with those kinds of incentives.
We received a lot of emails about this, so Keen Bean and More or Less reporter Nathan Gower stuck his hand up. Hello, Nathan.
Hi, Tim. So I got in touch with Jeremy Hunt and his office, offered to sit down, discuss it over a flat white.
That is a deep cut, Nathan.
One for the aficionados, Tim. No, I emailed them and they sent me a detailed breakdown of how they came up with these figures.
Well, that sounds very helpful.
It certainly was. Quick definition here, the national living wage Jeremy Hunt talks about is the official name for what we generally call the minimum wage for those 21 and over. But now for the benefits, these figures that he cites are for two hypothetical individuals who are both claiming three benefits: housing benefit, universal credit and personal independence payments. Now we'll come back to these benefits later, but let's start with the numbers attached to them. So one of these individuals lives in Newcastle. They're the £31,000 example. The other lives in London. They're the £46,000 one. That difference between the two figures is because you get more housing benefit in London than in Newcastle.
OK, makes sense.
Let's focus on London for now. Jeremy Hunt's claim is that if you live in London and are on these three benefits, you'll be earning £46,000. But when I read his office's breakdown of the figure, it was clear that the figure is deceptive. Someone on those benefits would not receive £46,000 a year. They'd only get about 37.
So why did he say 46,000?
That's how much an employed person would need to earn before tax in order to have a take-home income of 37,000, what the benefits claimant is getting.
That's strange, but it is hard trying to compare benefits and employed income because one's subject to tax and one isn't, so you've got to make an adjustment somewhere. So maybe that's what he was doing? He's adjusting the benefits income so you can more fairly compare it to a pre-tax salary.
Tim, that is you all over. Charitable to a fault.
Thank you, Nathan.
Charitable and wrong. As he says in the original clip, Jeremy Hunt does precisely the opposite. He compares it not to a pre-tax salary, but to an after-tax salary. That £22,000 he talks about is how much you take home on the minimum wage after tax.
Wait a minute, that is brazen. So he's adjusted the benefits income upwards, so it's like a pre-tax salary, but then he's adjusted the minimum wage figure downwards, so it's a post-tax income. It's a double adjustment. J'accuse. So, Nathan, if you only did this tax adjustment once, which is the correct number of times, what would you get?
Let's look at how much you'd actually get in your bank account. So sticking with the London example, for the benefits claimant, they'd get about £37,000. Or someone full-time on minimum wage after tax would take home about £22,000, as Jeremy Hunt correctly said. Everything that we've said about the London example holds for the Newcastle one as well, remember. A single person in Newcastle will get about £25,500 compared to the £22,000 on minimum wage.
So doing it right means that the differences shrink a lot, but the figures for the benefits are still higher than the figures for the minimum wage.
But that brings me on to the second big problem. The examples of benefit claimants that Jeremy Hunt has chosen are not typical of people who are out of work.
How so?
Well, they're not just out of work, they're also disabled. In fact, to receive the payments that Jeremy Hunt describes, they would have to be recognised as severely disabled. Edwin Latimer is a senior research economist at the Institute for Fiscal Studies, focusing on benefits policy and the low-paid labour market.
So the example that Hunt gives, each claimant has a very severe level of disability as assessed by the benefit system, so they have the higher levels of PIPs for both daily living and for mobility, and they also have the health element of universal credit. So that puts them in the as severe as possible group you can be in within the benefit system, the disability, and around 800,000 people are in that group. So, and that's about 8% of the out-of-work population. So it's a relatively small group and it's a severe group, although it is worth noting that that group has grown significantly since the pandemic. So before the pandemic was about 400,000 people in that group, and it's doubled since the pandemic.
And because they're not your typical out-of-work claimant, the amounts they receive aren't typical either.
The examples that Hunt cites are both single people without kids, so thinking about that group of single people out of work without children, the average benefit recipient gets around £15,000 a year. And so both the examples that Hunt cites get significantly more than that and are in the top 10% of single people receiving benefits.
There's one other massive thing to mention here. Because these hypothetical claimants are on the top level of health benefits, they're exempt from the benefits cap. This is a policy brought in by the then Chancellor George Osborne in 2013 to limit how much money a household could receive in benefits. For a single adult with no kids outside London, it's capped at about £15,000. Inside London, it's about £17,000.
So if they didn't receive these disability-related benefits, there'd be a hard cap on how much they can receive, and they'd get nowhere near the figures that Jeremy Hunt's using.
Correct.
OK, Nathan, the first part of the more or less dance is over. We've done what we usually do, unpack an eyebrow-raising claim, only to find that it's stuffed full of unjustified comparisons. Now, while I always enjoy the sugar rush of a good debunk, is there something a bit more meaningful to say?
I am all about the high fibre content, Tim. If we want to have a proper analysis of incentives when it comes to working versus being on benefits, we have to look at what happens to someone's actual income, the amount they get in their bank account, as they move from benefits into work. Now, you could try and do that for Jeremy Hunt's examples, but these are people who have been assessed as having severe disabilities. So there's a good chance that many of them wouldn't be able to make that transition, though hopefully some would. Instead, I asked Edwin to run the numbers for perhaps a more typical scenario, someone who's still disabled, but less so.
OK.
So, take a single renter in Newcastle. They're out of work and get a more moderate level of disability benefit, as well as support for their rental costs. Their income from benefits would be about £16,000. But if they start working full-time on the minimum wage, that income would rise to £28,000, £12,000 more. I should say that figure is based on them keeping the £6,000 that they were getting in personal independence payments. So that's a disability benefit, but it's not an out-of-work benefit. You can get it while you're working, but even without it, they're still better off. Edwin Latimer again.
So they would be getting £22,000 or nearly £23,000 in earnings, and that would leave them better off than the £16,000 that they were getting out of work. So they would still be better off in work than out of work. The gap would be smaller.
Thank you, Nathan, and thank you to Edwin Latimer from the Institute for Fiscal Studies. And Nathan, what did Jeremy Hunt have to say about all this?
His office told us
Jeremy is grateful to More or Less for pointing out that in a relatively quick-fire exchange, he inadvertently used the net rather than gross salary for the national living wage.
I'm glad to hear he is correcting the record.
Oh, he did have one more thing to say.
Hi, can I get a fat white, please?
Not now, Jeremy. You don't need me to tell you that it is hot out there. Very hot. Temperatures have been in the high 30s in a central part of southern England and eastern Wales. But online, lots of people are talking about a different kind of temperature, still measured in Celsius, but called something a little bit strange.
Wet bulb temperatures on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday could exceed 25 degrees Celsius widely. This is the critical threshold for vulnerable populations, elderly, infants or individuals with chronic illnesses.
So what is a wet bulb temperature? And are we really on the brink of a critical threshold for vulnerable people? To find out, I spoke to Dr. Chloe Brimacombe, a climate scientist and postdoctoral researcher at the University of Oxford.
When we take a temperature reading, we use a thermometer, and this would be what we call dry bulb temperature. Now, the difference of wet bulb temperature is it's basically the same thermometer, but we wrap it in a damp muslin cloth, similar to ones that you might use to sort of burp a baby. So it's basically a thermometer wrapped in this damp cloth, and it's an indication of how much moisture the air can hold, but also our ability to lose heat through sweating.
Think of that wet bulb thermometer as a proxy for a human being dripping with sweat and evaporating away heat. It is basically telling you how effectively you can cool yourself through sweating. In usual circumstances, even if the normal temperature is high,
when the relative humidity, so the amount of moisture in the air, is lower, the wet bulb temperature is lower because it can pass that energy into the surrounding air.
There are two things that could cause that wet bulb temperature to creep up. The first is a rise in the normal temperature, the dry bulb temperature. But the other is a rise in humidity. Humidity is important because if it gets too high, it's harder for us to lose heat through the evaporation of sweat. At an extreme situation of 100% humidity, you can't lose any heat this way.
So if the amount of moisture in the air reaches 100%, then the dry bulb temperature and the wet bulb temperature would be the same, because you would no longer be able to lose any heat. You would no longer be able to cool down that thermometer through the moisture from the muslin cloth.
And that also would be an indicator that sweating is going to do you no good either.
Yes, you would not be able to cool your body down anymore through sweating.
So this combination of high temperatures and high humidity makes it harder to lose heat through evaporation. And that would be measured by a high wet bulb temperature. If the wet bulb temperature gets high enough, well, that can be fatal, because there's no natural way to cool yourself down. Unless you find somewhere with air conditioning or you're able to immerse yourself in cool water, you'd simply die. But what level of wet bulb temperature is dangerous? We've seen a tweet getting quite a lot of attention this week saying that wet bulb temperatures are hitting 25 degrees in the UK this week, and that is dangerous for vulnerable people. So, first of all, are wet bulb temperatures 25 degrees, or are they likely to get there this week?
The temperature of wet bulb is likely to be around 25 degrees Celsius in the UK this week. So already for Monday, there are observations of 22 degrees Celsius in the wet bulb temperature for the UK. So we are likely to reach that. However, that is not a critical threshold for wet bulb temperatures. So a dangerous wet bulb temperature threshold is about 35 degrees Celsius. However, there's a range depending on the type of person. So those that are most vulnerable to heat, so these would be people that we've heard of that are like the elderly, or those who are children under the age of 5, this could be as low as sort of 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. But the one that people quote is 35 degrees Celsius, and this is not been seen in Europe. It's not likely to be seen. We're reaching that threshold in parts of the world like Pakistan and India, and this is where, you know, temperatures in the sort of hottest season regularly reach 50 degrees Celsius or above. The UK is not going to hit the wet bulb temperatures that test the very limits of human survival. That only happens in countries with very high temperatures and high humidity. But that's only one metric on which to judge the health impacts of a heatwave. As we saw in last week's programme, heatwaves do increase excess deaths as vulnerable people struggle to adapt to the changing temperature. It is still extremely hot out there, and loyal listeners should take care. Thanks to Dr. Chloe Brimacombe. It's World Cup season, and here in the More or Less house we've got our big World Cup wall chart to tell us which teams will be playing who next. Let's get it out on the table. Well, it's a bit more complicated this time around. There are 48 teams instead of 32, so let's see who England will be playing if they come first in their group. It says here England could be playing the third place of either Group E, H, I, J or K. Huh? It's a little bit more complicated than previous years, where each group winner would just play the second place of the next door group. Fortunately, I have a wall chart here which gives me all 495 third place combinations to tell me who England might play. Let me just get that out. Oh my goodness, it is very complicated. Perhaps the head of mathematics at the University of Bristol and friend of the show, Oliver Johnson, can help me clear up this mess. Hello, Oliver.
Hello.
So, is there a mathematical reason why some numbers of teams make things more complicated for a tournament and others do not?
Well, on a very basic level, it comes down to whether things are a power of two or not. Because once you get into the knockout stages, if you're going to end up with 2 teams in the final, you need to have 4 teams in the semi-final, 8 teams in the quarterfinals, and so on.
Yes.
And so the challenge with that is if you start off with a number of teams that's a nice power of 2. The last time we had a World Cup, there were 32 teams. It all worked very nicely.
Yes.
Now we have 48 teams. 48 is not a power of 2, and so things get more complicated.
Yeah, so we're trying to get to 32 teams from 48. We're trying to eliminate a third of the teams. Why is it so hard?
So the idea is that there are 12 groups. The 2 top teams go through, so that makes 24, and so then we need to fill 8 more places in the draw. And so the way that we'll do that is we need to find the 8 best teams of the 12 third-place teams.
Those spots are decided on points. If the points are the same, they're decided on goal difference. And if the goal difference is the same?
Well, there's a whole series of tiebreakers that are lined up, so they'll then look at goals scored. If they still can't split teams, they will go to the number of yellow cards and red cards, then they'll go to FIFA rankings.
So I now understand how the third-place teams are picked. But our troubles are really only just starting, because then we've got to decide who those third-place teams play. But why can't we just draw pairs out of a hat if it's so hard?
Well, we could do, but the danger with that is you might end up with fixtures happening that have already happened. So, for example, Scotland play Brazil in the final game. It could be the case that you draw them out of the hat, and then Scotland play Brazil 3 days later in the last 32, and that wouldn't seem very interesting. So we want to mix things up as much as possible. So the way that this draw is designed is that games that have happened once can't happen again until at least they get to the quarter-final stage. So it's meant to keep it more interesting.
Right, but since we don't know which team is going to rank highest on the basis of goal difference and all of the things that they use, since we don't know which of the third-place teams are going to rank highest, you have to have a lot of different combinations in order to separate them out from other teams they might be playing.
Yes. And so this is why FIFA have this very, very complicated table. If you go to their website, they have a table which has 495 rows in, corresponding to each of the possible sets of teams that might come through, assigning where everybody will end up and where everybody will play in the next round after that. It's a magnificent thing.
And is there a better way to have done this? Because it's a table with 495 entries seems unwieldy. Have they missed some simple trick that would have sorted everything out?
I'm not sure that they have, to be honest. If you want to have 12 groups, unfortunately, I think you do have to have some sort of system like this to deal with it.
Thanks to Oliver Johnson. He's the author of Number Crunch. As we promised last week, the unexpected Welsh theme of this series is continuing. We've looked at Wales's literacy levels and its surface area. But today we return to its quintessence, the Welsh people, and the deep and abiding sense of social connection that knits the nation together.
Where are you from?
Originally Tumble.
Tumble, OK, what school did you go to?
Mytherova.
OK, how old are you?
42.
Carrisaleri.
I was only there in year 7, then we moved.
Here he is in his little cul-de-sac, Dave. What happened after year 7? Where did you go then?
I moved to Ysgol Preseli.
Griffith Ivan, the drummer, who was in Publicum. Come on, mate.
Griffith Ivan, I do know.
Yay! Right. Don't you ever send me down a Mytherova cul-de-sac again. Year 7 is not good enough.
Alice, tone.
Sorry, tone.
That is comedian Ellis James on his 5 Live podcast, Ellis and John, playing their recurring game, Cymru Connection, in which Ellis attempts to find a mutual connection with a random Welsh caller to the show, all within a 60-second time limit. It's great fun, but it also raises some interesting questions about probability. We invited Ellis into the studio, along with Dr. Kat Phillips, an Innovation Research Associate at the University of Warwick and a digital maths communicator, and she's Welsh. First of all, what is Ellis's success rate?
It's about 48% on the radio.
About 48%, yes.
I think it's 48%. It's
so 50-50. We'll call it 50-50.
Yeah, it's higher in real life. So occasionally I will talk to someone and I'll ask them where they're from and the Sebrystwyth, and I won't get it in the 60 seconds, which is deeply frustrating. And I feel like I've let Wales down. A thing I used to say was, yeah, but if we were on holiday and I was on a sun lounger and I had, sort of limitless time, I would definitely get a connection. It's also, I'm famously on the show not very good under time pressure. I tend to crumble.
So, Kat.
Yes.
Wales is a small country. It's not that small.
Mm-hmm.
How is it possible that Ellis is able to do this? Can we think about it mathematically?
So we're going to go off complete back to basics random chance here.
Yeah.
So you can play the game of just people in Wales, or I think the stat that we pulled out was if you look at just the people who identify as Welsh in the ONS, you get about 2.25 million people that self-identify in the UK. So if you start with sort of a random sample within that, let's say of those 2.2 million people, Ellis knows a subset.
Yeah.
Any of those people are a win condition, right? If we pick a random person in Wales and Ellis knows them, then we're done.
Yeah.
So what we can say with the caller is they know a different subset of people in Wales. But what you're looking for is the odds of, if the caller was to list out everyone they know, the odds of at least one of those people being the same.
And we're oversimplifying here because we're assuming that all of the friends that Ellis has and all of the friends that the callers have are themselves Welsh.
Yes.
What is the chance then that there is such a person, that the lists overlap?
If I start looking, so we go with our 2.25 million people, trying to find statistics for how many people know is quite hard.
Yeah.
So there's been a few different studies done. And in 2013, a paper came out by McCormick et al. That looked at a few different methods of measuring acquaintances. But the number that came out was the mean number of people that people know is 611 in the US, based on this study.
Okay. So if you just had Ellis knows 600 people, 611, and the caller knows 611, and there's 2.25 million people, what then is the chance that there's overlap?
So just given those numbers, completely random, uniform distribution, you're looking at 15%.
So 15%, 1-5?
Yes.
So I should be getting 15%.
Well, 15% should be your ceiling. It should be impossible for you to do better. Obviously, that's not describing the situation. So what's different? Is it just that Ellis knows a lot of people?
I get around.
So... Yeah, there is a really interesting thing that came out with this study, was that even though the mean was 611, the median number was lower by quite a lot, 480 odd.
Right.
But what that was meaning, if you plotted the number of people that people knew, most people don't know as many, and then you have this massive tail of outliers. So there's something like the top 10% of people know over 1,500.
So you're saying Ellis is in the massive tail category?
Use the word elite.
I'm saying nothing. So if I pick the number 1,500, because that was sort of the cut-off point for the lower end of the elite, sorry, Ellis, that puts you at 33%.
Elite wannabe is what I'm hearing. But he's doing better than that, 33%. And again, 33% should be the maximum that Ellis can possibly achieve, and he's getting nearly 50% under time pressure. So either then Ellis knows thousands of people, or there's something else going on.
Yes, which there's definitely something else going on. So this was assuming that...
She's accusing you of something.
I'm doping.
It's rigged.
I mean, the thing that would make it easier is some kind of clustering.
Yeah, so obviously the initial calculation was if everyone is uniformly random, you're just picking people out of a bag.
Yeah.
But when you actually look at social interactions and social dynamics, you have this network spread of different connections. So the clustering thing is how many of your connections also know each other.
Yes.
For example, families tend to all know each other, not uniformly, but if you have a household of people, they all know each other.
Yeah.
So instead of Ellis needing to find a specific person in that house, he can just find someone in that house.
Does that make it always easier then to find a connection? Or is it easier if you're in the right kind of cluster and much harder if you're in the wrong kind of cluster?
It's the second one. It's exactly.
I'm excited. I want to play this. I want to see
enormous pressure now. I've talked the talk.
We're all full of confidence. Okay, let's get ready to play Cymru Connection.
Age in school?
29 and Gower College.
Gower College in Swansea. Which part of Swansea did you grow up in?
Mumbles.
Mumbles. I suppose you don't know Catherine Zeta-Jones, do you?
Unfortunately
Di Hollywood, her dad. No, neither do I. Gower College. What university did you go to?
Cardiff.
Cardiff. And you studied maths at Cardiff?
Maths at Cardiff.
Oh, I went to Cardiff University. Okay. Let me think about this. Where did you live in Cardiff?
kHz and then Heath.
kHz and then the Heath. Okay. You don't know. No, that's not true. When you worked in Cardiff, where were you working?
I didn't work in Cardiff.
You didn't work in Cardiff, okay, so you just worked in Warwick.
And Bath.
And Bath. My sister went to Bath University. My friend Gareth studied maths at Bath. That's interesting. Okay.
Bath Maths Uni 2019 to 2024.
Oh, he was before that. Gower College. So where did you go to secondary school?
Bishopston.
Bishopston.
Time's up.
Oh.
Do you know of any connections?
No.
I'm definitely going to get one. Bishopston. So which part of Swansea did you grow up? The Mumbles?
Yeah.
Even then, Ellis would not let it lie.
What does your mother do for a living?
She was a lawyer in Neath.
A lawyer in Neath?
Yeah.
Now I know a lot of criminals in Neath.
All right, that's it. That's it. But then, at last, once they'd left the studio and were chatting in the corridor, they finally found a connection. One Mr. Steve Balsamo, lead singer of the now-defunct Welsh country rock band, The Stories. Our thanks to Dr. Kat Phillips, known as Kat Does Maths online, and to Ellis James, co-host of the Ellis and John podcast. And if you enjoyed Cymru Connection, they play it every week on the podcast, which is available now on BBC Sounds. That's all we have time for, but please keep your questions and comments coming in to more or less at BBC.
You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz Longwave. This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on the 27th of June this year. However, you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB, digital radio, and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
Oh, a hat-trick of heat records as the hottest day in June is reset for the third consecutive day.
My youngest has currently got a temperature, bless him. He is definitely struggling with the heat. My eldest is currently in his swimmies, paddling out in the back, just trying to keep as cool as he possibly can.
We'll hear from the fire service battling the wildfire that broke out in Derbyshire. Also on PM, the death toll in Venezuela more than doubles after Wednesday's back-to-back earthquakes.
I was in the building for 4 hours before I was rescued by someone. I think they were from the civil defence, but I'm not sure. They didn't have many tools, so they went at it with their nails.
We hear a report on the desperate search for survivors. Former tennis number one Caroline Wozniacki heralds the return of Serena Williams to SW19 and so long, Longwave.
This is BBC Radio 4, serving the whole of the United Kingdom on 1500 metres, 200 kHz.
Listeners prepare to wave goodbye to long-wave broadcasting. We reflect on an illustrious history. But we'll start with the BBC News, read today by Chris Aldridge.
Temperature records for June have been broken again in another day of searing hot weather across the UK and Europe. The Met Office provisionally recorded 37.3 Celsius in Santon Downham in Suffolk, breaking a record June temperature set only yesterday. A red extreme heat warning remains in place for millions of people in London and the southeast of England. Keith Adams reports.
For the third consecutive day, we have a new record temperature in the UK for June. Topping 37 Celsius, it's a whole degree hotter than the 1976 record that held for 50 years. And the UK has struggled this week. More than 500 schools fully or partially closed, hospitals declared critical incidents with cancelled operations, and London's ambulance crews answered a deluge of heat-related emergencies. The country seems to have a way to go in adapting to a new globally warmed climate.
Much of Europe has experienced another day of soaring temperatures. Street parties and music festivals have been cancelled and alcohol sales limited in parts of Western Europe. 5 different weather stations in Germany crossed the 40-degree threshold, breaking the country's previous June record of 39.6 Celsius as the high-pressure heat dome begins to move eastwards. Nearly 600 people are now known to have died after 2 powerful earthquakes hit Venezuela on Wednesday. Around 3,000 people have been injured. The country's interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, said the military was taking control of the state of La Guaira, which was badly affected. Eli Garcia is in the capital, Caracas, and says officials have been slow to react.
The people in the local community who were rescuing others and are helping each other. My husband is right now delivering aid, including clothing, food, and medicine, and drinking water. That's what all our friends are doing, gathering donations and taking them to La Guaira.
President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, has pleaded guilty to mishandling classified documents. A federal court in Maryland heard that the 77-year-old had shared sensitive information with relatives for possible use in a book. He's been fined more than $2 million as part of a plea bargain and could face up to 5 years in prison. A group of 12 men set to go on trial in Manchester as co-defendants of a man accused of conspiring to drug and rape his unconscious wife have been named for the first time after reporting restrictions on identifying them were lifted. The husband, who can't be named to maintain his wife's anonymity, initially denied any wrongdoing but has since pleaded guilty to some charges, including rape. Our North of England reporter Rowan Bridge has more details.
There's a 13th man, Keith Fotheringham, who's 59 and from Dundee. He pleaded guilty to 4 offences previously. He's admitted offences including conspiring to rape and conspiring to drug the woman at the centre of the case. The husband has admitted 15 offences, including several counts of rape. He denies other counts, though, including a further 11 counts of rape. And all the men who've pleaded not guilty to offences will stand trial in Manchester in September.
Downing Street says Sir Keir Starmer is taking advice over whether he should sack the Immigration Minister Mike Tapp after he became embroiled in a dispute with the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood. Mr Tapp wrote in the Times newspaper that foreign care workers should be exempted from Home Office plans to change visa rules for migrants. Ms Mahmood has since restricted his access to official documents, saying the article was unauthorised. The Green Party has been forced to return a donation made by its leader, Zach Polanski, because he was not on the electoral register. He donated around £1,500 in September last year, shortly after being elected leader. The Green Party said as soon as it became aware of the issue, it returned the money. England's cricketers have put on a stronger show on the second day of the deciding third test against New Zealand at Trent Bridge. The tourists were bowled out for 438 in their first innings. A short while ago, England were 162 for 1, with Ben Duckett and Jacob Bethel both hitting half-centuries.
Thank you, Chris. For many, there is no respite from the heat. The UK has recorded its hottest June day since records began for the 3rd consecutive day. At lunchtime, the hottest place in the UK, as we were hearing, was Wattisham in Suffolk at 36.9 degrees C. Liv runs a child daycare centre there and told us how she's coping.
My youngest has currently got a temperature, bless him. He is definitely struggling with the heat. Bearing in mind, I follow everything to do with, safe sleeping, especially for childminding. So I do a lot on Lullaby Trust, which is obviously partnered with the NHS. So I've been following that for, safe sleeping at night and whatnot for the heat. But just ice lollies, homemade ice lollies, and sitting in a paddling pool. My eldest is currently in his swimmies, paddling out in the back, just trying to keep as cool as he possibly can.
In the 4 hours since then, that record has been broken twice more, with a top temperature of 37.3 at Santon Downham in Suffolk as we came on air. Public services around the country are struggling in the heat. More than 600 schools have closed in England, and the BBC has heard from NHS staff who are struggling to work on wards without air conditioning. Firefighters are battling a wildfire on Tintwistle Moor near Glossop in Derbyshire, which has been burning since yesterday. Ellie Gillett is from the Derbyshire Fire and Rescue Service and told me earlier how they're tackling the fire.
We've got 6 fire engines in attendance alongside specialist vehicles, including a high-volume pump and a United Utilities provided helicopter. We've also got partners including Peak District, FOG providing support, and also Derby Mountain Rescue. The fire's contained, but we're continuing to monitor the situation in regard to any changes in weather. Crews are currently damping down and identifying hotspots and putting water on, but the fire has affected approximately 200 acres of land to this point.
So that is a big area which you've got to try and manage.
Yes, it is, and the aerial support we've had from the helicopters really helped with that, and we've had drone footage assistance as well, so that we can get a view of the whole scene.
Can you just explain, was this caused by heatwave or made worse by the extreme heat?
It's really difficult to say at this point what's caused the fire. We don't know, but certainly the heat wave does create conditions that make incidents like this more likely, or once a fire starts, make it more likely to spread and be more severe. So the heat dries the vegetation, it dries the soil, so that if a fire does start, it spreads very quickly.
And does the heat also make it more difficult to put fires out?
It certainly creates arduous conditions for the crews on the ground tackling the fire in the personal protective equipment that we give them. It is arduous work, it's physical work, particularly with yesterday and today. The seat of the fire has been some distance from the road, so although we've got support with all-terrain vehicles, crews are still having to walk on foot to some degree as well.
How do you deal with them?
So there's a number of tactics that the crews on the scene have been exploring and have applied. We can apply water as per a standard fire, and whether we do that through hoses, through high volume pumps or via helicopter, we can get water onto the fire, which is effective. We can also create fire breaks, and we've had support from Greater Manchester's burn team, and they'll create a fire break by burning vegetation and cutting back vegetation to make sure that the fire can't spread past that point. We can use beaters to sort of beat the ground, but with a fire of this extent.
And is this, clearly for several days now, much of the country has been experiencing this extreme heat. Is it, when you look to the future, is your expectation that you are going to be facing more conditions like this and therefore more fires of this nature potentially?
It's certainly something that we incorporate into our future planning. It is a future risk when you look at global warming and the extreme weather events that we see in terms of flooding and wildfires. It's certainly something that we do plan for, we train for, we equip for, and make sure we've got the correct assets for.
And you mentioned PPE earlier, but just paint a picture for me, because presumably your firefighters are heading to scenes where they expect to meet heat, of course, because they are facing a fire, but the journey there in full PPE must, in this heat, be very difficult.
It can be challenging, and we do have specific PPE for wildfires, so it is different to our structural firefighting kit, which isn't particularly suitable for wildfire firefighting. So we do have specific boots and specific lighter weight but heat-proof kit that they do wear.
Well, that was Ellie Gillett from the Derbyshire Fire and Rescue Service. What can the government be doing more widely to help people deal with this record-breaking heat? Labour MP Toby Perkins is the chair of the Environmental Audit Committee and joins us now. Welcome to the programme, Mr Perkins.
Hello, hi, nice to speak to you.
Hi, great to have you. You wrote to the Environment Secretary today about this. What were you asking for?
Well, so we had an inquiry within the Select Committee into extreme heat, which turns out was very timely, and we heard from a range of voices that the previous government's National Adaptation Plan had been widely considered to be inadequate, and that we are now experiencing extreme heat on a regular basis. We know that in the evidence that we heard in 2023, 3,000 excess deaths during the heat wave that we had then. Predictions that by the end of the decade there'll be 10,000 excess deaths, people dying that wouldn't if it wasn't for the heat that we're experiencing. We also heard about the health impacts on people with heart conditions, lung conditions, diabetics and asthmatics.
But what do you want done as a result of this?
Well, what we want is for the country more generally to recognise that these kind of extreme heat incidents will be a lot more regular. So we need to look at hospitals, we need to look at care homes, and be thinking about being regularly used to this kind of extreme heat.
So is that about adapting buildings or what?
Exactly. So, I mean, there will be things that we can do quickly that will be involved in working practices and other things like that, but also things that will be need to think about as we're building new hospitals or as we're renovating hospitals and care homes, which will be things like having shutters on buildings, having obviously air conditioning, more expensive solutions, but also there's cheaper solutions like having effectively tinted windows that keep premises cooler.
So you're saying some of these things are things that can clearly be done on a tight budget. I think what you're saying is the government is currently falling far short of what is needed.
We are. I mean, the National Adaptation Plan was widely criticised by the Climate Change Committee. This government is in the process of setting up a new National Adaptation Plan, and I think events like this week and like last 2 years ago will make people feel that's all the more urgent. I mean, I think the other really important thing for us to understand is that the last 5 years have been the hottest years in history, but they are also the coldest years we will ever experience again. This is only going to get worse in the decades to come. So we need to accept that we are not a cold country anymore, and the things that would routinely happen in countries like France, in Greece and Italy, we need to be prepared for the similar kind of heat experiences here.
And do you think the government is listening? Do you think they're taking this on board?
I think the fact that they are in the process of doing a new National Adaptation Plan means, yes, they do take that seriously. I think we've been used in this country to winter NHS pressures. We're going to have to get used to extreme heat summer pressures as a regular thing. But we need to see that new National Adaptation Plan, and we need to see that government are also putting money, resource and expertise behind getting Britain adapted to more expensive temperatures.
Toby Perkins, Labour MP and Chair of the Environmental Audit Committee, thank you. And this time last week, the dust was settling on Andy Burnham's win in Makerfield. Today, later in the programme, we assemble three Labour Party chairs to talk through some of the more contentious issues facing Keir Starmer's successor. But at 5:15, Chris is here with some of the rest of the day's headlines.
President Trump has criticised Iran for a drone strike on a vessel in the Strait of Hormuz, calling it a foolish violation of the ceasefire in the region. The vessel's owner said it sustained minor damage to the bridge. Earlier, Iran's deputy foreign minister warned his country must be informed of any attempts to enter the strait. A 21-year-old man has been jailed for 3.5 years for assaulting 2 police officers and a member of the public at Manchester Airport in 2024. Mohammed Fahir Amaz was convicted earlier this year of attacking the officers as they tried to arrest him for headbutting a man in a cafe. A small plane has reportedly crashed into the tallest building in the Chinese capital, Beijing. Eyewitnesses reported seeing debris and a fire at the base of the skyscraper. Police have closed off the roads around the building.
Thanks, Chris. Now, there have been warnings reported today in The Guardian from 2 countries on NATO's border that Russia is preparing a provocation against the Baltic countries or Poland in order to test the resolve of the alliance. We've seen activity before, last September, for example, when NATO sent jets in response to 19 Russian decoy drones which crossed into Polish airspace. Well, earlier today, I spoke to Baiba Braze, Latvia's foreign minister. I asked her how worried she was about the reports of provocation from Russia.
We clearly see that in terms of military capabilities, Russia doesn't have those to challenge NATO. But that's why this subconventional warfare, which is the cybers, the disinformation, hostile information attacks, as in Britain we saw attempts at arson, on Prime Minister's properties. These types of things will be something that we will continue seeing in all the nations.
And do you have concerns about it escalating, that wider picture of that low-level provocation?
We have to really pay attention to also these low-level provocations, because those are actual peoples that they are somehow in our countries. So we have to make sure that we don't issue visas to Russians we don't know.
So that's the people carrying out arson attacks, for example?
Of course, that we know of the connections. We have to be very relying also on our internal security services to make sure that they protect us as citizens in our countries, and also ourselves. We have to invest in our own hygiene of information space, not to believe all types of crazy disinformation theories. So there's a whole set of what we call resilience and internal security matters for our societies that I think we need to trust ourselves to be doing.
Do you think Russia is trying to provoke NATO to invoke Article 5?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Russia is trying to split our societies, to get within our political systems, to influence elections, to influence our minds. Kremlin wants to get in our heads and basically stop us believing that we can be successful or that we are strong or economically viable. They want to split us to sort of hollow this political center which makes decisions for increase of budgets for security defense or for support to Ukraine or for any difficult decisions at all. So split societies, everybody arguing with each other, not trusting ourselves, not trusting our democracies, our government, that's the best sort of scenario for Russia. So we have to be very sure we understand that.
And do you get the feeling that they are getting more desperate in Russia, in the Kremlin? I wonder whether there's a correlation between how the war with Ukraine is going and any of this.
I don't know about despair, but what we clearly see is that Russia cannot fulfill its political objectives, which was to subjugate Ukraine through military means up till now. It's more than 4 years of the war that Russia was sort of planning to be a few days of war. And Ukraine is not going to give up. It's their country, it's their future, it's their people's future, and they are fighting for that. But we also don't see a sign that Russia is ready to give up those objectives. So we have to force Russia through sanctions, through very much supporting Ukraine, through isolating Russia internationally, to stop it being successful in international fields, whether that's sports or Venice Biennale or international exhibitions, but also in international organizations. And that's with a very strong purpose to bring peace to Europe, because it's enough of this war. It's enough.
That was Barbara Braza, Latvia's foreign minister. Now, with the summer holidays in the offing, the UK's Civil Aviation Authority has issued a warning about the fire risk posed by lithium batteries, which are now the #1 safety risk to aircraft. Phones, vapes, power banks should all be kept in your hand luggage rather than checked into the hold. As new figures show, there are around 2 lithium battery-related incidents every week. Here's the sound of concerned passengers as one catches fire in an overhead locker on board an Air China flight in October 2025. Well, Glenn Bradley is the head of flight operations at the Civil Aviation Authority, as well as being a commercial pilot. Welcome to the programme, Mr. Bradley, and I've seen the footage of that, and it does look rather terrifying. There's a significant fire in that particular clip that we played there. How big a safety risk are lithium batteries then?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. So, as you've pointed out, a lot of people are carrying lots of lithium batteries with you, and there's lots of flights every day. So these occurrences are fairly rare. But as you see from the video footage and the reactions from the passengers there, they are quite scary and they can be difficult to manage. This is why it's so important that lithium batteries are carried in the cabin rather than in the hold. The cabin crew are trained to deal with it. Whilst it's alarming, it can be dealt with nice and easy.
Yes, so it's obvious that's the point. It's not that they're safer in the hold, it's just that you'll notice if they catch fire and therefore be able to do something about them.
Absolutely. It's much easier to deal with it when it's in the cabin if there's a problem there. And so the cabin crew are trained to deal with it.
And so what do you do? This is real news you can use if you like, but what would you do? What should you do if halfway through a flight you realise you've left, for example, a vape or, I don't know, a phone in your hold luggage?
Well, I think the reason why we're doing this campaign at the moment is to educate passengers in how they pack for their flight. So pack right for a safe flight. So think about it when you're packing. Now, most of your gadgets that have lithium batteries in them are things that you want to have with you, like phones, tablets. So most people will actually carry them with you. We just want people to think about it and make sure they do have it with them.
And are there particular devices that are sort of more dangerous or worse, more likely to catch fire than others?
I don't think anything's more likely to catch fire, but the particular focus at the moment is on power banks because they carry a lot of energy. So for power banks, don't charge anything. Don't charge your power bank when you're in flight, and don't charge anything from your power bank unless you have permission from the cabin crew.
And if you have, for example, a laptop, is it all right to put it in the hold if it's turned off, or what was your suggestions there?
If it has a lithium battery in it, you need to take it in the cabin with you. And to answer your previous question about what to do, tell the cabin crew, tell the airline or the cabin crew. The earlier you realise that something's in the cabin bag, in the hold baggage, that the earlier something can be done about it without disrupting the flight. I was
going to say, what could that something be? You're not talking about turning the flight round.
Well, we have had a couple of occasions of that happen. And nobody wants to be the person that's responsible for disrupting everybody's flight. Hence, we want people to be aware of where the lithium batteries are and make sure they take them into the cabin with them.
OK, Glenn Bradley, that's the message. Don't be that person. We will all take it on board if we're lucky enough to be getting on flights. Thank you so much for coming on the programme. Now, Wimbledon returns next week with 2 weeks of grass court action, an all-white dress code, the occasional loud grunt and, drum roll, the return of Serena Williams. The tournament draw took place today and Serena will make her highly anticipated singles comeback on the courts of SW19 against Australian world number 53 Maya Joint in the first round. Well, earlier I spoke to former world number 1 Caroline Wozniacki and I asked her for her reaction to the return of a legend of the sport.
I'm really happy that she's back, not only as her friend, I love watching her play, but as a tennis fan, it's amazing to just have her back. And I think she's going to do well. Obviously, she hasn't played a singles match in so long, so it's not going to be easy. And as the matches kind of go on, I think she's going to feel it in her body. It's a lot different, when you play a real match in front of the audience, but she's Serena. She can do anything. I'm just really happy to have her back, and whatever happens at Wimbledon, she can just be so proud and happy that she's back in form and competing again.
Absolutely. And what about, clearly at the moment where certainly Wimbledon is under a kind of extreme heat situation. I think the temperatures are going to come down next week, but more broadly, it's been hot across Europe for some time now. Are tennis players adjusting to this new normal, these temperatures that they have to compete in? It must be incredibly hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard. There's warnings everywhere for the heat and to make sure that you stay hydrated, etc. Obviously, tennis players are incredible athletes, and I think the tournaments are making sure that the players are safe, and if it does get too hot, to stop play or have the heat rule in or whatever it is. And at the end of the day, the qualifying, I know it's been extremely hot, but once the main draw starts, we're going to get back to kind of more normal temperatures.
One of the things, clearly for us here in Britain, if you love tennis and even if you perhaps don't, Wimbledon is such a kind of big moment in the sporting calendar. At the moment, it is free to air, so any of us here can watch it. I wonder from your perspective how important you think Wimbledon is and whether you think the tournament and other crown jewel events, as we call them, should continue to be free to air just to preserve the legacy of the sport.
I can only speak from my own experience, and growing up, obviously I watched Wimbledon on TV and I loved it, and it's a big reason why I wanted to be a professional tennis player, you know, and I'm just so happy and proud to be part of history of tennis. And, you know, Wimbledon is such a special event, and I can't wait to be back. And I know that all the players are very excited to be part of this beautiful event.
That was Caroline Wozniacki on the build-up to Wimbledon. Well, Alex Forsyth is joining us now to, you know, give us the build-up. Come on, Alex, to any questions. She's Serena, she can do anything. You're Alex, you can do anything too.
Oh, I'll take that, Katie. Thanks so much. Good evening. Hello. From a fairly warm Sheffield, where there is plenty to get stuck into tonight, whether it is indeed the soaring temperatures or the heated politics of late, which will soon see the Prime Minister step aside to make way for another. So, to address whatever our audience wants to raise, we have Sarah Champion, the Labour MP for Rotherham and Chair of the House of Commons International Development Committee. Dr Caroline Johnson is the Conservatives' Shadow Health and Social Care Minister. Danny Sriskandarajah is the Chief Executive of the Left of Centre think tank, the New Economics Foundation. And Gerard Lyons is Chief Economist at NetWealth, a wealth management company. We will be live at 8 p.m. Hope you can join us.
Thanks, Alex. Looking forward to that later. But right now, this is PM. Coming up.
OK, ladies and gentlemen, here we are coming into Benidorm, your holiday resort.
As summers in southern Europe get even hotter, our holidaymakers moving their plans away from traditional destinations. We'll have more. But at just before 5:30, Chris is here with the headlines.
Temperature records for the month of June have tumbled in the UK and Europe. The UK saw its hottest June day, the third in a row, with the Met Office taking a provisional reading of 37.3 Celsius in Santon Downham in Suffolk. The mercury passed 40 Celsius at several locations in Germany. A red warning of extreme heat remains in place across London and southeast England. Nearly 600 people have died and thousands remain missing after Wednesday's earthquakes in Venezuela. The interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, has announced that the military is taking control of some of the worst affected areas. The United Nations says more than 1,000 international search and rescue workers have been deployed. President Trump has accused Iran of targeting ships in the Strait of Hormuz, saying it's a foolish violation of country's ceasefire agreement. A Singapore-flagged container ship was attacked in the waterway yesterday. A planned evacuation of more than 11,000 sailors from the strait by the International Maritime Organization has been suspended. Reporting restrictions have been lifted to allow the media to name a group of men due to go on trial in Manchester as co-defendants of a man accused of conspiring to drug and rape his unconscious wife. The husband, who can't be named to maintain his wife's anonymity, initially denied any wrongdoing, but has since pleaded guilty to a number of the charges he faces, including rape. President Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton has pleaded guilty to mishandling classified documents. A federal court in Maryland heard that the 77-year-old had shared sensitive information with relatives for possible use in a book. Downing Street says Sir Keir Starmer is taking advice over whether he should sack the Immigration Minister Mike Tapp after he became embroiled in a dispute with the Home Secretary. Mr Tapp wrote in the Times that foreign care workers should be exempted from Home Office plans to change visa rules. Ms Mahmood has since restricted his access to official documents, saying the article was unauthorised.
Thank you, Chris. The pictures coming out of Venezuela are grim. Mounds of rubble, an often makeshift rescue operation that infrequently pulls a survivor from beneath a destroyed building, more often, sadly, does not. The number of dead is rising, and rising dramatically. That's expected to continue to go up after the two powerful back-to-back earthquakes shook the country on Wednesday evening. Earlier this afternoon, the UN confirmed more than 50,000 people are missing. The Venezuelan acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, gave this update in the early hours of the morning.
We regret to report that 589 people have died and 2,980 people have been injured. However, we have also rescued dozens of people alive, which brings us great joy, as they are now able to embrace their families and loved ones again.
Eric Paul Martinez Santos is one of those who had a lucky escape. He described what happened.
I was in the building for 4 hours before I was rescued by someone. I think they were from the civil defence, but I'm not sure. They didn't have many tools. They couldn't find the chisel, the drill, the grinder, so they went at it with their nails. I also could help because they handed me a tool. I was only saved because I had a lot of furniture in my home that protected me from the wall.
Well, Stephen Gibbs is the Times' correspondent in Caracas, and earlier I asked him what he could tell us about the situation.
Well, what we've seen really for the last, coming up for 48 hours really, is Venezuelans trying on their own really as best they can to rescue people. This is involving civilian rescue teams, which are pretty under-resourced, and hundreds or thousands of local volunteers. But it's a pretty hopeless task to watch. These people are using their hands. The rescue people themselves are having to borrow ropes or cell phones to use like torches. It's just a situation where you need the experts, and thankfully now the experts are coming in from Switzerland, from France, from the United States. But, the people who understand these things talk about a golden window of survivability of an earthquake, and that is closing fast.
And what does that mean? I mean, obviously, we understand what that means in terms of the window of people's survival rates, but in terms of how people are feeling right now in the country, clearly it's been such a turbulent time politically. Then we had this awful double earthquake. And what they're seeing is a society that cannot rescue its citizens.
Oh, I mean, unquestionably, Venezuelans are feeling that they're cursed. They've been through 15 years of one of the deepest recessions seen anywhere in the world. They've had this political crisis. And now, nature deals this further blow that's, of course, worsened by the complete unpreparedness of the country for this. And then you add to that the fact that 25% of the entire nation, 8 million people, are outside the country. So they have this total feeling of hopelessness, of trying to contact their families and their friends from a distance, seeing yet another crisis hit their country.
And are people there, do you think, and of course the people you're talking about who aren't there, are people preparing for the numbers of dead to rise significantly?
Yeah, I mean, I think as in all earthquakes around the world, these figures go up a lot. There may be a window of hope here, and we may not be seeing these tens of thousands of figures that have been talked about. And the reason for that is actually connected with the migration. 25% of the country is left. That means a lot of these big buildings, these apartment buildings, and I can tell you this from personal experience, are pretty much empty. So while you see something huge fall down, hopefully there were not so many people in them that would cause this massive rise in the death toll.
And did you experience the earthquake yourself?
Yes, I was in Caracas, in Altamira, which was one of the places that it was hit the worst inside Caracas. I'm fortunately in a building that was properly engineered when it was built, and expecting the risk of this, because in 1967 there was another pretty major earthquake here. But absolutely, around me, buildings have collapsed. The bank I usually use is in total ruins. Some of the images you might have seen, these are all in areas around this part of Caracas. It was a big shake for anyone. I mean, I've experienced earthquakes before, but this was nothing like I've experienced before, and it's not surprising that there's been so much terrible damage across the country.
The Times' Stephen Gibbs on the rescue effort in Venezuela. Now, a week is famously a long time in politics, but it does feel like this week has contained a significant amount of action. On Monday, Sir Keir Starmer announced that he would resign as Prime Minister, mere hours before his presumptive successor, Andy Burnham, was sworn in as the new MP for Makerfield. Then the obstacles to a Burnham coronation began to fall away as other potential successors to Starmer appeared to fall in behind the man whose selfie in Parliament, well, looked like it contained most of the Parliamentary Labour Party. To reflect on the week and what's to come, I spoke to three Labour activists. Alan McGawley is Vice Chair of Sheffield Central Constituency Labour Party. Anne Reader is the Chair of the Waveney Valley Constituency Labour Party. And Mark Thomas Turner is the Chair of the Blaenau Gwent and Rumney Constituency Labour Party.
Well, personally, I think it had to happen, but I did feel sorry on a personal level for him, because I think he's been a good man. He's not the best Prime Minister we've ever had, but the best Labour leader, but I felt sorry for him.
Anne?
Mixed emotions. I think we can be very grateful for all that Keir achieved. He made the party able to govern again, but the mood music out there meant he had to make a difficult decision.
Mark?
I think everybody would feel sorry for Keir. I think he was forced down a road that was inevitable, that he would have to do what he did. And I have to say that Andy Burnham brings in a different charisma that Keir, I think, was lacking in front of the public.
I think he's proving to be the shot in the arm the party needs. We had our annual general meeting last night in Sheffield Central, and the mood was very different from the meeting we had a month ago after the local elections.
Do any of you have concerns that this is all being done and dusted, if you like, behind closed doors in Parliament, in the sense that none of you or members of the Labour Party are getting a say in who becomes the leader of your party and therefore the Prime Minister of this country?
Many of our CLPs have members of Parliament. There are conversations going on across the country, so we are involved as members.
If, when Andy Burnham becomes the leader of your party and therefore our Prime Minister, does he have a mandate? Do you think he needs to have a general election in order to truly be the Prime Minister that we all elected?
No. And just as the Tories changed their leader in mid-term and did not go to the country,
that went well for them.
We were elected with a manifesto.
So if he changes the manifesto,
we will continue to govern with a mandate that was given to the Labour Party to form the government.
So does that mean he can't alter, Alan or Mark, he can't alter the manifesto promises?
You can certainly make some changes. I mean, what we've got to realise is that we have 3 years left. And one of the problems that Starmer had was his start in government was poor. What Burnham will do is he'll make a fast start. He'll set the tone. He'll be positive. He's good at image making. He's good at setting the scene. And certainly if you looked at what happened in Makerfield, and I was over there on a number of occasions, he actually produced a blistering campaign.
Can I come on that? I agree with Alan that if he comes in and he is shown to be as competent as we believe he is, and he's able to get across and connect with the public and get across in a way that actually these are the things that we are doing.
Who would you like him to bring in, for example, as his Chancellor? Alan?
There is a good argument for Miliband becoming Chancellor, because he would have the credibility with the left of the parliamentary party to bring in welfare reform, which obviously we're going to have to pursue at some point.
What about the future direction then, on something like the North Sea? Should he push ahead? Should he say yes to drilling or no?
Well, in terms of North Sea drilling, I think we've got to be pragmatic. We saw an amazing result for the Conservatives in Aberdeen 2 weeks ago. And we also saw, which is something I wouldn't be happy about, but we saw trade union members voting for the Conservatives to save their jobs in oil and gas in the North Sea. So I think I look back to the miners' strike, because I'm from South Yorkshire and I was involved in the strike. And that was a destructive event for our county and for the country. We shouldn't be going at the same speed with oil and gas jobs. We do need to get lower in terms of carbon emissions, but we need to do it in a sensible way and ensure those well-paid jobs in the North Sea are kept for as long as possible. But we then don't build any new ones and we move as quickly as possible to net zero. So pragmatism.
I'm sitting here in Norfolk, and I can look out over the North Sea and I can see our wind turbines and our offshore wind, onshore wind. At the moment we have a very strong energy mix, but we need to reduce our reliance on imports. Oil and gas are going to be part of the energy mix for the immediate future. We're going to continue to, but we cannot, no, not expansion of it, but it is part of our current energy mix. But because of the internal market, we cannot depend upon fossil fuel and being exposed to the global shocks such as we had in Ukraine and with Iran.
Let's come off.
No, I'm sorry, I've got to come in on that point, because the problem we got is everybody wants to go green, so we want to stop drilling in the North Sea, and then we all recognise that we need to drill in the North Sea. The problem here is we have not got a transition that is set down on how we're going to do it. So if we lose one job, what do we do with that one job? Where's that person going? There needs to be a proper, thought-through industrial strategy that actually takes all that in place, which we do not have.
We have an industrial strategy.
I'm in the steel industry. We do not have it. We are just about to crucify a load of jobs in the steel industry if we are not very, very careful.
Well, we're getting new jobs created here in East Anglia all the time through the increased expansion of renewables.
OK, well, let's move on now to another policy area, the EU, for example. Alan, what's your view on whether Andy Burnham should continue the policies or the plans that Keir Starmer was laying out on closer ties to the EU or not?
Well, certainly we need to get closer ties, but what we've got to remember is it's not our decision. The EU would be absolutely crazy to allow us back in and then for Reform to win an election in 3 years' time and bounce us out again. So I think rejoining the EU is probably a question for another decade. It would need Labour to win the next election and then for public opinion to be probably 60-40 in favour.
Mark?
Well, we definitely need close links with the EU. You know, we've lost out massively from coming out of the EU, and I think everybody acknowledges that now.
The world is very volatile, and we must have closer partnership with our allies in Europe.
On immigration, do you think that Andy Burnham should stick to what Shabana Mahmood has planned or deviate?
Immigration is a strength. It makes us what we are. It strengthens our economy. It's really important that we have an immigration policy that is fair and is welcoming. I celebrate the fact we are a diverse country, but we are moving on making sure that we address illegal immigration.
And Mark?
Mark?
I would like to see us actually address the fact that why are people coming here illegally, and part of that is because we've closed the routes for them to come here legally. We need to re-look at that.
And Alan, that bill is increasing forced removal of people refused asylum, introducing stringent age checks for people claiming to be children, and plans to limit applications under human rights laws. Is that a route that Andy Burnham should continue down?
No, and our excellent MP Abtizan Mohammed has been critical of key elements of the new immigration bill and calls for a much more humane and fairer system.
And just one word answer from each of you. Do you think Andy Burnham will be leading you into the next election? Yes or no?
Yes, certainly.
Yes. Yes from me.
Anne?
Yes, but nominations haven't opened yet.
There you go. Faith there in Andy Burnham from Anne Reader, and Alan Macaulay and Mark Thomas Turner, all Labour constituency, Labour Party chairs or vice chairs. But at, nearly 5:45, Chris is here with the last go at some of the headlines.
A pilot has died after their light aircraft crashed this morning near Dunkeswell Airfield in Devon. Police said there was no one else on board. Air France has suspended flights to the Democratic Republic of Congo after a passenger from Kinshasa tested positive for Ebola. The airline says it's working with Congolese authorities to improve screening. An American rapist who tried to escape justice by fleeing to Scotland in 2021 has died in hospital in the United States. Nicholas Rossi was given a 5-year jail sentence in the US last year after he was extradited.
Thank you, Chris. A man has been jailed at Liverpool Crown Court for assaulting 2 police officers. The incident, which took place in Manchester Airport 2 years ago, led to much criticism of the police's actions at the time, but the facts put forward in court have painted a very different picture. Anna Jameson is a reporter with BBC North West, and she's been in court today. Welcome, Anna. Just give us a reminder first, because it was, as I was saying, a big case at the time. Just remind us of the background.
It was indeed, and many listeners might have actually viewed the footage of the brawl widely shared on social media, which sparked protests after it appeared to show a police officer kick a man in the face while he was on the ground before making stomping motion towards his head. Now, at the time there was uproar. That didn't show the full picture. Days after, CCTV footage leaked to the media showed events leading up to the incident, which showed several punches being thrown by 2 brothers from Rochdale at a male firearms officer and 2 female colleagues. Now, today, 21-year-old Mohammed Fazia Amaz was sentenced to 3.5 years for 3 counts of assault, 1 with bodily harm of a police officer, 1 for assault by beating, kidnapping and another count for earlier assaulting a member of the public. Now, last month, Judge Neil Hewitt KC directed that Ahmad and older brother Mohammed Ahmad, aged 26, be found not guilty of assaulting PC Zachary Marsden after the jury twice failed to reach a verdict here at Liverpool Crown Court.
And briefly, was there reaction in court today?
Yes, well, appearing on video link in custody, Mr. Ahmad heard two impact statements from the officers. One, PC Lydia Ward spoke of what she called her utterly terrifying experience from the witness box. She said she thought this was it. She labelled her attacker as cowardly. You used me as a punch bag, she said, but I will get back up and I will show you how strong I am. In a statement read out by prosecutor Paul Greeny KC, PC Ellie Cook told of her excruciating pain with each blow and how she thought she was being attacked by 3 to 4 people. Now, defending Imran Khan KC argued that Ahmad, who was 19 at the time, had not reached full age of maturity and didn't realise the true consequences of his actions. Judge Hewitt KC agreed, giving Ahmad a reduced sentence of 25%. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Jameson, thanks so much. But let's go back now to our top story as we come towards the end of the programme. The extreme heat, not just in many parts of the UK, but across Europe. The map of Europe currently is deep red from the UK to Hungary. The UK's June heat record was broken again today, as we were saying, reaching 37.3 degrees centigrade in Santon Downham, Suffolk. Germany has just experienced its highest temperature on record at 41.3 degrees, while France recorded its hottest day since records began on Wednesday. Earlier today, Samantha Burgess, Deputy Director of the Climate Change Agency Copernicus, explained the reasons why Europe was warming faster than other continents.
Europe extends into the Arctic, and the Arctic is warming at about 3 times the global average rate. Where we have less ice and snow and sea ice in winter, that means we've got darker surface areas that absorb more heat, and we also have less cloud cover through improvements in air quality, which means we're getting more solar radiation.
Well, that was Samantha Burgess on The World at 1. While governments and populations struggle to adapt to a changed climate, so too is the travel industry. And Kathy Adams is the travel news features editor for The Times and Sunday Times. Welcome to PN, Kathy. For years, lots of people, that phrase, a week by the med, it was a norm for many if they were lucky. Is that changing? Are people deciding to go to different places as a result of this changing weather?
Hello, and yes, absolutely. So a trend we've seen, I think, probably over the past 5 or so years is, and this is a horrible word, I apologise, coolcations.
Oh, that is
where,
horrible.
Holidaymakers are, it is, isn't it? The travel industry loves an awkward portmanteau. So what we have seen is holidaymakers are choosing Scandinavia, they're choosing Northern Europe, broadly that's kind of, say, German beaches, Netherlands beaches, like looking further afield, even into kind of Canada, North America, and also going to Alpine resorts. So, places in the winter that are obviously very popular for skiing. They've done a really good marketing job and made themselves quite attractive for that kind of summer period. So, yes, people are looking at these kind of holidays, but I do have to stress it's in small numbers still. And that sort of, very idiosyncratic week in the Med, that is still the kind of prevailing holiday type for a lot of Brits. Because,
but are people perhaps deciding to do it at a different time, perhaps not in the height of summer?
Yes, exactly. I was coming on to that. I mean, now September is the most popular month for holidaymakers. That's according to ABTA, the Travel Association. And it makes a lot of sense.
Not holidaymakers with children, then.
Not holidaymakers with children, no. And I do have to stress, unfortunately, I'm in that. But, yeah, what we are seeing as well, and this is what travel agents tell me constantly, is that people are looking at taking their kind of big main family holiday at a different time of year. So that could be Easter, we've got a 2-week break there. It could be February half term, October half term. Particularly in southern Europe, that season has stretched out to the end of October. Greece is actually really lovely right at the end of October, and that's becoming more and more popular.
There we go. Kathy Adams. You heard it first here. Kathy Adams from The Times and Sunday Times. You heard that word, coolcation. I promise we won't say it again on PM. Ever. Now, it is a moment in history that at PM we feel compelled to mark, the end of an era, because at 1 o'clock tomorrow morning, BBC Radio 4's Longwave service will close. The transmitter at Droitwich in Worcestershire, supported by relay transmitters at Burghead and Westerglen in Scotland, has been broadcasting for more than 90 years, carrying everything from wartime messages to the shipping forecast and test match special. The BBC says the transmitter technology is ageing and increasingly costly to maintain. Arqiva, who operates the transmitter, said it had a shared history with the BBC and that it had been an honour to maintain the long-wave transmitters on their behalf. Well, Gabriel O'Regan takes a look back at the history of long-wave at the BBC.
This is BBC Radio 4, serving the whole of the United Kingdom on 1500 metres, 200 kHz.
November 1978, the moment Radio 4 arrived on Longwave, and with it a new UK theme to mark the occasion. After almost 50 years on the frequency, and over a century since the BBC first broadcast on Longwave,
the BBC will end broadcasts of Radio 4 on Longwave later this year.
1 o'clock tomorrow morning will mark the end of Radio 4's Longwave service. The Daventry transmitter, which opened in July 1925, was the world's first permanent high-powered long-wave transmitting station, a single aerial on a hill, but enough to reach 94% of the population. Libby Purvis presented on Radio 4 for more than 40 years, but her love of radio started long before that.
A little transistor radio was like the mobile phone is for children today, and I longed for nothing more than this extraordinary magic thing in my shorts pocket, people just talking to me out of this tiny box I'd carry around with me.
By 1934, the Daventry transmitter was replaced by a far more powerful one at Droitwich in Worcestershire.
This is Droitwich testing on a wavelength of 15...
I'm Jim Lee. I've been a Radio 4 announcer and newsreader for nearly 30 years. I was lucky enough to visit the Droitwich transmitting sites. And when you stand at the bottom of the mast, the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. And it's not because of the excitement, it's not because of being an anorak, it was because there's so much RF energy floating around there that you can actually feel it.
Ici, Londres. Les Français parlent au français.
During the Second World War, BBC transmitters, including the long-wave signal from Droitwich, carried coded messages to the French resistance, the powerful waves able to penetrate deep into occupied territory. After the war, BBC Longwave carried the Light programme, then Radio 2, and finally, in 1978, Radio 4.
Welcome. We're glad you found us. And welcome to our new listeners in Scotland, in Wales, in Northern Ireland. And welcome to our new friends who may be listening across the English Channel. Welcome, gentlemen sailing the high seas.
The shipping forecast came with it, but not because it belonged to Radio 4, but because it belonged to Longwave. It was the only signal that could reach sailors at sea.
And now the shipping forecast is issued by the Met Office.
This is Peter Jefferson. I used to read the shipping forecast on Radio 4. Being on Longwave, you had the clarity aspect as well, in knowing that whoever was listening, maybe quite possibly at sea, was not listening under ideal circumstances, so you had to make sure that your diction and pronunciation was as clear as possible.
Good morning from John Timpson and Libby Purvis.
I have been a radio professional, but I've also been a radio listener, and a very dependent radio listener when sailing in small boats around our coasts. There was something about the absolute calm, professional accuracy. No silly little disc jockey jokes or raised eyebrows or little additions. No, just the forecast.
That's the end of this shipping bulletin.
Longwave was also the home of Test Match Special. Well, it was eventually.
When Test Match Special came to Radio 4 Longwave, it was feeling a bit unloved, and they weren't made particularly welcome by Radio 4. I'm Andy Rushton, and I was for a long time the announcer for Test Match Special on Radio 4 Longwave. You were well aware of the Longwave audience because they were very quick to get in touch, some of whom were very annoyed at having their days of listening to Radio 4 interrupted by cricket.
The shipping forecast has actually rather stymied us, and you know that the game is going to end or whatever it may be during the shipping forecast. What do you do? Millions of people listening, and off they go to learn all about rock all. But we'll miss it. We'll miss the shipping forecast.
And it wasn't just cricket or weather. For decades, 198 kHz Longwave was the daily heartbeat of institutional Britain.
And here on Longwave, it's time for the daily service.
And the steady churn of democracy.
But here on Radio 4 Longwave, it's time for Yesterday in Parliament.
Gradually, though, the programmes, traditions, quirks and relevance of a network and wavelength steeped in history have faded away. The UK theme, composed to welcome Radio 4 to Longwave, was dropped in 2006.
Which of course means that now we've come to a rather an historic moment. We're about to hear for the very last time live here on BBC Radio 4, the UK theme.
In 2023, Test Match Special left the frequency. In 2024, the Longwave shipping forecast came to an end, and one of those forecasts would dip out of PM just before the news.
And for the very final time, that's where we leave PM here on BBC Radio 4 198 Longwave.
Since then, Radio 4 Longwave has been a simulcast of the Radio 4 FM schedule. Until tomorrow.
Longwave radio is an old plough horse which is off to the knackers. We can't change that, but it creates a moment of nostalgia and a moment of gratitude as well.
Gabriel O'Regan on the truly momentous end of Longwave. We are still here, of course, and on Monday, Evan explores how divided the UK really is.
How united is the population of the United Kingdom?
I've wanted to be different, not be defined by what I read in the newspaper about where I live. It's about breaking a cycle.
I'm Evan Davis, and as part of Radio 4's look at social cohesion, I've been travelling around the UK to find out whether we are as divided as people fear and how much it matters.
If you can't help your neighbours, you're not much of a neighbour. My door is open, my girls' doors are open, and my house is always full.
Common Ground with me, Evan Davis, starts on Monday morning at 9. To listen on your smart speaker, just say play Radio 4.
I'm now going to say play weather. Ben Rich, please,
yes,
do.
Thank you very much indeed, Katie. Good afternoon to you. What a week of weather it has been, and for the third consecutive day, we've broken the UK's June temperature record provisionally, in any case. 37.3 degrees Celsius today at Santon Downham in Suffolk. We do still have that red warning for extreme heat from the Met Office covering parts of southeast England. That's valid until 9 o'clock this evening. That's about to expire in a few hours' time. There is another amber warning for extreme heat that covers parts of eastern and southeastern England for tomorrow, but then that warning will expire tomorrow evening, and then beyond that the weather does look set to turn quite a lot cooler, which I'm sure will be a relief for many. But the other side of the weather story today has been thunderstorms, of course, across many northern and western parts of the UK, and through this evening we have a few more of those to come across parts of Northern Ireland, Northern England, but more especially across Scotland. And in the north of Scotland there'll still be some further vicious thunderstorms, I suspect, for a time to take us through to around midnight. For much of England and Wales it turns dry, but a few showers could creep into the southeast of England, with some areas of low cloud around some western coast. Overnight temperatures in the southeast corner may be once again not getting below 20 degrees Celsius, so another very warm night for some, but the story over the weekend will be for fresher conditions to spread from the west. Now, across the southeast of England and East Anglia.
You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz Longwave. This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on the 27th of June this year. However, you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB, digital radio, and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
Death and destruction in Venezuela, where tens of thousands of people are listed as missing after two powerful earthquakes.
You can see people struggling with their own hands, trying to remove the rubble, the concrete, everything in the searching of the loved ones.
Also tonight, the UK record for the highest June temperature is broken for the third day in a row.
It's not very nice, there's no shade, you've got no let up. Yeah, you can see it out here, it's baking.
An extraordinary row at the Home Office escalates as the Secretary of State tells one of her ministers he can't see sensitive documents without her approval. President Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton pleads guilty to mishandling classified documents. And...
Get back, get back! Go, 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 go! Go. Cheers, buddy, follow that police officer!
The van driver who helped police catch a suspect by giving a lift to the armed officer chasing him. There are fears that the number of people killed in 2 powerful earthquakes in Venezuela on Wednesday will rise significantly as a desperate search for survivors continues. 589 people are confirmed to have died, but many more are missing, with the United Nations humanitarian chief putting that figure at more than 50,000. One of the worst hit areas is the northern port city of La Guaira, where satellite images show many high-rise buildings have been flattened. Carolina Lopez is one of the people searching for missing relatives.
The only thing I can say is that I have my heart in my hands and I don't know what to do. That's the only thing I can say. I ask God for everything. There, where you see that destruction, nothing. I don't know where He is.
While many face anxious waits for news of relatives, there have been some moments of relief, such as this rescue of a woman pulled alive out of the rubble earlier today. Our reporter Vanessa Silva is in La Guaira.
The level of devastation has no words to explain what we have seen in this area of this coastal town of Venezuela. The one that was hit with more force with the earthquakes that shake the country on Wednesday. There's so many destruction. Wherever you see is a building collapses. This was a small mall. Over there is another. This building at my back is just completely lining to one side. It's about to collapse, and there is so many places, and you can see people struggling with their own hands, trying to remove the rubble, the concrete, everything in the searching of the loved ones, but it's a lot of work that is needed. The international rescue teams are arriving to Venezuela, but still is not enough. Still is not deployed in all the places that we are seeing today. I mean, we literally see the floor open, the earth breaks in this area of La Guaira.
Teams from around the world are arriving in Venezuela to assist the relief effort, with tons of aid supplies also being delivered. More details from our World News correspondent, Joe Inwood.
Working by torchlight, rescue teams in Caracas use angle grinders and their bare hands to search through the wreckage of collapsed buildings. Every now and again they fall silent to see if they can hear anyone knocking or crying for help. Then a shout goes up. There has been an aftershock and they move to safety. This was how much of the first 36 hours of the rescue operation was carried out. Local people working by hand. That spirit was praised by the acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, when she spoke to the nation a few hours ago.
Lo que está expresando es el gran corazón de nuestro pueblo.
This demonstrates the great heart of our people and their solidarity. No one has hesitated to go out into the streets to lend a hand to their Venezuelan brother or sister. And a very special recognition goes to our rescuers, those arriving from all over the country to join this commendable task of rescuing people alive from collapsed buildings and homes.
But this country, which has long suffered from poor governance and US sanctions, needs help to cope with a disaster of this scale. Teams from all over the world have flown into Venezuela, with many heading for the worst affected area in this disaster, the northern city of La Guaira. The UN says more than 1,000 rescue workers have arrived, along with 6 teams of specially trained dogs. Nicola Putschelt from the International Search and Rescue Dog Organization says they will save lives.
There is
always hope to find people alive. So as we know from past events, there have been people found after several days, and I think this is also possible in this event, and we are very hopeful to find a lot of people and can help families to bring back people they are missing.
Today, once again, the number of confirmed dead rose sharply, but many more are still missing. Even as a major international rescue effort gets underway, few doubt the true scale of this tragedy is only just beginning to emerge.
A new record high temperature for June has been set in the UK for the third day in a row as heatwave conditions continue to affect parts of the country. The Met Office says a temperature of 37.3 Celsius was recorded at Santam Downham in Suffolk, topping the previous high of 36.7 Celsius in Somerset yesterday. Health leaders have warned that the unprecedented heat is having an impact on NHS services. As our health reporter Catherine Burns explains.
When you think about NHS staff going above and beyond in a heatwave, it's not just doctors and nurses. At St Mary's Hospital in London, the estates team have been taking turns doing shifts on the roof, day and night, hosing down the rooftop chillers with cold water just to keep the air conditioning on inside.
Essentially, keeping it continually doused with water is the only way that we can keep it cool enough in order to be able to keep it running.
That's Ian Bateman, the Chief Operating Officer at Imperial College Healthcare. He says staff and patients have been brilliant, but it's not been easy.
Inside the hospital, it's warm. We're doing our very best. We've got additional chiller units in and fans everywhere that we could possibly put them, but unfortunately it's still uncomfortable. We're keeping our temperatures under constant review and wherever possible moving staff and patients around to try and keep them as comfortable as possible. But I think it's probably fair to say it's pushed our buildings and it's pushed our staff to some really challenging limits at times.
Parts of this hospital date back to the 1800s, not built with climate change or air conditioning in mind. Health leaders are warning that the NHS isn't equipped for heat waves and needs investment to cope with what is becoming an annual event. NHS staff have been telling me what it's like for them. One nurse said her ward was like a wall of heat and called it intolerable. A midwife described mums and new babies struggling to cope with temperatures over 30 degrees in a postnatal ward. And an A&E doctor said the heating was still on in some parts of their hospital. They said staff were irritable and some patients were abusive. Amy Tompkins is a GP in Greater Manchester.
Like so many others, our practice is converted residential rather than purpose-built, and general practice has limited resources to be able to cool the environment. We have one air conditioning unit in reception, so several of the doctors have been taking regular breaks to go and stand out there throughout their clinics.
NHS England says its website pages on heat exhaustion have had more than 120,000 hits in the last 5 days. It says services are using well-tested plans to keep staff and patients safe, but is asking the public to use their common sense about being out in the heat and staying hydrated.
The German Weather Service has said the country has hit its highest ever temperature on record at 41.3 Celsius. As large parts of Europe swelter under similar conditions to the UK, our correspondent Anna Holligan sent this report from the Dutch seaside resort of Shutdown.
On golden sand, stretching across the North Sea, toddlers splash in the waves and families seek relief in the sea breeze. Elsewhere, escaping the heat is far more difficult. The electronic music festival DEFCON 1 in the Netherlands was ended prematurely. At midnight, visitors were asked to leave as a code red weather warning took effect. Fans were gutted.
I feel sorry for the people that have come really far. Some people have travelled literally from the other side of the world for like a once-in-a-lifetime experience, so I feel gutted for them. But I understand as well because it's so hot.
Organisers said they simply couldn't take the risk.
We were in the tent yesterday and you couldn't even dance. Everyone's pouring sweat, everyone's exhausted. You couldn't do it, and that was, 31 degrees, so 37 today. Yeah, it's unbearable.
Across the continent, the heat is having devastating consequences. In France, a toddler died after being rescued from a car. The Pride March, scheduled to take place in Paris this weekend, has been postponed, while officials in Belgium cancelled their reenactment of Napoleon's defeat at the Battle of Waterloo. In Germany, temperatures have reached 40 Celsius. The World Weather Attribution Group of scientists said the record-breaking heat gripping Europe is unmistakably linked to climate change, and such temperatures would have been virtually impossible 50 years ago.
The Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, is restricting the access of one of her ministers to government documents in an escalation of a row over a newspaper column. Mike Tapp wrote an unauthorised article about Home Office policy, which prompted Ms Mahmood to ask the Prime Minister to sack him. Our political correspondent Damien Grammaticus is following developments.
This is an extraordinary falling out between the Home Secretary and one of her junior ministers. Shabana Mahmood unveiled last year increases to the time people moving to the UK must wait before they can apply for permanent residence. Mike Tapp, the Immigration Minister, has been working on the practicalities. Writing in The Times, he said a new, longer wait of 15 years should not apply retrospectively to care workers already here, adding the system needed to be fair. Ms Mahmood is understood to believe that was freelancing, contrary to the Ministerial Code, and requested the Prime Minister sack Mr Tapp. Downing Street has not done that. It says Sir Keir Starmer is taking advice. Mr Tapp posted on social media that he would not be intimidated to drop his views. Ms Mahmood has restricted her junior minister's access to sensitive documents and meetings. Behind this are the fractured relationships in Sir Keir's government. Mike Tapp has, as recently as this week, been a vocal public supporter of the Prime Minister. Ms Mahmood was one of the ministers understood to have told Sir Keir he should set a timetable to go.
The Green Party has been forced to return a donation which was made by its leader, Zach Polansky, after it was deemed to be impermissible. Mr Polansky gave just over £1,500 to the London branch of his party last September, but wasn't on the electoral register at the time. His party put that down to personal security concerns. Here's our political correspondent, Harry Farley.
Zach Polansky gave his party £1,539 shortly after he took over in September last year. But at the time, Mr Polansky was not on the electoral register, meaning legally the donation was impermissible. The explanation from his party that he wasn't registered because of security concerns comes as Mr Polansky is understood to be in discussion with the Home Office and police about his protection. Because the donation was unlawful, it should have been returned within 30 days. But it wasn't returned until the 10th of June this year. A party spokesperson said this donation was made to the London Green Party. When the issue was brought to the National Party's attention, the donation was returned. The Electoral Commission said it was considering the matter and so could not comment, but that it had not launched an investigation.
President Trump's former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, has pleaded guilty to mishandling classified information in a federal court. Mr Bolton, who's become a fierce critic of Mr Trump, made his admission as part of a deal which could see him go to prison for up to 5 years. More from our North America editor, Sarah Smith.
John Bolton amassed various amounts of national defence information in the notes he took when he was researching his 2020 memoir, The Room Where It Happened. He then used a personal email account and a messaging app to share that information with 2 members of his family who did not have security clearances. His email account was later accessed by a hacker allegedly linked to Iran. Under the plea agreement he struck, he will serve no more than 5 years in jail and will have to pay a fine of over $2 million. A former top advisor to President Trump, Mr Bolton has become one of his most outspoken critics. When he was first charged, he sought to portray the investigation as part of President Trump's push to use the justice system to target his political enemies. Today he admitted the charges and said he was sorry for it. His lawyer compared the case to the 2023 indictment of Donald Trump for mishandling secret documents he kept at Mar-a-Lago. The judge overseeing that case dismissed those charges before it went to trial.
The Russian-controlled authorities in Crimea have declared a state of emergency after Ukrainian attacks disrupted fuel supplies. Moscow says the move is designed to keep essential services running. President Zelensky of Ukraine has announced what he calls a 40-day influence campaign aimed at forcing Russia to negotiate. Our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford sent this report from Lviv.
First, there was fuel rationing and power cuts. Now there's a state of emergency in Crimea as Ukraine steps up its drone attacks on the peninsula. After making this announcement, the Russian-appointed governor, Sergei Aksyonov, had to reassure residents it wouldn't mean restrictions on their movements or a curfew. He said it was about cutting bureaucracy to take rapid decisions. But Ukraine is focusing its military strikes on and around Crimea like never before, and that's having a major impact. On social media, people are posting videos of shopping centres with no power and long queues of cars towards the main bridge as people head for the Russian mainland. Even children's summer camps have been suspended for safety. Moscow's illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 was hugely popular in Russia and a big ratings boost for Vladimir Putin. But for Ukraine, it was the first act of aggression in what later became an all-out invasion. So this intensified military campaign against the stolen jewel in President Putin's crown is highly symbolic in itself. But it is also part of a wider push to increase pressure on the Kremlin and to force Vladimir Putin into peace talks before Russia gets better at intercepting the drones.
A court has lifted reporting restrictions that prevented the media from identifying 13 men who are charged alongside a husband who's accused of conspiring with others to drug and sexually abuse his wife. The husband and 12 of the 13 other suspects are due to go on trial in Manchester later this year. Our North of England reporter Rowan Bridge listened to proceedings at Manchester Minchell Street Crown Court.
This morning, the judge lifted a court order allowing us to report more detail of the case. 12 of the 13 co-defendants have pleaded not guilty. They're Philip Wilde, Sean Pearce, Jonathan Kirk and Robert Stewart, all from Stockport. Jordan Wallace and Alan Keelan, who are both from Manchester. Mohammed Sabir of No Fixed Abode, Graham Brougham from Northwich in Cheshire. Richard Townsend from Rochdale, Carl Lindsay from Taunton, Daniel Rayner from Whitstable in Kent and David Graves from Ilkeston in Derbyshire. Between them they face a range of charges including rape and conspiracy to rape. A 13th co-defendant has pleaded guilty to 4 charges. Keith Fotheringham, who's from Dundee, has admitted, amongst other offences, conspiring to rape and conspiring to drug the woman at the centre of the case. Those who have pleaded not guilty to offences will go on trial in Manchester in September.
The comedian and broadcaster Hardeep Singh Kohli is to stand trial accused of 20 charges including rape, sexual assault and indecent assault. The 57-year-old has pleaded not guilty to all the charges, which involve 5 women. The incidents are alleged to have taken place between 2006 and 2022 at locations including the BBC studios at Pacific Quay in Glasgow. A trial date has been set for October next year. You're listening to the 6 o'clock news on BBC Radio 4. The main news so far, a desperate search for survivors of 2 powerful earthquakes is continuing in Venezuela. Thousands of people are missing. The UK temperature record for June has been broken for the 3rd day in a row. Still to come.
This is the national programme from London, radiated by the new Longwave transmitter at Droitwich, working on a wavelength of 1,500 metres.
The end of a radio era, as Radio 4 broadcasts on Longwave are switched off tonight. The King has become the first monarch to reveal their tax bill, showing a payment that placed him among the top 100 taxpayers in the UK. But there have been claims that, despite Buckingham Palace saying the figures are evidence of unprecedented transparency, the royal family's finances remain opaque. Our senior royal correspondent Daniela Relf reports.
Royal accounts can be opaque. This year, both Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace have attempted to offer more information, but with limitations. For the first time, the accounts reveal that the King paid £12.9 million in tax in the year 2024 to 25, and Prince William paid just over £7 million over the same period. But there is no breakdown of how these final figures were reached. Dan Needle, who is a tax lawyer and campaigner, questioned the level of royal transparency.
It's not tax in any sense. It's money going round in a circle for PR purposes. It's not paid in the same way as a real tax. It's not subject to scrutiny from the tax authority in the same way as a real tax. It's a PR trick. It would be much saner and probably a lot cheaper if we simply gave the King less pocket money.
The financial reports show that the King and Queen will not move into Buckingham Palace, despite a refurbishment costing almost £370 million of public money, instead preferring their London home of more than 20 years, Clarence House. And the accounts also highlight the sovereign grant, the main public funding for royalty, which has almost doubled in 3 years to just under £100 million annually. Julian Payne was a senior member of the King's household.
What you see is the combined income that he receives. Voluntarily, he pays tax on that amount of money. You can see all of the funds which come in, how he is paying for the 2,273 public engagements, 708 of which are his own. You really are getting a very full picture of what it costs to run the monarchy today.
This year's royal accounts also highlight travel costs. The most expensive royal trip overseas was Prince William's visit to Saudi Arabia in February, which cost just over £130,000. And a visit by the King to Lancashire cost £48,000 on the royal train. Next year, as it's too expensive to run.
Downing Street has said that it's very concerning that a US fighter pilot stationed in the UK avoided trial under English law for strangling a woman in Cambridge. Captain Jacob Wolfson was tried at an American military court by a panel of 8 male Air Force officers, despite the incident taking place while he was off duty. Our UK correspondent Daniel Sanford reports.
Sarah Steele waived her anonymity to allow the Guardian newspaper to highlight the concerns raised by her case. The Cambridge academic met Captain Jacob Wolfson on the dating app Tinder and agreed to go to see the fighter pilot at his flat in Cambridge. But there he strangled her during sex, which she said was not consensual. When she reported it, Cambridge Constabulary allowed the US military police to take the lead in the investigation. Wolfson was tried by an all-male American court-martial panel, which found him guilty of strangulation, but acquitted him of non-consensual sex. Sarah Steele told the Today programme that the panel then took into account Wolfson's military record when passing sentence.
They were raising in his mitigation how many people he'd killed, supposedly to get him a lower sentence for committing a serious violent crime against me.
Under an agreement made in 1951, members of US armed forces based in the UK will be prosecuted by the Americans for offences committed on duty or against other US personnel. Other offences can be prosecuted in the UK courts, but police forces are still required to give sympathetic consideration to requests by the US military to prosecute their own staff. The Prime Minister's official spokesman said it was very concerning that this case never reached the Crown Prosecution Service for a decision on whether it should be prosecuted under English law. The Justice Minister, Jake Richards, agreed the case raised questions that he would now look at.
There are issues around military courts, whether that is in America or indeed our own, and how that interplays with our criminal courts and our civil courts. That's always an area that we look at.
The Minister said he'd make sure there was a thorough and objective review of the case.
A 14-year-old boy has appeared in court in South Wales charged with murder following the discovery of the body of a missing girl. The defendant, who can't be named because of his age, appeared before Newport Youth Court. Formal identification of the body, which was found in the Dufferin Park area of Blaina, hasn't taken place, but the boy has been charged with murdering 14-year-old Lily Jones. The BBC presenter Trevor Nelson has announced he's taking a break from his shows on Radio 2 and 1Extra for health reasons. Writing on social media, the 62-year-old said he'd had a routine checkup and been advised to have some follow-up tests. He said he was concentrating on being back to 100% me and to getting back behind the mic. A van driver has been praised by police after giving a lift to an armed officer who is pursuing a man suspected of carrying out a serious assault. Our correspondent Duncan Kennedy sent this report from Margate.
Open it! Stay where you are! Open it! Stay there!
Tuesdays in Margate don't normally play out like this. Armed officers recording on body-worn cameras are running after a suspect. But it looked like the alleged culprit was hot-footing it to freedom. That is, until a passing van driver stops to pick up the officer to carry on the chase.
Running down the hill towards the viaduct. Get back, get back. Go, 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 go. I'm going, I'm going. Go, go, go. Cheers, buddy, follow that police officer.
In a reverse of what usually happens in the movies, where the cop commandeers the car, this van driver was in full pursuit mode, happy to help the police chasing the man suspected of carrying out a serious assault.
If you just go past him, keep going past. Keep going past. Stop here on the right. Stop. Don't move. Put your hands on your head.
The wheels of justice have rarely turned so fast. With chase over and arrest made, the officer thanks his obliging new recruit.
Cheers for your help.
No problem.
Glad I could be of service.
Cheers, buddy. We'll get on with doing the rest of it. Thank you very much for your assistance.
That was quite exhilarating.
See you later. Hopefully the rest of your day is a bit calmer.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah, see you later.
Kent police say the van driver, who hasn't been named, should feel proud in what's clearly a case of a good Samaritan doing his bit to drive down crime.
In cricket, England's men's captain Ben Stokes has had an impact on day 2 of the third test with New Zealand at Trent Bridge. Stokes got 4 wickets as the tourists lost their last 9 batters for just over 100 runs.
Oh, there's a little edge there, he's out.
Yes. There's a clear spike, there's a bit of toss at the back. And Stokes has made the breakthrough.
Stokes in. Fielder underneath it. Gay should take the catch. He does.
Bowled a bouncer and it's hit him somewhere. He's caught it slip and is taken.
In response, Ben Duckett scored the 9th fastest century in English history, reaching the landmark in 88 runs. A short time ago, England were 216 for 2, trailing New Zealand's first innings total by 222 runs, with 8 wickets remaining. In tennis, Serena Williams will play the 53rd seed, the Australian Maya Joint, in her opening singles match at Wimbledon as she makes her highly anticipated comeback to the All England club. In the men's singles draw, Britain's Jack Draper has been handed a tough first-round match against the American Taylor Fritz, who reached the semi-finals last year. Radio 4 broadcasts on Longwave will end tonight. The BBC began broadcasting on the frequency from its original transmitters in Daventry in Northamptonshire in 1925 before switching to a new transmitting station in Worcestershire. Our media correspondent David Sillito reports.
Ready for number 3? All ready. Right, let her go.
1934 and the beginning of an engineering marvel.
To run up the high-tension machine.
The powerful long-wave transmitter masts at Droitwich, 213 metres high, along with 2 sister stations in Burghead and Westerglen in Scotland, ensured the BBC was a truly national service.
This is the national programme from London, radiated by the new long-wave transmitter at Droitwich.
Beginning with Eric Coates' The Merrymakers, the BBC's new Droitwich service sent out a signal that travelled far out to sea and, for decades, delivered the shipping forecast.
Dover, Thames, Humber, Heligoland, East Dogger.
And that ability to travel far? In the Second World War, the long-wave signal was a way of communicating across Europe.
These are today's main events. Germany has invaded Poland and has bombed many towns.
And even sending coded messages to the French resistance. And in more recent years,
on 198 Longwave,
allowed cricket-starved holidaymakers to follow Test Match Special from the beaches of Brittany.
And join Jonathan Agnew.
Hello, good morning and welcome to...
But 92 years on, the masts are showing their age. The elderly technology behind the service is drifting into obsolescence. Scan along Longwave these days, and most will only hear the slightly scratchy sound.
I just wonder if there's anyone at the top of
BBC Radio 4 on 198.
actually batting for Radio 4.
Which has been warning its few remaining listeners that things are coming to an end.
This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on
15 years after the announcement that investment in the service had come to an end, Arqiva, who operate the transmitters, are shutting it down next week. Which means that tonight, Radio 4 will be saying goodbye to Longwave.
The headlines again. The United Nations has warned that more than 50,000 people are missing after 2 powerful earthquakes hit Venezuela on Wednesday. More than 900 people are now confirmed to have died. The UK has recorded its highest ever June temperature for the 3rd consecutive day. The Met Office says it reached 37.3 Celsius in Santon Downham in Suffolk. President Trump's former national security advisor John Bolton is facing a prison sentence of up to 5 years after pleading guilty to mishandling national security information. BBC News.
With Tom Sanders. Coming up later tonight, from West End Girls by the Pet Shop Boys to Africa by Toto. We're weaving through a musical journey at 7:15 with Add to Playlist. Then a live political debate from Sheffield High School for Girls. Alex Forsyth will be bringing us any questions at 8 o'clock.
How united is the population of the United Kingdom?
I've wanted to be different, not be defined by what I read in the newspaper about where I live. It's about breaking a cycle.
I'm Evan Davis, and as part of Radio 4's look at social cohesion, I've been travelling around the UK to find out whether we are as divided as people fear and how much it matters.
If you can't help your neighbours, you're not much of a neighbour. My door is open, my girls' doors are open, and my house is always full.
Common Ground with me, Evan Davis, starts on Monday morning at 9. To listen on your smart speaker, just say play Radio 4.
Now on Radio 4, the Dead Ringers team are ramping up the temperate of the week's news.
Harry Kane, a disappointing 0-0 draw with Ghana. That was a dour 90 minutes, Log.
Yeah, I know, because, we had a plan. We stuck with it, and we gave the fans back home what they wanted.
Gave the fans back home what they wanted. Harry, England were flat, uninspiring, ponderous and boring.
Yeah, that was for everyone back home sweltering in this 40-degree heat wave. The entire country's finding it impossible to sleep, but half an hour watching England versus Ghana. And then nodding off in no time, it's a dream come true, isn't it?
Dead Ringers.
The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question, and I accept that answer with good grace.
OK, Keir, I now need you to write down the name of who you think is a traitor.
Sorry, Claudia, I'm struggling. I'm looking around and all I see are traitors. There's Andy.
Look, Keir, it's nothing personal, mate, but I had to vote for yourself to leave. Sorry.
I know, you played an amazing game. And as for you, Wes, I have been 100% faithful to you the whole way through, Keir. Yeah, he's definitely a traitor.
To be fair, Keir, you've done some quite traitory things to a lot of us.
Well, Angela, I have to say, you didn't do very well in the housing challenge.
I need to push you for a name, Sir Keir.
You know what? I'm putting down myself. I did let everyone down in the don't appoint an associate of an international sex trafficker to a high security government post challenge.
OK, Keir. This means you have received the most votes and are now banished. Before you go, please reveal your true identity.
Well, what a journey it's been. I've given it my best shot, and I made some amazing memories. Remember when I got all those free gifts and made all those U-turns? But I'm proud to say that I am, and always have been, since the very beginning, a son of a toolmaker.
Hello there, I'm Gary Lineker, and welcome to The Rest is Football. If Netflix had VAR, they'd reverse their decision to give us 30 million quid for this. So it's been a disappointing few days. Scotland's hopes are hanging by a thread after they lost to Brazil, and before that, there was England's frustrating 0-0 draw against Ghana. I'm once again joined by England manager Thomas Tuchel.
Hello, Gary.
So, Thomas, what was the main problem? A lack of legs in midfield?
No, Gary. I counted 2 on Rice, 2 on Anderson, and 2 on Bellingham. Exactly the right amount of legs. Then I I substituted off Bellingham, 2 legs off, and brought on Rogers, 2 legs on. The legs added up to the correct number of legs at all times.
But the Ghana team, they really parked the bus, didn't they?
No, Gary. The coach driver parks the bus. The Ghanaian players would not be allowed to drive the bus without the proper PSV license and accreditation.
Right, well, good luck against Panama, Thomas, and don't forget, the whole country's behind you.
No, Gary. I am currently facing in a southeasterly direction, which means the whole of England, I believe, is to my left and slightly in front of me. I could, I suppose, try at all times to face away from England so that the whole country was indeed behind me. However, that strikes me as highly inefficient. But then again...
You are German.
Precisely, Gary.
Hello and welcome to Times Radio. I'm Andrew Neil. The roll of Andrex you dropped in the toilet and didn't fish out quickly enough. I'm here with prospective Prime Minister Andy Burnham.
And a good old in touch with the people of the North to you. Hello, Andrew, our kid.
You have a packet in. Come on, we all know you went to Cambridge, Sonny. So you want to rule this country. It's a tough job. Are you prepared for it? What's your strategy?
Well, I have a great strategy. I have a 5-point plan, Andrew.
Well, that's good to know. Are you going to let us in on it?
Of course. Firstly, I become Prime Minister.
And?
I'm not sure I follow.
That doesn't sound much like a 5-point plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I misspoke. I didn't mean 5-point plan. I meant 5-word plan. And the words are, firstly...
Okay.
Yes.
Become... I get the idea.
Prime.
Way ahead of you.
Minister.
Well, that's put my mind to rest.
Wait, I've thought of another word.
What's that?
Buses.
So you don't know what you're doing?
Well, I don't want to get into specifics, but no. One thing I will do is appoint a person of some description into the post of Foreign Secretary, where I will put them in charge of foreign. And I will also do this with other important things like money and other important things like buses. Because everything is on the table, or a timetable. Just to say a bus would have a timetable.
Why are you so obsessed with buses?
Because buses are the only achievement I can point to in the last decade. That and selfies.
Okay, well, now a little bird tells me perhaps some old Labour characters could come back, like David Miliband. If you're considering old faces, I think I know a name that would play very well with the British public.
Like who?
Oh, you know who I mean.
I don't.
You do.
You've lost me.
Come on, surely you've guessed.
Just tell me who it is.
Diana Beck!
Do I look soft in the head?
Oh, blast. I thought if she had a job, she'd stop following me round like her out of Baby Reindeer.
Andrew! As if I would be doing that.
Shut up, losers. It's the Donald rambling away at you until you leave or I fall asleep again. In recent months, our troops have done an incredible job battling evil. But no deal has been reached. The vital waterway remains out of action. Yes, the Washington reflecting pool is still closed. As my war on the algae enters its 2nd month. I have erected a fence around the reflecting pool at a modest cost of $300 billion. But this is just one step. Step 1 of Operation Epic Fungi. Reopen the waterway. And to those loser Democrats who say it was the Donald who destroyed the reflecting pool with a botched renovation job, I remind them that once the Donald has bombed every last bit of stinking, slimy sludge out of that reflecting pool to smitheroonies, I will have delivered on yet another of my campaign promises to drain the swamp.
You're watching Sky TV. You may have seen this week that Nicola Sturgeon is to take part in a new reality TV thriller called The War Game. And that's not the only new TV show she's making for us.
Look, what I would say is hello and welcome to Oblivious, the game show where contestants can win a huge array of luxury domestic goods as long as they don't notice them. I can't think why they asked me to host. Now, our first contestant is Maureen from Fife.
Hi, Nicola.
OK, Maureen, you sit yourself down there in front of the conveyor belt and let's see how many of these items you can be oblivious to.
A set of Le Creuset Mickey Mouse ramekins, priced £39. A Karcher K7 pressure washer, priced £470. A Miele CM6300 copy machine, priced £1,299. A Beatles special edition fountain pen and rollerball, priced £1,475. And a cuddly toy.
OK, Maureen, how many of the items you just saw with your own eyes did you actually notice?
Well, Nicola, I can't say I noticed any of them because I don't spend much time in the kitchen. Me and my husband both earn high salaries, so stuff like that's perfectly normal as far as I'm concerned.
Maureen, no one believes a word of what you just said, but that doesn't matter on this show, so the items are yours to keep. Congratulations! Oh, yes. Time now to play for tonight's star prize.
Yes, it's this beautiful camper van.
Oh, that looks lovely.
And that means you've noticed it and so you've lost.
Oh.
And your husband's going to prison. Join me next time for more incredible feats of blindness on Oblivious. Bye-bye.
That was a classic. That was Glenn Fry with The Heat Is On. And yes, we are all frying as the heat is most definitely on. Now, having promised supporters he'd be a candidate for Labour leader, the former Health Secretary shocked Westminster this week by backing Andy Burnham. Moon-faced boy man Wes Streeting joins me now.
Yes, to answer that point, I did briefly consider fighting for the leadership, but then my team reminded me that I am the living embodiment of a customer feedback form.
Isn't the truth here that Burnham offered you a plum job to buy you off? Surely a Machiavellian deal your mentor would be proud of.
Mentor?
Oh, come on, don't play the innocent with me. He's been at your side every step of the way as you entered politics.
I'm completely at a loss as to who you're talking about, Jeremy.
I'm talking about the Prince of Darkness, of course.
Oh, him. Yes, he is my mentor.
So you're finally admitting how close you and Peter Mandelson really are.
Peter Mandelson? No, I'm talking about my mentor, the actual Prince of Darkness, the devil. Sold my soul to him when I was 19. Why do you think I don't age and I'm such a backstabbing little shit?
Wes Streeting, thank you.
By the way, surely you've noticed by now that I look a bit like the inflatable pilot from Airplane?
Everybody has. Let's go back to the 80s again. Here's Big Country on Radio 2.
BBC Sound.
Hello, I'm Chris Mason, and joining me in the newscast studio is the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Hello, Chris. May your cormorants be well greased for the solstice.
Thank you. Now, you've been quite aggressive of late. You called Bridget Phillipson, the Education Secretary, a spiteful class warrior.
That is indeed so. You see, I have transmogrified from being a low-energy weirdo to a low-energy weirdo with a mojo to a low-energy weirdo with aggro. I am now using my position to flow that aggro at those that displease me. Would you like to feel the rough side of my tongue?
Not especially.
Because I keep my tongue here in my Wellington boot. As you can see, it is a tongue of an otter.
Seems rather cruel.
It is not, because it is still attached to the otter.
So, where has all this newfound aggression come from?
I was greatly buoyed by the result of the Aberdeen South by-election because I have huge affinity with the peepholes of Scotland.
The people of Scotland... Hang on, did you say peepholes?
Oh, yes, I carry one with me at all times to peep through. Here it is.
Is that...
A hole I've drilled in a haggis, yes. I can see through it, Chris, and I can also see a future for the Conservative Party in which we are still nowhere near power.
Kemi Badenoch, thank you.
My bra is a set of bagpipes.
The train for Ketchworth is now arriving at platform 3.
Oh, Lorna, forgive me.
Forgive you for what?
For everything.
This summer, the beloved masterpiece Brief Encounter returns to our screens.
For meeting you in the first place, for taking that piece of grit out of your eye, for bringing you so much misery.
I'll forgive you if you forgive me.
All aboard!
I must go, darling. But before I do, I must take this final chance to tell you, with all my heart and soul, that
Yes? Yes?
There will now be a 3-minute hydration break.
But dash it all, I'm not dehydrated. I've just had a cup of tea. So where were we? Oh, bugger, he's gone. Damn you, FIFA-mandated hydration break. Damn you to hell.
Is it, Sue? This is it?
You're listening to BBC Radio 4's Intrigue to Catch a King, the hit investigative podcast which runs the full gamut from dangerous and dramatic to dramatic and dangerous. I'm Sue Mitchell, I'm a reporter, and my friend Rob Laurie is ex-army.
They trained me to speak in a whisper all the time.
Because of the danger. This week our trail has led us somewhere that isn't a pitch-black forest for once. That's right, we're on a beach.
Cold red, Sue, cold red!
Rob is ex-army. It's called a red weather warning, Rob, because we're on a beach and it is very, very hot.
Don't move, Sue. We've got to stop right now.
Rob, his ex-army, has identified a critical threat. What is it, Rob?
You can't hear our footsteps on sand.
This is bad news. Without the sound of our footsteps, we can't imply danger. There's only one thing for it. We have to stop the podcast and start it again at a shingle beach. That's much better. And after just a few hours walking in circles, Rob finally finds some danger.
Cover me, Sue!
Rob has forgotten to put on suntan lotion. He left it in the hire car. Rob is ex-army.
We're very exposed here.
Put your shirt on, Rob.
Sue! Sue!
Suddenly, because of editing, Rob has made contact with his contact.
Sue! I've received the package.
Rob has got a Calippo.
Sue, we have to be careful.
Because of the danger.
I've been hurt, Sue! Hurt!
Rob has eaten his Calippo too fast and has an ice cream headache. Rob is ex-army.
So it hurts, Sue. It hurts my forehead.
Abort mission! Abort mission!
Everything about this hot beach is dangerous because of the danger. Join us next time.
Back in the safety of the pitch-black forest.
Because of the danger.
On to catch heat stroke.
Rob is ex-army.
Watching Sky News with me, Beth Rigby, live from outside 10 Downing Street, where just a few minutes ago the Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced his resignation. And one of those watching on was the Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy. He joins me now.
Good morning, Beth. David, it's your inner monologue here. What could be one of your last important interviews ever.
Now we're going to get a new Prime Minister, presumably Andy Burnham.
Look, the Labour Party has... David, I just had a crazy thought. Look, but actually, I think it's rather a brilliant thought. Let's just see what happens. You could announce your candidacy right now on live television. Go on, David. Look, just don't rush me, okay?
I don't think I was rushing you.
Sorry, no. What I was trying to say was perhaps I myself will decide to throw my hat. This is your moment. Carpe David. To throw my hat, yes, in the bin.
Why would you throw your hat in the bin?
Sorry, what I meant was perhaps now is the moment, go on, to throw my keys in the bowl.
Right, well, I think we'll have to leave it there, David Lammy. Thank you.
Oh, David, once a lammy, always a lammy.
Let me speak. Truth be told, Makerfield was a wake-up call for my party, and that means it's time for Nige to up his game. We're going in harder, faster, stronger, Enoch Powlier. And that's why I'm unveiling our new policies. I'm going in hot. Not in a foreign curry way, of course. But from now on, I'm going after this lot. So, if this is you, you'd best be looking over your shoulder. Anyone who has a continental quilt. Anyone who knows what the hell tahini is. People who own more than one type of vinegar. It's malt, or you're going in the camps, Jean-Pierre. Anyone who uses more than 2 spices. It's salt and pepper, and make sure the pepper is white, none of your black rubbish. Rice cookers, I don't think so, Mr. Chinaman. Burn it to the bottom of the pan like the rest of us. And while we're at it, people who think rice needs washing. It's rice, mate, not a bloody Labrador. Your dress. Clothes don't need laundering. It's a T-shirt, not millions in unmarked rubles. Anyone who went on a gap year, I'll tell you what, if you left the country for more than a fortnight, you're an Indian. That's the Britain I want. That's the Britain I'll give you. I'm going after them all. Anyone who eats, drinks, or sounds foreign. Anyone with a foreign surname. And hold up, hang on a mo. Wait, Farage. Sounds a bit French. Oh no, I'm sending myself to a work camp. Well, actually, hang on, this is brilliant. It's about time I was shown I can't get away with a foreign surname. I disgust myself. Take me away. I demand it. Sponging foreign me, coming over here and taking my job. Oh, hang on, that's the...
You're listening to Today. Coming up later, Thought for the Day. And here's mine. Why can't we axe the God-botherers and keep the world tonight? There's growing disquiet in the Labour Party after West Streeting pulled out of a leadership contest to back Andy Burnham in a reverse coronation streeting. And despite Darren Jones saying he won't stand, many Labour figures are still hoping someone will emerge in the next few days to challenge Andy Burnham, however unlikely a contender they might seem.
I know!
Listen, Nick, Busy Lizzie has entered the contest. Consider the gauntlet thrown down, Truster style.
Liz Truss, but why? A sentence I could have said many times down the years.
Why do you think? Because you said the word coronation. And as everyone knows, the only reason we had the last coronation of King Charles was down to yours truly. There wouldn't have been any coronation at all if the Lizmeister hadn't killed the Queen.
You're not even an MP.
Neither was Andy B until last week. But look, I've been everything from a deranged Lib Dem to a deranged Tory over the years, so who's to say Liz the Riz can't also be a deranged socialist? And besides, all this talk of Keir Starmer being Britain's worst Prime Minister makes me very cross about people's short memories. How quickly they forget me and Kwasi's mini-budget made of nothing but Swarfega and pins.
Do you really think you're cut out to be the next Labour leader?
Well, I'm an egomaniac with zero policies who demands that everyone looks at me all the time. Duh!
Well, actually, that does sound like what they're looking for.
Exactamundo, Nick. Everyone loves the fizzy Lizzie. I'm going to be the next great Labour Prime Minister in the tradition of Ronald MacDonald.
Ramsay MacDonald, you mean?
You have your political heroes, Nick. I have mine. You're listening to Front Row on Radio 4. I'm Samira Ahmed. After the news that Disney is to end the West End run of the stage musical version of Hercules, producers have announced plans to bring it back with a new lead character. We can speak to him now.
Good evening, Samira.
Sir Keir Starmer is not who I was expecting at all.
Yeah, and I just couldn't understand how something that should have run and run could be cut off in its prime. I'm delighted to be stepping into the breach. Hit it! Bless my soul, here was on a roll, smashing Rishi's party up in every single poll. Bong, Big Ben, here's in number 10, with Lammy, Reeves and Rayner as my gang of merry men. Freezing the aged, what a brilliant move. Rob the disabled, now I'm in the groove. Losing the locals, don't you fear, watch my majority disappear. Now, when I became leader, I knew I had to get real. Our party was divided, it was my job to heal. I had to do it quickly, with no ifs or buts. So I healed us by booting Jezza Corbyn in the nuts. I won a massive mandate, and I proved my worth by breaking every promise that I've made since birth. Performing as many U-turns as the day is long, and sacking McSweeney when things went wrong. And who'd have thought it wouldn't be a great idea to hire Epstein's bestie? But let's be clear, I knew nothing about Mandy. Well, I did. But you see, I wasn't told. Or was I? It's a mystery to me. So bless my soul. Now the bell doth toll. Nothing left for me to do but sign on for the dole. Wins are scarce. You've really got to earn them. That's of course unless your name is Andy Bloody Burnham. What should I do now? What is the norm? How can I steer myself through this storm? I'll sod it. I think I'll just join Reform. Watch me resign as I fight back tears. 'Cause I've gone hero to zero in just 2 years. Yeah, hero to zero in just 2 years.
Jade Ringers was performed by John Coleshaw, Jem Ravens, Lewis MacLeod, Jess Robinson and Duncan Wisby. It was written by Nev Fountain and Tom Jameson, Lawrence Howard, Sophie Dixon, John Holmes, Tom Coles, with additional material by Angela Channel, Ali Panting, Adele Cliff, Cooper Mahwini Squirt, Duncan Wisby. Jade Ringers.
You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz Longwave. This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on the 27th of June this year. However, you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds, Radio 4 is available on DAB, digital radio, and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at 7 o'clock. The head of Venezuela's National Assembly says the number of people who've died in this week's 2 earthquakes has risen to more than 900. Some survivors are being pulled out from beneath the rubble of collapsed buildings. The government has confirmed an RAF flight carrying British search and rescue teams, specialist search dogs and drones has left the UK bound for Venezuela. The UK has seen its hottest June day, the third in a row, after the Met Office took a provisional reading of 37.3 Celsius in Santon Downham in Suffolk. A June temperature record has also been broken in Germany, where the mercury passed 40 Celsius at several locations. A red warning of extreme heat is in place until midnight tonight across London and South East England. Ian Bateman from the Imperial College Healthcare NHS Trust says they're being pushed to their limits.
Inside the hospital, it's warm. We're doing our very best. We've got additional chiller units in and fans everywhere that we could possibly put them, but unfortunately it's still uncomfortable. We're keeping our temperatures under constant review and wherever possible moving staff and patients around to try and keep them as comfortable as possible.
A 21-year-old man has been jailed for 3.5 years for assaulting 2 police officers and a member of the public at Manchester Airport in 2024. Mohammed Fahir Amaz was convicted earlier this year of attacking the officers as they tried to arrest him for headbutting a man in a cafe. President Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton has pleaded guilty to mishandling classified documents. A federal court in Maryland heard that the 77-year-old had shared sensitive information with relatives for possible use in a book. An American rapist who tried to escape justice by fleeing to Scotland in 2021 has died in hospital in Utah. Nicholas Rossi was jailed for 5 years in the US last year after he was extradited. He was caught in a hospital in Glasgow when staff recognised his tattoos from a wanted notice. BBC News.
On BBC Radio 4.
Snufkin's awake. Oh, we had a lovely sleep.
Moomin Valley is waking up.
Look, someone's been here before. They've left their hat.
But a mysterious discovery brings mischief and mayhem.
That is how they found the hobgoblin's hat and took it home with them without guessing that it would cast a spell on the whole of Moomin Valley.
A classic story by Tove Jansson.
Oh, goodness me.
Finn Family Moomin Troll, this Sunday afternoon at 3. To listen on your smart speaker, say, play Radio 4.
Now, Radio 4, it's The Archers, and Brian's been busy baking. Why?
That's done then, Dad. I've restaked the delphiniums and tied up the sweet peas, so hopefully they'll hold out a bit better against today's winds.
Oh, thank you, darling. But there's really no need for you to come over and do my gardening when I'm perfectly capable of doing it myself.
You are, but you don't.
Look, I'm not going to take any criticism of my homemaking today, Kate. Not when I've already baked a batch of biscuits this morning.
They look fabulous. I don't suppose they're vegan.
No, I'm afraid not.
Are they an olive branch to take to the meeting?
So you know about that?
I just know that Adam is keen to have a civil discussion about what dissolving the family partnership actually looks like.
And he thinks that without Ruth there will be uncivil.
Don't you? Your track record hasn't been great recently, Dad.
Anyway, these biscuits are not an olive branch because I don't need to proffer one. I'm the good guy here. I've agreed to be at this meeting even though there's absolutely no need for it. But I'm nothing if not accommodating. Now, pass me the biscuits here, will you? I burnt the first batch, but I'm very proud of these.
What flavour are they?
Ginger. Do you know this tin is older than Alice? Your mother and I managed to get away for a long weekend in the run-up to Christmas. Not long before Alice was born. Must have been December 1987. We were on Oxford Street when it started snowing, so we ducked into a shop for shelter, and we were both completely charmed by this tin.
And who was looking after me while you two were gallivanting around London?
I don't know. Someone. I don't remember. But I do remember how beautiful your mother looked. Right, all done.
When does the meeting start?
12. I've just got time for a shave and a change of shirt.
Dad, have you thought about what will happen to the profits left in the bank? How they should be divided?
What profits? What with the cost of fuel and fertiliser, there'll barely be any profit. I do hope that's not what Adam is planning to fixate on.
I'm not sure that making very little profit is something to sound quite so smug about.
Not smug, just realistic. If you think I'm making all this up, perhaps you should come along to the meeting this time. Don't rely on Adam to do all the dirty work.
Well, luckily I have work to do. My shift at Grey Gables starts soon, so I need to get going.
I'll give my best to Oliver.
I hope it all goes well, Dad. Just remember that you can't be both the good guy and the stubborn stick in the mud.
I have no intention of being stubborn or a stick in the mud.
Great. Well, I'll see you later.
Who said that about me? Did someone call me a stick in the mud?
Bye, Dad.
So, do you want my advice?
Please.
Okay, here it is. Straight from the Ian Craig School of Pep Talks. Just stay calm. You'll be looking to get a rise out of you. You've right on your side, and Ruth is a witness. So, just remember what Kate said. Don't poke the bear. Just let Ruth hear how unreasonable it is, and let her do the challenging. Just stick to the facts, and you can't go wrong.
And the fact is, the other partners and me are owed money.
Yeah, exactly. Brian can't just take back his land without divvying up the profit the partnership has made. His refusal to address this is illegal and immoral.
Immoral, certainly, but I'm not completely confident that it's illegal.
Now, Brian is basically stealing from his own children to make a point. That's morally repugnant.
But since when has Brian been bothered about morality?
Take a seat, Brian.
Oh, thank you.
Here's a coffee.
Oh, smells delicious.
There's milk and sugar on the table.
It's very generous of you to host this, Ruth. And I wonder where Adam's got to. It's not really on to be late to a meeting you've convened.
Oh, it's only just gone 12.
Well, maybe my ginger biscuits will help sustain us while we wait. Freshly baked by yours truly.
Lovely. Jennifer would be proud.
Amazed, more like. You know why he's called this meeting, don't you? He wants me to agree to a long list of things he thinks he's owed. But I have to be frank, Ruth. My main goal for today is to put a stop to these ridiculous claims.
Brian, if you've come here with a closed mind or all fired up to be adversarial, then you can put the lid back on your ginger biscuits and go home.
I see.
Today is about meaningful negotiation and compromise, taking positive steps towards an agreement that will suit everyone. I hate seeing you and Adam so divided. Oh, look, this is him now.
All families have their ups and downs. You should have seen Ed Grundy. He arrived at work this morning shattered from the constant, never-ending energy needed to bring up kids.
Well, there's some truth in that, certainly. Even when they're grown-ups, we don't get to stop thinking like their parents.
Especially when they're grown-ups. That's when the difficulties really kick in.
Oh, hi, Adam. Come in. Come in.
Finally.
I'm sorry I'm a couple of minutes late. I got held up by Linda Snell and her speed watch team.
Caught speeding, were you?
No, Brian, I wasn't.
Have a seat.
Thanks.
Help yourself to coffee and biscuits.
Made from a secret family recipe. Take one.
No, thanks.
Suit yourself.
OK. I suggest we crack on straight away. I know this is an informal meeting, but I'll be taking some notes, so we have a record of what's been agreed.
Good idea.
Or disagreed.
Right. Now, jump in if I get anything wrong, but as far as I understand it, Adam is looking for the partners to get their share of the farm profits that they feel they're owed.
And also to get financially compensated for kit bought by the partnership and now in Brian's possession.
Hi, Kate, have you got a minute?
Yeah, as long as we can talk while I work. I'm still nowhere near as fast at making a bed as everyone else. Even the porters and bar staff can do it faster than me.
Why are porters and bar staff making beds?
Well, because it's useful to have a range of skills. Wasn't that what Dane was encouraging? Oh, and also there's a league table.
Of bed making?
Yes, and I'm at the bottom.
Anyway, look, you crack on. I just wanted to ask if you'd heard anything about the meeting between Adam and Brian yet?
No, because housekeeping aren't supposed to look at our phones while we're working.
I won't report you.
Okay, 1 second. No, nothing from Dad or Adam. Oh, out of the way, Ian. I need to get to the right angle to do that corner.
Sorry. I wish I wasn't so preoccupied with Adam's blasted meeting. I should be focusing on getting ready for the sci-fi convention next week.
Is that HasitCon?
Yeah, it's a big deal. And it could mean return of business if we get it right.
Even with you distracting me, I've beaten my bed-making time by a full 5 seconds.
Congratulations.
Now, I think you need to try and forget the meeting is happening and, just throw yourself into your work here.
Yeah, you're right, but look, I'm worried Adam is going to lose his cool if Brian behaves badly. I mean, you should all be getting what you're entitled to without having to beg for it. And an apology wouldn't go amiss either, especially to Adam, who's literally worked night and day to keep Home Farm afloat.
Ian, you're preaching to the converted.
In fact, he's done way more than just keeping it afloat. He's put that farm at the cutting edge of sustainable agriculture. Why can't Brian be grateful for that?
I do worry that in all this righteous rage, Xander is getting a little lost. Brian is his grandfather. It's just tragic that such a vital bond is being broken.
Yeah, I would have felt the same a few weeks ago. But how can we trust Brian to always treat Xander as family? You seen how easily he tossed Adam aside, denying him as a son.
And that was awful. Unforgivable.
But you're going to find an excuse for it anyway.
No, but we can't predict the future or control it, and maybe letting Dad and Xander build their own relationship is worth the risk.
Well, not for us.
Dad had a gorgeous time with Martha on the train on Father's Day, and the photos of them together at Martha's reading afternoon are adorable. Your fear of future rejection on Xander's behalf is actually only denying him these experiences right now.
But that proves it. Brian has never once been to one of Xander's reading afternoons. He obviously considers Martha more of a real grandchild.
All right, I understand your frustration, Brian, but let Adam have his say.
Well, go on then, speak. Though I'm only sticking around if you've got something new to say. I won't sit here and have the same old insults hurled at me.
What insults have I hurled?
Well, if you can't remember, isn't that part of the problem?
You can deflect all you want, Brian. I've been sitting here for the last 45 minutes and watched you go from victim to aggressor and back again as you spout your hero narrative.
Ruth, for the record, write down that I'll accept my status as closer to flawed hero.
That's not helpful, Brian.
I disagree. Humour's got many a fraught negotiation back on track.
In the end, it's simple.
You want your share of both the profits and the value of the partnership machinery.
Yes, finally.
Well, you can sling your hook.
This feels like the perfect time for a short break. Let's get some air, another coffee, and meet back here in 10 minutes.
No, Ruth, no. I can't see us making any more progress when Adam refuses to accept that I bankrolled them for years.
These ridiculous statements.
It's not ridiculous at all. Jenny and I kept all our profits in the farm, while the rest of the partners got payouts no matter what. So you're getting nothing from me now. The bank of Mum and Dad is well and truly closed.
Another hollow declaration. Can you see what he's doing, Ruth? He's trying to get me to a point where I say or do something I regret.
All I can see is two people who aren't prepared to listen to each other.
Oh, can you blame me?
It's obvious. Adam's in no state to negotiate. This is going nowhere.
Because you never had any intention of letting it go somewhere.
I think we all need time to process what's been said. Let's arrange to meet again one day next week.
There won't be another meeting. Well, not with me present anyway.
Okay. Fine.
Oh, won't you even stay for a biscuit, Adam? Let's at least be civil.
I'm sorry about this, Ruth, but thank you. I'm grateful you tried.
Bye, Adam.
Bye.
Bye, Adam. See? The boy's impossible.
The boy is almost 60 and in a difficult position. He thought he was going to spend the rest of his life managing a home farm, and now he's not. There's a lot to come to terms with. I can understand his frustration.
Everyone has to face disappointments in life at some point.
I do have one final question for you.
Oh, yes?
What is it you want, Brian? What do you actually want?
Glass of wine?
Oh, yes, please. Do you know what the best part of my day was?
Reading the Xander.
Yes. Yeah, if I could have disappeared into that magical world with the two of you, I would have, without hesitation.
I'm sorry the meeting was such a disaster.
Oh, I'm not sure why I dared hope it would be anything else. It's better to always expect the worst where Brian's concerned.
So, you really feel like you're at the end of the road?
It's not a feeling, I am. There's nowhere else to go.
Well, unless we, bring Bottlegate into it.
What?
Well, we have information that Brian doesn't know we have.
You mean, what, Rory?
Yeah.
What are you saying? We use it as a threat to get Brian to do what we want?
No, not exactly.
Then what?
I haven't thought it through. I don't know. It's just, it occurred to me that it's the only thing we have up our sleeve.
No. I couldn't give a toss about Brian, but Rory's my brother, and I'll never do anything that puts him at risk. Family is more than just blood. We should know that better than most.
Archers was written by Sarah Hare, and the farming and countryside advisor is Sybil Roscoe. It was directed in Birmingham by Sally Avens. The editor is Jeremy Howe. And in this week's The Archers podcast, Emma Freud has invited father and daughter duo Ed and Kira Grundy to swap notes on their troubled teen years in Ambridge. That's all available to listen to now on BBC Sounds.
I had no way of knowing that this would grow to become the #1 domestic terrorism threat in the United States.
Green campaigner or terrorist?
The anger was justified. That action was not.
Friend or foe?
There was a fundamental difference around approaches.
I'm Justin Rowlatt, BBC climate editor, and I'm looking at how the modern green movement has been shaped by conflict and the clash of ideas.
It was very, very emotional.
10 fights that made the green movement on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds. Weekday afternoons starting on Monday at 1:45.
Now on Radio 4, it's time to round off the latest musical adventure.
And welcome to the final episode in the current series of Add to Playlist. I'm Jeffrey Boachi.
And I'm Anna Phoebe. One last time for the series. The rules are as follows. In this game of musical Join the Dots, we carefully craft a unique playlist of 5 pieces of music every episode. The twist is that each track is connected in some way to the one that came before it, and those links open up discussions that take us far and wide.
As ever, we're joined by 2 studio guests, and I'm delighted to say that the pianist playing live at the opening of today's show was the Boogie Woogie pianist, music director and singer Tom Seals. Well, hello. Oh my God, I'm going to be doing a lot of whooping and cheering today,
You've
sorry.
already jumped out of your seat at least 3 times,
I can't help it. Now, Tom, it's great to have you in the studio. Welcome to Add to Playlist. You performed all over the world with the likes of, get this for some name dropping, Gregory Porter, Jamie Cullum and Dame Cleo Lane. You regularly perform a dueling piano show alongside Jules Holland, and you've recently released your album, Tom Seals, Live in London. And one of the songs you co-wrote with the great Noddy Holder from Slade. Is that correct?
It is correct, but you didn't even mention that I performed for Prince William. What happened?
Was it a private performance? What happened?
Private with 10,000 other people.
Okay,
but, you know,
okay.
it's fine, yeah.
What did you play?
I did, actually, Rocket Man, Elton John. I came out of the ground on a rising platform with a white grand piano, with my ginger hair and glasses and a dicky bow, and there was that much dry ice and smoke, you couldn't really see who it was, and 10,000 people went, it's Elton John! So I disappointed 10,000 people.
Now I want to hear Rocket Man.
She packed my bags last night pre-flight. Well, 0 hours, 9 a.m.
You know what? We've got all this music lined up, but you just want to do it all live.
But we actually have 2 phenomenal pianists with us in the studio today. So, Tom, if you wouldn't mind leaving the grand piano and heading over to the keyboard, because it's a huge welcome back to regular guest and Add to Playlist composer-in-chief, creator of the music for Wolf Hall, among many others. On the grand piano, it's Debbie Wiseman.
slightly more genteel.
This is going to be a good duet tonight. Yes, I'm really excited for this. Debbie, you've squeezed us into your very busy schedule. What are your summer plans? What are your projects? What are you working on?
Oh gosh, there's lots of juggling at the moment. I'm doing a tour of Wolf Hall in concert, so we're taking the music with Anton Lesser, who played Thomas More, on tour. So we've got a little mini tour. Also writing Father Brown, series 14, got that right. And then I'm starting a new project with Peter Kosminski, which is going to be a very challenging project because it's about Grenfell. And next year is the 10-year anniversary of the awful tragedy, and the BBC are creating a 3-part drama which Peter's writing and directing. So it's going to be a very different project.
Brilliant to have you back, Debbie, and welcome to the family, Tom.
Thanks very much.
For the last time in this series, we're picking up where we left off last time, and in the last episode, we ended with this massive hit from 1985. West End Girls by the Pet Shop Boys. That was my choice. So, Jeffrey, where are you going to take us for our opening track today, and how does it link back to Mr. Tennant and Mr. Lowe?
All right, let's get technical. I want to focus in on an instrument that was central to the sound and success of West End Girls, a synthesizer, namely the Yamaha DX7. Other synthesizers are available, okay? Now, we don't often talk about the technical ingredients in modern production, but the DX7 definitely deserves its moment in the limelight. Essentially, this bit of kit is part of a revolution in modern music. It features in a string of hit songs from the 1980s onwards, lending this characteristic sound that could be said to hallmark the era in pop music and even film and television. So to open today's episode, I'd like to land on a song that, just like West End Girls, uses this synth to huge chart-topping success. I hope you like a bit of 80s, Anna, because this is what it sounds like. Doves Cry by the American singer, songwriter and musician Prince, the lead single from his monumental album 1984's Purple Rain. Anna, wow, I mean, you know you're in the 80s, don't you?
Listen, I know that we're in 80s synth heaven, but it still feels so fresh and raw, and it's bold and still feels experimental.
Yeah, we need to have a reminder of the DX7 in West End Girls. There are so many songs that feature this. Debbie, you're giving 2 thumbs up.
Well, you know, I owned a DX7. I actually owned one. It was one of my first synthesizers that I ever bought. And it opened a whole new world for me, because suddenly I wasn't just sitting at the piano playing a normal piano sound. You could get all these other incredible sounds. And there was one sound, a koto, which was like this sort of Japanese metallic sound, which became so popular. It was used in so many different songs just because it was a great sound. But the thing about those sounds is they're of their time. And whenever you hear that koto sound or you hear a DX7, it reminds you of that period. And they do date. And now, even though kind of retro stuff is coming back, you hear those sounds and it makes you think of that period.
Because there's loads of other bands, aren't there? Depeche Mode.
Yep. I instantly think Billie Jean.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson, it was on that record. Toto, Africa, one of the classics we love. Phil Collins used it in The Air Tonight.
So we've established the DX7 is a huge part of this 80s landscape, and actually a bit of a linchpin in popular music as we move into the 20th and 21st centuries. It was introduced in 1983, and it would go on to become one of the best-selling synthesizers of all time, selling more than 200,000 units, including the one that Debbie Wiseman bought, I think.
And isn't there, you've got that stat, that 40% of the #1 singles on the US Billboard 100 in 1986, 40% of them had a DX7.
So that really says if you're listening to chart music, you're listening to this sound and this instrument. You can program your own sound into a synthesizer, but a lot of the presets of what we're hearing, one of them that we're going to go back to When Doves Cry on is this koto preset. You mentioned it earlier, Debbie, the koto. It's a traditional Japanese stringed instrument. It's got like 13 silk strings on a hollow wooden body, and there's a sound on the DX7 that is emulating the koto, and that's what you hear.
If you hear a real koto, it sounds nothing like the DX7 sound. It's just worth saying that. You know, it's an impersonation of it, but it's a great sound on its own. People are calling it a koto. It sounds nothing like the real thing, but it's a really effective sound.
Let's hear Prince, When Doves Cry, with some of this koto preset.
Why do we scream at each other? This is what it sounds like when doves cry.
The thing is, it's so percussive and it's so sharp and staccato. If you just listen to those chords on the piano... great. It's a great little hook, but it doesn't drive you to that feel of the, you know, the dance vibe that you get with that koto sound, because it's so sharp, it's so distinctive, and it's so immediately something different. And that was what was so great about it. It was a new sound.
What's quite interesting then, over the top of that, is the melody is so simple, because it's only 2 or 3 notes. And same with the... which is a 3-chord pattern, but also then the melody so simple on top. The melody is only, how can you just leave me standing, da-da-da-da-da-da, 3 notes, alone in the world that's so cold. You know, it's only ever 3 notes. So I think when you put that sort of repetitive underscore underneath with this nice simple melody, it's catchy.
We have to talk about the fact there is no bass line on this track, which roots things, but here there is no root, is there?
I know, that was complete. I mean, what confidence in Prince to say, and apparently it was a spontaneous thing, nobody's going to have the guts to do this. Knowing he had a hit song on his hands, I'm going to break the rules of pop, and I'm going to do this without a bass line. Because that completely drops out the bottom lane, and it leaves this space for his vocal to shine.
And that's the thing, that originally there was a bass line. Prince developed this whole thing in a very short space of time.
Yeah, I think the rest of the album was done with the band, but this track, the last track that he recorded for the album, which then became the first single, he actually did, I think, in 24 hours, in the whole night session by himself. He played all the instruments, played the guitar, played all the synth, did all the vocals, layers and layers and layers and layers, very quickly. He gets into that, it's like the flow, isn't it? The creative flow, where it just all comes super quickly and easy. And then he spent a long time on the mix. So this was taking days, and that's when the decisions were being made. And at one point, he was just stripping everything back, quite sort of Brian Eno, isn't it? It's like, what can you strip back until you're just left with the jus of the idea? And then to make that decision to remove the bass,
which is such a critical part of a dance track. That's the thing. You know, that's what generally you're hanging on to, is that bass line. But he thought it was too conventional. Suddenly, you take it away and something new happens musically.
Right, that's it. Prince opens the show, When Doves Cry.
So, it's over to you now, Tom. Where does that artist, still pretty much known as Prince, lead you for our second track today, and how did you get there?
Now, my link is the bass. Of course. Slap That Bass, Ella Fitzgerald. From her 1959 Gershwin Songbook album. This tune, to me, it's Ella celebrating the thing that Prince removed. Now, Prince made one of the most famous pop records ever by taking the bass away. But nearly 50 years earlier, Ella Fitzgerald sang a song insisting that bass was the very thing that held society together.
Zoom, 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 the world is in a mess, with politics and taxes and people grinding axes. There's no happiness. Zoom, 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 future doesn't fret me if I can only get me someone to slap that bass.
The opening of Slap That Bass by the American singer, songwriter and composer Ella Fitzgerald from the 1959 album Ella Fitzgerald Sings the George and Ira Gershwin Songbook.
Wow.
Tom, the bass. How much does the bass define a genre of music, and what are we hearing here?
Well, to me, you think blues, big band, swing. To me, it's okay. Horn section maybe, but also it's got to be double bass. Now, this is the music I was brought up on. My granddad had a big band, so every week when I was sort of 5, 6, 7 years old, my parents would take me in the showbiz capital of the North, Crewe, to see my granddad's big band. They were called the VCO, the Versatile Concert Orchestra, playing Glenn Miller, Sinatra, Count Basie, Duke Ellington. So this is the music that I love, and yeah, the bass has to be there.
So going back to Prince, he didn't take out the bass to get rid of genre constraints, but it's something to be said that because the bass would have been a funk bass, it kind of strips it from that genre and allows him to go more into the pop genre. And the funny thing is that both of his #1 singles, When Doves Cry and Later Kiss, they're both ones with no bass line. This kind of piece, you can't imagine without the walking bass. And when we say slap bass, what are we talking about, Tom?
Yeah, the percussive playing technique on the double bass. It kind of makes that pop and like a sharpness to it, where the bass player would use the inside of their point. Is that your index finger, your pointing finger? Yeah. I've no idea what it's called. That finger, they sort of hit the bass kind of hard and rhythmic, and you're creating that sort of sound as well, as opposed to just a dum bum 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 sound of a one note. You're almost getting the rhythm on there as well.
It sort of leads the rhythm, and I think also by having slap that bass in the title, in the lyric, it becomes part of the story.
Slap that bass, slap it till it's dizzy. Slap that bass, keep the rhythm busy. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Misery, you got to go. Slap that bass, use it like a tonic. Slap that bass, keep your Philharmonic. Zoom, 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 and the milk and honey will flow.
The lyric in this I find quite interesting, because both of the tracks, the Prince track and this one, both reference hardship. Because in the Prince track he says, how can you just leave me standing alone in a world that's so cold? And she's never satisfied, why do we scream at each other? So there's never any resolution to the lyric there. Whereas if you go back to the lyrics, of the Gershwin tune, to alleviate that misery of the modern anxieties portraying almost the chaotic world of, quote, politics and taxes and people grinding axes, you think when Ella says, slap that bass and use it like a tonic, and she says, zoom, 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 misery, you've got to go. We're starting to hear the resolution.
It's comforting, isn't it, the bass here? Because also it's comforting because it literally is playing crotchets, I feel. Is there a dotted rhythm? I'm not hearing much slapping either. I just feel like it's like quite a sort of warm duvet of a bass.
You've got the bass, ba-da-do-da-do-da, which is all very sort of rhythmic. But then when it gets into the middle part is almost like a more walking with the slap section. So there's both styles in that track.
So did walking slap bass, is that the precursor to the left-hand boogie-woogie style on piano?
Well, I think so, because boogie's so rhythmic as well. You know, it's obviously melodic to some sense, but a lot of the time the boogie left hand could replace the bass. So that just stays down there like the rhythm of the whole. That's the train driving the whole thing.
Hey, he's all right, isn't he? He's all right this time.
This was introduced by Fred Astaire.
Yes.
In the 1937 musical film Shall We Dance. It was an RKO film, RKO being one of Hollywood's big 5 studios during that golden age era. And this is where it was debuted, with Fred Astaire matching the rhythm of the double bass. So all it was Fred Astaire tap dancing and the double bass.
Also, the way Gershwin writes for the voice, and we think of Rhapsody in Blue and American in Paris as maybe Gershwin's greatest works, but then he wrote all these jazz-influenced songs, and this was actually part of a score for a film, Shall We Dance? So he was thinking in terms of storytelling, and then he hands over that story to Ella, and then she just delivers the story effortlessly. So it's a two-way street. You have to be given the notes, you have to be given the tune and the harmony, and then the performer is there to deliver it for the composer. And oh my gosh, what a job she does.
In which case, if you want a bubble, slap that
Thank you, Tom. Our second track today, Slap That Bass by Ella Fitzgerald.
So, Anna, over to you. Where are we off to next, and what's the link back to the First Lady of Song?
Well, my link is Gershwin and musical training. One of my favourite musical stories involves George Gershwin and the French composer Maurice Ravel. In the 1920s, despite already being one of America's most successful composers, Gershwin was still looking for ways to develop, and in the late 1920s he approached the French composer Ravel to ask if he could study with him. Ravel refused, not out of arrogance, but out of admiration. The famous quote is that he said, "Why become a second-rate Ravel when you're already a first-rate Gershwin?" So these two composers come from very different musical worlds. Gershwin's language shaped by jazz, Broadway and popular song. Then you've got Ravel by the refinement and colour of French classical music. But they both recognise something in each other, a fascination with rhythm, with orchestral colour, and with pushing at the boundaries of what music could be. So I'm going to go from Gershwin to the teacher he wanted but never had, to Maurice Ravel himself. And I've chosen a piece of music which is widely considered one of the ultimate masterclasses in orchestral colour. Dramatic and alluring opening of La Valse by the French composer, pianist and conductor Maurice Ravel, written in 1919-1920. Now, I feel like we're continuing on where Ella Fitzgerald has quietly whispered out of the room, and we're still in the whispering phase. This is called La Valse. It's a waltz, but it definitely doesn't feel like a waltz just yet, does it, Debbie?
No, thank you for choosing this. And I think we need a whole series to talk about this piece, not just a section, because there is so much in this piece. It's huge. It's complex. It's challenging. And people have said that Ravel insisted that the work had absolutely nothing to do with his recent experiences of World War I, because it felt like Europe was dancing on the edge, on the verge. He said that wasn't the case. But here he is, being inspired by the waltzes of Johann Strauss, but completely throwing them out the window. So you're lured into a sense of this is going to be a comfortable waltz-like piece, but then it's everything but.
It's a kaleidoscope, isn't it, of different themes and the way he takes you on this emotional roller coaster ride. And it really shows the masterclass of all of his classical training. But going back to Gershwin just for a minute, because in the 1920s, when he was at the height of his fame, he still wanted to get extra musical training from experts. Why do you think Ravel refused?
Yeah, I think Ravel refused because he didn't want to ruin his talent, and he was worried that a classical tutor would stifle his own very distinctive jazzy sound. And how honest and how brave of him to say that, to say, look, I don't want to get in the way. I just don't want to get in the way. I want you to do your thing. You're a great Gershwin. Don't try and be a classical composer. Don't try and be like me.
The more and more I've listened to Ravel, I've realised that he is a fan of jazz and blues. Not in this track, but when you listen to things like the Piano Concerto in G major or the Violin Sonata No. 2, there is actually some little jazz and bluesy licks in there. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool, more of that.
You mentioned, Debbie, that Ravel had a long fascination with the waltz tradition, with Vienna. And this track, the original title was Wien, and it started as a tribute to Johann Strauss II and the culture of the Viennese ballroom. He was captivated by lilting, turning rhythms, but I think what's interesting, he takes the waltz and then he deconstructs it. So he's still looking to kind of create something and then deconstruct it so it's out of the box.
Everything about this piece is so precise. Ravel was such a brilliant orchestrator that every single detail, the phrasing, the accents, the dynamics, is intricately written into the score. I'm looking at the score, and there is not one note that hasn't got a dot or a dash or an accent or something on it. He was so precise in his writing.
It feels almost like Tim Burton-esque, isn't it? It's that cinematic. It's like a
It
cinematic
just happens. You can't imagine anyone conducting it. Great big leaps in the tune. You know, one high to low. You know, you're normally imagining.
But those leaps.
And then you put the tune over the top. Blah, blah. And you know where the one is. With this, the bar lines are almost irrelevant. It just organically flows from one tune to another.
I mean, it feels balletic when you play it like that. It doesn't feel like a strict waltz in a Viennese ballroom.
I mean, it's a large-scale orchestral work, and it's in dance form, but it was intended originally to be danced to. But then it didn't end up being that way. It ended up being this large-scale orchestral work that people just wanted to play. It didn't end up being a piece that was going to be in a ballet.
And I found it quite interesting as well that a friend of his, the other composer, Igor Stravinsky, repeatedly said that he was like the most perfect Swiss watchmaker amongst all the composers. And he was so famed for his craftsmanship and being so precise. So there was obviously reason and intention, and there must have been a feeling inside him to create it like that.
Yeah.
And, you know, we can all take our own why we think that happened, but he must have written it like that for a reason.
Yeah. Let's listen to the end, because I really feel like this sounds like a civilization dancing towards collapse. It's so dramatic.
I love that ending. I mean, couldn't be more decisive, could it? Those four notes, so each one's got an accent on it. Da, 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 da.
Thank you, Anna. This is Add to Playlist with me, Jeffrey Bwachi.
And me, Anna Phoebe.
Our studio guests today are the pianist and singer, Tom Seals, and the composer, Debbie Wiseman. Anna, let's get a quick reminder of the first 3 tracks in today's episode, please.
We started with When Doves Cry by Prince, then Slap That Bass by Ella Fitzgerald,
Slap that bass.
and track number 3, La Valse by Ravel.
It's over to you, Debbie, for our penultimate track of this series. Where are you going to take us from Ravel, and what's the link back?
Ravel, we've talked a little bit about his precision and the way he loved detail in his scores. He also had a lifelong fascination with mechanical toys and clocks, and he'd love to show them off to visitors who came round his place. He must have had hundreds of them. So I was thinking about his opera, which is written in, I think it was 1911, called La Española, which is set entirely in a watchmaker's shop, and also the ticking rhythms of L'Enfant et les Sortilèges. And I started thinking about songs that maybe used rhythmic time as inspiration. So this was where I started. Didn't end up, but started with Time by Pink Floyd. Obviously, it's got a fantastic opening. Then I was thinking about Madonna singing Hung Up, which in its opening line talks about time. And I ended up with the Boomtown Rats, Like Clockwork.
Clockwork by the Irish band The Boomtown Rats from 1978. Anna, this was not on my bingo card that Debbie Wiseman would pick the Boomtown Rats.
I love it.
After Ravel. It's so good. Debbie, you surprised us.
I'm so pleased I surprised you. You know, I love this song. I think it's got this kind of restless energy. I love the little staccato bass line. We talked a bit about bass lines. It drives it along. And the chorus completely gets into your brain.
Let me interrupt you. Do you reckon Ravel would have liked this? Because you've jumped from Ravel to kind of like proto-punk late 70s.
He would have loved that rhythmic clock-like.
Right.
Can you imagine his love of clocks? And then you've got this sort of dum, dum.
It's great. Yeah.
And then, you know, the chorus. Like clockwork. You know, and you've got that driving along. He would have loved that. He probably mixed it up a little bit more, and it wouldn't have stayed in 4. It wouldn't be quite so rigid. It'd been all over the place. I feel it's like Geldof somehow trying to impose some sort of order, this logic into a crazy world, and my mind beats in time like clockwork.
Tom, where does this fall in your musical biography? Are you familiar with this?
I didn't know this tune, and it's amazing, you know, when you listen to the two, I was trying to find is there a link? Is there any way, besides, you know, musically, is there any link between the two? Now, obviously, you know, we started with a waltz in 3/4 time, and now we're here, which is this new wave post-punk, you know, 70s straight rock groove. How can there possibly be any similarity? But actually, they're both built around a dance rhythm. Which I think is quite interesting. They're both made to be danced to. Whether it's, you know, this straight rock thing, if you're listening in the car, you're going to tap along. La Valse starts as this elegant Viennese waltz, gradually becomes manic and unstable, until it all collapses, whereas Clockwork is built on this mechanical, compulsive thing with the staccato bass line. The whole thing, both of them, I actually think, is kind of hypnotic.
And again, the melody is simple. And immediately it gets into your brain. It's a hook. And that's the genius of a great pop song. It's something that you're going to hear it once and you're going to remember it.
She takes the time with the concept which we measure our age. She wants to say it again, but she don't have time because of
It's really well produced. And, you know, to me, it's the music of, we know Bob Geldof through his activism and his energy in that, and it feels to me like this is his frustration and anger, but expressed through his songwriting, and he does it so well. And this comes across with not only with the lyric, but a production which is crisp and sharp and driving, and that bass line drives it along at this quite frantic pace.
What's the bass line?
Not very much.
Okay, sorry.
And you know, it's very, very rigid and very much in 4. You hear the beats, you know, you hear 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. You're right there. Yeah. But that's the clock. That's the idea of the song, the clockwork.
But it's the lyrics
rhythm
as well, isn't it?
And it's the lyric, exactly.
My mind keeps time like clockwork, and I think in sync like clockwork. And it's, you know, she's done away with emotion. So it's about stripping back all the emotion and just keeping on the straight and narrow. There was another bit, count the hours, count the months and the minutes, you're born in tears and die in pain, and that's your limit. So I feel like this is someone who's been hurt and is trying to disassociate a little bit.
I think it was their first UK top 10 hit, and it's possibly one of the first songs that I ever heard of the Boomtown Rats.
They had huge successes.
Yeah.
Rat Trap.
Rat Trap, first rock song by an Irish band to reach #1 in the UK, so that's breaking records. Obviously, I Don't Like Mondays, which was a global hit for Boomtown Rats. Banana Republic followed. And so you get these kind of hit singles, and all the while the Boomtown Rats are kind of developing this identity.
But you can see why this song is the opener to their show. They open with this song.
Okay.
So I think instantly they come out and you've got that, and it just whips people up into a frenzy immediately. You can see why the gigs were so successful.
All right, wake up, everyone. Let's go. That's it.
But I like those clashy chords at the end. You know, where it sort of...
I think it's Tim Burton again, isn't it?
Yeah. Very unexpected little clashy chords, rising and rising and rising until the end. It's good. It just makes you feel even more unsettled.
And the delivery of the voice, tick-tock. It's like they're playing like some weird sub-characters.
Exactly.
Thank you, Debbie. Track 4 today is Like Clockwork by the Boomtown Rats.
Which just leaves you, Jeffrey, to see us out. Where do Bob Geldof and the gang lead you, and why?
When I was reading up on Like Clockwork, I discovered a fun bit of trivia. This song holds the honour of being the first track ever played on one of Ireland's main radio stations, the pop station RTE Radio 2, back in 1979. And it got me curious about songs that launch radio stations. Fascinating. I mean, what gets chosen and why? This is fantastic, like, pub quiz fodder here, people. Right, Classic FM, the first national commercial classical music radio network, opened in 1992 with...
I know this one.
Go on.
Zadok the Priest.
Absolutely. Right. So let's go close to home. BBC Radio 1 launched back in 1967. Anyone know this one?
No idea.
No, it was Flowers in the Rain by The Move.
Okay.
There you go. There's loads of these. I went all over the internet just searching countries and the first radio station.
We don't have time for pub quizzes.
No, and we're not going to stop at either of those two choices. We're going to go back to 2002. Sticking with the BBC, all right, to the first broadcast of the BBC Asian network on digital radio. Now, my choice for today's closer is the very song that launched that station. You ready for this? Mundian to Bachke by the British Punjabi DJ Punjabi MC, released in 2002 with vocals from Lab Jundois. That's what I landed on. I mean, what I wanted to do was I wanted to get a song that launched a radio station that had a connection to the radio station. And obviously, we're hearing the sound of South Asia here. So that was my rationale for landing on this one.
I'm curious, because with Clockwork, going back, that track opens up their live sets, and the fact it was chosen to open up a radio is interesting. You want something that represents the station and represents the listeners, I guess, as well.
This is what I was going to ask. If you were launching a new radio show, what would that song need to do and achieve? And did we hear it in the Boomtown Rats? Like, what's the recipe for launching a whole new radio station?
Well, you're setting your stall out, aren't you? I think of it like a theme tune for a television series or a film. You're setting out your stall. This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to sound. And you want to draw people in with the first track.
That's a really interesting, because obviously writing for series or writing for TV, the opening piece of music that people hear is so important for telling the story.
Yeah, because people would turn off if they don't like what they hear or they think it's not for them.
Yeah.
Through the music, it's all very subconscious. They'll turn over. And it's the same with a radio station. They've got to set out their stall. We're going to be energetic. We're going to be visionary. We're going to start something fresh.
So when RTE Radio 2 launched back in 1979, they chose that Boomtown Rats hit to mark their identity. Irish, rock, this is the sound of what we're all about. This choice, 2002, BBC Asian Network, going digital. It used to exist on medium wave. I mean, now we're going back into the old days, from 1989. But this was the kind of relaunch of a number of projects from the BBC in 2002. And the digital Asian Network, the first thing you heard was this song. The whole idea was it was trying to reach a new target audience. So, quote, an audience of people with an interest in British Asian lifestyles, particularly between the ages of 18 and 34. So it's kind of like a youth sound.
Is this a sample, that ding-a-ding-a-ding? Can we hear it on the piano there?
Can you repeat it? But it was he also sampled the theme from Knight Rider.
Absolutely.
Talking about themes,
oh my
which
goodness.
kind of did a similar thing. Now this again is very, very. I'm going to have to slow it down a bit. Yeah, that one. Do you remember that? And then he sort of.
He also uses the bass line and part of the beat from Fire It Up, 1997 Busta Rhymes, which in turn was based on the sample of
Absolutely.
Night Rider.
I'll be the street kid, the brother your mama freak with. Put y'all people on if y'all know how to keep a secret.
I know this track, and I'm sure many listeners will have heard of this track. But who is Punjabi MC, and is he a DJ?
Rajinder Singh Rai, right, who was born in Coventry, 1973, and grew up in Birmingham, I do believe. Or that's where he was when his album Legalized was released in 1998. And this track is from that album. It's a mashup. You've got Bhangra, which is a very traditional, very high-energy folk dance. The whole point of Bhangra was that male harvesters would be harvesting and then they'll be singing at the same time. So you can imagine men harvesting. So it's very rhythmic. And the singing is all about getting people to commune. And it's basically led by a tumbi, which is a double-headed bass drum. And then you get that kind of very high string instruments. That's what Bhangra is. But then as it evolved, Bhangra became a bit more, well, it embraced more instruments, particularly in the UK. So in places like Birmingham and Bradford and Coventry and Leicester, British Asians would develop the genre into something more modern. So it's a real medley of ideas.
Actually, going back to your link, which is the radio station, this is also was designed to appeal to a younger audience.
Yeah, so that's why when the hip-hop kicks in, it's like, okay, this is the sound of modern youth British Asian culture.
I didn't understand what the lyrics were about, but reading them, it's I mean, I don't know if they'd stand the test of time.
I know,
for the Gen Z generation.
Yeah.
It's all about keep your face down, hide it with a scarf, presumably talking to a woman, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't give your love to anyone. Beware of the boys. So this is the translation. Beware of the boys. You've only just grown up. Beware of the boys. You've only just grown up. I mean,
yeah, that's what the title is. Mundian Tabachki is kind of beware of the boys. So it's this kind of cautionary tale. This is an international smash hit. It became the first Bhangra song in history to reach the UK top 10. So again, breaking records, a landmark for South Asian communities in the UK. It charted really highly. I mean, top 5 in Germany, Italy, Belgium. It's thought to have sold over 10 million copies worldwide, which makes this one of the biggest selling singles of all time.
Thank you, Jeffrey, for our final track today, Mundian to Bachke by Punjabi MC. So, we're almost done here, but first we need to give a huge thanks to our studio guests. At the Add to Playlist Grand Piano, it's Debbie Wiseman.
And at the keyboard, it's a massive thanks too to Tom Seal.
And we can't thank you enough for joining us on our musical explorations. We so love having your company. Don't forget that all episodes of the first 17 series are available via BBC Sounds and all the usual platforms.
I'm Jeffrey Boache.
And I'm Anna Phoebe.
We'll be back on air in the middle of August with a very special event. But before we're back, we're also going to be recording an episode of Add to Playlist at the Crossed Wires Podcast Festival in Sheffield on Sunday the 5th July. Save the date. So, if you fancy coming along and seeing us in the flesh with some excellent musical guests, we would love your company.
You can find details at crossedwires.live/fringe for the full list of programmes and how to get free tickets.
We look forward to being back with you in August, but in the meantime, Debbie and Tom, who have now somehow magically joined each other side by side at the grand piano.
I think we're going to get a four-hander.
On the way here, I wrote this little tune. And at the end, you'll know exactly where it is. We shout TikTok. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes! 4 hands on the piano. Look at that.
This evening's Add to Playlist was produced by Jerome Weatherald and presented with music direction by Anna Phoebe and Jeffrey Boache. And as just mentioned, if you're a fan of Add to Playlist, then next Sunday, the 5th of July, you can join Jeffrey, Anna and guests for a special live recording. It's in Sheffield at the BBC Radio 4 Fringe of the Crosswires Festival. You can register for free audience tickets from the Crosswires website at crosswires.live/fringe. Well, any questions? You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz Longwave. This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on the 27th of June this year. However, you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB, digital radio, and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at 8 o'clock. More than 900 people are now known to have died following the 2 earthquakes which hit Venezuela earlier this week. The UK government says it has sent an RAF plane carrying British search and rescue teams to the country and will provide £2 million of emergency humanitarian funding. Carl Scow from the World Food Programme says it's a difficult situation for teams on the ground.
The devastation is just massive. Many buildings flattened. The first 72 hours are absolutely critical. First and foremost, of course, for the search and rescue, but then also to pre-position food and other humanitarian supplies, which will need to come in the next few days. Our staff is up and running. They're sleeping in cars, but they are doing everything they can.
Temperature records for June have been broken for the 3rd day in a row after another scorching hot day across the UK. The Met Office provisionally recorded 37.3 Celsius in Santon Downham in Suffolk. Sir Keir Starmer has declined to sack his Immigration Minister Mike Tapp, despite being asked to do so by the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood. Mike Tapp became embroiled in a dispute with Ms Mahmood by calling for foreign care workers to be exempted from plans to change visa rules for migrants. It had been suggested that Mr Tapp breached the Ministerial code. The former head of Ukraine's counter-terrorism service has been jailed for life after being found guilty of spying for Russia. Dmytro Kozura was convicted of passing secrets to Moscow, including the locations of military units. Prosecutors said he was recruited by Russian intelligence in 2018 and became active after the full-scale invasion. Ukraine's security service described the case as unprecedented because of the colonel's senior position. Israeli and Lebanese negotiators have signed what the United States has said is a framework agreement for a peace deal between the two countries. The details have not yet been announced, but the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said his country's military would remain in southern Lebanon until the Iran-backed group Hezbollah is disarmed. BBC News.
And now Radio 4, time for Any Questions with Alex Forsyth.
Hello and welcome to Sheffield, the city of steel. It is a city of makers with an industrial past and a booming creative industry, and it is one of the greenest cities with more trees per person than any city in Europe and the Peak District on its doorstep. We are at Sheffield High School for Girls, an independent school that was founded in the 1800s in the city's Broom Hill area between the university and the Botanical Gardens. Our venue is the Trinity Building, part of the evolving estate of Sheffield Girls. It used to be a church, but has now been incorporated into the school and repurposed to support teaching while retaining its historic character. Here with me is Sarah Champion, the Labour MP for Rotherham and Chair of the House of Commons International Development Committee. Sarah went to university here in Sheffield. After graduating, she ran an arts centre and later became Chief Executive of a children's hospice before becoming an MP. In politics, she's been a prominent campaigner for victims of child sexual exploitation. This week, Sarah described herself as being in Team Burnham, saying she hoped he'd be installed as Prime Minister as soon as possible. Dr Caroline Johnson is the Conservative MP for Sleaford and North Hykeham and a shadow Health and Social Care Minister. She's also a member of the House of Commons Education Committee and the all-party parliamentary group on youth employment. Before politics, Caroline studied medicine, becoming a paediatric consultant, a role she still carries out part-time at Peterborough Hospital alongside her duties as an MP. Danny Sriskandarajah is the chief executive of the left-of-centre think tank, the New Economics Foundation. This week, he said, our next PM needs to be brave enough to challenge those who have been enriched by the status quo, while the rest of us have been forced to take on more debt to keep our economy moving. Danny was born in rural Sri Lanka. His family was displaced at the onset of civil war. He's lived in Papua New Guinea and Australia and moved to the UK in 1998. He's worked at the Institute for Public Policy Research, the Royal Commonwealth Society and Oxfam. And Gerard Lyons is chief economist at Net Wealth, a wealth management company, and a research fellow at the centre-right think tank, the Centre for Policy Studies. He has spent over 30 years in senior roles in the city, including as chief economist at Standard Chartered Bank. He was Boris Johnson's chief economic advisor when he was the mayor of London, and he was a founding member of the group Economists for Brexit. Sheffield, please welcome your Any Questions panel. I will say briefly, if you're listening at home and you can hear a slight whirring in the background, don't adjust your radio or your BBC Sounds app. We have kept the fans on here in the room because, as you all probably know, it's pretty warm and we're doing our best to keep our audience cool. Right, we'll get going with our first. It comes from Jacqueline Morton. Jacqueline, hello.
Hello. Beyond putting a better spin on Labour's policies, how substantially different do you think Andy Burnham will be?
Jacqueline, thank you. So, Keir Starmer has said he's stepping down, and as so far no one else appears to be standing for the leader of the Labour Party and therefore the Prime Minister, Andy Burnham looks, as things are set, likely to be the next Prime Minister. So, beyond putting a better spin on Labour's policies, how substantially different do you think Andy Burnham will be? Sarah Champion.
It's a really good question, and I can only speculate because at the moment I am assuming in the next couple of weeks he'll become our Prime Minister. I'm keen for that to happen. When I first came in as an MP, I actually worked in his shadow Home Office team, and I found him a really good boss. He was very thoughtful, he was very supportive, he liked to understand your reasoning for the decisions that you were making, and then he backed you up. I was then on the shadow cabinet with him, and again he was someone that really wanted to understand where everybody was coming from and trying to make a decision based on that. What I will say to you is he's his own man. So he won't get bullied or pushed around. He'll make the decisions that he makes based on the best evidence. What I really hope is that he's been a politician for a long time. He's been an MP for a long time, but then he chose to leave and go to Greater Manchester, which is where he's from. And we've seen Greater Manchester flourish. He was able to bring all the different districts and local authorities together to work to build that city, and economically it's really grown. What he's good at is bringing together external finance, so he's attracted a lot of international money to the town. He's also really focused on youth and youth employment. His very first thing that he did was homelessness, and then sort of close to my heart he did an inquiry into grooming gangs to try and see where things had gone wrong. So I think he's not afraid to tackle the big issues. He's not going to get pushed around. So for me, I think we will see a very different style of leadership. And dare I say it, I think it will be a more northern stroke, a more regional understanding that he brings as well. Because for me, and I've now been an MP for 14 years, London is a fantastic place, but it's not representative of the rest of the country. So someone that understands that, I think, will be a real asset to enable us to all succeed.
Just briefly, Sarah, I guess the thing is, running a city region like Greater Manchester is very different to governing a country, and we know some of what Andy Burnham has said. He's going to stick to Labour's manifesto pledges on not putting up key taxes. He's sticking to Labour's self-imposed fiscal rules. Does that really give him the room to do something bold that so many of your colleagues want him to do?
Well, the bold thing that I would really like him to do is to draw on the strengths of the Parliamentary Labour Party. There's 400 of us. We come from all different backgrounds with all different skills and experiences. Use us as a box pot because we're representing our constituents.
OK. Gerard Lyons.
Thank you. Good evening. Well, in answer to Jacqueline's question, I think Andy Burnham would like to make a significant difference, but I think he will be constrained by economic and fiscal reality, by the financial markets, and also maybe by Treasury orthodoxy, hence the key focus on who he chooses as Chancellor. Currently, he faces two competing demands that he needs to reconcile. The demands of his backbench, or maybe frontbench MPs and his party members, and on the other side, the demands of the financial markets. MPs, Labour supporters might want him and the new government to spend more money. The financial markets basically are keen for credible fiscal policies. Effectively, there are two real challenges. Britain is a low-growth, low-wage, low-productivity economy, so the first challenge is policies to boost growth. I would argue that that needs a policy to boost the business sector, particularly small and medium-sized firms. Andy Burnham has gone on the record about boosting the government. So reconciling that is an issue. And then the challenge, regardless of whether it's Andy Burnham, we faced this challenge for a number of years. Britain is effectively heading for a debt trap. Our fiscal position is really terrible. Now, has to be said, of the G7 countries, we're in a better position than 5 of them, but we're still in the bad group. And effectively, to get out of a debt situation, you've got one of 6 options, or you can have a combination of them. You need to grow the economy, you need to reform the public sector, you need to have austerity, you need to have tax, you need to borrow, or you need to inflate the debt away. The challenge Andy Burnham faces is that growth in the economy is too low, reform of the public sector is going to be too slow, austerity is too unpopular, taxes are already too high, borrowing is also very high, hence the markets are worried, and you don't want to inflate the debt away. So his ambition is there, but the challenges are already very apparent.
You don't sound very hopeful.
Well, I think in the very near term, the economy might prove to be in better shape because the end of the war. Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves were very unlucky. At the end of February, the economy was showing some resilience. It was likely that inflation would fall, interest rates would be cut. The war's changed all that. Now we come out of the war, oil prices are coming down, so the inflation picture might not be as bad as feared. Interest rates could actually, I don't think they should go up, they could even eventually come down. So in the very near term, coming back to your point, I think there's a cyclical bounce, there might a political bounce maybe, but the points I'm raising are ones that the markets are sending signals about. Inflation is sticky, public debt is high, growth is low.
Danny, Swiss crime de rage. Given what Gerard sets out there, I mean, are they not just the realities of governing that almost anybody walking into number 10 would face right now? The fact that the UK does have high debt, it does have constrained public finances, and if you want to spend a lot of money on making certain things better, that's going to come with a tough choice.
Look, there's no doubt that we're facing a really difficult set of economic circumstances, but there's also the politics of it. I mean, I like your question, Jacqueline, because in some ways we know that the country loves Andy Burnham. He's a hugely popular politician, but the country doesn't like Labour. And so he's got to do this political balancing act where he's got to deliver on a Labour Party manifesto, but, as you say, do something substantially different. I think there is a way that he can do it. I'm hoping he'll do at least 3 things. One is something really eye-catching on the cost of living. It's the number 1 concern for electors up and down the country, and things are getting worse. Household disposable income is likely to fall further over the next few years, so he needs to do something to put money back into households that are struggling to pay bills. Secondly, what he did really well in Manchester was set out a plan for public control of key utilities. We all know about the buses, but he did a bunch of other things. I think he needs to set out, it could be a long-term plan, but say, look, we're going to do things differently because when it comes to those essentials in life, be water or energy, here's how the public is going to take back control. And thirdly, we often talk about economics, but let's not forget that for years, decades, Andy Burnham has been about doing politics differently, particularly devolving power. You know, the UK remains one of the most centralised political systems in the world, very little ability for regional bodies like your mayor to be able to tax, and I hope he also does something quite radical and different when it comes to devolving power so that we all feel a bit more in control of our lives.
So does that mean, for example, rather than just creating new mayors, giving them like powers over taxes so they can raise revenue through taxation? I mean, that would be quite a big step.
Well, look, I think he's a fiscal maximalist when it comes to devolution. He wants to give local and regional authorities more. But look, let's not also forget,
He wants to get rid of the House of Lords, which is in the Labour Party manifesto. I actually gave him a copy of my book a few months ago, which has a proposal to replace the unelected House of Lords, the world's second largest legislative chamber, 7% of whom are political appointees who were former donors. That's not democratic. I suggest replacing it with a House of the People, where people are selected by sortition to review the tough choices that politicians struggle to make. That's what we want.
We love a book plug on this programme. Gerard?
Yeah, I think the interesting point is about devolution. Obviously, some people outside would point out that Manchester's success was already in play before Andy Burnham became mayor, but to his credit, he's kept that success going, maybe. But the point I want to raise is about devolution, because it's been talked about a lot. On the face of it, devolution sounds really attractive. Who would be against it? You give more power locally, there's more openness and more transparency. The challenge is this, that internationally, where devolution works, there's a downside as well as an upside. Detroit, for instance, went bust. Places that have devolved power need to take accountability. At the same time, where devolution has worked well globally, you have competition between regions, between cities. My fear is when I hear people talk about devolution here, it's always about more taxation, more regulation, more interference. So in theory, devolution can work, but if you adopt international best practice, you've got to have losers and you've got to have competition, and you've got to have not just accountability in terms of we're making the decision locally. It's not only that is about being more economically responsible as well.
But Gerard, my worry is that we're in the worst of all worlds at the moment, right? So you can say, yes, devolution has its risk, but right now, local people, regional authorities just don't have the mechanisms to take back control, to do the things they want to do, and so it's leaving us all feeling
No, I agree with that. I think what you need to get is the balance right. You need to take social care out of local authorities. You need to make sure that the money they have is to do with issues locally. But let's not kill ourselves. Too many people keep saying local control, we can raise taxes more. We don't want that. It's already, we need to actually, as you say, have more responsibility, but with economic rationality and accountability as well.
Okay, Caroline Johnson?
Thank you. Well, it'll be interesting to see what the mayor who wanted more devolution wants if he's Prime Minister, because his priorities may be slightly different when he's giving it away rather than receiving more. But to go back to Jacqueline's question, which was about will it be spin or will it be a different in a meaningful sense, I do think that Andy Burnham is a better communicator, is more charming than Keir Starmer comes across on the television. But I don't think we'll see much difference otherwise. Burnham has been he's been a Blairite, he's been a Brownite, he's been Shadow Home Secretary in Corbyn's administration, so it's difficult to get to what he really thinks. And so I think he will face the same problems of the Labour backbenchers and what they're prepared to allow him to do once he's decided what that is. And so we've got a position where we've got someone who wants power, but I'm not sure that we know what he wants to do with it. And that, in my view, is quite a risky situation for the country to be in.
Alex? Sarah, on that point, I mean, is there a fairness to this argument that says Keir Starmer did try some things like welfare reform and he did run into Labour backbenchers and opposition from them? Do you think that your colleagues on the backbenchers are going to be a bit more supportive of Andy Burnham, perhaps?
I think we just want to be consulted, to be quite honest. That was where the welfare bill went wrong, and some of the other somewhat disastrous policies, I'm thinking winter fuel, went wrong. Talk to us. You know, we're here to represent our constituents, and they actually know what works and what doesn't. But going back to Jacqueline, and it is spin, the one thing that I want, and I'm sorry to go all a bit MAGA, I just want
I didn't
pride.
expect that from you, Sarah.
I know. I just want pride, bring it back to our country. Yeah. I'm fed up of us running ourselves down all the time. You know, we're even doing okay in the football right now, so let's celebrate what we're doing. Let's celebrate what we're good at, because that's how you get international investment. That's how you get tourism, and that's how you get the markets churning again. You know, let's celebrate our country, and I think Andy Burnham has done that for Greater Manchester. He can do it for Great Britain.
Share your views. 03700 100 444 is the number you need for any answers. Lines open at 12:30 p.m. on Saturday. I'm sure Anita would love your thoughts. Right, we're on to our next. It comes from Victoria King. Victoria, hi.
Hi. With record temperatures being broken this week, is it time for all politicians to recognise the crisis we face?
As we sit in a quite warm hall having this discussion, Victoria, what an appropriate question. So, of course, we do know this week we had the UK's highest June temperature, the UK's warmest June night. There's been significant disruption with school closures, impact on hospitals and doctor surgeries. Here in Sheffield, the tram was suspended for part of Friday afternoon. Victoria wants to know, is it time for all politicians to recognise the crisis we face? Danny Swiss-Kandaraja.
It's beyond time. We should have come to a meaningful and solid consensus on this years ago, decades ago. You know, business is way ahead of most politicians. Investors are already starting to think about what climate resilience means, and yet our politicians are acting as if there's nothing happening and that it's still up for debate as to whether we're in a climate emergency. And I think they're doing us an injustice, but more importantly, they're doing future generations an injustice, right? They're playing with our future and our children's future. It is ridiculous. Can I tell you what I thought about coming on? I was on the 1542 Transpennine service from Doncaster to Sheffield this afternoon. It was late. Not surprising perhaps. It was boiling because the air conditioning had turned off, so there was no windows. People were fretting, and I thought I took two lessons here. We're only going to get through this sort of the transition and build climate resilience if we do things like upgrade our infrastructure. That includes our transport systems, it includes buildings like this. Our homes, 92% of British homes are not going to be fit for the heat we're going to face in 20 years' time. So we need public investment. That's also why we need public control over our utilities. But the other thing that struck me was, you know, people in that carriage today weren't angry. We were all helping each other out. There was a wonderful moment where the woman in front of me looked like she was in trouble and someone else came over and gave her a bottle of water. And we have to stick together, and that's why the politics matter. Just when we need to come together as society to support each other through this transition, our politicians are bickering and backtracking.
Johnson, there was at one point a pretty broad political consensus, at least, for example, around the need to reach net zero. It was the Conservatives that legislated for the 2050 net zero target. Kemi Badenoch has now ditched that.
So I think the target was important to set a direction, to show the direction of travel, and to say it is important that we look after our climate for our children's future, of course. But also, we are 1% of the country's, the global emissions, and if we go so fast and so hard that we impoverish ourselves, others are not going to follow. We need to ensure that we strike a balance between ensuring we're doing the best we can for the environment, but also the best we can for the wider economy, because that's important for our children's futures as well.
Do you think we've got that balance right at the moment?
I think it's improving over the last year or so. I think we're getting some improvements, but this government, with Ed Miliband and his desire to cover the place in solar panels, is taking the wrong decision. Putting solar panels all over our green spaces in our countryside will hamper our food security without really improving our security of our energy supply. What we need to do is we need to get the North Sea open and running, and we've seen that with the Aberdeen by-election last week, which is a resounding vote in favour of doing exactly that.
The Conservatives won that by-election in Aberdeen South, and they did put North Sea oil and gas very much at the centre of that. Danny?
I just worry, Caroline, about the notion that we're going to impoverish ourselves by leaning into the transition. We can actually enrich ourselves by becoming world leaders in green technology. We can reduce the cost of living by installing more heat pumps in our houses, which, by the way, cool your house during summer and create jobs for local economies. So this is a false choice.
But they also require electricity, which is getting more expensive because of the increased green taxes on it.
But if we roll out renewable energy faster than we currently are, those energy prices will not only fall, but will become less reliant on Russian oil and gas or Middle Eastern oil and gas.
But they're not cheaper, that is the point.
It'll only become cheaper.
Sorry, Danny, finish the point. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
If you decoupled our electricity markets from our fossil fuel markets, already they'll become cheaper. But we're not going to put this genie back in the bottle. We should lean into it and drive to be world leaders in the green transition.
What this government is doing is adding taxes so that energy becomes more expensive. When energy becomes more expensive, that weakens our economy.
OK, so the Climate Change Committee produced a report not so long ago, and it criticised the woeful performance of successive governments in getting the UK ready for its new climate of more frequent and more extreme heat. It recommended things like adapting homes with cooling systems, perhaps even a maximum workplace temperature. Sarah Champion, is the government doing enough?
No, but it's doing more than previous governments. And to Victoria's question, politicians are delusional on this. And it's because this is a 30, 50-year planning that they ought to be focusing on. And to be quite honest, we're focused on the next election. So that long-term investment, I mean, you've seen it with all the schemes that are stacked up. We're just not good at it. I think part of the problem was we got utterly obsessed with why climate change was or wasn't happening. But, I mean, we're sat in a hall that's a couple of 100 years old that was built for the weather that was appropriate then. I'm 56. In the last 20 years, the climate has changed so dramatically that it bears no relationship to what our buildings were built for. And that's the problem. We're now having to adapt to buildings that are not appropriate for where we are. My frustration comes from, so my constituency is just down the road, and Catcliffe and Treaton have had 2 floods in the last 10 years, and each of those floods was described as a once-in-a-100-year flood. Clearly, that is not true. Where it gets worse is the planning and infrastructure to prevent and future-proof my river is based on data from the last 10 years, not what's likely to happen in the next 50 years. We need to recognise what's going on right now, and we need to invest in it, and it will help us economically if we do that.
Is there a problem, though, that investment does cost, and if that cost feels like it's falling on people, that they are having to shoulder the burden of the change, the transition, if you like, then you lose people?
Well, how much does the Strait of Hormuz cost everybody in this audience? I mean, it does. Global dependence on fuel means that we are unable to budget ourselves. We all feel that in our pockets. Renewables mean we're in control of our own energy bills.
Gerard Lyons.
Yeah, well, coming back to Victoria's question, I think the green agenda should be centre stage. I think it's a phenomenally important issue. The heat wave we're having at the moment almost goes to the heart of it. You could divide it down to 3 different parts: mitigation, adaptation and finance. We focused a lot on mitigation in recent years. Indeed, the 7th carbon budget was officially approved this week. What this week's heatwave has highlighted is the point just touched on by Sarah about adaptation, how you adapt to prolonged high temperatures. That will have an economic issue, it will have a productivity issue. Judging from this room, schools also could do with air conditioning as well, but this is costly. But then the finance, in terms of the UK leading, the UK is actually leading in terms of this finance issue. This is Climate Action Week in the City of London. I was speaking at an event yesterday. It was an event hosted by the Bank of China, where I'm on the board in the UK. And the reason for mentioning it was focused on nature. The UK actually does Gupta review. If you're interested in nature or the climate, read the Gupta review if you have time. It's 600 pages long, from about 4, 5, 6 years ago. And what it highlighted was how we underfund nature, we underprice it. But what was interesting in that review, and also highlighted this week in the city, is how the city is providing leadership in terms of providing finance. Investors do want to invest in this area. Where though,
the area of renewables, you mean?
Renewables, completely. But where I would agree with Caroline is, even though climate is probably one of the most important issues if you look further ahead in time, we don't necessarily address it in the right way. Clearly, the last 4 months have highlighted the importance of energy security. We don't want to be dependent on Russia and other countries like that. The last few months have also highlighted that electricity prices in the UK are 5 times higher than in the US, for instance. So businesses are suffering. In economic terms, what you need, and I'll take 20 seconds, is you need energy addition, not energy substitution. What Britain has tried to do is substitute fossil fuels with renewables overnight. That is costly. Given our lack of storage capacity, it's not possible. Given our grid system, it doesn't work. What countries that are adapting to the climate like we are doing is energy addition. You add renewables, you encourage renewables. As their cost falls, demand for them increases. And then you have a diverse energy mix. So climate, very important. adaptation, critical issue. There should be political support for it across the board, but we in the UK need to think twice about the way we're doing it, because we do need not only to bring people with us, you need to actually have energy security, you need to make sure businesses don't go bust because of high electricity costs, but we do at the end of the day need to address the green agenda.
Thank you all. 03700 100 444, and we are on to our next. It comes from Stefan Goebel. Stefan, hello.
Hello, good evening. Why does Labour treat independent schools as adversaries, not as assets?
Why does Labour treat independent schools as adversaries, not assets? And we are having this conversation in an independent school. Stefan, why do you ask this question?
Well, my daughter attends this school, and I think there's a real danger that institutions like this will disappear. And we've seen independent schools closing down, and the imposition of VAT on schools is a real danger to this educational landscape.
Stefan, thank you very much. And of course this did come up at Prime Minister's Questions in the House of Commons this week, when Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Conservatives, claimed that Bridget Phillipson, the Education Secretary, was a spiteful class warrior, in part because of the government's decision to introduce VAT on private school fees. Why does Labour treat independent schools as adversaries, not assets? Caroline Johnson.
I think Stefan puts the question exactly correctly. I think they do see them as adversaries, and I think that is a huge shame, because they are a huge asset, and education is an export of the UK, which is a good thing. Kemi did say a class warrior, and I think that was right. And it was
a spiteful class warrior. And
yeah, no, and I think yeah, I mean, well, she was responding to Sir Keir Starmer, who was talking about how he was asked whether Bridget Phillipson was doing a good job, and he said, well, she comes from a poor background. Now, my view would be, whether she comes from the poorest background in England or the wealthiest background in England, the important thing is she a good education secretary? That is what's important. You need to get away from all this measuring people by what they look like, or what DEI characteristics they fall into, or what their background was. It should be on the basis of meritocracy. And I do think there was an element of cruelty in the way this was introduced, because it was introduced halfway through a school year, which meant that there were young children who have no responsibility for their parents' choices for them, who were in the final year of their A-levels, a key year when they're going to determine their future and their future university grades, who may find themselves perhaps doing politics that isn't studied at the local state school, or perhaps they're doing English and they've chosen a different book, or history in a different period of history, who suddenly found themselves, through no fault of their own, in a different school, unable to continue their courses. And when I spoke in the Education Committee to the Secretary of State about it, I wasn't convinced by her responses at all.
Sarah Champion, this was introduced in January 2025, this policy. Do you think it was a class warrior policy?
I don't think it was class warrior. I don't think it was spiteful, and I definitely didn't think it was done out of cruelty. What I do think is that there was a tax loophole, that public schools were registering themselves as charities and were benefiting from that because it exempted them from that. And I think that loophole was closed. I understand that that made people who were benefiting from it very angry. But for me, I want every child in this country to have a good education. And that means resources have to be shared. I don't think it's about cruelty. I do think it's about choice. I do not at any level, and I can honestly say I have never heard a Labour MP trying to outrule or outlaw public schools. It's just not what it is. What it's saying is, should it be receiving effectively a state subsidy when you're making that choice? I think that what I've seen happen in the last 2 years is nearly 500,000 children being raised out of poverty. I've seen free school meals. I've seen so much support for early years. I think that this is a government that is genuinely trying to make sure that every child can have the best start in life, and I think that's really what every parent wants.
Lyons, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I didn't think it was a sensible policy putting VAT on private school fees. It was, I'm not sure if it was a subsidy. We have so many subsidies in the UK, but I think it was charitable status, and there's as I understand it, schools had to prove, or they were incentivised, therefore, to provide help to the local area to prove their charitable status. But be as it may, but I think behavioural choice and parental choice is key here. What's best for the child? Parents are there to make their decision on that. I think this impedes that. Fiscally, I don't think it's been a success. But also, just coming back to one of your earlier points about the UK leading globally, one of the areas where the UK is seen as leading globally, whether you look at this from the States or from East Asia, is in terms of our university sector and in terms of our education sector, including, it has to be said, some state schools, but also very much private schools. And it seemed an unnecessary kick. And it's going to hit the weak and vulnerable private schools. So I didn't think there was much. We spent so much time debating it as well.
Gerald, I'm less concerned. I'm very aware of the room that I'm in. I'm less concerned about the weak and vulnerable schools. I'm more concerned about the weak and vulnerable children and wanting them to have the best education. And closing this loophole put £1.5 billion back into the school pot.
Well, actually, if it had, it would have been good, but I'm not sure it did. But certainly, in terms of funding education, I think it leads on to a wider issue about education more generally and how we fund not just the state sector, but also issues in the university sector as well. But I'm not sure if we'll come on to those this evening.
Well, just on the numbers, of course, the government said at the time it would raise 1.8 billion by 2029-30. So we don't yet know if that has come to pass.
Yeah.
Caroline?
I just wanted to say, they say they're going to raise money out of it. What they've done is they've made schools close. They've made children go to different schools, disrupt their education. They've made some people unemployed. They promised that all this will be done in favour of making thousands of new teachers, but actually there are 1,900 fewer teachers in the state systems. They haven't benefited the state sector either.
Caroline, can I come back? Those figures were put out by the Independent Schools Council, which is the lobbying body for the private school sector. And when they were actually fact-checked, a lot of them were somewhat generous, if not untrue.
Well, happily, I've got a few figures here that do come from the Department for Education. And what those figures show, that between 2025 and 2026, there were 47 mainstream independent schools that closed. However, they also show that the number of independent mainstream schools has been reducing every year since 2018-2019, so it's not clear at all that it's a direct result of this policy. Danny Sriskandarajah.
Just on substance and also this tone of the comment. I mean, I think Gerard's right. There is a sort of basic economic principle about having as few exceptions to taxes as possible, and so applying that VAT on private education made sense in that sense. The evidence that's also worth saying is that it's been about a 4 to 5% drop in independent school enrolment since the VAT has come in. That's a bit higher than the longer-term drop that Alex has been talking about. So we're not yet seeing. But I also agree with Caroline. The speed at which it was brought in for parents here and everywhere must have made it more difficult to plan and adjust. So, but on the tone of Kemi Badenoch saying that Bridget Phillipson was a spiteful class warrior, there I disagree with you, Caroline. I think that, you know, this is the sort of politics that we just can't afford in this moment in our history. You know, I hear it around Westminster. I work around Westminster, and the sort of the tactics at the moment is pick a fight with anyone, and then just go for it. You know, it could be a billionaire, or it could be an education secretary. That does us all damage in the long term, and does nothing for trust in political institutions.
I always find it interesting when a figure is used in a debate to justify a point when the figure is due to other factors. The reason why numbers are probably declining, not just at private schools, but at state schools, is because of the phenomenally low fertility rate in the UK. And that's one of the big problems, because young people can't afford to have a house, they can't afford to actually pay off their student loan, and they can't afford to have children. So the reason why we're going to see more private and more state schools close is because we're not addressing some of the underlying issues, and Danny's right. We need to focus on the issues, not these peripheral political point-scoring areas.
And Caroline, on that point that Danny made about language and the use of language,
Yeah, I think, when we've been called Tory scum and things in the chamber like that, it's been completely unacceptable, and I think the tone should be improved, and we should focus on issues rather than personalities. But yet, the first question this evening is about the personality that might go into number 10 rather than his policies.
Well, can I just tell a story?
Brief one, Danny.
Yeah, so I'll give you an example of how I think politics should work. So I was due to meet Andy Burnham recently at the end of a meeting in Manchester. It was 5 o'clock. I went over to him and I said, can we go? And he goes, no, I want to stay because Hannah Spencer, the newly elected Green MP, is about to speak. I don't want her to think I'm leaving when she's speaking. She gets up. And, she makes it a point to say, I just want to acknowledge that Andy Burnham is in the room and what a great politician he is. Right? Why can't we have more politicians behaving with respect to each other than we see often in Westminster these days?
We always aim for respectful debate on this programme. 03700 100 444 is the number you need for any answers. We are on to our next. It comes from Sam Orman-Chan. Sam, hello.
Hello. So, has Brexit provided tangible benefits to Sheffield?
Sam, you asked your question as we have just passed the 10th anniversary of the Brexit referendum, if you can believe it. 10 years since that vote. Sam wants to know, has Brexit provided tangible benefits to Sheffield? Gerard Lyons, you were part of the Economists for Brexit.
I was part of Economists for Brexit because after the referendum campaign had started, Project Fear had come out and said there'd be 350,000 to 500,000 job losses within 2 years of just leaving, regardless of anything else. And I just thought there needed to be some balance brought into this whole debate. Brexit itself was a political decision. It was removing us from ever closer political union. And in that respect, it's done its job. The important thing, I don't know in terms of answer to your question about Sheffield specifically, so forgive me on that. I look at the global picture and the UK picture, and in terms of the economic debate, since we've left the EU, the important thing is we've grown faster than Germany, faster than Italy, same pretty much rate of growth as France. And the issue is that we face the same economic challenges as the major economies of Western Europe. Unfortunately, too many politicians gave the impression it was just leaving the EU that would suddenly turn things around. But the important thing, and the lesson from the last 10 years, is not leaving itself, but what you do when you leave. And therefore, I think the key issue is that we should not be thinking about ever closer union now, as one or two people are suggesting. It's about having the right decisions made in Westminster as opposed to Brussels. And if we were to suddenly get closer now, AI is one of the key growth areas of the UK economy. We're third globally after America and China, admittedly a long way behind both of those. That AI sector would suddenly start to be strangled up by closer union with the EU. Our ability to cut trade deals with the rest of the world would be cut if we join this customs union. Just final point on this. When we joined the European Economic Community in 1973, its 9 members, including us, were 25% of the world economy. When we left the EU, its 27 members were 17 to 18% of the world economy. On most projections, including from the European Commission, in 25 years' time, it will be less than 10%, less than India alone. We need to have sensible economic relations with the EU, but what would help Sheffield, and indeed other parts of the UK, is actually policies made in Westminster that try to make the UK more competitive.
I hear what you say about the difference between the European Economic Community in terms of its share of global trade versus the European Union now. But I just wonder if you acknowledge that leaving the closest trading neighbours as a bloc, as the European Union was, do you accept that that has damaged the economy? Because the Office of Budget Responsibility predicted a 4% hit to productivity. Recently, Internal Bank of England data suggests a 6% hit to GDP. The National Economic Bureau of Research in the States predicts 6 to 8% hit to GDP. Are they all wrong? Genuine question.
Well, let's take a few seconds. You mentioned the MBER in the US. They said that we're 8% lower than an average of other countries. They blamed it on Brexit. They also said Germany is 8% lower than the same average of other countries. Do they blame that on Brexit? Let's start looking at global factors. The OBR do great work. They took a random selection of outside forecasters, wasn't really balanced, and said that's down 4%.
I know people will argue over the modelling, but I want to get to the essence. Do you think it's hurt the economy?
No, I want to just put the perspective in place here, because they said how do you get to 4%? Trade intensity declines. Trade intensity declines, productivity declines, growth declines, hence they said 4%. What does the OBR now say? Actually, contrary to what they thought, trade intensity has actually increased. So that should actually get them to actually think twice. The point is, don't be taken in by all these people saying what the alternatives might have been. The reality of the situation is, as I say, we've grown faster than Germany, Italy, same rate of growth as France. And if we continue to get buried in these points, we'll miss the key issue, which is why Burnham is being elected as PM, is that we need to actually having policies set in Westminster that make the UK more competitive. Western Europe is the slow growth region, and I think, has it been executed well? Well, I was never asked how to execute it, and I think quite a few people would say we could and should have done things differently.
OK, Sarah Champion.
I mean, Sam, why do you have to ask this question? This was a question that I was dreading coming up. I watched, I think it was about a year ago, the BBC did a documentary that did the Brexit years, and I realised I had like PTSD from watching it. And Gerard, you're a lovely man, but it was hearing all of this stuff.
I was wishing we would have moved on, because I thought 10 years ago...
I know, 10 years. Yeah. So, Sam, to answer your specific question, and it's the absolute right question to ask, has Brexit brought any tangible benefits to Sheffield? While Gerard was talking, I was trying to figure it out. The one that I can come up with is the steel situation, so being able to put tariffs on steel so that we can protect our own industry, which we were unable to do before. What my frustration is we moved away, or have moved away from the EU, but it's still our closest neighbour. So we need to be exploiting that market there. There are international markets that we could and should be trying to make inroads in, and we've not done that much. And then the other thing that I really want to say and to stress, it's not just the world's on fire heat-wise, the world is on fire conflict-wise. There's 61 raging around the world right now, and I want us to be working as closely with democracies as we possibly can. We chose to lean into America. That's not gone that well. So let's look at where the other democracies are in the Commonwealth, for example, and let's come up with some really useful strategic trade deals with them that help all of us.
So just to be clear, you talked there about needing to get closer to the EU, but also needing to look elsewhere across the globe. To Gerald's point, you can't do both. You know, you can get closer to the EU, but there might be a limit in an economic agreements you do with the EU, which could limit the UK's ability to go off and strike trade deals elsewhere, limit its sovereignty.
Look, I'm aware I'm on a panel with two economists, but to me, I thought the point of leaving Brexit was so that we could, leaving the EU was so that we could make these international trade deals, so I don't understand why we can't do that, and why that hasn't been our absolute focus, because what has been our absolute focus has been infighting, bitching and power games that have been going on with the Conservatives. So we need right now to keep on focusing on getting those trade deals.
Look, the point is that we should have a sensible relationship with the EU. There's no one's doubting that. We lead on defence, although we're not spending enough on it. But you need to actually keep outside the single market, so you've got regulatory autonomy, and you need to actually be outside the customs union because you can think globally. So we shouldn't be sacrificing one for the other. It's about having the political leadership to actually say we're friends with the EU, but we don't want to be in the ever closer union.
Danis Viskandarajah, is that not fair enough? You know, the UK had the opportunity to vote. It voted to leave the European Union. You know, this notion about tying back into the EU would limit its ability to look elsewhere across the globe.
No, because I think Brexit was a debate about the economics, and I would urge you to look at the sort of counterfactual studies to estimate what has the impact been compared to what our economy would have felt like if we'd remained in Europe. But it was also about people and peace to me. So the European Union for me was wonderful because it was about creating opportunities, particularly for young people to move. Your town has some of the UK's best universities, which are suffering in part because they don't get the same number of students, they can't collaborate with European colleagues as well as they could have once. You know, it's those sorts of things that meant the sort of connection and solidarity. But also, let's not forget what's happened in the last 10 years about peace and stability. The European Union was about putting an end to hundreds of years of fighting within Europe and creating a solid bloc against the world when calamity struck. And look at where we are now. We've got an unreliable partner across the Atlantic, and we've got fewer ties with our continental brothers and sisters in Europe. And so there is a wider picture here, and that's what I'm feeling the loss of more.
Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Sam. So I voted for Brexit. I think that we were being too much under the control of other countries. We were having to make too many compromises that weren't necessarily always in our best interests. And I think the emerging markets, the ability to trade with markets right across the globe that are the areas of growth, is a huge benefit. And we've seen the CPTPP.
That's the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Global Trade Partnership.
Which we couldn't have done. And there are benefits in AI, as already been mentioned, but also in agri-tech and other industries. I do always find it interesting that some people who want to devolve power and talk about local devolution, then at the same time want to cede power to the EU, and that it doesn't really make sense to me. My worry at the moment is that we will see the Labour Party, the Labour government, give up our freedoms for nothing, and perhaps even pay for the privilege.
Danny, on that point, briefly.
I actually think it makes perfect sense. People are being frustrated because they're not feeling in control of what's happening locally, nor are we able to meet the global challenges. So we need to invest in global mechanisms and in local mechanisms, and not just assume Westminster is going to solve everything for us.
Do you accept that rejoining, for example, the customs union or the single market would come with trade-offs?
Of course it would come with trade-offs, but there are benefits, and it's about setting a vision of what sort of society we want, who do we want to rely on in moments of crisis, and where do we want to head.
OK, thank you all very much. Share your views, 03700 100 444. And in defence of Sam, who asked this question, he certainly was not the only person in the room. A lot of people wanted to talk about Brexit and the implications 10 years on from the referendum. Panel, we've got about 3 minutes left. We're going to be ambitious and do one more. This one comes from John Pudifat. John, hello.
Hello. Which task should be at the top of Andy Burnham's to-do list?
Now, because we only have a couple of minutes, I'm going to press you for a specific task. What should be at the top of Andy Burnham's to-do list, if indeed he comes into number 10? Sarah Champion.
Focus on young people. They need to have a good education, a good tertiary education. They need to get good jobs at the end of it. They need to have their hope given back to them.
And it's worth saying from this audience, a lot of questions about education, young people, and what all of that means, something we discuss often and we will return to. Gerard Lyons, what should be at the top of Andy Burnham's to-do list?
It's not about increasing the size of the public sector, it's about making sure what the public sector does better. It's about quality, not quantity. I say that because of the fiscal crisis. Since the Second World War, we've had a mixed economy, public and private sector. Public sector plays a vitally important role, as does the private sector, particularly small and medium-sized firms. We used to accept that public spending was 35 to 40% of the size of the economy. That became an economic accepted fact. It's now 47% and rising even before Andy Burnham comes in. We need to not increase public spending. We need to actually make sure we spend it properly, less on welfare, say, more on defence, contentious issues. So he has to confront those difficult questions.
OK. Danny Swift-Kandaraja.
I'd like to see him introduce an essential energy guarantee, and lots of other countries have it, and basically the idea is every household gets a basic block of energy at a discounted price, so that you can afford to heat your home and cool it when you need to. It's an obvious way, and it can be done in a fiscally neutral way, of meeting our immediate cost of living crisis head on, and a symbolically powerful way of saying these utilities that we need to live aren't just commodities sold to us by private equity. They're essential things that we all need to survive and thrive as a society.
And Caroline Johnson, I know you're not in Andy Burnham's party, but for example, if he was going to consult more widely perhaps than the Labour Party on what should be at the top of his to-do list, what would you advise him should be the one thing he should really focus on?
So the defence investment and economic growth, because you can't have any of the other things you'd like without a secure, safe country and a growing economy.
I don't know if Andy Burnham is listening to this edition of Any Questions, but if he is, there are perhaps some suggestions for his first week in government. And of course, I will just caveat that by saying we have had this conversation based almost on the premise that Andy Burnham is going to walk into number 10. The reason for that is because as things stand, nobody else in the Labour Party has put forward their name to try and challenge him. So I think it's fair to say it's a working assumption that Andy Burnham is highly likely to be the UK's next Prime Minister, although it's not entirely a given. And we will finally find out on July the 17th, which just happens to be a Friday, so that evening you can listen to Any Questions and get all of the information. Right, that is it. We are out of time. Just a reminder, you can have your say on everything that we discussed during the course of the programme. Anita Arnand is in the chair for any answers on Saturday lunchtime. Lines open as ever at 12:30 p.m. and I know she'd love to hear from you, so that number one more time, 03700 100 444 is the number you need for any answers. Next week we are in Exeter. The week after we're in Maidenhead, and there's a few tickets left, so go on the website if you want to come along. But from here at Sheffield Girls, it just leaves me to say thank you to our panel, thank you to our audience, and thank you at home for listening.
Any Questions came from Sheffield High School for Girls. The presenter was Alex Forsyth and the producer was Paul Martin. It was a BBC Audio Bristol production. And now on Radio 4, a look back at some fascinating stories from the past.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This week in history.
I hope I will be able to confide everything to you, as I've never been able to confide in anyone. And I hope you will be a great source of comfort and support. So begins Anne Frank's diary, which was first published on the 25th of June, 1947. The Frank family were Jewish. Early in the 1930s, they fled Nazi Germany for the Netherlands, only to have their new life destroyed by Nazi occupiers several years later. For her 13th birthday in 1942, Anne was given a diary. She began writing in it straight away, addressing it as her trusted friend, Kitty. The family were forced into hiding less than a month afterwards in the secret annex of her father's business in Amsterdam. Anne continued to write about her hopes and fears while documenting her daily life and the complex relationships between the 8 people who were sharing the small space. The group was discovered just over 2 years later in 1944, and Anne was eventually sent to Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, where she died the following year. Her father, Otto, was the only member of the family to survive, and when the war ended, he decided to publish Anne's diary in her memory. In 1979, he spoke to the BBC's Blue Peter about the impact of his daughter's words.
Anne wrote in one of her diaries, "I want to go on living after my death." And in a certain way, through her diary, she is living on in many hearts.
Since its publication, Anne Frank's diary has been translated into dozens of languages and has sold millions of copies worldwide, a testament to courage and resilience in the darkest of times.
In the summer of 1374, something strange began to spread along the Rhine. People in the streets of the German city of Aachen began to dance uncontrollably. It's believed the phenomenon started on the 24th of June, and it saw young and old alike writhe in a trance-like frenzy, unable to stop. Within weeks it had spread to neighbouring villages and towns, even reaching the city of Cologne. Thousands were caught up in it, driven into relentless motion for days, despite exhaustion and injury. In some cases, people even danced themselves to death. Eyewitness accounts describe sufferers crying out, hallucinating and pleading for help while continuing to move. At the time, many believed it to be a curse or divine punishment, later known as St. John's Dance. Today, historians and medical experts suggest a different explanation: mass psychogenic illness. The years preceding 1374 had brought relentless rain and failed harvests, causing famine and disease along the Rhine and leaving people exhausted, frightened and on edge. In these conditions, fear could spread through whole communities as a shared psychological response until it began to show itself in the body. Yet despite such modern theories, the true cause of this choreomania remains a mystery.
On the 26th of June 1974, in a supermarket in Ohio, a packet of chewing gum would make history, becoming the first ever item scanned and sold using a barcode. The idea had been dreamt up years earlier by an engineer named Joe Woodland, who in 1949, after drawing lines in the sand on a beach, patented an early version of it. The idea was based on Morse code, but used lines of varying thickness instead of dots and dashes. The first prototype featured a series of concentric circles in a bullseye design, but when the concept was eventually put into practice by a team at IBM, it was simplified into a series of parallel lines which could be read by a laser scanner. While the barcode would revolutionize shopping and stock-taking, there was some initial pushback. Workers' unions worried that scanning technology would threaten jobs, while some shoppers mourned the loss of being able to find old stock on the shelves with cheaper prices stuck on them. In some evangelical Christian circles, rumours spread that the lines concealed the biblical mark of the beast, the number 666, a theory the inventors dismissed.
You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz Longwave. This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on the 27th of June this year. However, you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB, digital radio, and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at 9 o'clock. Temperature records for June have been broken again in another day of searing hot weather across the UK and Europe. The Met Office provisionally recorded 37.3 Celsius in Santon Downham in Suffolk. A red extreme heat warning remains in place for London and the South East. Nathan Holmes is a national officer for the GMB union, which includes ambulance staff. He says his members are suffering particularly with the extra workload.
The amount of cardiac arrests have increased, and it's the normal run of the mill stuff as well, but it makes it even harder. Let me just paint a picture that doing CPR on a patient is the equivalent of somebody doing an exercise in the gym. Imagine doing that in a temperature of 35, 36 degrees, fully dressed, not in a gym suit.
The Venezuelan authorities say more than 900 people are now known to have died following two huge earthquakes. More than 50,000 people remain unaccounted for, although survivors are still being pulled from the rubble. An RAF flight carrying British rescue teams and sniffer dogs has departed for Venezuela. Israeli and Lebanese negotiators have signed what the US is calling a framework agreement for a peace deal. Details have yet to be announced, but Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his troops will remain in southern Lebanon until the Iran-backed group Hezbollah is disarmed. President Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton has pleaded guilty to mishandling classified documents. A federal court in Maryland heard that the 77-year-old had shared sensitive information with relatives for possible use in a book. An American rapist who fled to Scotland to avoid justice has died in hospital in Utah. Nicholas Rossi was jailed for 5 years in the US after being extradited last year. He was arrested in a Glasgow hospital when staff recognized him from a wanted notice. BBC News.
When someone says ancient Greece, you might think of its gods, mythology or epic battles. But what was it actually like to live as an ancient Greek?
The Athenians were a hugely litigious lot. They were always in and out of court as far as we can see.
I'll be uncovering 5 stories of fascinating real lives from the streets of ancient Greece.
She kind of says, do to me what you want, see if I care.
Helped by historians and guests, including Martin Scorsese.
He is a gangster, and he knows how to move it.
That's Being Greek. part of Ancient Lives with Mary Beard. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
Now, Radio 4, here's Shahida Bari with Free Thinking.
Hello. The singer George Benson was keen on them. Children, he warbled in his 1977 song Are Our Future, and we should let them lead the way. But should we? And what would that look like in 2026? Don't worry too much, though, if your feelings are more along the lines of that old witticism, I like children, but I couldn't eat a whole one. For today's programme, we're only inviting you to channel your inner child rather than ingest one. So, can you remember what it was like to see the world from a child's point of view? As Radio 4 begins a week-long celebration of fairy tales, we're asking, is there still scope for childlike wonder in an age of AI and generalised existential anxiety? Let's start by finding out about our guests and their inner children, as it were. Catherine Rundle, writer of children's fiction and intrepid rooftop clamberer extraordinaire, if the rumours be true. Do you remember the kind of child that you were?
I think I was quite grubby.
Not now, of course. Yeah.
I have absolutely washed in order to come here. But I think as a kid, I loved to be outside, and I loved the idea that there were no barriers between me and the living world, and so that did mean treating clothes and shoes with a kind of proud contempt, which my parents were immensely kind about and put up with a lot of stains.
Is there any photo evidence of this? Because I've encouraged all of my guests to bring evidence of this. Let's see how grubby. Maybe we can.
I mean, to be honest,
how grubby you
the
are.
Picture that I could find of myself, I would say I look quite clean.
Oh, adorable! The adorable fact that Josh Cohen here is cooing already. Josh Cohen, writer, psychoanalyst. Were you a good boy?
I wouldn't say a good boy, a very dreamy, nay, oblivious one. Always being sanctioned to get my head out of the clouds. Later on, at 17, I went to America to work as a waiter, and I was told to get my head out of somewhere else. I have to say, what I like about my inner child is my stubborn persistence in refusing to do anything of the kind. I was always distracted, but not in a kind of attention deficit way at all. Just distracted from whatever the teacher or the person in charge was saying.
Is that inner child still there, lurking inside you?
I think probably
well, maybe
is,
we might find out. Do we have photo evidence?
We do.
Oh, black and white. Oh,
yes.
Adorable. Bell bottoms?
Yes, I was actually in fancy dress as a hippie. A flower child.
And a beautiful fringe as well.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, well, marvellous. Elizabeth Jane Burnett, poet and nature writer. Your new novel, Splendour, tells the story of anti-colonial rebellion in 1950s Kenya from the point of view of two young children. But what kind of child were you?
Well, like Catherine, I was a nature lover. I spent lots of time outdoors, and I remember actually I spent hours searching for four-leaf clover in a field. Never found one, but I think I must have been quite easy to look after because you could just plonk me in a field and I would just lie there for hours looking for this clover.
Oh, well, it doesn't sound like you've changed very much, certainly in terms of your love of nature. Emma Butcher from the RUSI think tank, the Royal United Services Institute. You're a historian of children's experiences of war, and you've previously written about the Brontes as children too. Were you rightly like them as a child?
I loved to read. I loved to read, and I think I was self-absorbed, actually, is the word that I chose, just because I was an only child, so I had to be very imaginative in my play, and I loved to play. But also, I think that I was a bit bossy. I think that I really liked to write and show off what I've written, and be a teacher and put all my cuddly toys out, and make sure everyone sat and listened to what I had to say.
Amazing. We would have been terrible rivals as children, I think, Emma. But do you have photo evidence?
I brought two photos that I thought summed me up. One of me dressed as Robin Hood.
Oh my goodness!
And the other,
we should explain to our listeners that you're hoisting a bow and arrow in the air. You've got a peaked Robin Hood hat, adorable.
Fantasy, imagination. But then also, I loved roast dinners, so it's me devouring a giant turkey leg,
stuffing a piece of meat into your mouth. Wonderful, wonderful.
The size of your head.
But I'm learning so much about you. And Namisha Kurian, assistant professor at the University of Warwick, researching children and their use of AI. What about you?
I was a quiet and dreamy child, I would say. My parents are both very creative and arts-loving people, so they spoiled me with books, and I was given free rein to read anything and everything in the house. It's funny, actually, because I now research children and AI at the University of Warwick, but I grew up in the 90s with absolutely no device but a notebook and a pen. I was also growing up in Mumbai, so along with all the writing and storytelling, Bollywood movies and music were a big part of my life.
Oh, lovely. I love the idea that you were growing up with a notebook and a pen, and now you research children and AI. In the spirit of sharing, this is a picture of me as a child. You can see I was holding my
gosh. Yeah.
I mean, I look very much the same, I think. But I was very keen on my Fisher-Price wind-up radio, which I think is very prophetic, bearing in mind I now present radio and wind people up. But one of the reasons that I'm asking about your childhoods is that later this year we'll see the last episode of what was Michael Apted's documentary series 7 Up. And that series followed the lives of a cohort of 12 children every 7 years for 63 years. Much beloved, that series, I think, in Britain. And those 7-year-olds are now 70-year-olds. Josh, you look like you know the series well.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very poignant, I think.
It's intensely moving. And really a brilliant document of childhood, of aging and development.
Yeah.
And the contrast between some of the playful, overwrought, emotionally intense young children and the adults they grow into, which are sort of too complicatedly differentiated to pin down to one.
There's everything there. There's joy and pain, and you see the vulnerability of those taut little children at age 7. If you remember, the premise of the series was taken from the Jesuit motto, which is intoned at the beginning: "Give me a child until he is 7, and I will give you the man." And the poet Wordsworth has a version of it too, that the child is the father of the man. What do we make of that thesis, that the grown-ups we are already there in the children that we once were? What do you think, Catherine?
I do think that it does feel like there is a rich continuum that runs through someone's imagination. And of course, there are so many shifts, compromises, transformations that will take place over a long life. But I do think that so many of your instincts are formed in childhood. So many of your sort of textured reactions to the world will take place, and so much will be baked into sort of the way you conceive of yourself in the world, that it does feel that those are some of the most urgently precious years that we need to guard with, I would argue, far greater care than we have as a culture.
This is becoming a very serious conversation already. I mean, I wonder, Josh, what you think of this idea, because partly it's one of the tenets of Freud's thinking too, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Freud's attention was really on the phenomenon of childhood amnesia, the fact that we don't remember our childhoods, not just at the level of content, we forget a lot of what happened, but also at the level of experiential intensity. We forget what it's like to feel and to experience sensations as children. And we make these large gains in cognitive and perceptual understanding, but the trade-off is that we lose a lot in sensory and emotional intensity.
Yeah. Emma, you're listening. What do you think of this?
I think, when you were describing, Catherine, about it being so fundamental, that it's kind of, that's the root of the tree, and everything life branches from that in all different ways. But really what what was brought to mind in this conversation was actually I was thinking of my granddad. And when I was growing up and I was very little, some of my earliest memories are with him, but he was just so silly. He was like a child himself. And we always used to muck around and do silly things together. And I do feel that there's a sense that maybe later on or at different points, if you have children, grandchildren, friends who have children, that you end up kind of bringing that inner child out of you again. And I think that's lovely because it connects you back to who you were at the very beginning.
Yeah. I wonder too if there's something slightly counterintuitive about the way that we talk about being children, that childhood is something we grow out of, but actually perhaps in the way that Freud is describing it, it's a layer of us, a psychological layer of us that is always there.
Yeah, Freud's model of development wasn't really linear. His daughter Anna, I think, converted psychoanalysis into much more of a kind of linear developmental psychology where we go from one stage to another. But Freud really had a much more horizontal model of development where different layers are interacting. We have this kind of quite variegated topography of the psyche where, you know, the child and the adolescent and the adults are all in a kind of very fluid interaction with each other, and they can all come to the surface at different moments, depending on who we're with and where we are and what's happening to us.
He has an idea, doesn't he, that adult experiences can reactivate childhood states.
Yes.
Does he give us examples of what that looks like and why it might happen?
It happens typically because there are certain childhood experiences whose intensity and force are too much to process at the time, so they get buried. The first example he gives is really an example of sexual abuse, which the girl he's talking about simply isn't biologically or emotionally ready to process. So at a much later date she has an experience which in a way gives birth to the earlier experience, because she's never really known what happened to her until the later thing happened. So there is this sort of out of joint experience of time, I think, that Freud draws attention to, that the child comes back in ways that we can't predict or control.
That's a traumatic example, but is it an example that is relevant to all of it? Do we all have elements of our childhood experience that will emerge in our adult life?
I think for Freud, growth is traumatic.
Right.
You know, there's sort of ordinary cumulative trauma, but the example I like to give actually is Alice, when she grows at an exponential rate after she drinks.
Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah. And she bursts into tears because there is something traumatic about the process of growth itself, about suddenly seeing herself so far from the ground. She writes this very poignant letter to her own feet. Because she misses them.
Oh, Emma, you want to come in?
I was just thinking, it's the first time I've thought about this with my work on the Brontes. So I work on the Brontes' younger writings. So everything that they developed from the ages of, say, 7, but all the way up to their kind of early 20s. And I remember Charlotte Bronte, she wrote something called Farewell to Angria, which was a farewell to her imaginary kingdom that she built throughout childhood to adulthood. And she said she needed to do this so she could kind of become an adult and write something for adult audiences. And I was just thinking that's a form of processing and growth in itself, isn't it? That she basically had to physically get something down on paper to say goodbye to the child that she was, even though I don't think she ever managed to escape it, and you find different elements in Jane Eyre and so forth.
Do we have to say goodbye, Catherine? I'm sort of trying to angle to come to you, because for Freud, childhood isn't something that we can choose to leave behind, but perhaps it's also something that we ought not to leave behind either. I'm thinking of an essay you wrote, your little mini book some years ago, titled Why You Should Read Children's Books Even Though You Are So Old and Wise. And I think you might be thinking of something similar, that childhood is something that we ought to retain.
Exactly. So the argument of that book is that there are elements of children's fiction which, if you revisit them with adult eyes, will remind you of things you have forgotten. So that because children's literature has to be short and therefore distilled at its very best, and there is a great deal that is not good, but there is children's literature that will profoundly repay adult attention because it is a distilling down and down and down of much that is our most vulnerable heart. You know, the greatest children's books are about power, endurance, human hunger for domination, for each other, for love, for comfort. They're about the ways in which we might care and wound each other, and you would get it in the shape of the Moomins or Pippi Longstocking or Alice in Wonderland or Philip Pullman. And I think when you go to them with adult eyes, they also remind you that in adulthood there are so many necessary compromises and exhaustions that set upon us. But when you go to children's literature, because it is a literature which perhaps uses the imagination at its most extreme and flexible points, it also reminds you that imagination itself is something that sometimes in adulthood we start to treat as an optional extra, but is in fact fundamental to the human condition. It's the condition precedent for love, for political change. And so, you know, turning back and reading something like Moomin Land Midwinter or The Wind in the Willows or Winnie the Pooh might spark in you a memory of something fundamental, and it might be a process of uncovering.
I'm remembering that the Guardian list of 100 greatest books, many people complain there weren't many children's books. I nominated Anne of Green Gables myself, but I'm thinking of you, Elizabeth Jane, and your book and the children that feature in it, and the way that Catherine is describing the imagination as a kind of resource. I think that must ring true for the characters in your novel, the young characters.
Yes, and they particularly have to have imagination because they don't really know what's going on in the story. So they are thrust into this armed uprising that took place in Kenya in the 1950s against British colonial rule. But what was going on was really shrouded in secrecy, and in this conflict there was a huge amount of secrecy around allegiances. So those who were loyal to British rule, those who opposed it but who also opposed the use of violence, and those who swore secret oaths of allegiance to the Kenyan Land and Freedom Army, more commonly known as the Mau Mau. And in a lot of cases parents wanted to protect their children from what was going on, to the degree that they wouldn't even tell the children what their own allegiances were, whose side they were on. So you can imagine as a child, you know, having to make sense of this, incredibly difficult. And the two children are nature-loving, and so they see it most, first of all, in the landscape. They see it in the forests that they used to run through and have almost this bucolic setting, this very close to nature experience, and then they see that changing, but they don't know why. So they don't know why they can't access the same parts of the forest that they used to, why there is suddenly a military presence. So they are building their sense of what is happening really through their own imaginations a lot of the time.
The affinity of fictional children to nature, that's an evergreen theme in children's literature. Thinking of Heidi, of Pippi Longstocking, of Anne of Green Gables. I wonder what that is about. Why do we understand a child's sense of the world so attached to the natural world?
I think we all do have this profound affinity for nature, which the ways in which we live have allowed us to perhaps ignore, move away from. And I think when you see children in nature, even children who you would not think of as nature kids, you do see them engaging in the process of discovery and of a kind of wonder that often when we talk about wonder we end up sounding quite cute, quite earnest, or a little tedious, because it ends up sounding like we're just talking about sunsets. But wonder as something more like the sudden intricate unfolding of something you didn't previously know and which strikes you as remarkable, even if you're not entirely conscious of it. I think, you know, one of the reasons that so much great children's literature imagines children in the wilderness is that children long to be in the wilderness. because for them, wilderness feels both like a return, of course, to a kind of primordial state, but also a place in which adult imperatives are less urgently available. And so you suddenly have a kind of autonomy, a kind of freedom. You're away from what you experience in your daily life as confines. And so I think, there is a reason that there are so many children's books about children surviving in the woods, from the Boxcar Children to Hatchet. Just the idea that a kid left among the trees would be brought to the edge of something in their personality and have the chance to step beyond it and see what lies beyond.
I feel like, Josh, you're going to whip out a Swiss Army knife at any moment now, and you're nodding along vigorously.
Just the infinity that children respond to in different kinds of natural landscapes, I think they recognize it as a kind of externalization of the infinity of their own heads. And that's why the natural landscape is often so hospitable to play and imagination, that the landscape becomes a kind of canvas, and its different elements become the dramatist personae of the plays they create, the dramas.
Yeah, I love this idea of the infinity of what's inside children's heads. Catherine, you're a super successful writer and popular writer of children's fiction, and the third part of the Impossible Creatures series is coming out in August, so I imagine you must already and will continue to spend a lot of time in schools and libraries meeting children. What's your sense from the front line, as it were, of how children are seeing the world right now?
So I am so lucky that I get to meet thousands and thousands of children a year, and there are some, I've been doing this now for about 18 years, there are some continuums that I have seen over that time that have not changed. So childhood delight in story, the sense that a child has the capacity to engage imaginatively with a story in a way that is so huge and so all-encompassing, in a way that perhaps in adulthood we have to fight harder to achieve. It is also the truth that in the last decade and a half, there has been such an erosion of the ways that children have been offered spaces and freedoms. And our brilliant children's laureate, Frank Cottrell Boyce, has just published a book about this, about his journeying around the country. And the word he uses is careless. We have been careless with our children's lives. And that is both in the closure of youth centres, of swimming pools, of libraries, and also in the gradual erosion of green spaces in which they can be safe and free together, in which they can engage under the infinite sky, in the presence, like Josh says, of the infinite. And the forms of poverty which children are being subjected to after more than a decade of austerity, bed poverty, food poverty, book poverty, the number of children who do not own a single book of their own, we are starting to see it played out in their lives in the ways that so many children's writers in this term, in the June-May term, are told when they go to schools, don't mention the summer holidays as something to look forward to.
Really?
Because for a lot of kids, school is a place in which they have structure and safety, and the outside world has ceased to be built with a view of them. And of course, it's not like we've ever prioritized children through history, but it does feel like our built environment and our political environment together have militated against creating environments in which they can experience true access to their bodily and intellectual freedoms.
That's very... it's a very difficult thing to hear, I think, Catherine. Elizabeth Jane, you want to come in?
Well, I just wanted to echo what Catherine was saying there about the nature perspective and the depletion there, given that we're in a position now of nature deficit disorder, where access to nature is so limited, and young people increasingly are identifying more brand names than native plants and animals in their surroundings. We have had a couple of cases in the UK where the infant's first word is Alexa rather than mom dad, and I just, think that it really is important that we try and retain that access to nature, which is something that I think is retained into adulthood. It's certainly something that I have retained, and I can remember very vividly my childhood experiences with nature, and I think they're important in cultivating a sense of care, and how we learn about the multitudes of species that exist around us, and that the planet is not just populated by us, but there are others that we need to be aware of, to meet, to play with, and understand and care for.
Yeah, Nimisha, you're listening to this, and you are the person who's doing the research and looking at the way children, I think very young children, are engaging with AI specifically. What's your sense of this?
This is a really interesting discussion in that sense, because we're hearing such lovely insights on children and nature, and I'm looking into how they're engaging with screens and chatbots and everything digital. We do know that in the UK, the number of children playing in wild spaces has fallen by a staggering 90% over the last 30 years. And there's also a study that's always haunted me, which showed that British primary school children were more at ease naming their favorite Pokemon character than they were naming a hare, a deer, or an oak tree. So there is a real concern there. But I'm also interested in maybe playing around with the binary between the outdoors and the indoors, of screen time versus play time. And some of my recent research is finding that actually there is potential for children to be engaging with technology in a way that actually pushes them back outdoors. The digital has permeated children's worlds to an inescapable point now. It's very difficult to turn the clock back, but we can, for example, be encouraging children to use plant identification apps, games that rely on going out there and getting muddy, naming your favorite bird, being able to pick out all the different leaves you see. There is scope here, I think, to imagine a wilder childhood without necessarily seeking to untether children from technology. It's a difficult balance to work with, but I think there is some hope for being able to preserve both a green childhood and access to digital spaces at the same time.
Yes. We started to talk about children and childhood in quite a particular way. It's not only or simply a stage of life. The way that you're talking about it, Catherine, it's a set of values. It's a good, as it were. Is that right? It's an ecosystem.
Yes, and I suppose in that sense, a value, childhood as something which exists individually within us all, but also, if we were to think about it, even if you were the most money-hungry, Gradgrindian individual economic unit rather than person, childhood would still be something that you should fight to preserve. The freedom of childhood for children, the intellectual freedom for them, their access to the things that children have had access to for thousands of years. Because without those, the question of justice becomes so urgent that you can see that what you might be doing is squandering generations worth of possibility, of intellectual possibility. You know, one of the things that I think about a lot when I think about children is the ways in which our current climate, and particularly children's access to large language models, risks putting a kind of iron curtain between them and their capacity for engaged, long-form, intricate, imaginative thought. Because if we can no longer tell, because large language models have allowed children to perform knowledge without actually accruing knowledge, if we can no longer tell when a child is confused and they are able to mask uncertainty with the slickness of AI, then we risk sending them out into adulthood without ever having really engaged with the pleasure of intellectual thought, because the pleasure of it comes after the pain of it.
You're listening to this, Nimisha. What are you thinking? I mean, what are you discovering in your research?
We are discovering that there is a real risk of cognitive offloading. when children grow up with generative AI in a way that
what does that mean, cognitive offloading?
Yeah, it's a bit like if we think about how we delegated a lot of our maths to a calculator, we stop having the need to work out long sums just in our head or on paper. We can just whip out our smartphones and do some sums quickly on our calculator, and that saves us time and energy. It frees us up to do other things. We've made a deliberate choice to offload some of our cognition. And that might be a perfectly wise and sensible choice, but for children who are only just developing their sense of the world and their own skills and their reasoning powers, we find that there is a real risk that generative AI being just a click away, freely accessible, there is a risk of children being able to say, for example, give me this essay, give me this solution. And it's such a responsive, helpful, personalized companion for anything that you could possibly need that there is a risk that the amount of cognitive offloading, the amount of skill and work that you delegate to AI will end up taking over children's own abilities to develop their critical thinking. But that's not the full story. There are also more positive uses of AI where, for example, one child I talked to after doing an outreach program on AI, she said that she has been livening up her lessons at school by asking AI to create a dialogue between her two favorite fictional characters. So she's had...
Like fan fiction?
Almost like fan fiction, yes. So she's had a Vampire Diaries character talking to a Twilight character. And reflecting on the differences between what it's like to grow up in a fantasy world. And when she showed me the dialogue, I could really see her using her own imagination to propel the dialogue forward. And that's the kind of engagement with AI that might actually help a child be more creative and more connected and more excited about learning. So there's always two sides to the picture, and we have to hold on to whatever nurtures a child's own creative powers.
I have to say, Emma Butcher here is looking slightly sceptical about it. So I wonder if she's thinking about the Brontes, that they would not be writing fan fiction between vampires, and they would, with AI, they would be scrawling in their tiny books instead.
I think that they'd use AI.
Yeah.
come from giving us the choice to do it. I don't want to abandon where I'm from.
Common Ground on Radio 4 and BBC 7.
Your English and Welsh making me well done, Mummy.
Starts on Monday morning at 9.
On Radio 4, Brian Gleeson reads the final part of Maggie O'Farrell's new novel, Land. It's a captivating story of an Irish family's struggle for survival in the aftermath of the Great Hunger. And it's from the author of Hamlet. Reunions and missed meetings shape the futures of Enda, Liam, Rose and Eugene.
Enda has taken to her bed. She will not move, she will not speak a word. On the fourth day, or perhaps the fifth, Enda! Enda! The pounding comes again. Enda, open the door! Enda stands unsteadily. She tiptoes across the kitchen flags, her bare soles cold against the stone. Enda pulls back the bolt. There on the back step is a thin and shabby apparition with bare legs under a faded skirt, a heavy shawl folded across the chest. This person stands in the doorway, a bundle on its back, a length of twine clutched in one hand, at the end of which is a dog. Bran, her mind tells her incredulously. The same starburst of white on the chest, the exact grey pelt. Then she sees that it can't be. This animal is too young, too lithe. When the shawled person with the dog says her name, Enda thinks she must be going soft in the head. Rose? Rose, she whispers, because her voice is still gone, stolen away by the word wife said in the offices of the timber company. Is that you? Rose, because it does indeed seem to be her, is saying, you jade, you turncoat, you left me, how could you do that? Enda crosses the ground between them in 2 strides, saying, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. What dog is this? She asks. Where's Eugene? And her sister shakes her head back and forth, tears slipping down her cheeks. Dead, drowned, off the side of the ship coming over. I couldn't save him. Enda, swaying, puts a hand to her mouth. She tells her sister over and over that she is so sorry. She should never have left. It was a terrible mistake. She has regretted it ever since. Enda holds out her arms to Rose. Suddenly, she is sure that she can tackle whatever is ahead of her, because Rose is here, and she won't be alone ever again. The dog looks from one to the other, its eyes anxious and alert, waiting. He has a tie pin and a watch, a handkerchief folded in his breast pocket. He is contemplating the purchase of a straw boater with a green and white grosgrain band. He writes a letter to the Peninsula. Dear Enda, Rose and Eugene. He tells them he has left the priesthood. He tells them he has missed them. He tells them he has a job in Dublin and that they will laugh when they find out what it is. He pins 2 banknotes to the page. I will come out to see you, he writes. I long to see you all again, to see home. There is no reply. He writes again. I am making maps in the Ordnance Survey Office. Sometimes I have to refer to ledgers and books written in our father's hand. I am married now, and we have a child, with another on the way. Please forgive me for whatever it is I did to offend you all. You are my flesh and blood. Your loving brother, Liam. Several weeks later, the letter is returned to him. Scrawled on the back are 2 words, gone away. The brevity is devastating to him. How could they go, all 3 of them, and where? He writes a letter that very day to the widow, care of Father Joseph at his chapel. It too is returned to him only days later, both deceased. It becomes known in the office that a man is needed for a job out west. The place is perhaps 15 miles from the peninsula, and Liam says he would be glad to take on the task. The mapping itself is straightforward. On the final day, he takes the road leading southwest. When he reaches the village, the widow's house looks much as before. Liam knocks. After a moment, a man comes round the side. Liam sweeps an arm towards the crag. "My family used to live up the way. I am here to see if any know of their whereabouts." "They went away, I heard. A brother and sister, across the sea." "He is too late. They have gone. He is a fool. Why did he not come before?" He turns from the house, hesitating, then eyes the mountain, the twin drumlins. As he climbs the slope, he is at once a grown man with a family, and a small boy who came up here with his father, carrying a surveying pole on a wet day long ago. At a bend in the path, a group of children are playing in a stream. "Who are you?" said the oldest girl. "I'm Liam," he says. "I used to live up here when I was your age." "Mammy says we're not to go up past the Borean's End," blurts out one of the boys. "A Gruagach lives there, and it comes out at night and might steal you away." Liam smiles and shrugs. "I don't believe in Gruagach." "Well, you'd better watch yourself then, mister," says the girl, turning back to their game. The Borean is thick with branches and growth. It is clear that nobody has come this way for a very long time. When he emerges at the cottage, there are rows of beans growing in well-turned soil. The haggard is swept and neat. Turf has been stacked against the house. The air carries the scent of a fire. Liam moves forward cautiously, calling out a greeting, but there is no answer. He heads, almost without thinking about it, towards the copse. Isn't it where his father told him to return, if he ever became lost? And isn't it where all this began? His father's garrulousness, the sudden move out here to the peninsula. Liam steps into the trees. For a moment he wants to laugh at himself, at the boy he was. How could he have ever been frightened by this place? It is a cluster of trees, nothing more, really quite unremarkable. The pool appears sooner than he had remembered. Natural bowl of granite, his mind is telling him, worn by the action of the spring over thousands and thousands of years. Water extremely clear, remarkably deep, actually. At the sound of a crack behind him, he feels his heart falter and hesitate. He has the distinct sense that he is being watched. Liam is not going to give in to any tricks his mind might play on him. He will stay still until this sensation has passed. A flash, a movement across the surface of the pool, is all it takes. Liam turns, drops his hat, and then he is stumbling through the trees, and for the second time in his life, he is sprinting through the copse as fast as he can. After a long interval, a shape moves through the trees. It bends to pick up the hat, which it examines for a moment, before reaching to hang it off the outstretched limb of a tree. Eugene has no idea that the man he had been watching from his perch in the canopy of an oak tree was in fact his brother. To him, Liam is a lanky boy who wished to train for the priesthood. That years have passed, and that Liam might have grown up and now look different does not occur to him. Eugene doesn't think about the past. He lives much as his ancient forebears did, on the land, feeling one season blur into the next. If asked, he wouldn't be able to say how long it is he has been here alone, how many years ago it was that he plunged into the sea, off the side of the ship. In the early days, he cried a great deal. He leaped from the boat without forethought. He knew to kick his legs, to sweep his arms, keeping his eyes on the shoreline in front of him. When he came out of the sea, he was cold to his bones. After a while, sore and bleeding, he pulled himself upright, shook the water from his ears and hair, and made himself put one foot in front of the other. He slept under trees, in the shelter of walls, in the ruins of abandoned cottages. If his feet sprouted blisters, he lined his boots with moss. If he was hungry, he searched for bilberries and cracked open mussel shells. When he finally reached the peninsula, he kept to the higher ground, so that he descended towards the cottage from the mountain. He lifted the latch, stepped inside, sat down at the table. If the people below knew he was back, living in the old cottage, nothing was said. They left meal cakes, a round of goat's cheese, a pair of stockings when it got cold. He took only what he needed, and always left something in return. A pair of breeches might vanish from a drying line, but the next day their owner would find a pail of cockles left at their door, gathered at dawn's low tide. A hammer was taken from a house on the other side of the estate, and in its place was a door knocker carved from birch. He stands now at the edge of the pool, and he does something he's never done before. He dips his hand and brings the water to his mouth. And then a fish stirs the depths, and Eugene watches without surprise the flick-flack of its tail. "Give me the ring," it says. Its voice to Eugene is thrilling. He tugs on the ring, drops it into the water. It flickers and spirals down, and then it is gone. Eugene watches the fish circle the pool, swimming lower and lower until it too disappears. As he raises himself, he catches from the corner of his eye the outline of a person. It is not anyone he recognizes or has seen before, and as it turns out, Eugene never sees him again. The man is large, his outline tall and broad, and he appears to leap or coalesce from the water itself, bounding on strong, muscular legs. He darts up and bounds away, through the trees, out of the copse, and up the hill towards the Ra, as if he has left something precious in that direction, and he must get back there as quickly as he can to reclaim it. Eugene will think of the man again, every once in a while over the coming years. There will be many years for Eugene, as it turns out. He will live beyond 100. He will find, as he continues with his unusual existence on the mountainside, that he possesses knowledge both great and useful. He knows that Enda and Rose are together, a dog at their side. He knows too that there is a child with them, a boy with blue eyes and copper-coloured hair who bears his own name. He knows when a husband comes for Rose, and that he is a good man, and that more children will come to their household. He knows that Enda plays her fiddle until the end of her life, and that people come from all over to hear her. He knows too that Liam is alive and not so far away from him. Eugene feels him sometimes when the wind blows from the east. He will live many years, until he is over 100, long enough for some of the cottages on the peninsula to be bought by city dwellers, who use them during the summer or to rent out to others. And if these holiday makers find that shoes they leave outside have vanished overnight, or if they discover that some of their laundry is missing from the line, the peninsula people will give the same response every time. There's one among us who needs such things, and we must let him have them. For he is so old and wise that he could tell you all about the history of the land, should he wish to do so.
Brian Gleeson was reading the final part of Maggie O'Farrell's new novel, Land. The producer was Mary Ward-Lowry. On Monday evening, we begin a new book as David Armand reimagines The Little Mermaid in a magical, evocative story set on Holy Island in Northumberland. After the news in a moment, can the Democrats change the story of US politics by getting more people to like them? BBC News at 11 o'clock. The US military says it has carried out strikes against Iran in response to an attack on a commercial ship in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, which American officials said clearly violated the ceasefire agreement. The US said military aircraft attacked Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites. Iranian state media says Tehran's response to the US attack will be swift and decisive. Earlier in Washington, Israel and Lebanon signed a framework agreement brokered by the US. Shortly afterwards, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu insisted Israeli forces would remain in southern Lebanon until Hezbollah disarmed. The Iranian-backed group was not part of the negotiations. More than 900 people are now known to have died following the 2 earthquakes which hit Venezuela on Wednesday. The United Nations says more than 50,000 others remain missing. The UK government has announced it's sending a 68-strong search and rescue team to the country to help relief efforts. Our correspondent Dan Johnson is on Colombia's border with Venezuela and sent this update.
The increasingly desperate effort to save people from the rubble is frantic and in many places uncoordinated. There have been successes, but hopes are starting to fade now, around 48 hours on. The United Nations says 50,000 Venezuelans remain unaccounted for, so there's pressure to find people quickly. More than 1,000 relief workers have been sent from across the world. The UK has released £2 million in aid and is flying over a team of 68 search and rescue specialists made up of firefighters, search dogs and humanitarian workers.
A new record high temperature for June has been set in the UK for the 3rd day in a row. The Met Office says a temperature of 37.3 Celsius was recorded at Santon Downham in Suffolk, topping the previous high of 36.7 Celsius in Somerset yesterday. In tennis, Serena Williams will play the 53rd seed, the Australian Maya Joint, in her opening singles match at Wimbledon. BBC News.
Once Upon a Time on BBC Radio 4. I don't know her name, but she is a girl in gold. 5 classic fairy tales reimagined by leading contemporary writers.
It turned out that a group of naked elves was trying to help a poor cobbler.
Including stories by Frank Cottrell Boyce, Ben Oakrey and Catherine Rundle. The clock behind the bar struck 12. Once Upon a Time, part of a week of programmes on the enduring enchantment of fairy tales. Next Monday to Friday night at 10:45 on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
Now on BBC Radio 4, can Democrats in the United States build a new political movement? Here's Justin Webb with Americast.
What's the future of the American left? What happens when Donald Trump departs the stage? There's a lot of discussion about it, and we frequently talk about it on the podcast. But I'm going to talk about it now with someone who really has thought it through and knows his stuff on this, partly because he was a member of the Obama administration. He knows how Democrats can win and can govern, but also he thinks a lot about the future of the party and the way it's got to appeal to Americans. So, welcome to Americast with Ben Rhodes.
Americast from BBC News.
You hear that sound? Oh, I think when I hear that sound, it reminds me of money.
We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it.
This is a big cover-up, and this administration is engaged in it. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome.
I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
I'm delighted to say here in the studio with me is Ben Rhodes, who was Deputy National Security Advisor under Barack Obama. In more recent days, he's done, well, 2 important things. He's written a book called All We Say, which we're going to talk about, but he's also a podcaster now in his own right, and a podcaster who very much tries to G up the American left and get them going. And that really matters, doesn't it? Because you're still trying to make the case for the broad left in American life.
Yeah, no, I you know, it's interesting because I write books, I write for the New York Times, but the podcast, you know, all these different things I'm doing in this era that we live in, you kind of have to show up everywhere, as you know, in politics and writing and podcasting, and that's what I've been doing.
Which is one of the things the Democrats didn't do. They got wrong, really, in the run-up to Donald Trump's second term, isn't it?
It is. I mean, you know, we, through the podcast company, you know, I'm Pod Save the World, we have Pod Save America, and we're kind of a lonely outpost of progressive media in the United States. You know, the right wing built huge media platforms quite deliberately, in the same way that, you know, we saw Viktor Orban do in Hungary, or, you know, Putin obviously kind of captured the media. There's a lack of an effort to understand that you need to kind of create these media platforms and create these spaces for different voices, that you kind of can't just count on your capacity to win the argument in legacy media. And also, like, the media we do is also mobilization. Like, we have a dedicated effort to help people connect to and volunteer and contribute to political campaigns. It's trying to create an ecosystem that people who want to do something because of how they feel about what's happening in America, they can plug into it.
How do you stop it being, though, safe and dull and plodding and a bit lectury as well? Because that was the criticism, wasn't it, last time round? So people are saying, hey, where's this left-wing equivalent of all these buzzy things happening in the digital space on the right? And what some people said, well, it's really difficult on the left because you've got to be careful about the language you use.
Yes.
Famously, of course, Kamala Harris wouldn't go on some podcasts. She's worried about it, etc. Has that fixed now, do you think?
No, I don't think it's fixed. And it's a great question, and I think there's several components to it. I mean, first of all, you know, if you look at the podcasts that are successful on the right, most of them didn't start out as political podcasts, right? Like Joe Rogan was a comedian and a Ultimate Fighting Championship commentator who got political, right? And the other point is that, you know, we were political in what we set up, but the whole idea was to talk about politics like normal people do, you know, to not create a barrier to entry by using a lot of jargon or acronyms, to use humor. I think one of the problems in the Trump decade is people present on the left as angry and kind of grim. And my experience of politics, you know, including with the Obama campaign, is if you have some humor to it, number one, that can help cut a strong man down to size. But it's also inviting. You know, you want to be a part of something that is fun and a bit joyful. And then I think the other problem that Democratic politicians have is that when they do go on podcasts, you know, they have these debates like, well, now we must go on podcasts, you know. And they go on and they sound like politicians. You know, so they go on the podcast with Joe Rogan or whoever it is, and they're using the same talking points that they would use in an interview with CNN. And the whole point is that the way media is evolving is people want to see you authentically. Like, what are you interested in? Like, you know, actually, whatever your views of his politics are, Zohran Mamdani understands this, that if he's going on a sports podcast, he's going to show up to talk about sports, and then he'll get to politics. You know, like, you need to kind of meet people where they are in these kind of new media.
And you might occasionally screw up. Again, you saw that with Mamdani,
which is
didn't
fine.
You? Before he was elected mayor of New York, he went on a podcast. I can't remember the exact circumstances, but I remember people saying, oh, he shouldn't have gone on there because he said something, I think it was possibly about Israel. He's gone too far, he said this, he said that. Actually, that's not the modern way, is it? That's not the modern politics.
No, and I think people give you a lot of space to screw up. They prefer to feel like you're an authentic person. I mean, I'll be critical of my own party here. You know, like a Chuck Schumer just presents as a politician, and he may not make a mistake, but he also won't connect because of that. You know, I mean, actually, it's funny working on this book about speeches, like thinking about the communications of recent Democratic politicians. You know, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris both use this line, you know, constantly, that they're here to build an economy from the bottom up to the middle out. You know, well, what does that mean? You know, like that doesn't connect with people. I mean, and actually, I think in this day and age, particularly with such saturation of information and media, people want to know who the person is, and you have to be willing to say something wrong, or you have to be willing to have an opinion that people might like vigorously disagree with, but at least they know that you stand for something, even if it's something that they disagree with you about. I mean, Mamdani on Israel was interesting to me, is that even if you agreed with him or disagreed, the fact that he was willing to take all the grief he took was like, well, maybe this guy will actually fight to lower my prices, you know, because he's willing to be criticized about things. And in a way, Trump is the ultimate model of that. I mean, I don't like any of the things that, just about any of the things that he was trying to do, but because he was willing to say things that seemed out of bounds, I think it made people think, well, maybe he's different, you know.
What does that tell us then about the choices that the party has to make running up to 2028?
First of all, I feel adamantly that it needs to be a younger person, you know, that it needs to be someone who can communicate in the kind of spaces that we're talking about, and that it needs to be someone who doesn't in any way suggest that they want to kind of go back to some way of doing things before Trump, but is rather telling a story about how we can do things differently. You see, and again, I'm not picking any one person, but to take one example, John Ossoff, the senator from Georgia.
Yeah, who we've also talked a bit about on America.
So I wouldn't be surprised if there's more and more talk about him running for president because, he's telling a different story. He's connecting dots for people. Democrats have had all these, debates about, do we talk about democracy or do we talk about kitchen table issues, Well, Ossoff blows apart that dichotomy. He's like, this is the same thing. If you have an oligarchy and a corrupt system that only serves a few people, well, that's the reason why you can't afford your health care. Like, he tells one story about what's happening that explains both why things aren't getting better on things like cost of living, but also makes you believe that we can make them better if we make certain changes to how government itself works. It's not showing up with a 10-point policy plan. And if you look at an Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I think who'd have an uphill battle to be president.
So she is the left-wing, progressive left congresswoman. People aren't quite sure whether she's going to stand or not. Are you convinced she will?
I'm not sure she will either. I think she'll test the waters and see if her message can travel beyond New York City. But I think what people should take from her, no matter what, is there's a joyful and fearless nature to what she does. And these things are really important. Fearlessness is important because kind of what Trump depends upon is the idea that things can't change. This is the way they are. And there are all these kind of powerful forces and all this money that will crush people that try to move things in a different direction. She doesn't look afraid of those things. But the other thing I like about AOC is she has a smile on her face. And I think Democratic politics the last decade has been very grim, kind of very angry. And frankly, that doesn't attract people.
There's also an anger, isn't there, though, in the broader left? You think of Luigi Mangione, who's accused of that terrible murder in New York of an insurance boss, and this kind of sense among a lot of people on the left who sort of say, oh, well, he deserved what was coming to him, and all the unpleasant things said about Charlie Kirk when he was assassinated, and indeed people on the left who don't believe or pretend not to believe that there was a genuine assassination attempt at least once against Donald Trump. That there's a kind of nastiness there. That how big a risk is it that the left becomes as nasty as much of the right has been in the recent past?
There's a risk, but I think that's the trap that the right is setting. Like, that's what they want. And frankly, actually, oftentimes they're the ones elevating that content, right? Like, Republican politicians and media personalities are quite good at finding kind of the angriest, craziest thing that people are saying on the left and responding to it to make it a conflict. And frankly, that's not a place where the left wins, in my view, because I think you need to do two things. Like, one, you need to attract people. Like, I was on the 2008 Obama campaign. Some people may remember. That was a lot of fun. Like, people wanted to be a part of it. They wanted to volunteer. They wanted to knock on doors with their friends. They wanted to be a part of a cultural movement that was attractive. But the other thing is you have to be able to do, and Barack Obama, far from perfect, but he did this very well, is you need to persuade, and you don't persuade people by lecturing them. Obama didn't show up and say, you're a racist, and you must come out with your hands up and acknowledge it, and acknowledge, white supremacy, and then maybe we can make progress. He would say, this country is so great that we've been able to make progress before, and here's the whole history of progress throughout America, and join us in this next chapter. And he was a patriotic appeal. And look, I've been very critical of America. You followed my commentary, particularly on foreign policy, but if you want to bring people along, you have to open a door for them to come in.
It's such an important point, that, isn't it? Obama gave the impression, I don't know how real it was, but he gave the impression that he really liked ordinary Americans. So even when he gave that speech that it was greatly lambasted, wasn't he, where he talked about people in small towns hankering after their guns, and people seized on that and said, oh, he doesn't like the small town. Actually, he was able to get past that, wasn't he? Because it did seem as if he liked his fellow Americans. And the risk, and we talk about it quite a lot on the pod now, the risk among some modern Democrats is that they don't really seem to like people who live in West Virginia or South Dakota or somewhere.
Yeah, it was actually really interesting for this book. I went back and wrote about the race speech he gave in 2008. This is when there were clips of his pastor, Jeremiah Wright, that went viral online.
God damn America, that's in the Bible for killing innocent people. Goddamn America for treating her citizens as less than human. Goddamn America. The United States government has failed the vast majority of her citizens of African descent.
You know, attacking America, saying it's a racist country. And he did a couple things in there that were really interesting to relive now. The first is he defended Reverend Wright by essentially saying, look, he's a complicated guy. He's done some wonderful things and he said some terrible things.
Right. As imperfect as he may be, he has been like family to me. He strengthens my faith, officiated my wedding, and baptized my children. Not once in my conversations with him have I heard him talk about any ethnic group in derogatory terms, or treat whites with whom he interacted with anything but courtesy and respect. He contained...
And he talked about his white grandmother who raised him. Same thing, this woman who loved me, but she said things that make me cringe.
I can no more disown him than I can disown my white grandmother. A woman who helped raise me, a woman who sacrificed again and again for me, a woman who loves me as much as she loves anything in this world, but a woman who once confessed her fear of black men who passed her by on the street, and who on more than one occasion has uttered racial or ethnic stereotypes that made me cringe. These people are part...
But actually, it was a speech against cancel culture before that was even a thing.
It was an extraordinary speech. I remember seeing it in Philadelphia, I think it was,
Philadelphia,
wasn't it? Yeah. And just to re-emphasize, so this guy, the Reverend Wright, had really potentially ditched the entire Obama campaign. You must have really, I mean, it was a big moment where Obama made the decision himself, didn't he?
Yeah.
To make this speech, and as you say, to talk about his own family in a way that was just so relatable.
Yeah, and totally related to the point you were just making, because so he makes a decision to give the speech, which really the whole campaign is hanging on, because we were sinking like a stone in the polls. And we prepare a draft, and it comes back, and it's track changes, a few paragraphs in black, and then about 9 pages in red track changes, and then a few paragraphs in black. Like, he stayed up all night writing the speech himself. I don't know why I didn't accept the track changes. I think he wanted to show us, like, look what I did.
The red track changes, for anyone who's over a certain age, you can alter a document and you see the changes.
And the point about, the argument he made is, first of all, I mentioned what he said about his pastor and his grandmother. He's saying, like, it's actually what's missing in our politics now. Like, look around. None of us is perfect. We all have people in our family we disagree with about things. We don't have to just see the worst in people. But then he talked about black structural inequality in the United States, but then he talked about the white working class, and he said, these are people who aren't particularly privileged by their race.
Most working and middle-class white Americans don't feel that they've been particularly privileged by their race. Their experience is the immigrant experience. As far as they're concerned, no one handed them anything. They built it from scratch. They've worked hard all their lives, many times only to see their jobs shipped overseas or their pensions dumped after a lifetime of labor. They are anxious about their futures, and they feel their dreams slipping away. And in an era of stagnant wages and global competition, opportunity comes to be seen as a zero-sum game in which your dreams come at my expense. So when
and he was able, again, to your point about what the left getting into these traps, to say, like, actually, instead of kind of condemning these people, I want to, they're us too. I want to put myself in their shoes and see how things look from their perspective. And I may not even agree with all their views, but we're never going to build a multiracial coalition if we don't take their concerns seriously. The reason he could give a speech like that wasn't just because of his family. It was also because he spent a year just traveling around Iowa, which is an all-white state pretty much, just meeting with people in their living rooms and knocking on their doors and enjoying being with them and kind of modeling that, hey, actually, like, we have a shared identity in this country, whether we're black or white. Our concerns are pretty similar. And right now, I think we've been in a period where it has suited Trump to have people only see the things that they hate in one another. Polarization benefits Trump, and obviously social media makes polarization easier.
Here's a challenge, though. I read that speech. So that speech is one of the speeches you have in your book, and it is, when you read it again, and particularly the line about his grandmother who loved him but would say to him things about how she was frightened of black men and walked on the other side of the street and things like that he says in the speech made me cringe.
That's right.
But that's all part of us. When I read that, reread it in your book, I thought, I'm not sure there are many Democratic politicians now who could get away with saying these kinds of things, black or white, actually, because we've become, you say it's a speech against cancel culture. Well, kind of the cancel culture's won. There's a lot about Obama, reading those speeches where you think, there's an intake of breath. You think, goodness, is he really saying that? I can't imagine a Democrat saying that now, being allowed to.
Well, I'd say two things. I mean, the first thing, it's interesting because he said that. This is a woman that he loved as much as anybody in the world who had these fears. When he later says, hey, white working class people, like his grandmother, don't like to hear their concerns about crime be dismissed as racism, he's entered that doorway through a personal place, right? Like, I was raised by a white working class woman. I think today, again, I think people are so afraid of making a mistake, or, you have to be willing, actually, I think, in this day and age. Obama used to say something to us, too. You have to show that there are things you're willing to lose over in order to win. I think that you probably have to go through some pretty brutal controversies and show that you're willing to kind of stand by something that you said that may be uncomfortable. Because if you're not, I think Kamala Harris, fell into this very careful politician and maybe didn't make a huge mistake, but because she was afraid of making a mistake, she also didn't really say anything that connected that much with people either. So I think you have to be willing to put yourself out there, be personal, be authentic. Because I think people today, they don't just want to know, what you want to do. They want to know, like, why do you want to do it? Like, what in your background compels you to want to run for this office? Democrats like to skip ahead to the 10-point plan or, this agenda or that agenda. Actually, I think Americans are more interested in, okay, why do you want to do these things? Why should I trust that you'll do these things, that you understand what I'm going through? And if you're not willing to kind of maybe even step in it or offend people from time to time, go through the controversy, then they just will see you as a typical politician. And that the message we keep getting from American voters is they don't want a typical politician.
And that's the thing that comes out from your book. I'm proud to be on the back cover of it because it's not a political book. It's not the Ben Rhodes view of the world. It's a view of America from a set of speeches and your take on those speeches. And I wanted to ask you why you selected the ones you did, because I knew the Obama speech very well, and there's a Trump one there as well, which you remember because it's more recent. But actually, most of the others I'd never really come across at all. It wasn't, in a sense, the obvious ones. I'm thinking of the Ronald Reagan speech. The one you chose was a particular one.
Yeah, well, because it's not an anthology. It's not meant to be the greatest speeches. It's meant to tell the story of not just American history, but essentially the arguments Americans have been having about what this country is and what it means to be American from the founding. Benjamin Franklin is the first one. But I wanted different perspectives. We're going to have abolitionist voices. We're going to have famous people like Abraham Lincoln and people you've never heard of like the suffragette Anna Dickinson, and showing the course of this argument about what the country is. So the Reagan speech I chose is the one in which he coined the phrase evil empire to talk about the Soviet Union.
And I suppose that's the point. It's a wider speech.
So this is what I found so fascinating about Justin is it's not his greatest. I love the D-Day one about the boys of Pondahook, for instance, or the Challenger disaster. But what's so fascinating to me about that is that it's famous for him calling the Soviet Union evil empire, but most of the speech is not about foreign policy at all. It's a speech to Christian evangelicals, the National Association of Christian Evangelicals, and he talks a lot about the centrality of Christian faith to American identity. And he kind of goes through what would be seen as kind of a pretty right-wing social agenda, like banning abortion and prayer in school, but in a much folksier and genial way than we would hear today. But he's talking about how America is a nation founded in Christian faith, and that's one of the things that makes us exceptional as Americans. From his perspective, I probably wouldn't share his perspective entirely on this. But then when he gets to the Soviet Union, the contrast he's drawing is not one between capitalism and communism. It's that we are people that believe in God, and they're people who believe in the rule of man. And the reason they're an evil empire is because they don't believe in anything higher than the rule of the state.
I pointed out that as good Marxist-Leninists, the Soviet leaders have openly and publicly declared that the only morality they recognize is that which will further their cause, which is world revolution. I think I should point out I was only quoting Lenin, their guiding spirit, who said in 1920 that they repudiate all morality that proceeds from supernatural ideas, that's their name for religion, or ideas that are outside class conceptions. Morality is entirely subordinate to the interests of class war, and everything is moral that is necessary for the annihilation of the old exploiting social order and for uniting the proletariat.
And actually, he works in a quite clever way, kind of secular bureaucrats in America, too. You know, I don't think Reagan would have liked Doge, but it kind of foreshadows in some way this kind of Republican, almost fear of the administrative state. And so what you're seeing is a kind of coherent effort by Reagan to use words to build this coalition that puts a tent over Christian evangelicals, small government conservatives who don't trust the state, and national security hawks who don't like the Soviet Union. That's the coalition that dominated American politics for most of my life.
Yeah. Talking about Reagan raises something that I've seen raised. I'm not quite sure the extent to which I think this may or may not be true, but it's a fascinating idea that one of the reasons why American politics, and in a sense society, has broken down to the extent that it has in recent years is that post-Cold War there wasn't anything outside America to fight against. Do you run along with this thesis? You think it's true?
100%. Yeah, and I felt this very strongly in doing the Reagan speech, because Reagan constructs this coalition that is very focused on the outward enemy of the Soviet Union, right? And that can, again, unite the small government people who hate communism, the Christian evangelicals who want a God-based political system, and then these hawks who hate the Soviet Union. Well, once the external enemy is gone, all this kind of energy that has been built up kind of turns inward. Suddenly the enemy is kind of within. If you remember the Clinton years, like there's a kind of relentless and vicious political combat about like pretty small things. And actually, you know, again, it was interesting to relive, and I have speeches by FDR and I go through the Kennedy years and this, you know, FDR to John F. Kennedy to Ronald Reagan, yes, there are swings, but they're telling the same story at core. Like Reagan's is more conservative and more Christian, Kennedy's is more progressive and open to social change and about the future. FDR's, I think, is the origin of the American superpower. We kind of had an agreed-upon story. And I think after the Cold War, we have not agreed on what the story... America needs a story, right? I mean, you guys have... Britain is anchored in a much deeper identity, you know. There's all this history. Well, America... We're not a fixed identity, right? We were 13 states, now we're 50. And we were one particular kind of people at the beginning. Well, now look at America today. It looks nothing like it did at the beginning. We have no official religion. The story is kind of what holds the identity together. And I think in the Cold War, we had a very clear common story. And part of the reason we're so disoriented is that since the end of the Cold War, I don't think we've had one.
How optimistic are you? I mean, it's in a sense, it's a trite question, but it's a question that is raised by the book, because it's a book of an incredible achievement, really, isn't it? And it's a story, as you say, America needs a story, and it is a story, and it's a story that people admire and respect around the world. Has the story ended?
No, and that's what gives me hope. I mean, I'm pretty dark about the present. That's one of the reasons I went in the past, and I think we're in for a pretty bumpy ride the next, 2.5 years with Trump. But, when you go back into the past, I mean, Churchill's famous quote about America doing the right thing after it's done everything else, I'm paraphrasing. It's kind of true in our history. If you look at the arc of American history, we go through some very disruptive times. We have to refresh what this whole project is about. We tend to come out of those darker times in a better and more interesting place. And you can get trapped in the present. Like, this is crazy. We're never going to get out of this. Like, what happened? Well, when you kind of go back and look at the past, you see, okay, well, here's how people worked through this. And here's how people were dealing in this context, in this book. Like, with slavery and with the Gilded Age and rampant inequality and corruption and with segregation and all these ills, we have to sometimes like get out of the present, learn from the better aspects of our past, and then kind of look beyond. One of the things that can be very empowering, I've been trying to tell Americans this in traveling around the last month, allow yourself to imagine beyond this. Like, we're so trapped in Trump's reality that, like, we have a hard time thinking beyond tomorrow, never mind the next election. Like, where would you actually like to go? A lot of effort is being made to make you think that this can never change. But I think we have to, again, look beyond, like, kind of to the horizon here. Trump wants us just looking at it like his, literally looking into his reflecting pool, you know. We need to look past that.
Ben Rose, that's a brilliant moment of which to end. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thanks.
Americast was produced by Purvi Patney and Alex Pickles. In a few moments, Alicia McCarthy reports from Westminster on Parliament under a new Prime Minister, wildfires and who should pay for preserving our churches.
On BBC iPlayer.
This is more important than you.
Find your next hit drama.
I just need to hear it.
Half Man.
You voiced it your whole life, dancing to other people's tunes, instead of marching to the beat of your own drum.
Industry.
Without a smoking gun, you will lose.
Mint.
Not him, Shannon. Anyone but him.
And many more.
Just remember, not a single one of us gets out of this alive.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Now Radio 4 to Westminster.
Order! Order.
Good evening, this is Alicia McCarthy at Westminster. Coming up, Parliament is waiting for a new Prime Minister, but how radical a shake-up should we expect?
Some things are going to have to differ beyond just a change in the face at the dispatch box at PMQs in order to demonstrate change.
After a blistering weather week, we hear about the dangers faced by farmers trying to stop wildfires taking hold on their land.
They find people using a disposable barbecue or something. They will tell them, look, this is a dangerous thing for you to be doing, and, you know, not unusual for these people to be threatened.
And an MP demands action to put a stop to houses with multiple tenants blighting her community.
There's people high, people drunk, wandering the streets in front of that nursery. She doesn't take her children out to play anymore.
But first, in another spin of the Prime Ministerial merry-go-round, the week started with Sir Keir Starmer taking his place behind the Downing Street lectern.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision.
Keir Starmer said a new leader would be in place by the time Parliament returned in September. But if it does take that long, where does that leave Westminster between now and then? Not many of the new bills announced in the King's speech just a few short weeks ago have been debated yet, and Downing Street has said there won't be any new policy or spending commitments during the transition. I asked Philip Cowley, Professor of Politics at Queen Mary University of London, where the change in leadership left the government's agenda.
So I think it's going to be very interesting because there's a tension for Andy Burnham, or whoever the new Prime Minister is, between respecting the manifesto, and Burnham has been explicit that he sees the 2024 manifesto as a real constraint on the government, something that has to be respected, while also demonstrating change. And it's pretty clear, I think, that he is going to want to come in as a new Prime Minister, and some things are going to have to differ beyond just a change in the face at the dispatch box at PMQs in order to demonstrate change. So I think some of the policies that were announced in the King's speech may well get radically altered as they go through Parliament in the next 12 months, and there may well be other policies as well. I mean, in some ways, I'm not sure this is that unusual. We change Prime Ministers quite frequently mid-term, and that often involves a change in policy. It's just a bit unusual that this has happened so soon after the King's speech, and indeed so soon into the Parliament as a whole.
Now, the new Prime Minister is going to inherit a fairly rebellious House of Commons. I mean, let's not forget, Keir Starmer faced a pretty big rebellion over his plans for welfare reform pretty early on in his term. So the Labour MPs are not necessarily going to toe the line, are they?
No, so I've looked at the rebellion rate since the election, and by comparison with other first sessions since a change in government, it's relatively high, although still pretty low in absolute terms. I mean, Labour MPs aren't sort of feral, but they have shown a willingness to say no, and to say no quite forcefully at times. And I think Andy Burnham will inherit that parliamentary party. It is a parliamentary party that can't just be walked over. I think he will get a sort of short-term honeymoon, maybe, with his backbenchers. There will be a lot of goodwill towards him. They want him to do well. Bluntly, they need him to do well. And I think if there is particularly if there's an electoral upturn as well, that will help in terms of managing backbench discontent. But if either that electoral upturn doesn't appear or doesn't last, or in order to try and govern, he starts to do things which backbenchers are not happy with, he has got plenty of MPs who have been willing to say no before, and over universal credit, they were willing to defeat the government at second reading, even though the government's majority is massive. So those problems, if rebellion starts to continue, those problems only get worse as parliaments go on. They never get better.
So how does that compare with what Andy Burnham is suggesting, that he'd actually like to see a slight loosening of the strictures of the whips and of party discipline in the traditional sense?
So Andy Burnham's on record, and he repeated this recently, as saying that he would like to see a sort of looser whipping arrangement at Westminster. He thinks that the whips can be a bit of a straitjacket. Let's start by taking him on his word and assuming that that's genuine. I think it might, for example, mean that you cease to see MPs losing the whip for rebellions quite so easily as you did under Keir Starmer. That was a pretty hard line to take on some of those votes, and I suspect that might not happen in the coming weeks. It'd be pretty hypocritical, bluntly, if it did, given what he said. So I think there might be a desire to do that. I mean, on the other hand, you could take a more cynical view of this and say that that's the sort of thing that's bluntly easy to say when you're mayor of a major city, rather than actually at Westminster. You know, it's the sort of thing sort of generalised anti-politics thing you can say in order to show a bit of leg to supporters. It becomes much harder to stick to that line when you're at Westminster governing and you need to win votes in order to get controversial pieces of legislation through. But time will tell.
Final thought, there is some suggestion, given the timetable that's been laid out so far, that if Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister, we might not see him in the House of Commons before the summer recess. So he wouldn't actually appear in front of MPs in Parliament until September time. Does that matter?
I don't think it does matter, and I don't actually think it was necessary. It would have been quite possible to have a slightly shorter contest than this, particularly if there isn't actually going to be a formal contest. We could easily have resolved this much quicker. It used to be done in days. But personally, I think it is a problem. If we think Parliament is meant to be the place where we hold people accountable, then Andy Burnham should go in front of Parliament as Prime Minister before September.
Professor Philip Cowley from Queen Mary University of London. Well, it's not just the political temperature that's nudged up in the last few days. Large parts of England and Wales have sweltered for much of the week, with the highest heat warnings in place. Just a few years ago, on the 19th of July 2022, the UK hit an all-time record temperature with dramatic consequences.
As weather thermometers breached the 40 degrees mark for the first time in Britain, London was burning. This was Wennington in the far east of the capital, just inside the M25. A fire in a parched area of grass was fanned by a stiff southerly breeze and engulfed houses on the edge of the village. As units rushed to the scene and firemen tried to douse the flames, panicked horses could be heard whinnying in the fields.
Well, in the week, the Commons Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee held a timely inquiry into the growing threat of wildfires and how to tackle them. Professor Emma Howard-Boyd chairs the National Heat Risk Commission.
This is a new world we're operating in, and the numbers of wildfires, whether they are in rural areas, whether they're in that rural-urban interface, are growing in number.
And it wasn't just physical damage. Wildfires could have a serious health impact.
Heat is a force multiplier of air pollution, fire added into the mix. We're just layering the different risks that individuals are facing, and I don't think that, again, this is properly communicated when you have these hazards coming together.
So the committee asked, did local authorities need more powers to do things like ban barbecues in certain spots? Answering this time was Rob Gazzard, wildfire advisor at the Forestry Commission. He reckoned it wasn't that simple.
Currently, we place a lot of weight on things like disposable barbecues or cigarettes or broken glass, for example. I don't have any scientific evidence that they are the causes. And that is the problem. Until we actually identify exactly what these trends are and These small little wildfire incidents are critical because it builds up a trend series of trends which will sometimes result in a big wildfire happening. Then we can actually then be specific about what powers we need and then what do we need to ban.
Richard Bailey is a gamekeeper and coordinator of the Peak District Moorland Group. He had one solution for some countryside wildfires: controlled burning.
I'm biased. We need to go back to prescribed burning in a sensible fashion at the right time of year. The top scientists from Exeter and York back this up. It's totally at odds with what Natural England is saying and what they've implied to us.
Professor Sally Bailey, chief scientist at Natural England, didn't think controlled burning was the answer.
The consequences of burning, noting that if the peatland has become dried and damaged, you're more likely to get, rather than a flash fire, a fire that goes down into the peat, as significant, releasing more carbon and then making those habitats, which I think we're all in agreement, re-wetting is a step in the right direction, even harder to restore.
Well, at the end of that hearing, I spoke to the Lib Dem Alistair Carmichael, who chairs the committee. He told me that when it had asked for evidence ahead of that inquiry, they'd had a big response from the public.
We heard from one gamekeeper's wife, for example, who said that she doesn't know when her husband goes out to tackle a fire because it's always the gamekeepers or the hill farmers or the shepherds who are the first to get out there and try and tackle it, and a lot of the time are able to contain it without the fire brigade or any of the other services having to be involved. And she says, he goes out into areas where there's no mobile phone coverage, so I don't know when he's coming back. And we heard from farmers who describe much the same thing, and they say that if they go out into their farm and they find people using a disposable barbecue or something of that sort, they will tell them, look, this is a dangerous thing for you to be doing, and not unusual for these people to be threatened as a consequence of it, because somehow or another there's not that understanding out there amongst the general public of just how dangerous, how much damage can be done by that sort of carelessness.
Do you think part of the problem is that you don't really know how many of these fires are started deliberately, how many are started by accident, or how many are started by other means?
That was a big part of the evidence that the committee heard. There is no single definition amongst the different public authorities who have an interest in it of what actually constitutes a wildfire. So without anticipating too much about what the committee will put in its report, I think we will be seeing that this is an area which, as the climate has started to change, this is going to be a problem that will continue to grow, and it's really not good enough that the different silos in government should get in the way of good outcomes. So DEFRA, as the department responsible for nature, has a big role to play here, but the management of the fire service goes to housing, communities and local government. So you can see how you've got to a place where there are different interests at play, but really this is a moment for what we used to call joined up government.
What was also obvious, though, from your session was that there are some quite different opinions about how best to deal with the threat.
This is when you get into some of the politics and some of the practice around how our upland areas are managed. And there are all sorts of different political debates around things like driven grouse moor and whether or not there should be routine burning. So, don't wait until the heather gets to be waist high. Can you remove the vegetation from the hill with a flash burning, so to speak? That's a complex debate, but it's pretty clear that the different agencies of government who have now started to regulate this space have not engaged sufficiently with the communities. They haven't brought them with them, and unless and until there is that better respect and understanding between government and the communities who are most directly affected, then this is just going to keep becoming more and more divisive. There needs to be a resetting of the relationship between bodies like Natural England and the land managers in the countryside. This is not going to get easier without that.
Alistair Carmichael there. You're listening to Today in Parliament with me, Alicia McCarthy. Now, drug use, violence and crime. A Labour MP says her area is being blighted because there are too many multiple occupancy homes. HMOs, as they're known, are defined as accommodation where 2 or more households share facilities, like bathrooms or kitchens. Emma Lewell says there are 50 in her South Shields constituency. She told me about the problems they create.
Say you have a beautiful old house and a developer buys it, chops it up into lots of tiny little bits, loads of different rooms, shared bathrooms, and then puts lots of vulnerable people in, and it's not well managed. The saturation of them in South Shields is like nothing I've ever seen. It's like the Wild West. I've had residents say to me, that HMO next door, there's people using drugs, there's needles on this street, there's crime. It's just completely out of control, and these are residential areas. There was one lady told me about, she lives next to a nursery. There's a few HMOs in that street. And she said there's people high, people drunk, wandering the streets in front of that nursery. She doesn't take her children out to play anymore. People's cars have been broken into. And it's just not a nice environment for people to live anymore.
Now, I don't doubt the government would say, we've got a housing crisis. We don't have enough places for people to live. This is a easy and affordable way to quickly house people.
Well, this has been the problem. This has been the failure of governments historically and now to build more council homes and to build homes for people. But if we are going to have HMOs, then let's enforce the licensing properly, because there are some well-run HMOs and they do provide that space for people if they're in between accommodation. But the badly run HMOs are causing problems for community cohesion, crime and all those other things that I mentioned before. Now, why is the licensing regime not being enforced appropriately on those landlords?
So if the licences were properly enforced, what would that involve?
It would be more like the supported accommodation model, because let's face it, if you are a vulnerable person and you're recovering from addiction, or you have some serious mental health issues, or if you're a young care leaver, or indeed if you are still in care and the local authority has placed you there, or if you're an asylum seeker, then you need support. Putting somebody in an HMO with no regulation, nobody there helping, nobody there supporting, that is a recipe for disaster.
Emma Lewell held a debate on the problem in the Commons. A Labour MP, Daniel Francis, argued developers were finding their way around council restrictions.
There are rules under the Charities Act 2011 which mean that if you're a charity running temporary accommodation or a temporary accommodation for people suffering from drug or alcohol abuse or a mental disorder, or you're a registered provider, you don't need that permission. And I'm seeing in my case, though, landlords who are joining with charities who are not putting people in there under those conditions and are circumventing the restrictions that are in place.
The Housing Minister, Matthew Pennycook, said the government was consulting on a more flexible policy, which he argued would in effect make it easier for councils to insist on planning permission for houses of multiple occupancy.
Local authorities can impose licence conditions to ensure landlords effectively manage HMOs. They also have the power to inspect properties without notice where they believe an offence has been committed under HMO legislation. Furthermore, the licence holder must undergo a fit and proper persons test to assure a local authority that they can manage the property responsibly.
But Emma Lewell interrupted.
He is right, there are regulations in place, there's the fit and proper test, but it's not working. This is why I've held today's debate. This is why me and my constituents are asking for stronger regulation, because everything that's in place is simply not working.
I thank my honourable friend for that contribution. As I've said, I'm more than happy to sit down with her, with other honourable members, to hear what suggestions they have, specific suggestions about where they believe the regulations need to be strengthened.
And the Minister said the key point was whether local authorities needed more powers or simply weren't enforcing the ones they already had. Now the government has been urged to think again about a change to the funding system for repairs to churches and other places of worship. Ministers have recently replaced a scheme which repaid VAT on repairs and improvements with grants for those that successfully bid for money. The new fund is worth just over £90 million over 4 years and is targeted at deprived areas. A Conservative, Lady Prentice, instigated a debate on the change, and just before stepping into the chamber, she told me what her concerns were.
We're really worried because we think fewer places of worship will be
helped by the new scheme. The old scheme benefited about 5,000 churches and other places of worship a year. This new scheme will benefit probably between 150 and 200, and the application process is much more complicated.
But churches can and do get money from other sources, like, for example, the National Lottery.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, that's as it should be. Churches bring so much benefit to their communities. It's estimated that for every pound that goes into the church, for example, £16 of community spend comes back.
We have seen over recent decades, though, churches close, be put into different use, congregations merge as numbers fall. Isn't that a sort of natural process?
Of course, we have to keep checking in on what we need, but it is important to recognise that these buildings are integral to our communities. They are a very visible and very important part of our history and our heritage in this country, and it's, I think, very, very critical that we support them.
The government, though, would say times are extremely tough, money is very, very tight. How do you argue that this is something that should get more money from central government?
I would view it more as a not taxing people who are fundraising for their community asset. These are groups of people who are trying to keep the roofs on churches, for example. They should not have to pay the equivalent of VAT in order to do that. They should be helped and thanked for their hard work.
Lady Prentice. In that debate, the Bishop of Leicester, Martin Snow, said the new fund would benefit churches in areas of deprivation that couldn't raise money for repairs and so hadn't been helped by the previous VAT rebate scheme. But he too had reservations, including a concern that far fewer churches would get help and that rural churches could miss out.
Recent funding pressures highlight a widening gap between the cost of maintaining historic places of worship and the resources available to support them. Many congregations are now small, and the burden of upkeep increasingly falls on communities with limited resources. So a strategic, long-term funding approach is needed, which recognises that greater stability enables greater planning, better outcomes, and ultimately better value for money.
But a Liberal Democrat, Lord Scriven, took a very different view. He said nowadays less than half the population identified with any religious faith, but the fund ring-fenced millions of pounds of taxpayers' money for active religious buildings. He argued the Church of England had billions in investment income, which he reckoned could be restructured to look after church properties.
If this were purely a rescue mission for historic bricks and mortar, the theological utility of the building would be completely irrelevant. By tying public millions to active worship, the state is directly intervening to support religious practice itself. By funding active worship, the taxpayer is being forced to bankroll institutions that frequently hold exclusionary positions. Many of the religious bodies owning these buildings discriminate in their hiring practices, refuse to perform same-sex marriages, or bar women from leadership roles. Why should an LGBT+, an atheist, or a woman taxpayer see their hard-earned money used to prop up the roof of an establishment that actually rejects their rights?
But Lord Scriven was a lone voice in the debate. The Heritage Minister, Lady Twycross, defended the change away from the old scheme.
Our evaluation of the listed places of worship grant scheme showed that 80% of those who benefited said they would have completed the works anyway, though in some cases to a different timetable or scope. Our internal analysis of past payments of the listed places of worship grant data also shows that it disproportionately favoured places with less advantage.
And she sought to reassure Lady Prentice about the impact on churches in rural areas.
In areas not served by standard measures of deprivation, additional consideration can be given to those that serve isolated or rural communities or provide the primary or only shared community space in that locality.
Lady Twycross. The parliamentary week started with MPs squashing into the Commons to watch the three recent by-election winners take their seats. As well as the SNP's Lara Bird and the Conservatives' Douglas Lumsden, all eyes were on the return of Labour's Andy Burnham.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
It's not the first time Andy Burnham has been an MP. He stood down from the Commons in 2017 after nearly 16 years in the job. But what's it like to rejoin the Commons after being away? Melanie On is the Labour MP for Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes. She was re-elected in 2024, having lost her seat in 2019. So, how did she feel when she returned to the chamber, walked up to the dispatch box and took the oath for a second time?
It is quite bizarre because when you lose, you can't even imagine. And I know Andy stood down, he didn't lose an election, but you don't imagine that you'll be going back there again. So it is quite momentous. And I remember standing in the queue thinking, oh, first time round, I didn't know really what was going on. And second time round, still not entirely sure I know what's going on. But with lots of people around me who were brand new to it, who all assumed that I could remember exactly what had happened 10 years previously.
And when you're actually doing it, does it feel just as special as the first time?
Yeah, it does. And I think because it goes by in such a blur, the fact that you get a chance to do it again, at least you can absorb it a bit better. But I thought probably Andy got a bit distracted because, of course, somebody shouted at him, didn't it? So his moment of signing and the importance of it maybe diluted a little bit.
Now, you had a bit of a gap, about, 5 years in between your two sessions. When you returned, did it feel like absolutely nothing had changed, or did some of it feel different?
Definitely some of it felt different. I was surprised that I had forgotten my way around some parts of the palace, so routes to and from different places had gone. It's very different coming in with such a big group of new people. I mean, it must have been 3/4 of the Commons that was brand new across all sides. So that has been a bigger exercise in trying to remember everybody, because there were people I just wasn't sure whether they were our MPs or not, whether on the Labour side or on the other benches. And so it's taken me a long time to kind of get used to that. And then even then, some of the procedure and processes and things like that, I've had to go back and check with whips and people who have been around for a long time just to refresh my memory. But I mean, generally there was a sense of familiarity, maybe more comfort than I had last time, just because it is something that you have done before, so you are kind of retreading your steps.
And as you mentioned, a whole batch of new faces when you reappeared in the Commons in 2024, so you've got to start all over again, rebuilding those relationships on your own side, but also with the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you forget, because when I came in 2015, actually, we were a relatively small cohort, about 30 or something like that, so we got to know each other incredibly well and have stayed quite close as well through the intervening years. To try and do that with, 300 brand new people in your own party is nigh on impossible. So you don't get that same sense of being a small gang, because actually we were a dominant new gang. So actually it upset the balance in Parliament quite a lot as well. So that you could feel that lots of new people want to do things in new ways, but it certainly ruffled the feathers, I think, of people who've been there for some time, and there is a certain way of doing things, and there is a bit of deference, but with so many new people, it's a bit more chaotic than that, and you just can't control it.
And an advantage, I suppose, for you, because you had been there before, so you were, I assume, able to hit the ground running a bit faster than some of the others, perhaps?
I think so. I knew what I wanted to do, and so, some things that had worked well last time I was able to replicate. Some things that I thought, I remember going down this path, making these choices last time, I wouldn't do that again. So that has helped me, I think, to avoid some of the stresses, because when you're first elected, it is such a big job. The responsibility, it weighs really heavy on your shoulders, and you want to do it absolutely the best that you can, and you can run yourself ragged, and you don't take breaks, and you're trying to be all things to all people at all times. And I knew that I just couldn't do that, because I did that before, and after 18 months I was absolutely exhausted. So I was like, I'm just going to pace myself this time, get things in order and take it a bit more slowly.
So is that your top tip to Parliament's most famous returnee of the week?
I would love to tell him to slow down and take it easy. I don't think he's going to have that choice, though.
Labour MP Melanie on there. And that's it from us for now. I'm Alicia McCarthy. The studio manager was Paul Mason. The editor was Susan Hume. And that was Today in Parliament.
This is BBC Radio 4.
News at midnight. This is Chris Aldridge. US forces have tonight hit targets near the Strait of Hormuz, saying the strikes were a response to an Iranian attack on a commercial ship in the strategically important waterway. Search and rescue efforts are ramping up in Venezuela, where 2 powerful earthquakes are confirmed to have killed more than 900 people. More than 50,000 others are feared missing. The UK has recorded its hottest ever June temperature for the 3rd day in a row. President Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton has pleaded guilty to mishandling classified documents. Sir Keir Starmer has declined to sack the Immigration Minister Mike Tabb, despite being asked to do so by the Home Secretary. Also tonight, a final farewell to Radio 4 broadcasts on Longwave. The US says it struck Iranian targets near the Strait of Hormuz tonight in response to an attack by Tehran on a commercial ship on Thursday. US Central Command says it targeted Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites. The US Vice President J.D. Vance says violence will be met with violence. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has said its forces will respond more extensively if there's any repeated aggression. Our correspondent Hal Griffith reports from Washington.
It's just over a week since the United States and Iran both signed the Memorandum of Understanding, pledging to end conflict on all fronts and open the Strait of Hormuz. However, this latest escalation shows the ceasefire is fragile and being tested on both sides. The United States says its aircraft struck Iranian storage facilities and a coastal radar site in response to a drone hitting a commercial cargo ship travelling along the Omani coast in the strait. While the damage was limited and the ship was able to continue its journey, US Central Command described it as an unwarranted act of aggression by Iranian forces and said its military remained present to ensure the agreement was obeyed. In a post on social media, the US Vice President, J.D. Vance, said Iran could pick up the phone if it had a disagreement on how the memorandum was being applied. Iran state media is reporting that the Revolutionary Guard repelled the American attack on Sirik Island.
Earlier in Washington, Israel and Lebanon signed a framework agreement which had been brokered by the United States after 5 rounds of negotiations. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said it would begin to put in place a basis for peace. Lebanon's president said it was a first step to restoring sovereignty. But it comes as limited fighting has continued between Israeli forces and the Iran-backed armed group Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. More from our Global Affairs correspondent Sebastian Usher.
The full details of the agreement have not been announced, though there are reports that it again involves Israeli forces pulling out of some areas of southern Lebanon. Diplomatically, the fact that some kind of an agreement has been signed is a step forward, but the situation on the ground in Lebanon has shown little sign of shifting, despite several ceasefires. Both the Israeli military and Hezbollah are still carrying out attacks on each other, though with reduced intensity for now. Iran has linked the war in Lebanon to its ceasefire deal with the US, prompting President Trump to put pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to rein in the Israeli offensive. But Mr. Netanyahu has already restated his position, which is shared by his political opponents, that the IDF won't withdraw until Hezbollah disarms. The Lebanese government has been increasingly angry at what it sees as Tehran's interference in its affairs through its proxy, but its influence beyond the talks in Washington remains limited.
There are fears that the number of people killed in the 2 powerful earthquakes in Venezuela on Wednesday will rise significantly as a desperate search for survivors continues. More than 900 people are now confirmed to have died, but many more are still missing, with the United Nations humanitarian chief putting that figure at more than 50,000. One of the worst-hit areas is the northern port city of La Guaira, where satellite images show many high-rise buildings have been flattened. Carolina Lopez is one of those searching for missing relatives.
The only thing I can say is that I have my heart in my hands and I don't know what to do. That's the only thing I can say. I ask God for everything. There, where you see that destruction, nothing. I don't know where He is.
There have been some moments of relief, such as this rescue of a woman pulled alive from the rubble earlier today. The BBC's Vanessa Silva has been in La Guaira.
The level of devastation has no words to explain what we have seen in this area of this coastal town of Venezuela. There's so many destructions. This building at my back is just completely lining to one side. It's about to collapse, and there is so many places, and you can see people struggling with their own hands, trying to remove the rubble, the concrete, in the searching of the loved ones, but it's a lot of work that is needed. The international rescue teams are arriving to Venezuela, but still it's not enough. It still is not deployed in all the places that we are seeing today. We literally see the floor open, the earth breaks in this area of La Guaira.
Teams from around the world are arriving in Venezuela to assist the relief effort, with tons of aid supplies also being delivered. The UK government says it has sent an RAF plane carrying British search and rescue teams to the country and will provide £2 million of emergency humanitarian funding. More from our World News correspondent Joe Inwood.
Working by torchlight, rescue teams in Caracas use angle grinders and their bare hands to search through the wreckage of collapsed buildings. Every now and again they fall silent to see if they can hear anyone knocking or crying for help. Then a shout goes up. There has been an aftershock and they move to safety. This was how much of the first 36 hours of the rescue operation was carried out. Local people working by hand. That spirit was praised by the acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, when she spoke to the nation a few hours ago.
Lo que está expresando es el gran corazón de nuestro pueblo.
This demonstrates the great heart of our people and their solidarity. No one has hesitated to go out into the streets to lend a hand to their Venezuelan brother or sister. And a very special recognition goes to our rescuers, those arriving from all over the country to join this commendable task of rescuing people alive from collapsed buildings and homes.
But this country, which has long suffered from poor governance and US sanctions, needs help to cope with a disaster of this scale. Teams from all over the world have flown into Venezuela, with many heading for the worst affected area in this disaster, the northern city of La Guaira. The UN says more than 1,000 rescue workers have arrived, along with 6 teams of specially trained dogs. Nicola Putschelt from the International Search and Rescue Dog Organization says they will save lives.
There is always hope to find people alive. So as we know from past events, there have been people found after several days, and I think this is also possible in this event, and we are very hopeful to find a lot of people and can help families to bring back people they are missing.
Today, once again, the number of confirmed dead rose sharply, but many more are still missing. Even as a major international rescue effort gets underway, few doubt the true scale of this tragedy is only just beginning to emerge.
A new record high temperature for June was set in the UK for the 3rd day in a row as heatwave conditions continued to affect parts of the country. The Met Office says a temperature of 37.3 Celsius was recorded at Santon Downham in Suffolk, topping the previous high of 36.7 Celsius in Somerset yesterday. Health leaders have warned that the unprecedented heat is having an impact on NHS services, as our health reporter Catherine Burns explains.
When you think about NHS staff going above and beyond in a heatwave, it's not just doctors and nurses. At St Mary's Hospital in London, the estates team have been taking turns doing shifts on the roof, day and night, hosing down the rooftop chillers with cold water, just to keep the air conditioning on inside.
Essentially, keeping it continually doused with water is the only way that we can keep it cool enough in order to be able to keep it running.
That's Ian Bateman, the Chief Operating Officer at Imperial College Healthcare. He says staff and patients have been brilliant, but it's not been easy.
Inside the hospital, it's warm. We're doing our very best. We've got additional chiller units in and fans everywhere that we could possibly put them, but unfortunately it's still uncomfortable. We're keeping our temperatures under constant review and wherever possible moving staff and patients around to try and keep them as comfortable as possible. But I think it's probably fair to say it's pushed our buildings and it's pushed our staff to some really challenging limits at times.
Parts of this hospital date back to the 1800s, not built with climate change or air conditioning in mind. Health leaders are warning that the NHS isn't equipped for heat waves and needs investment to cope with what is becoming an annual event. NHS staff have been telling me what it's like for them. One nurse said her ward was like a wall of heat and called it intolerable. A midwife described mums and new babies struggling to cope with temperatures over 30 degrees in a postnatal ward. And an A&E doctor said the heating was still on in some parts of their hospital. They said staff were irritable and some patients were abusive. Amy Tompkins is a GP in Greater Manchester.
Like so many others, our practice is converted residential rather than purpose-built, and general practice has limited resources to be able to cool the environment. We have one air conditioning unit in reception, so several of the doctors have been taking regular breaks to go and stand out there throughout their clinics.
NHS England says its website pages on heat exhaustion have had more than 120,000 hits in the last 5 days. It says services are using well-tested plans to keep staff and patients safe, but is asking the public to use their common sense about being out in the heat and staying hydrated.
The German Weather Service has said the country has hit its highest ever temperature on record at 41.3 Celsius. As large parts of Europe swelter under similar conditions to the UK, our correspondent Anna Holligan sent this report from the Dutch seaside resort of Shutdown.
On golden sand, stretching across the North Sea, toddlers splash in the waves and families seek relief in the sea breeze. Elsewhere, escaping the heat is far more difficult. The electronic music festival DEFCON 1 in the Netherlands was ended prematurely. At midnight, visitors were asked to leave as a code red weather warning took effect. Fans were gutted.
I feel sorry for the people that have come really far. Some people have travelled literally from the other side of the world for like a once-in-a-lifetime experience, so I feel gutted for them. But I understand as well because it's so hot.
Organisers said they simply couldn't take the risk.
We were in the tent yesterday and you couldn't even dance. Everyone's pouring sweat, everyone's exhausted. You couldn't do it, and that was 31 degrees, so 37 today. Yeah, it's unbearable.
Across the continent, the heat is having devastating consequences. In France, a toddler died after being rescued from a car. The Pride March, scheduled to take place in Paris this weekend, has been postponed, while officials in Belgium cancelled their reenactment of Napoleon's defeat at the Battle of Waterloo. The World Weather Attribution Group of scientists said the record-breaking heat gripping Europe is unmistakably linked to climate change, and such temperatures would have been virtually impossible 50 years ago.
President Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton has pleaded guilty to mishandling classified information in a federal court. Mr. Bolton, who's become a fierce critic of Mr. Trump, made his admission as part of a deal which could see him go to prison for up to 5 years. More from our North America editor, Sarah Smith.
John Bolton amassed various amounts of national defence information in the notes he took when he was researching his 2020 memoir, The Room Where It Happened. He then used a personal email account and a messaging app to share that information with 2 members of his family who did not have security clearances. His email account was later accessed by a hacker allegedly linked to Iran. Under the plea agreement he struck, he will serve no more than 5 years in jail and will have to pay a fine of over $2 million. A former top advisor to President Trump, Mr. Bolton has become one of his most outspoken critics. When he was first charged, he sought to portray the investigation as part of President Trump's push to use the justice system to target his political enemies. Today he admitted the charges and said he was sorry for it. His lawyer compared the case to the 2023 indictment of Donald Trump for mishandling secret documents he kept at Mar-a-Lago. The judge overseeing that case dismissed those charges before it went to trial.
President Trump has threatened to impose a 100% import tariff against any country that targets US firms with a digital services tax, including the UK. The EU has vowed to respond swiftly and decisively if Mr. Trump carries out his threat. The Russian-controlled authorities in Crimea have declared a state of emergency after Ukrainian attacks disrupted fuel supplies. Moscow says the move is designed to keep essential services running. President Zelensky of Ukraine has announced what he calls a 40-day influence campaign aimed at forcing Russia to negotiate. Our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford sent this report from Lviv.
First, there was fuel rationing and power cuts. Now there's a state of emergency in Crimea as Ukraine steps up its drone attacks on the peninsula. After making this announcement, the Russian-appointed governor, Sergei Aksyonov, had to reassure residents it wouldn't mean restrictions on their movements or a curfew. He said it was about cutting bureaucracy to take rapid decisions. But Ukraine is focusing its military strikes on and around Crimea like never before, and that's having a major impact. On social media, people are posting videos of shopping centres with no power and long queues of cars towards the main bridge as people head for the Russian mainland. Even children's summer camps have been suspended for safety. Moscow's illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 was hugely popular in Russia and a big ratings boost for Vladimir Putin. But for Ukraine, it was the first act of aggression in what later became an all-out invasion. So this intensified military campaign against the stolen jewel in President Putin's crown is highly symbolic in itself. But it is also part of a wider push to increase pressure on the Kremlin and to force Vladimir Putin into peace talks before Russia gets better at intercepting the drones.
Sir Keir Starmer has declined to sack the Immigration Minister Mike Tapp, despite being asked to do so by the Home Secretary. Shabana Mahmood argues Mr Tapp has broken collective responsibility and breached the Ministerial Code by writing a newspaper article without consulting her first. Our political correspondent Damien Grammaticus is following developments.
Sir Keir Starmer's intervention is a sharp rebuff to his Home Secretary. Downing Street said it was not for any individual Secretary of State, but for the Prime Minister alone to decide if someone had broken the Ministerial Code. Mr Tapp, the Immigration Minister working under Shabana Mahmood, had written an article about her signature policy to make many who come to the UK wait longer before they can apply for permanent residency. He said, to be fair, it should not apply retrospectively to those already here on care worker visas. He had not cleared the article with her. The spat highlights the fractured relationships in Sir Keir's government. Mr Tapp has been a staunch defender of the Prime Minister. Miss Mahmood, who's been effectively rebuked, was one of the cabinet ministers who recently told Sir Keir he should step down.
The Green Party has been forced to return a donation which was made by its leader, Zach Polansky, after it was deemed to be impermissible. Mr Polansky gave just over £1,500 to the London branch of his party last September, but wasn't on the electoral register at the time. His party put that down to personal security concerns. Here's our political correspondent, Harry Farley.
Zach Polansky gave his party £1,539 shortly after he took over in September last year. But at the time, Mr Polansky was not on the electoral register, meaning legally the donation was impermissible. The explanation from his party that he wasn't registered because of security concerns comes as Mr Polansky is understood to be in discussion with the Home Office and police about his protection. Because the donation was unlawful, it should have been returned within 30 days, but it wasn't returned until the 10th of June this year. A party spokesperson said this donation was made to the London Green Party. When the issue was brought to the National Party's attention, the donation was returned. The Electoral Commission said it was considering the matter and so could not comment, but that it had not launched an investigation.
The court has lifted reporting restrictions that prevented the media from identifying 13 men who were charged alongside a husband who's accused of conspiring with others to drug and sexually abuse his wife. The husband and 12 of the 13 other suspects are due to go on trial in Manchester later this year. Our North of England reporter Rowan Bridge listened to proceedings at Manchester Minchell Street Crown Court.
The husband in the case is in his 60s and from the Stockport area of Greater Manchester. He can't be named to protect the identity of his wife. Of the 48 offences he was charged with, he's admitted 15, including rape, but will stand trial on other allegations. They include conspiring with other people to drug and rape his wife. This morning, the judge lifted an order allowing us to report more detail of the case. 12 of the 13 co-defendants have pleaded not guilty. They're Philip Wilde, Sean Pears, Jonathan Kirk and Robert Stewart, all from Stockport. Jordan Wallace and Alan Keelan, who are both from Manchester. Mohammed Sabir, of no fixed abode. Graham Brewham from Northwich in Cheshire. Richard Townsend from Rochdale. Carl Lindsay from Taunton. Daniel Rayner from Whitstable in Kent. And David Graves from Ilkeston in Derbyshire. Between them, they face a range of charges, including rape and conspiracy to rape. A 13th co-defendant has pleaded guilty to 4 charges. Keith Fotheringham, who's from Dundee, has admitted, among other offences, conspiring to rape and conspiring to drug the woman at the centre of the case. Those who've pleaded not guilty to offences will go on trial in Manchester in September.
Downing Street has said it is very concerning that a US fighter pilot stationed in the UK avoided trial under English law for strangling a woman in Cambridge. Captain Jacob Wolfson was tried at an American military court by a panel of 8 male Air Force officers, despite the incident taking place while he was off duty. Our UK correspondent Daniel Sandford reports.
Sarah Steele waived her anonymity to allow the Guardian newspaper to highlight the concerns raised by her case. The Cambridge academic met Captain Jacob Wolfson on the dating app Tinder and agreed to go to see the fighter pilot at his flat in Cambridge. But there he strangled her during sex, which she said was not consensual. When she reported it, Cambridge Constabulary allowed the US military police to take the lead in the investigation. Wolfson was tried by an all-male American court-martial panel, which found him guilty of strangulation, but acquitted him of non-consensual sex. Sarah Steele told the Today programme that the panel then took into account Wolfson's military record when passing sentence.
They were raising in his mitigation how many people he'd killed, supposedly to get him a lower sentence for committing a serious violent crime against me.
Under an agreement made in 1951, members of US armed forces based in the UK will be prosecuted by the Americans for offences committed on duty or against other US personnel. Other offences can be prosecuted in the UK courts, but police forces are still required to give sympathetic consideration to requests by the US military to prosecute their own staff. The Prime Minister's official spokesman said it was very concerning that this case never reached the Crown Prosecution Service for a decision on whether it should be prosecuted under English law. The Justice Minister, Jake Richards, agreed the case raised questions that he would now look at.
There are issues around military courts, whether that is in America or indeed our own, and how that interplays with our criminal courts and our civil courts. That's always an area that we look at.
The Minister said he'd make sure there was a thorough and objective review of the case.
A former Cambridgeshire police officer has been found guilty of misconduct in public office after creating what prosecutors described as a toxic WhatsApp culture. Paul Street encouraged colleagues to bully a teenage detainee and ask for a sexual video of a female suspect. A jury at the Old Bailey convicted him on 2 counts of misconduct. He's been remanded in custody and will be sentenced next month. A van driver has been praised by police after giving a lift to an armed officer who was pursuing a man suspected of carrying out a serious assault. Our correspondent Duncan Kennedy sent this report from Margate in Kent.
Open! Stay where you are! Open! Stay there!
Tuesdays in Margate don't normally play out like this. Armed officers recording on body-worn cameras are running after a suspect. But it looked like the alleged culprit was hot-footing it to freedom. That is, until a passing van driver stops to pick up the officer to carry on the chase.
Running down the hill towards the viaduct. Get back, get back. Go, 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 go. I'm going, I'm going. Go, go, go. Cheers, buddy, follow that police officer. Don't crash.
In a reverse of what usually happens in the movies, where the cop commandeers the car, this van driver was in full pursuit mode, happy to help the police chasing the man suspected of carrying out a serious assault.
If you just go past him, keep going past. Keep going past. Stop here on the right. Stop. Don't move. Put your hands on your head.
The wheels of justice have rarely turned so fast. With chase over and arrest made, the officer thanks his obliging new recruit.
Cheers for your help.
No problem. Glad I could be of service.
Cheers, buddy. We'll get on with doing the rest of it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your assistance.
That was quite exhilarating.
See you later. Hopefully the rest of your day is a bit calmer.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah, see you later.
Kent police say the van driver, who hasn't been named, should feel proud in what's clearly a case of a good Samaritan doing his bit to drive down crime.
In cricket, on day 2 of the third and deciding test match of the series, England brought themselves back in contention against New Zealand at Trent Bridge. England took all 10 wickets for 121 runs to dismiss the tourists for a first innings total of 438. The returning captain Ben Stokes ended up with 4 wickets. In reply, England's opening batsman Ben Duckett hit an 88-ball century to leave his side 223 for 2 at the close, trailing the tourists by 215 runs with 8 wickets in hand. Radio 4 broadcast on Longwave will end in just over half an hour's time. The BBC began broadcasting on the frequency from its original transmitters in Daventry in Northamptonshire in 1925, before switching to a new transmitting station in Worcestershire. Our media correspondent David Sillitoe reports.
Ready for number 3. All ready. Right, let her go.
1934 and the beginning of an engineering marvel.
To run up the high-tension machine.
The powerful long-wave transmitter masts at Droitwich, 213 metres high, along with 2 sister stations in Burghead and Westerglen in Scotland, ensured the BBC was a truly national service.
This is the national programme from London, radiated by the new long-wave transmitter at Droitwich.
Beginning with Eric Coates' The Merrymakers, the BBC's new Droitwich service sent out a signal that travelled far out to sea and, for decades, delivered the shipping forecast.
Dover, Thames, Humber, Heligoland, East Dogger.
And that ability to travel far? In the Second World War, the long-wave signal was a way of communicating across Europe.
These are today's main events. Germany has invaded Poland and has bombed many towns.
And even sending coded messages to the French resistance. And in more recent years,
on 198 Longwave,
allowed cricket-starved holidaymakers to follow Test Match Special from the beaches of Brittany.
And join Jonathan Agnew.
Hello, good morning and welcome to...
But 92 years on, the masts are showing their age. The elderly technology behind the service is drifting into obsolescence. Scan along Longwave these days, and most will only hear the slightly scratchy sound.
I just wonder if there's anyone at the top of
BBC Radio 4 on 198.
actually batting for Radio 4.
Which has been warning its few remaining listeners that things are coming to an end.
This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on
15 years after the announcement that investment in the service had come to an end, Arqiva, who operate the transmitters, are shutting it down next week. Which means that tonight, Radio 4 will be saying goodbye to Longwave.
Now for a look at the morning papers, and the Daily Telegraph reports that the former Cabinet Secretary Lord Case has called for Andy Burnham to be honest with the public and, if he becomes Prime Minister, call an early general election. Speaking to the paper, Lord Case adds that Mr Burnham is walking a very difficult tightrope because he had promised change but had no mandate to deliver it. According to The Times, Andy Burnham is expected to say the South is paying the price for economic failure in the North when he delivers a major speech on the economy next week. In what the paper calls Mr Burnham's first big policy speech since Sir Keir Starmer's resignation, he's due to set out a strategy which would see Whitehall budgets slashed and money diverted to regional mayors. The Sun says that Prince Harry is to take his children to see his mother's grave for the first time during their trip to the UK next month. The visit is reportedly due to take place days after what would have been Princess Diana's 65th birthday. The headlines again. US forces have tonight hit targets near the Strait of Hormuz, saying the strikes were a response to an Iranian attack on a commercial ship in the strategically important waterway. Search and rescue efforts are ramping up in Venezuela, where 2 powerful earthquakes are confirmed to have killed more than 900 people. More than 50,000 others are feared missing. The UK has recorded its hottest ever June temperature for the 3rd day in a row. President Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton has pleaded guilty to mishandling classified documents. Sir Keir Starmer has declined to sack the Immigration Minister Mike Tabb, despite being asked to do so by the Home Secretary. BBC News.
With Chris Aldridge. And now with a look at that all-important weather forecast. Good morning, Ben Rich.
Hello there. For the 3rd consecutive day, Friday saw the UK provisionally breaking its UK June temperature record with a high of 37.3 Celsius at Santon Downham in Suffolk. Bournemouth in Dorset recorded 14.2 hours of sunshine, but it wasn't like that everywhere. There were some really big downpours and thunderstorms around, and at Loch Glasgarnock in the Highlands we recorded 51.2 millimetres of rain, over 2 inches of rain in the space of 24 hours. Stornoway in the Western Isles only got to 14.8 degrees Celsius, and there is some cooler weather on the way as we head through this weekend. Probably a relief for many, but in the short term, for Saturday, the Met Office still has an amber warning of extreme heat. This covers parts of eastern and southeastern England, valid until 9 o'clock on Saturday evening, because we are still going to see some pretty high temperatures across that southeast corner as we go through the next 24 hours. Now, through the rest of the night, across England and Wales, long clear spells. A few showers clipping into the southeast of England and East Anglia. Northern Ireland and Scotland seeing more in the way of cloud, and still some showers here, especially in the north of Scotland, where there will be some further thundery downpours. Overnight temperatures staying up around 20 or 21 degrees in the southeast corner, but a little cooler and fresher further north and west. And then into Saturday, across England and Wales, a lot of dry weather, some sunny spells, areas of cloud for some western coast where it will also be quite breezy. And then late in the afternoon, we may see some showers and thunderstorms just moving up from the English Channel into the southeast of England. Northern Ireland and Scotland will see more in the way of cloud. That cloud producing some showery rain at times. Still the potential for the odd flash of lightning, the odd rumble of thunder. It will be fairly breezy. Temperatures across Northern Ireland and Scotland generally in the low 20s Celsius. England and Wales seeing highs of 25 to 32 degrees. The highest temperatures in the east, but it will turn fresher for all of us on Sunday.
Some good news, Ben. Thank you so much, Ben Rich. And on Radio 4, we conclude our series, first broadcast in 2023, How to Spot Potential, with Kate Mason.
I'm just going to test my own potential now. I've found this website which has sample tests that might be used to assess the way I think. It's called a Cognitive Assessment Predictive Index. It sounds a bit like it's ranking my potential. Tests like this are now widely used in recruitment to find hypos, that is, high potential employees in the jargon. Let's have a go. Cognitive assessment sample questions. Oh no, this is difficult. Choose the word that is most nearly the opposite of commend. Comply, certify, criticise, prevail, dissuade. Oh, the most nearly the opposite. God, I didn't read the question. I feel like that's quite bad, isn't it? Commend, criticise. Show answer. The correct answer is criticise. Cool. All right, should we just assume I get them all right? Oh my goodness. This is like a verbal and pictorial reasoning thing, isn't it? It's like one of those things you did at school. Two figures above share a common feature. One of the figures below does not share the same feature. Which figure below does not share this common feature? Oh no. Oh, it's A. I can handle that. 20. Correct answer is 20. They've done some stuff about maths again. Question 7 of 7, thank God. Which of the figures below the line will replace the question mark following the sequence of figures shown? It's been a long day, potential spotters. I have absolutely no idea, but if I thought about it more carefully and wasn't on the radio, then I could probably figure it out. I'm just going to pick too competitive. Help. It doesn't say whether I'm good or not. But basically there's a chart at the end that says if you do well on the answers, I think you're like a strong fit for the organisation, whatever the organisation would be. Should I argue with these results? Unclear. How useful are they? They just made me feel quite good. They're not giving me a hard sense of something like, say, my blood cell count. Although one of them that I've looked at does basically say if I'm good at maths or not. Which, I don't know, if I wanted to show potential as an actor or something, it probably wouldn't be that relevant. It's not... There is a scale that says, like, if this is above or below average, so I suppose that is useful. In this series, we've found lots of different ways of tracing potential in sports, music, education, and in work. If you've missed them, do go back and listen by searching How to Spot Potential on BBC Sounds.
So there's phenomenal potential in the human brain, and the story of that potential is what opportunities you get. How do you get to grow your brain, develop your brain? Do you get to learn to read? Do you get to learn to speak those different languages? Do you get to learn to play a musical instrument? The potential is sort of dizzying.
Much of this is related to educational opportunities, to cultural scenarios, to how in many places in the world people are held back. But I have a sense overall that the world is not using in any way its full potential of the human brain, of the human body, etc. And that feels very sad at this point in time because we've got so many problems to solve.
In this last episode, I want to look into the future. And it's a tricky one. We seem to be at a point where big changes are happening in society that might contradict everything we've learned in this series about identifying and maximising potential. When considering human potential, we now need to ask, what is that potential for?
Nikki Garchea, chartered organisational psychologist. 20 years ago, if you asked me about potential as a psychologist, I might have talked to you about general intelligence, the capacity to be intelligent and therefore pass anything, do well, and that would be why people do well in things like the 11+. It's a score of general intelligence. Well, now with things like ChatGPT, it can do so much of those types of things, numerical testing, verbal reasoning testing. So if machines can do well in those activities, what does potential and what replaces that view of general intelligence? And it will be things like my capacity to analyse, my capacity to be creative, but coupled with empathy and influencing skills, things that we won't be able to solely rely on automation to deliver.
Nikki is thinking about what the growth of technology means in the workplace and how it moves the goalposts.
This year, the World Economic Forum released data in relation to the business skills that we need to have alongside automation. And they were highlighting that at least 34% of all of the organisations they'd surveyed had an element of automation in roles. And in the next 5 years, it will go up to 42%. And if we've got 42% of many roles globally in the workplace having an element of automation, then potential will start to evolve. It's really the question of, if the machine can release some potential in so many ways, what can the human do?
And what that machine-realised human potential of the future might be, and how we get there, is also being considered much more widely, far beyond the world of work, across subjects as diverse as medical science, computer gaming, and space exploration.
I'm Ghislaine Boddington. I'm a reader in digital immersion at the School of Design at the University of Greenwich, and I also run the creative collective Body Data Space. At the moment, I'm looking at the augmentation of the body, potentially to support us through life, a kind of scenario where we'd have an ally or a companion or a co-worker working with us.
Ghislaine's investigations are part of global research, taking in both the practicalities and ethics of technological advances and thinking about how our potential could be augmented or realised in all manner of our lives through the creation of digital twins, computer-generated versions of ourselves.
The modelling of a digital human, a digital me, that would be there to work with me, to support me in different ways.
So are we thinking like a kind of like a demon in Northern Lights, you know, where you've got a little animal companion who can talk to you about your emotions and various other things? Or are we talking about like a sort of digital slave that we can get to do things like the washing up? What sort of thing are we thinking about here?
The demon example is very good, actually, because we are talking here about something that would be with you all the time. And my concept is based on having a real-time virtual body interface that's with me from birth, grows up with me and learns about the world alongside me, advises and supports across many aspects of life. Could be mental health, could be supporting your work, fitness, etc. And actually collaborates with me on my work, on my social life. So it could be an avatar, it could be robotic or holographic, or all three. There are already many examples of this in different sectors. Digital human twin modelling for the medical sector is well advanced, and in the space sector too. But also we know it more on a day-to-day level. We know it in the fitness sector and obviously in the gaming sector.
So I have a Whoop, you know, one of those things that tells you how you slept and how your heart rate is doing. So I'm imagining some sort of extremely developed version of that that's somehow also maybe listening to my thoughts and following along with what I'm doing day to day. Is that in any way realistic? And how creepy is it?
Well, the listening to your thoughts thing, Kate, is a really great one, because I'm often in the shower going, oh, I should do that, or it would be great to do that, or I should put that in that document. And of course you're in the shower, so you can't do anything at all. So for me, definitely the ideas and the to-do lists that come up in my head when I'm otherwise occupied and not able to be tapping into my phone would be wonderful if they were translated into those scenarios. However, that one's probably quite a way off. At the moment, it is about the aggregation of data that we do, in the main, already can collect, either through our own apps, like you're saying about sleep apps or fitness apps, or through more advanced apps that are being used by the medical sector and other sectors. I think there's also a sense of understanding now with the AI explosion that's happening into much more mass society of how helpful it would be and how it might make life a little bit less boring if there was an AI working with us to say, this email is urgent, forget this lot. Help with searching for things on your computer. Help with these very basic level tasks that we all spend hours doing, hours and hours, being pretty much robots on our computers, which actually can be done now by AI.
I could basically delegate stuff to it.
Exactly that. And hopefully through that, giving us more space and time to have much more original thinking time and solution creating time, which is where I think our brains are not being used to their full potential.
Sounds a bit Brave New World. But should we worry? Would those machines like us outstrip our potential? Well, science has some reassurance.
My name's Sophie Scott and I'm a Professor of Cognitive Neuroscience at University College London. What I think of when I think of potential is human brains. And the reason why I think about human brains is they're kind of like a machine for potential. You've got 86 billion brain cells. They're what you're born with. You're born with almost all the brain cells you're ever going to have. You don't learn and change by growing new bits of your brain. You learn and change by remodelling the connections between those existing brain cells. And this is giving you a sort of a computer of extraordinary power. All computers have got a limit to how much memory they have. There's no known limit to human memory. There's no known limitation on the number of languages a human can learn to speak. The limitation is time. Human brains are unbelievably full of potential. It's also the case that there is substantial evidence for individual differences along lots of different parameters. Thinking about the language example, there's quite good evidence now that some people are really good at hearing differences in speech sounds from other languages. and other people are really good at learning to produce them, and they're not necessarily the same people. They're two different ways in which people vary. But that's only going to be found out if you have that opportunity. It's a case of both, I think, embracing and giving the potential to everybody to find out what their brains can do. And there might be something really particular, very special about your brain. Well, I hope you get the opportunity to find out about it.
Throughout this series, we've considered potential largely in young people, from spotting teenage sports stars or musicians to entering university and getting on the career ladder. But satisfyingly, Sophie says it's not all about them.
You are going to be better at learning a new language when you're a child, partly because you don't have to go out to work for a living and things like that, but also there does seem to be a sort of critical period for really getting good at speaking a new language, for example, at that age. But actually, although there's some individual variation, most people will be able to pick up a new language with time and with desire to do so throughout their whole lives. Your brain is plastic, it's flexible.
So there we have it. Human potential is boundless, not constrained by age, and, despite current concerns, unlikely to be killed off by technology. The search for potential is intertwined with what makes our lives interesting. It makes us curious and leads us to the question, what next? And while it might be an individual trait, it's also something that relies on others, those who give us a chance, see something in us, spot our potential.
How to Spot Potential was presented by Kate Mason. The producer was Julian Siddle. In a few moments here on Radio 4, the shipping forecast. This is BBC Radio 4. Now, the shipping forecast issued by the Met Office on behalf of the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency at 0015 on Saturday, the 27th of June, 2026. The general synopsis at 1800. Low Malin, 1008. Expected Bailey, 993 by 1800 Saturday. New High, expected German Bight, 1016 by same time. The area forecast for the next 24 hours. Viking, north at Sierra, south at Sierra. Variable 2 to 4, becoming southerly 4 or 5, occasionally 6 later. Showers and fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor. 40s, Cromarty 4th. Variable 2 to 4, becoming south 4 or 5, occasionally 6 later. Showers, thundery at first with fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor at first. Tyne, Dogger. Variable 2 to 4, becoming south 4 or 5 later. Showers, thundery in Dogger, good, occasionally poor. Fisher. Variable 2 to 4, showers, thundery later with fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor later. German Bight, Humber, Thames, Dover, White, Portland. Variable 2 to 4, thundery showers, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Plymouth, south veering southwest 3 to 5, showers, good, occasionally moderate. Biscay, variable 2 to 4, becoming west 3 to 5 later, thundery showers, good, occasionally moderate. Trafalgar, west 2 to 4, veering northwest 3 to 5, showers, good. Fitzroy, Seoul, south southwest, veering west later 4 to 6, occasional rain, good, occasionally moderate. Lundy, Fastnet, south southwest 4 to 6, showers, rain later, good, occasionally moderate. Irish Sea, southerly 4 to 6, occasionally 7 and west, showers, rain later, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Shannon, south 4 or 5, veering southwest 5 or 6, rain or showers, good, occasionally poor. Rockall, cyclonic 4 to 6, becoming southwest 5 to 7 later, rain at times, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Malin, Hebrides, cyclonic becoming south 4 to 6, rain or showers, thundery at first, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Bailey, southeast becoming cyclonic 4 to 6, occasional rain, good, occasionally poor. Fair Isle, east veering south 4 to 6, rain or showers, thundery at first with fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor at first. Faroes, east southeast 4 to 6, rain at times, moderate or good, occasionally poor. And southeast Iceland, southerly backing easterly 4 to 6, becoming cyclonic 5 to 7 later, perhaps gale 8 later in northwest, occasional rain, moderate or good, occasionally poor. And now the weather reports from coastal stations for 2300. Tyree automatic, southeast 3. Stornoway, northeast 3, recent rain 4 miles 1010, falling. Lerwick, northeast 3, 24 miles 1015, falling slowly. Wick automatic, east-southeast 3, recent fog 3 miles 1014, falling more slowly. Aberdeen, northeast by east 1, slight rain 600 meters 1013, falling slowly. Lucas, east-northeast 3, 4 miles 1013, now rising. Boomer, northeast by north 2, fog 200 meters 1013, rising more slowly. Bridlington, west-northwest 2, 1013, rising more slowly. Sandetti light vessel automatic, southwest 6, 2 miles 1016. Greenwich light vessel automatic, south-southwest 3, 2 miles 1018. St. Catherine's Point automatic, west-northwest 1, 1018, rising slowly. Jersey, northeast 2, 16 miles 1018, now falling. Channel light vessel automatic, south by west 2, 1019. Scilly automatic, south 4, mist, 4 miles 1016, now falling. Milford Haven, south by west 3, 8 miles 1016, steady. Aberporth, south by west 4, 27 miles 1016, rising slowly. Valley, south-southwest 5, 9 miles 1015, rising slowly. Liverpool Crosby, west 3, 14 miles 1015, rising more slowly. Valentia, south by east 3, 22 miles 1010, now falling. Ronaldsway, south 5, mist, 5 miles 1013, rising slowly. Malin Head, east by south 2, 7 miles 1007, falling. And Machrihanish automatic, east-southeast 4, recent drizzle, 5 miles, 1010, rising slowly. And here's the weather forecast for the inshore waters of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, valid for the following 24 hours, issued by the Met Office at 2300. The general situation: a strengthening southwesterly flow will affect northern and western waters on Saturday, while a slack and humid flow continues to affect waters elsewhere. During Sunday, a change to a westerly flow will spread fresher conditions eastwards across all parts. Cape Wrath to Rattray Head, including Orkney. East 3 to 5, occasionally 6 near Cape Wrath. Veering south, occasionally 6 near Rattray Head, then becoming variable 2 to 4 later. Rain or showers, perhaps thundery at first, with fog patches. Moderate or good, occasionally very poor at first. Rattray Head to Berwick upon Tweed. Variable 2 to 4, becoming south 4 to 6. Fog patches and drizzle at first, then showers. Moderate or poor, occasionally very poor, becoming good. Berwick upon Tweed to Whitby. Variable 2 to 4, becoming southeast 3 to 5, then veering south or southwest 2 to 4 later. Drizzle at first, then showers. Moderate or poor, becoming good. Whitby to Gibraltar Point. Variable 1 to 3, becoming south or southeast 2 to 4, occasionally 5 later. Showers, good, occasionally moderate at first. Gibraltar Point to Northforeland. Variable, becoming southerly or southeasterly later, 2 to 4. Thundery showers, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Northforeland to Selsey Bill. Westerly 2 to 4, becoming variable 1 to 3, occasionally 4 later. Thundery showers, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Selsey Bill to Lyme Regis. West 2 to 4, becoming variable 1 to 3, then southwest 2 to 4 later. Showers, thundery in east, fair later, moderate or good, occasionally poor in east. Lyme Regis to Land's End, including the Isles of Scilly. Variable 2 to 4, becoming south or southwest 3 to 5. Showers later, good, occasionally moderate. Land's End to St. David's Head, including the Bristol Channel. Variable 2 to 4, becoming south or southwest 3 to 5. Occasionally 6 near Pembrokeshire. Showers later, good, occasionally moderate in west. St. David's Head to Great Orme Head, including St. George's Channel. South 3 to 5, veering southwest 4 to 6. Showers, rain later, moderate or good. Great Orme Head to the Mull of Galloway. Variable 2 to 4 at first in Liverpool Bay. Otherwise southerly or southwesterly 4 or 5, occasionally 6 and north. Showers, rain later, moderate or good, occasionally poor at first in north. Isle of Man. Southerly or southwesterly 4 to 6, occasionally 7 later in west. Fog patches at first, rain later. Moderate or good, occasionally very poor at first. Loch Foyle to Carlingford Loch. Southerly or southeasterly 4 to 6, occasionally 7 in east. Showers, rain later, good, occasionally poor. Mull of Galloway to Mull of Kintyre, including the Firth of Clyde and North Channel. Southerly or southeasterly 4 to 6, occasionally 7 in North Channel. Showers, rain later, good, occasionally poor. Mull of Kintyre to Ardnamurchan Point. South or southeast 4 to 6. Showers, rain later, moderate or good, occasionally poor later. Ardnamurchan Point to Cape Wrath. East or southeast 3 to 5, occasionally 6 near Cape Wrath. Veering south or southwest 4 to 6. Rain or showers, thundery at first, moderate or good, occasionally poor. And Shetland Isles, east 3 or 4, veering south or southeast 4 or 5, occasional rain and fog patches, showers later, moderate or good, occasionally very poor. And that completes the shipping forecast. Well, before we leave you tonight, I just wanted to take a moment to mark the end of an era. For almost a century, the Longwave transmitters have carried the BBC across the airwaves, from the iconic Droitwich transmitting station in Worcestershire to Westerglen and Birkhead in Scotland. And though the Longwave signal is fading into history this morning, the memories and the connection it created will endure forever. We shall miss your warmth and crackle. Well, that's it from me, Al Ryan, and all of us here at Broadcasting House. If you have been, thanks for listening. Have a safe, quiet and peaceful night. Good night. Ihuwa.
You are listening to 198 kHz Longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz Longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz Longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz Longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/radio bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz Longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz Longwave.